in the ninth month of the 44th year of the Leaf Village calendar. Although autumn had just begun, the lingering heat of summer still clung to the air. On a scorching morning, the Konoha Ninja Academy welcomed the commencement of a new academic year. Wherever the leaves of Konoha dance, the flames of life persist, illuminating the village and allowing the new leaves to sprout once more on the platform of the playground. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, delivered an impassioned speech during the opening ceremony. The content was nothing but the usual rhetoric talk of the will of fire, the spirit of sacrifice, and the platitudes of unity among the villagers. Yet, the young ninjas in the audience, unaccustomed to such grandiloquence, were filled with fervor, their small fists clenched tightly, eyes ablaze with excitement. It seemed that at the mere command of the third Hokage, they would seize their kunai and rush into battle, shouting "Wa'ag!" without a moment's hesitation. TSK, the third's oratory skills have grown increasingly polished. If I didn't know better, I'd think I was at a sales conference rather than a school opening at the back of. The teacher's line, a handsome young man with a high ponytail of black hair observed the scene with an air of calm, though internally he couldn't suppress a smirk. 19 years had passed since he was reborn into this world as Kimura Hideki. Years of grappling with the harsh realities of the ninja world had long since dulled any nostalgic sentiment he held for the original story. While the third Hokage before him did not appear to be the cunning strategist of conspiracy theories, Hideki found it difficult to harbor any respect for him after experiencing the many absurdities of Konoha's systems. Hearing the Hokage's speech about the will of fire stirred no emotions within him, even eliciting a slight chuckle. What remained in his heart was perhaps only a flicker of sympathy for the children before him. Hideki gazed toward the cliffside visage of the first Hokage. I wonder what that legendary god of shinobi would think of this scene. He mused. Did he not establish the ninja villages to ensure that children could freely study and play, rather than be thrust into battle at such a tender age? Yet his moment of contemplation quickly dissolved into a silent sigh, swept away by the fervent atmosphere surrounding him. After all, he did not possess much capital to empathize with the children as a traverser of realms. Hideki lacked remarkable lineage or extraordinary powers. He was merely an ordinary orphan. His only commendable achievement in this life was mastering the art of puppetry through self-study, aided by knowledge gleaned from a half-baked scroll he had pilfered from a white-haired jonin. Not long ago, this accomplishment had earned him a promotion to Special Jonin, making him an object of envy among many civilian ninjas. Yet, Hideki felt little pride in this. He was acutely aware that in the increasingly tumultuous ninja world ahead, even a Special Jonin was merely a slightly larger ant, with life and death beyond his control. The footsteps of the third great ninja war were drawing ever closer. If he wished to avoid losing his life in the cataclysmic battles that would soon engulf the ninja world, he needed to seize the remaining moments of peace to grow stronger. His presence at the Ninja Academy was driven by this very purpose. The strength of a puppeteer is not solely reliant on their own skills, it heavily depends on the prowess of the puppets themselves. The capabilities of puppets arise from the accumulation of various resources, superior materials, intricate processing equipment, advanced mechanical designs, and rune techniques. This made puppetry distinct from other ninja arts, leaning more toward a scientific approach. It emphasized collective effort rather than solitary endeavors. Even a genius like Sasori of the Red Sand could not have mastered such exquisite puppetry at a young age without the years of accumulated knowledge from his predecessors. As Konoha's sole puppeteer, Hideki had also honed his skills by observing and stealing techniques from enemy puppeteers on the battlefield of Sunagakure. Regrettably, that phase of opportunity had passed. Ordinary puppeteers and puppets no longer offered him substantial insights, while powerful puppeteers were too daunting to provoke, leaving him at an impasse. Reluctantly, Hideki turned his gaze back to Konoha, as he had come to realize that if he wished to pursue this path, he could not rely solely on theft and solitary innovation. He needed to establish a puppetry research system centered around himself, thus nurturing more puppeteers within Konoha and leveraging them to acquire additional talent and resources became Hideki's singular option. Becoming a teacher at the Ninja Academy to instruct puppetry was the first step in his grand plan. The third Hokage's lengthy speech continued, showing no signs of concluding anytime soon. After stifling a yawn, Hideki resolved to further refine his plans for self-improvement within the confines of his mind. Just then, someone stealthily approached and elbowed him, interrupting his thoughts. Turning his head, Hideki saw a young man with a red triangular mark on his cheek, making faces at him. "Yagura-senpai, what brings you here?" Hideki asked in a hushed tone, somewhat surprised. The young man, named Inazuka Yagura, was a few years older than Hideki and also a special jonin. They had been teammates for a time, so their camaraderie was decent. Upon hearing Hideki's question, Yagura's smile faltered, and he sighed. "Don't even mention it, that I was doing just fine tracking missions, but luck was not on my side. I was assigned as a training course instructor this year. Who in their right mind would voluntarily choose to be a teacher?" At this, Yagura's curiosity piqued. "By the way, how come you're here?" With a beaming smile, Hideki replied, "What a coincidence. I'm here to teach a training course as well, puppetry, and I volunteered for it." Yagura's expression froze momentarily. He hadn't expected the fool to be right beside him. The so-called training course was actually a special program established by the Academy. Initially, it was part of Princess Tsunade's reform plan for medical ninjas, aimed at providing additional classes to identify and train students with medical ninjutsu talent early on, thereby shortening the time required to cultivate medical ninjas. The ultimate goal was to ensure that each team was equipped with a medical ninja. Although Tsunade's plan did not achieve complete success, the system persisted in fact, with the growing shortage of personnel. Various departments began to emulate the medical class by establishing courses in schools to secure and cultivate talent in. Advanced in addition, the Academy had also introduced various subjects such as agriculture, court etiquette, and flower arrangement, enabling students to disguise themselves as specific identities and professions during future missions. This series of developments ultimately led to the establishment of the current training course system. Hideki's smooth entry into the academy to teach puppetry was thanks to this system, given that training courses were far more specialized than regular subjects and only met twice a week. Departments typically sent personnel to serve as part-time instructors. Yagura had evidently been conscripted from his tracking unit, forced into teaching at the academy. Disturbed by this predicament, he found it hard to believe that Hideki had chosen this path voluntarily, even imagining a glitch scenario of Konoha's higher-ups persecuting a civilian genius to extract knowledge of his techniques. However, being in a similar position himself, he could offer little assistance and settled for some encouraging words. "Teaching puppetry is great. Shoshue, your appointment to teach at the school signifies the village's considerable emphasis on puppet techniques, that if you could cultivate a few more puppet masters for Konohagakure, establishing a new department for puppet techniques in the future and becoming its head would certainly not be beyond the realm of possibility. Indeed, Elder Inazuka, you think quite far ahead. I haven't even begun my first class yet." Shoshue humbly gestured. "Moreover, mastering puppet techniques is no simple feat. I am currently troubled about whether I can impart this knowledge to my students." "That is true." Inazuka, he appeared to have a sudden realization, stroking his stubble thoughtfully. "Speaking of which, the reputation of Tsunagekyure's puppet techniques within the school is likely not very favorable. If you wish for the children to be willing to learn puppet techniques, Shoshue, you may need to invest a bit more effort." Upon hearing this, Shoshue momentarily froze, but quickly grasped Inazuka's intent. As a puppet master, he was acutely aware of the unfavorable perception of puppet techniques within Konohagakure and the ninja world. After all, traditional puppet masters often bore sinister and eerie markings on their faces, employing stealthy tactics to control terrifying puppets that inflicted harm with hidden weapons and deadly poisons. Such a repulsive approach, taken to the extreme, was bound to evoke disdain. However, since Inazuka, he had specifically pointed this out, it suggested that the issue might be even more pronounced within the ninja school. Indeed, during the Second Shinobi World War, the puppet masters of Tsunagekyure, led by Chiyo, had caused considerable suffering for Konohagakure. Calculating the timeline, the current students' parents had been among the main forces in that conflict. Having been exposed to such experiences from a young age, and even losing relatives at the hands of puppet masters, the children would naturally harbor a very negative impression of puppet techniques. Understanding all this, Shoshue couldn't help but break into a cold sweat internally, silently grateful for the warning. Had it not been for Inuzuka ES reminder, he might have only realized the severity of the issue upon arriving to an empty classroom the next day. Although these training courses allowed students a month-long choice period to freely attend various classes before making their selections, Xiaoshui was well aware of the significance of first impressions. The success or failure of the inaugural class would largely determine the fate of the course. His entire plan hinged on the foundation of this puppet techniques class, and if it were to falter, the subsequent plans would be rendered unfeasible. Alas, it seems I must revise the course content I had previously prepared. Xiaoshui mused inwardly. First and foremost, I must rectify the prevailing prejudices against puppet techniques, creating a new style that diverges from the sinister and frightening aesthetic associated with Sunagakure, instead embodying the unique characteristics of Kanehagakure. This concept was already part of my earlier plans, but it appears I must intensify my efforts. However, ingrained biases are akin to imposing mountains. They cannot be altered overnight. Thus, it seems I must also ensure the curriculum remains engaging and innovative to attract and retain more students. Perhaps I shall need to incorporate elements of edutainment. Xiaoshui sighed internally, appearing somewhat indecisive. Integrating more enjoyable projects into the teaching process, allowing students to learn while having fun, was indeed an effective strategy to kindle their enthusiasm for puppet techniques. Yet, in terms of efficiency, this approach clearly paled in comparison to earnest and rigorous practice. Otherwise, it would have been universally adopted long ago. With only a few years left before the onset of the Third Shinobi World War, Xiaoshui, who was hastening to advance his strength, found it exceedingly challenging to muster the patience to lower efficiency and indulge children in play. However, as he pondered this, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the small ninjas not far away. For some reason, upon seeing those youthful, innocent faces, Xiaoshui's slightly restless thoughts began to settle, and he exhaled deeply. Very well. While the efficiency of learning through play may not be high from a long-term perspective, nurturing the children's passion for puppet techniques may indeed be the best avenue for cultivating true puppet masters. With this realization, Xiaoshui couldn't help but glance once more at the likeness of the first Hokage etched into the distant cliff. Regrettably, the noble vision of Senju Hashirama, which spared children from the battlefield, was one that he found it difficult to help realize in the present day. Nevertheless, if he could merely infuse a bit of joy into their learning process, brightening their otherwise bleak childhoods, he felt he could manage that. Just as Xiaoshui reached a decision, the opening ceremony was drawing to a close. Therefore, I hereby declare the commencement of a new academic year at the ninja school. As Sarutobi Hisashi's voice resonated, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from below the platform, and thus, Xiaoshui's new teaching career officially began at that very moment. Chapter 2. Lesson Preparation. Following the conclusion of the opening ceremony, the third generation swiftly departed from the school, indicating a rather demanding schedule. Meanwhile, the homeroom teachers guided their students back to the classrooms, initiating the curriculum for the new semester. After bidding farewell to Inuzuka Kiba, Shusuke returned to his office, located on the first floor of the teaching building. Although the space was modest, it had been meticulously cleaned, thus saving him considerable effort. Shusuke had already resolved to implement significant adjustments to the teaching plan in response to the unfavorable reputation surrounding puppet techniques. To prepare for tomorrow's first lesson, he needed to commence his work promptly. Seated at his desk, Shusuke retrieved a notebook to review his previously crafted teaching plan, which primarily referenced half of the Sand Village's puppet technique textbook. However, since the course he was responsible for was merely an elective training class, he could not expect students to devote as much time and energy as apprentices of Sand Village puppet masters. Therefore, he had substantially condensed and revised the textbook's contents to devise a curriculum suited for the young ninjas of Konoha. Puppet techniques can generally be divided into two components: puppet creation and puppet manipulation. Considering the constraints of class time and practicality, Shusuke decided to focus primarily on puppet manipulation. As for the puppet creation segment, which required extensive specialized knowledge and yielded slow results, he intended to reserve it as advanced content to be addressed once talented students were identified. For ordinary students, mastering the creation and maintenance of simple ninja tools and mechanisms would suffice. Even in the realm of puppet manipulation, Shusuke planned to teach only the most fundamental aspects. Having once been a student at a ninja academy, he tended to underestimate the students' capabilities with the worst possible assumptions. The basic technique of crafting chakra strings alone might prove daunting for students who had yet to learn how to climb trees or walk on water. Thus, in his vision, if students could learn to create and briefly sustain chakra strings by the end of the term and utilize them to activate some simple mechanisms, it would be a considerable achievement. This would provide the students with a valuable means of defense and serve as a satisfactory outcome for the first semester of the puppet technique course. Of course, all of this hinged on the successful execution of the curriculum. Shisuke was now aware that the prejudice against puppet techniques was even more severe than he had anticipated, making it a formidable challenge to realize his teaching objectives. The learning process of puppet techniques was inherently tedious and monotonous. If students harbored biases against puppet techniques, persistence would be impossible. Hence, Shisuke decided to incorporate an engaging and enjoyable teaching approach, hoping to ignite the students' enthusiasm for learning puppet techniques. The crux lay in the training method for chakra strings. Shisuke pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin, gradually clarifying his ideas. He needed to ensure that the training remained efficient while also introducing elements of novelty and excitement. Ideally, it should be captivating enough to encourage students to practice independently outside of class, thereby compensating for the limited instructional time. Shioshu felt as though he had finally captured a glimmer of inspiration and hurriedly retrieved a tattered notebook from his pocket. This notebook contained records of the ninja tools and puppets he had invented over the years, as well as ideas he had yet to realize. He pondered whether he could transform some of these inventions into auxiliary training tools, making the practice of chakra control more engaging. The tools must comprehensively enhance everyone's ability to manipulate chakra lines, while also being sufficiently entertaining, ideally proving useful in real combat scenarios. As Shioshu muttered to himself, he leafed through the pages of his notes. However, after quite some time, he failed to find a suitable ninja tool. It was not until he nearly reached the beginning of the notebook that his gaze lingered on a particular page, Small Puppet Beast 10. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. It turned out that due to his humble origins and naturally limited chakra, he had opted for the route of small puppets after initially mastering puppet techniques to conserve energy. This Small Puppet Beast 10 was the first product of considerable time and effort he had devoted to its creation, primarily designed for reconnaissance and luring enemies. Its form typically resembled various adorable small animals. Moreover, Shioshu had painstakingly chosen materials and refined the control mechanisms, rendering them remarkably lifelike. However, because of their diminutive size and his limited puppet-making skills at the time, these puppet beasts could only contain minor concealed mechanisms, resulting in low lethality. To compensate for this shortcoming, Shioshu had to mentally prepare himself to regard them as disposable ninja tools, reluctantly stuffing them with numerous explosive tags. Thus, this version 10 of the Small Puppet Beast earned the playful moniker Adorably Explosive. It was precisely this small puppet beast, prone to self-detonation, that allowed Shioshu to make a name for himself on the battlefield. Unfortunately, this came at the cost of inciting considerable animosity, even drawing the ire of several small animals. After he achieved repeated successes, the ninja from enemy villages, plagued by paranoia, would ruthlessly unleash area of effect jutsu upon all cats and dogs within sight. If even seasoned ninjas found it hard to resist the allure of the small puppet beasts, using them as teaching tools would surely be a game changer, ensuring their immense popularity. Regrettably, at present, these small puppet beasts would likely struggle to fulfill the role of teaching aids, given the current skill level of the students. It was exceedingly difficult for them to animate the puppets with lifelike precision, let alone merely move them using chakra lines, rendering them practically useless for practice. Yet, the concept was far too captivating, prompting Shioshu to contemplate whether it would be possible to further modify them to meet the requirements of a teaching tool. However, completing the design and transformation before tomorrow's class seemed utterly implausible. It appeared that it was time to employ his last resort. Many believed Shioshu's meteoric rise was solely due to acquiring that half-volume of puppet technique manuals, attributing his success to talent and luck. However, what they remained oblivious to was that the true catalyst enabling Shioshu to master the art of puppetry through self-study was a unique ninjutsu of his own invention. It is said that during a brief respite amidst the Second Shinobi World War, Shioshu inadvertently stumbled upon a sermon delivered by an elderly monk at a marketplace. This monk espoused a rather peculiar doctrine, one that belonged to the legendary shinobi sect. Initially, Xioshu was astounded that anyone would possess knowledge of a sect that had faded into obscurity a millennium prior. Yet, upon reflection, he considered the enduring tales of the Sage of Six Paths, whose legacy had transcended time and evolved into that of a deity. Thus, it was not far-fetched to believe that some fervent disciples had preserved the teachings of the shinobi sect into the present day. The old man, however, offered no substantive insights. He merely recounted tales of the Sage of Six Paths enlightening humanity, promoting the shinobi sect in a rather unconvincing manner. Regrettably, as was the case 1,000 years ago, the audience yearned for practical benefits derived from ninjutsu, showing little interest in the concept of mutual understanding through chakra that the shinobi sect espoused. Consequently, the elderly monk ultimately departed in disappointment. While Xioshu did not directly gain any tangible benefits from the old monk, the philosophy of the shinobi sect lingered in his mind like an elusive melody whose name he could not recall. After several days of deep contemplation, Xioshu finally discerned the crux of the matter and conceived a rather audacious idea. According to the original texts, the Sage of Six Paths elucidated the essence of chakra, intending to connect the spiritual energies of individuals through chakra, thereby achieving a state of ultimate peace devoid of words. Alas, humanity, ever combative, betrayed the sage's hopes, opting instead to connect their spiritual and physical energies through chakra, augmenting their chakra to manifest as force. This raises an intriguing question. What would transpire if one were to connect their own spiritual energy with chakra? The notion may seem fantastical, for where in the world could one find a second self? Indeed, within most realms, creating an external manifestation that mirrors one's own thoughts is deemed an exalted ability, beyond mortal reach. Yet, interestingly, the world of shinobi is an exception to this rule. With the miraculous assistance of chakra, one can effortlessly attain a second self through the B-rank technique of shadow clone jutsu. To validate his hypothesis, Xioshu expended nearly all his savings to procure the scroll of the shadow clone technique from the black market, subsequently dedicating several months to mastering it. On the very day he succeeded, he eagerly commenced his experiment, connecting his spiritual energy with that of the shadow clone through chakra. The result was an explosive finale. 30 seconds later, Xioshu's clone's head detonated into a cloud of white smoke. While this appeared to be a failure, Xioshu, clutching his forehead and enduring a bout of intense headache, unexpectedly erupted into hearty laughter. For this experiment had yielded results far beyond his expectations. In those brief 30 seconds, Xioshu discovered an unprecedented clarity and sharpness in his thoughts. This heightened acuity allowed him to instantly comprehend the underlying reasons. When the spiritual energies of individuals connect through chakra, communication can occur without the need for words. As his spirit energy and that of his shadow clone were linked through chakra, emanating from the same source, the efficiency of their exchange was remarkably heightened, enabling a vast amount of information to be exchanged in an instant. This also implied that Xioshu could utilize the brain of his shadow clone to assist his own thoughts in real time. To illustrate, it was akin to transforming a single-core CPU into a multi-core one, or a solitary computer into a cluster of interconnected machines. The minds of both the original and the shadow clone were closely intertwined through chakra, effectively doubling their computational capacity and significantly accelerating their thought processes. The sudden overload of the shadow clone's mind was a consequence of its thoughts racing beyond the limits of its capacity. Moreover, through repeated testing, Xioshu discovered that, unlike a CPU that merely performs calculations, the human brain can more readily spark and capture fleeting inspirations during comprehensive contemplation. It is said that Edison once remarked, "Genius is one inspiration and 99 perspiration," but he further noted that the one of inspiration is even more crucial than the 99 of hard work. Thus, Xioshu's experimental results were not merely about thinking faster. They enabled him, who was originally of average talent, to transform into a true genius in a remarkably short span of time. Consequently, without any unnatural enhancements or extraordinary gifts, Kimura Xioshu, after years in the ninja world, finally crafted for himself a genius-like ability. Given that this technique essentially allowed the original and the shadow clone to engage in rapid discussions within the mind via chakra, and that it required intense cerebral activity during its application, Xioshu aptly named this technique the art of brainstorming. However, Xioshu realized that maintaining real-time communication between the original and the shadow clone necessitated a substantial expenditure of chakra at all times. Constrained by the amount of chakra available and the shadow clone's capacity, even after numerous refinements, Xioshu could only sustain his genius status for a maximum of 3 minutes each day. Yet, those 3 minutes accumulated daily gradually transformed Xioshu's life in the ninja world. In fact, his ability to master puppet techniques through self-study was also largely attributed to this ninjutsu. Enhancing the effectiveness of this technique became one of Xioshu's significant objectives upon returning to Konoha. However, before addressing that, his foremost task was to leverage this technique to find a solution to the challenges before him. Chapter 3. Brainstorming before formally employing the art of brainstorming. Xioshu needed to prepare. He first rose to draw the curtains in his office, securing the door before approaching the open space in front of his desk. He then retrieved a storage scroll from his pocket, unfurling it to unveil 6 hats nested together. The hat resembles the traditional high-top hat commonly worn by magicians. Adorned in a spectrum of colors, red, yellow, green, blue, black, and white. Each hat is embellished with a gem of the same hue, surrounded by an array of faintly visible, peculiar patterns. Xioshu first selects a blue hat to don upon his head, and after a moment of contemplation, he retrieves the white, red, and green hats, placing them upon the table. Once prepared, he begins to form hand seals. Shadow clone technique. In the next instant, 3 puffs of white smoke erupt, revealing 3 identical figures of Xioshu standing before him. As soon as they appear, without waiting for their original to issue commands, they eagerly extend their hands toward the hats on the table. In a flurry, 2 shadow clones swiftly grasp the red and white hats. The third clone, delayed by positioning, can only grimace as it reaches for the remaining green hat, muttering, "I understand this is an imitation of the 6 thinking hats method. But could we not substitute the green hat for another color?" The so-called thinking hats represent a cognitive management approach known to Xioshu from a previous life. This method metaphorically assigns different perspectives to various colored hats, allowing individuals to switch hats to contemplate issues more systematically and comprehensively. For instance, Xioshu, as the original, wears the blue hat which symbolizes planning and directing, responsible for overseeing the entire thought process and ultimately drawing conclusions. Meanwhile, the white hat signifies objectivity, emphasizing information gathering. The red hat embodies emotion, focusing on feelings and perceptions. The yellow hat represents optimism, providing positive viewpoints. The black hat stands for pessimism, offering critical skepticism. And finally, the green hat, naturally, symbolizes creativity, tasked with proposing solutions and innovative ideas. In order to maximize the efficiency of his genius time, limited to 3 minutes each day, Xioshu has adopted the thinking hat concept for a more holistic approach to problem solving. Moreover, with the existence of shadow clones, Xioshu need not switch hats individually to alter perspectives. Instead, he can allocate a specific viewpoint to both himself and each clone. This method not only facilitates comprehensive consideration of issues, but also allows for real-time communication among clones from different perspectives, thereby stimulating unexpected inspiration. Theoretically, to achieve optimal effectiveness, there should ideally be 6 entities, Xioshu and his shadow clones combined. Unfortunately, due to the limited chakra at his disposal, creating more clones would increase the burden on his mind. Thus, after extensive testing, he has determined that 3 shadow clones is the most advantageous choice. Once the reluctant third clone dons the green hat, Xioshu and his clones settle cross-legged on the ground. Noticing that the clones are ready, Xioshu raises his right hand in a sword-like gesture before his chest and softly utters, "Brainstorming technique," as the words left his lips. For thinking hats emitted visible chakra lines from their gems, intertwining with the adjacent hats to form a blue square. Simultaneously, the heads of 3 shadow clones tilted back abruptly, their eyes rolling as their delicate features contorted, appearing to endure considerable anguish. The strange patterns surrounding the gem of the thinking hats became distinctly visible, manifesting into softly glowing runes of sealing technique. Xioshu had not previously had the time or means to systematically learn sealing arts, having only grasped the most superficial aspects. Thus, the runes derived from sealing techniques served a straightforward purpose: to regulate the flow rate of chakra within the chakra lines. Although this would slow the speed of information exchange, it would alleviate the burden on the shadow clones' minds, preventing them from bursting due to overload. ironically enhancing the overall effect. Meanwhile, the original Xiao Shu remained calm and composed, his expression far less exaggerated than that of the clones. His brain, unlike a disposable item, required preservation from the rigors of intense thought. His task was merely to assess and adjust the myriad ideas generated through the frenzied exchange of thoughts among the three clones, determining whether to delve deeper into specific directions. Nonetheless, processing such a vast amount of information in a short time would inevitably lead to several hours of headache afterward. Yet, in light of the technique's efficacy, such a toll seemed exceedingly worthwhile. Moreover, after multiple applications of this technique, Xiao Shu had stumbled upon an unexpected boon. Perhaps akin to muscle training, he discovered that each bout of headache was accompanied by a slight increase in his mental energy. Although the enhancement was subtle, it accumulated over time, gradually honing his mental fortitude. This not only extended the duration before the clones' minds would burst, but also rendered him increasingly adept at controlling chakra. It was precisely due to this that he had mastered the art of manipulating puppets with chakra lines within just a few years. Thus, Xiao Shu consistently adjusted the chakra regulation technique of the thinking hats, intentionally creating appropriate mental strain during the execution of this art to facilitate training. 3 minutes swiftly elapsed. The heads of the three shadow clones began to emit smoke, and with a series of explosive sounds, they burst one by one, leaving only 3 hats gently descending to the ground. The residual chakra from the clones surged back to the original, flooding Xiao Shu's mind with their thoughts and memories, inducing yet another bout of headache. However, the bountiful insights compelled him to rise in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Eureka!" Yet, instead of immediately organizing his newfound knowledge, he retrieved a pre-prepared bottle of strawberry milk from his pocket and gulped it down in one go. The brief but intense brainstorming session had depleted a significant amount of his body's sugars, necessitating immediate replenishment. After replenishing his sugar levels, Xiao Shu began to massage his temples to alleviate his headache while pacing back and forth in the office, contemplating his recent insights. How could such a simple solution have eluded him? The reason small puppet beasts struggle to serve as teaching tools immediately is that the students are likely still unfamiliar with creating chakra threads, rendering them incapable of utilizing these tools for practice. However, the creation, maintenance, and manipulation of chakra threads fundamentally reflect one's control over chakra. Therefore, as long as the exercise enhances chakra control, it is unnecessary to be confined to using chakra threads from the outset. Perhaps an auxiliary ninja tool could be designed. Even if the students are not adept at crafting chakra threads, they could utilize such a tool to manipulate puppets and simultaneously hone their chakra control, much like using training wheels while learning to ride a bicycle. Rather than allowing the children to face repeated failures from the very beginning, it may be more beneficial to provide some assistance, enabling them to experience the joy of riding, which could facilitate quicker progress. Of course, care must be taken to ensure they do not become overly reliant on the training wheels. In a mere 3 minutes of brilliant contemplation, Xiao Shu had devised ways to enhance the small puppet beasts to meet the requirements of educational tools. To avoid forgetting the intricate details, he hurried back to his seat and began to furiously jot down notes. When he finally set his pen down, he realized he had filled dozens of pages with densely packed notes. Not only did they outline the basic form of the teaching tools, but he had also devised numerous plans for future upgrades to accommodate the students' evolving skills. Tomorrow, everyone would surely be astonished. As Xiao Shu gazed at the teaching tools he had just designed, he couldn't help but smile at the thought of the little ninja's astonishment upon seeing the final products. However, this was not the time for rest. Though his head still throbbed, urging him to seek a good night's sleep, he had to immediately prepare to craft the teaching tools before class the next day. Chapter 4. The Black Cat. The following afternoon, the ninja school typically dismissed students around 3 o'clock to allow time for them to engage in their family's secret techniques or personal training. The training sessions, akin to the club activities or interest classes from Xiao Shu's previous life, occurred during this post-dismissal period. As the school had just let out, there was a bit of time before the training sessions commenced. Some students, disinterested in the training courses, either shouldered their backpacks to head home or called friends to find a place to train or play. Yet, a greater number of students gathered in small clusters, discussing which training classes to attend next. I'm planning to check out the ninja tool specialization class. I've heard that teacher Feng Ma is quite skilled in teaching. You're lucky. I'm from the Nara clan, so I can only attend the tactics course. It's such a hassle. Well, I'm off to the flower arrangement class. I've heard it's mostly girls, haha. Of course, don't you know that this class only admits girls? Nanny? What was the point of all the flower arrangement knowledge I crammed over the holiday? A sudden burst of laughter erupted among the crowd, enveloping the surroundings in an atmosphere of joy. The discussions revolved around various training courses, tracking, tactics, medical training, and signals, each participant eagerly comparing the merits and drawbacks in an attempt to identify the most suitable program for themselves. Excelling in these training sessions would likely lead to preferential placement in corresponding departments upon graduation, compared to the perilous and uncertain life of an ordinary ninja. A position within a stable department, offering both security and a steady income, was undeniably more alluring. It seemed that even in the ninja world, the immutable law of hierarchy prevailed. However, it was noteworthy that among the numerous training courses mentioned, the newly established puppet technique class garnered almost no interest. It was as if its existence was entirely overlooked. Indeed, the opposite of love is not hatred, but indifference. The negative reputation that puppet techniques had garnered over the years in Konoha led everyone to subconsciously disregard its presence, to the extent that they were unaware of where classes were held. Even students who might have been interested in the puppet arts would find it challenging to muster the resolve to visit the classroom. At that moment, a delightful shriek resonated from the entrance of Class A of the 4th year. The students, previously engrossed in their discussions, were instantly drawn to the commotion, gathering to discover what had transpired. Upon investigation, their gazes became fixated on the scene before them. A small black cat had appeared at the classroom door, surrounded by several girls. It sat gracefully on the ground, occasionally swatting away the curious hands reaching toward it, while mewing in an adorable, high-pitched voice that melted hearts. "Oh, what a charming little kitten," exclaimed Noira Rin, who had just exited the classroom. She was instantly captivated by the cat's endearing demeanor. Yet, her expression soon shifted to one of concern as she murmured, "This little one seems so unafraid of people. It must belong to someone. I wonder if it's lost." Her thoughts were quickly interrupted by Uchiha Obito, who had also come over to join the excitement. "Rin, I didn't know you like cats," Obito said with an eager smile. "To be honest, our Uchiha clan has many cats, and they all can do backflips. Why don't you come over to my house one day and see?" Rin smiled sweetly. "Sure, thank you, Obito." His heart soared at her response, his demeanor becoming almost ethereal with delight. Nearby, Asuma, leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets and surrounded by his admirers, decided to imitate Obito. He leaned casually toward Kurenai and coolly remarked, "Kurenai, my monkey can also do backflips. Would you like to come over and see? What's so remarkable about a monkey doing backflips?" Kurenai replied, casting Asuma a bemused glance. Unlike Noira Rin, who was amiable to everyone, Kurenai, still in her phase of selective attraction, reserved her gentleness primarily for handsome men. Although Asuma was wealthy, influential, and well-positioned, he lacked the charm of good looks. Nevertheless, it seemed Asuma thrived on such attention. As the son of the Hokage, he was already accustomed to the flattery of others. Thus, the usually aloof Zairong, who seldom offered him a pleasant demeanor, unexpectedly appeared authentic and unpretentious, rendering her an intriguing woman. Of course, this is contingent upon possessing such striking beauty as hers. At that moment, the girls collectively gasped in surprise. It turned out that their originally docile little black cat had suddenly dashed out of their circle of protection. Everyone, presuming that the little black cat would vanish in an instant, began to emit sighs of regret. However, contrary to their expectations, the little black cat halted at the nearby staircase, blinking its big eyes at them. Naturally, this delighted the group, yet this time they dared not be careless, proceeding cautiously toward the little creature. Yet, as they approached, the little black cat sprang down the stairs. "Hey, wait!" The girls, now flustered, hurriedly followed suit, only to discover the little black cat waiting for them at the bottom of the stairs, occasionally calling out, "Is this adorable creature playing with us? It seems more like it wants us to follow." After a brief discussion, the girls decided to pursue the little black cat to uncover its intentions, with several boys joining in, drawn by the allure of the moment. In that instant, it seemed they had forgotten a rather significant matter. Thus, the little black cat led them on a whimsical tour throughout the educational building. During this escapade, their group naturally grew, with some enamored by the cat, others simply curious, and a few merely conforming to the crowd. Eventually, the little black cat guided them out of the building, across half the playground, to a long-abandoned warehouse. When the little black cat swiftly darted through the partially open door, those who had followed thus far were not about to turn back. They all ventured inside. Upon entering, they were astonished to find the once cluttered warehouse completely empty, save for a small elevated platform on the eastern side. The little black cat was now perched atop the platform, leisurely grooming itself. The group congregated before the platform, speculating why the cat had led them here. However, before they could reach any conclusions, a loud crash echoed as the warehouse door suddenly slammed shut. The nearest student rushed to investigate. But regardless of whether they pulled or pushed, it would not budge. Just as unease began to settle in, a white cloth abruptly fell from above the entrance, revealing a message inscribed on the wall: "Welcome to the Puppet Master Classroom." Simultaneously, the bell signaling the start of the elective course rang. All the little ninjas exchanged apprehensive glances, their hearts racing with a dreadful suspicion. Did we just fall into a trap? Chapter 5. The First Lesson, Part 1. At this point, the little ninjas were acutely aware that they had stumbled into a snare. Yet, rather than chastising themselves for their naivety, they expressed their indignation vehemently towards the instructor of this puppet mastery class. For it was evident that the one who had confined them here was none other than this unknown individual. It is indeed remarkable that even students have been ensnared, perfectly aligning with their preconceived notions of the cunning and insidious puppeteers. The self-proclaimed astute Hong, infuriated by her own naivety and falling for such an obvious trap, could not help but stamp her foot in frustration. Just as her father had asserted, there are no virtuous puppeteers. This teacher employed such despicable tactics to lure us into class. At that moment, a clear male voice resonated through the warehouse. Utilizing puppets to draw the enemy into a trap for eradication is one of the most fundamental tactics of a puppeteer. How can it be deemed a base method? As the introduction to this puppetry course, I find it to be most fitting. For reasons unknown, this voice, though not loud, reached the ears of every young ninja, prompting an immediate silence. They turned towards the sound and discovered a young man with a high ponytail of black hair had mysteriously appeared on the stage. He appeared to be around 20, handsome, clad in a deep blue, wide-sleeved kimono, and wore a reassuring smile upon his face. The little black cat soon approached the young man, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. Could this individual truly be a puppeteer? Many young ninjas found themselves questioning silently. This graceful older brother was entirely unlike the sinister figures they had heard about since childhood, who bore grotesque features and adorned their faces with peculiar markings. However, their doubts were quickly dispelled as the black-haired youth began to introduce himself. "My name is Kimura Hideki, and I am a puppeteer. From this academic year onward, I shall be responsible for teaching the school's puppetry course. You may address me as Teacher Kimura or Teacher Hideki." As he spoke, Hideki slowly surveyed the young ninjas before him. While he recognized some familiar faces among them, his primary concern was the number of students, 46. The ninja school did not boast a large student body, typically comprising 3 or 4 classes per grade, with each class containing over 20 students. Thus, having more than 40 participants in a training course was considered a commendable achievement. Of course, they had merely been deceived into attending. It was unlikely that they would be so easily tricked again in the next class. Consequently, the greatest challenge Hideki faced was how to persuade them to remain after just one lesson. At present, the students, still harboring resentment from their deception, responded to Hideki's introduction with a sparse and reluctant chorus. "Hello, Teacher Kimura." However, some of the girls were notably more enthusiastic. The ever-image-conscious Hong, with hands clasped in prayer, gazed at him with her gem-like crimson eyes shimmering. "Teacher Hideki is so handsome. Who is it that said there are no good puppeteers?" Observing this, Asuma could not suppress a mental retort, and his gaze towards Hideki grew slightly more hostile. Then, seemingly struck by a thought, he smirked and raised his hand to interject. "Teacher Kimura, you mentioned using puppets to lure the enemy, but this is clearly just an ordinary cat." The young ninjas nodded slightly, acknowledging that their teacher's previous statement lacked a degree of rigor. However, Shoshu merely smiled at their reaction and, adopting the languid tone of a seasoned card player, remarked, "Not necessarily. Perhaps this seemingly feline entity is not as straightforward as one might presume." The young ninjas exchanged incredulous glances, their focus fixated on the small black cat, which remained engrossed in grooming itself. Yet, regardless of how they scrutinized it from every angle, they found no flaw. Could it be that the teacher was merely trying to deceive them? Many of the young ninjas pondered this notion. After all, weren't puppets typically fearsome? Grotesque killing machines? How could such an adorable little cat possibly be a puppet? Before they could voice their dissent, Xioshu, with a slight smirk, raised his right hand and snapped his fingers gently. In an instant, the once lively black cat froze in place, as if time had come to a standstill for it. Even the sparkles in its large eyes faded, seemingly devoid of vitality. The once animated little cat abruptly transformed into a lifeless object, leaving the young ninjas utterly astonished, momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, the classroom erupted into chaos. Wait, what just happened? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Could it be that this cat is merely a puppet? Lamented one ninja. Oh no, my little kitty. The young ninjas expressed a mix of curiosity, resistance, reflection, and sorrow, vocally venting their astonishment at this paradigm shift in their understanding. As the commotion gradually subsided under Xioshu's amused gaze, he spoke. As you can see, this charming little cat is, in fact, merely a puppet under my control. If you remain skeptical, I can disassemble it for you to examine. No need for such formality. Teacher, we believe you, we believe you. The young ninjas fervently shook their heads, fearful that if they hesitated, this unconventional teacher might indeed dismantle the cat before their eyes. Regardless of its authenticity, the prospect of witnessing such a scene would undoubtedly be unsettling. Very well, we shall revisit this matter another time, Xioshu replied, feigning disappointment while secretly amused. A collective sigh of relief swept through the students. Then, to their astonishment, the little cat sprang back to life, gracefully leaping onto the teacher's right shoulder and settling comfortably there. The young ninjas gazed on with envy, contemplating the idea of having a puppet cat like this one, which would require no daily litter box cleaning. Indeed, whether alive or lifeless, a cat is deemed delightful as long as it possesses sufficient charm. Teacher, at that moment, Uchiha Obito raised his hand, posing a question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. If we continue attending this class, will we also be able to have puppet cats like this? Xioshu regarded the eager expressions of his students and inwardly chuckled, thinking, you are dreaming beyond reality. The black cat-like puppet creature is the latest achievement he has crafted after multiple iterations based on the small puppet beasts, nearly embodying his current level of puppet-making expertise. It is simply inconceivable to allow each of you to possess one. However, in order to maintain the enthusiasm of the group, Xioshu nodded and smiled, stating that the methods for creating such small puppet beasts would indeed be part of future lessons. As for which version of the small puppet beast we would be discussing, and when that might occur, that remains a separate matter. Hooray! The little ninjas, unaware of the underlying implications in Xioshu's words, began to cheer, particularly those like Obito, whose minds were rather simplistic. Meanwhile, the others displayed expressions of inner conflict. Initially, they held no fondness for puppet techniques, but their thoughts began to shift. After all, it seemed that puppet techniques were not as dreadful as they had been led to believe. Observing the situation, Xioshu felt a slight sense of relief. Although he had already devised a comprehensive plan to alter the little ninja's perceptions of puppet techniques, all of it would be futile if no one attended the class from the start. Thus, he had to take a risk by enticing the little ninjas with the puppet creature to attend the lesson, sparking their interest in puppet techniques. Even without Asuma's criticism, his pre-prepared shadow clones had blended into the crowd, ready to pose questions similar to those that might arise. Now, it appeared that this risky maneuver had yielded decent results. While most had yet to resolve to join, at least they were willing to continue listening. Nevertheless, a risky strategy could not be relied upon indefinitely. The true key to ensuring that everyone willingly stayed lay in the content of the lesson. Therefore, after clapping his hands to quiet the audience, Xioshu spoke in a clear voice. Since there are no further questions, let us officially commence our lesson. Chapter 6, The First Class, Part 2. However, before we delve into the lesson, I have a few words to express. Xioshu, shedding the confident demeanor he had previously exhibited, scratched the back of his head and offered a wry smile. First and foremost, I must apologize. The reputation of puppet techniques in Konoha is exceedingly poor. To ensure that everyone could at least witness the true essence of puppet techniques, I resorted to this ploy, using the puppet cat to draw you here. Regardless, it was indeed my fault to deliberately confine you here, restricting your freedom to choose courses, for which I am sincerely sorry. The warehouse doors have now been unlocked. Should anyone wish to attend other training sessions, you are free to leave at any time. There is still time. However, since you are already here, I hope you might consider that you have been deceived and listen to the content of this lesson before making your decision. What does consider mean? They had undoubtedly been deceived. Everyone internally scoffed, yet no one made a move. Had this been moments ago, most would likely have chosen to leave. However, having witnessed the lifelike puppet cat and heard the grand vision the teacher had painted for them, they found themselves reluctant to take a step away. The initial resentment at being misled gradually dissipated with teacher Kimura's sincere apology. Indeed, based on the previous impressions of puppet techniques, it is likely that without a few clever tricks from the instructor, very few would be willing to attend the class. However, with a month-long selection period for the training course, it would not hurt to attend a single puppet technique lesson. Unbeknownst to the young ninjas, their thoughts were entirely anticipated by Xiao, who inwardly smirked at the success of his cunning plan. Having lived 2 lifetimes as a child, he understood that sheer coercion would only provoke rebellion among the youngsters. Thus, after painting an enticing picture to stabilize their interest, he adopted a humble demeanor to mitigate any negative impact of his initial deception. Noticing that none seemed inclined to leave, Xiao beamed with satisfaction and declared, "Very well. Let us commence the official lesson." He cast a sweeping glance over the students, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a girl with 2 purple markings on her face. "And you, my dear student, what is your name?" "Yohara Rin," she responded, slightly anxious at being called upon, quickly rising to answer. Xiao offered her a reassuring smile before inquiring, "So, Yohara-san, do you know what puppet technique is?" Upon hearing the question, Rin felt a wave of relief, recalling the relevant knowledge from her previous lessons. After a brief moment of reflection, she replied, "Puppet technique is a secret ninjutsu invented by the second Kazakage of Sunagakure, Sabaka no Shaman, and later expanded upon by the genius puppeteer, Monzaemon. This technique allows for remote manipulation of puppets equipped with various traps and mechanisms through chakra threads. Additionally, I believe the teacher mentioned that the number of puppets one can control is essentially equivalent to the puppeteer's strength." "Excellent, Yohara Rin, you may take your seat." Xiao continued. As this student has aptly stated, when one speaks of puppet techniques, the first impression often includes the myriad of peculiar puppets and the chakra threads utilized by the puppeteers to control them. These elements correspond to the 2 most vital aspects of puppet techniques: puppet creation and puppet manipulation. My decision to choose this warehouse as our classroom stems from this very reason. The crafting of puppets or mechanical ninja tools necessitates a variety of tools and materials, making it more suitable for an indoor setting, while the manipulation of puppets requires ample space. To avoid constant interruptions, I selected this location for our puppet technique class. Since this space has just been cleared, the desks and equipment will likely not be fully set up until the next lesson, so let us make do for now. Naturally, there were no objections from the students. Yet, some astute individuals could not help but speculate that the absence of desks and equipment might be a deliberate tactic to prevent them from immediately discerning that this was a puppet technique classroom. Unaware of their shadowy thoughts, Xiao continued, "As you can imagine, puppet creation encompasses a complex array of disciplines, including materials science, ninja tool crafting, mechanical engineering, and sealing techniques. To master this art, one must be prepared to invest a considerable amount of time and energy." Xiao paused momentarily, noticing the concerned expressions on everyone's faces, and quickly added with a smile, "However, considering that this is merely a training course, there is no need for anyone to invest excessive time into it. Based on my own experiences, I have prepared several straightforward yet practical mechanisms for this course. Mastering their assembly will suffice to pass the final examination. Nevertheless, do not underestimate them, for the proficiency in wielding these contraptions could very well mean the difference between life and death in the battlefield." Upon hearing this, the young ninjas visibly relaxed, as the notion of life and death felt distant to them. Their primary concern was whether they could easily pass the exam, which would determine their willingness to continue. Regrettably, Xiaoshu's subsequent words once again caused their hearts to race. Since puppet making is not the focus of this course, the core content will naturally revolve around how to manipulate the puppets. As a fundamental aspect, the creation and maintenance of chakra strings will be our learning objective this semester, as well as a key focus for the final examination. Although they had anticipated this, being thrust into the task of learning how to create chakra strings was still overwhelming for the young ninjas. Did the teacher perhaps overestimate their capabilities? The very concept of creating chakra strings sounded daunting, and could they truly learn it, especially when they struggled with even the basics like climbing trees and walking on water? Many of the young ninjas, The more they pondered, the more their expressions soured, and some began to contemplate retreating. Xiu, observing their reaction, chuckled inwardly, thinking that if class were to end now, there might not even be 10 students willing to return for the next session. Fortunately, he had anticipated this. After a light laugh, he remarked, "Of course, as a former ninja school student, I am well aware of your thoughts. Given your current control over chakra, mastering the creation and maintenance of chakra strings within a single semester is likely unrealistic. However, it is precisely for this reason that I, as your teacher, find purpose in my role. To achieve this goal, I have specially devised an engaging teaching aid." As Xiu finished speaking, amidst the mixture of anticipation and skepticism in their gazes, he flicked his wrist, producing 3 wooden spheres that he tossed forward. The moment the spheres landed on the elevated platform, they began to transform with a series of clicks, ultimately morphing into 3 uniquely shaped puppet beasts. Though they lacked the lifelike quality of the previous black cat, the young ninjas could still discern their prototypes from the simplistic mechanical forms. The first was a red lizard walking on 2 legs, the second, a small blue turtle with a charmingly clumsy appearance. As for the third, a peculiar green creature that they could not identify, they whimsically dubbed it garlic tortoise. Observing the young ninjas with wide eyes, curiously fixated on the 3 puppet beasts, Xiu stifled his amusement and earnestly explained, "This is what I refer to as a teaching aid. You may call them pocket puppet beasts." Chapter 7. The First Lesson, Part 2, Squirtle, use water gun. Bulbasaur, dodge and then use seed bomb. Charmander, attack with dragon tail. A uniquely captivating battle is unfolding within the puppet arts classroom. After a brief introduction, Xiu began to demonstrate by skillfully manipulating 3 pocket puppets in an intense melee atop a platform. Each puppet exhibited its distinctive combat style. The blue puppet turtle, named Squirtle, can retract into its shell to minimize damage and seizes opportunities to strike back at foes with water gun attacks, emphasizing a defensive counter-strategy. The green puppet known as Bulbasaur wields 2 vine whips with remarkable grace, complementing its offensive capabilities with seed bullets emitted from its mouth, embodying a balance of offense and defense. In contrast, the red lizard dubbed Charmander, somewhat misleadingly named, does not breathe fire. Instead, it relies on its extraordinary agility to maneuver around the other 2. The young ninjas, having only heard whispers of the puppet arts, had never before witnessed the spectacle of puppet combat. What transpired on stage, a rare confrontation between puppets, left them in awe, their mouths agape as they fixated on the dazzling melee, eager not to miss a single detail. The only aspect that slightly broke the immersion was the peculiar notion that teacher Mukamura, despite controlling the puppets with chakra threads, seemed to issue commands with utmost seriousness. However, under the masterful guidance of the teacher, the 3 simple puppets appeared almost lifelike, rendering his verbal cues less jarring. Before long, the puppets seemed to exhaust their energy, and without hesitation, they launched themselves into a final collision atop the platform. With a resounding crash, the sound of gears shifting echoed once more. The 3 puppets met their demise simultaneously, reverting into wooden spheres that fell back onto the platform. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the warehouse erupted with thunderous applause. The young ninjas clapped enthusiastically, expressing their delight at the thrilling spectacle of the pocket puppet battle. Truth be told, the black cat perched on teacher Mukamura's shoulder had been so vividly animated that they struggled to associate it with the puppet arts. In stark contrast, the 3 clearly mechanical puppets aligned more closely with their preconceived notions of puppetry. Witnessing such an exhilarating puppet battle transformed their understanding. Puppets need not be the grotesque entities they had imagined, but could also embody an endearing charm. Moreover, the puppet arts were not merely underhanded tactics for ambushing enemies in the shadows, but could showcase a splendid combat style through exquisite technique and intricate mechanisms. Initially, the students had reluctantly remained in class merely to catch another glimpse of the charming puppet cat, but they now found themselves genuinely captivated. Yet, several young boys couldn't help but express their slight disappointment, whispering to one another, "Why doesn't that red puppet, called Charmander, breathe fire?" The other 2 clearly possessed special abilities. At that moment, Xiu flicked his right hand, and the 3 puppet spheres gracefully flew back into his sleeve. Upon hearing the complaints from the crowd, he couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. You trivial children speak so lightly. While it is not difficult to have a puppet breathe fire, if the flames are too weak, they are merely for show. If they are too fierce, Will you cover the costs of the materials that are incinerated? The funding provided by the school for the training courses is rather limited, and for the sake of his wallet, Xioshu had no choice but to compromise with the little fire dragon. After all, a fire-breathing dragon isn't even a true dragon. Thus, it is hardly surprising if the little fire dragon cannot breathe fire. After silently lamenting, Xioshu cleared his throat and waited for everyone to quiet down before speaking. After the demonstration just now, you should all have a basic understanding of this pocket puppet beast. However, I am sure you are all quite curious about how this small puppet beast can serve as a teaching tool and assist in your training. The little ninjas exchanged glances. Truth be told, after the spectacular puppet beast performance, they had completely forgotten about the teaching tool. Yet, upon the teacher's reminder, curiosity began to spark among them, prompting them to nod in agreement. Seeing this, Xioshu began to explain. The underlying principle is quite simple. First, you must understand that the learning of chakra thread manipulation can be broadly divided into 3 steps. The first step involves steadily and continuously channeling chakra outward, referred to as output. The second step is to coalesce this chakra into threads and maintain it, known as shaping. The third step, while sustaining the previous 2, is to control the puppet using the chakra threads, termed manipulation. As I mentioned earlier, it is unrealistic to expect everyone to perform all 3 steps simultaneously at this moment. Therefore, we might as well break down the learning process of chakra threads into 3 stages. In the upcoming first stage, we will focus solely on how to steadily output chakra, while the shaping and manipulation will be aided by an additional teaching tool. At this point, Xioshu flicked his sleeve again, producing a peculiar object. The little ninjas looked on with curiosity, revealing a palm-sized flat wooden block, seemingly featuring a wooden rod and several buttons, with a thin string extending from the back. This is what I refer to as the handle, Xioshu stated with a serious demeanor, suppressing his mischievous delight. Do not be deceived by its unassuming appearance. Its technological sophistication and value surpass that of the recently showcased pocket puppet beast. The most valuable component is this handle line, as it contains a significant amount of chakra-conducting material. As soon as he finished speaking, several children from ninja clans suddenly brightened with understanding, as if they had begun to grasp some of Xioshu's concepts. Nevertheless, to accommodate the other students, Xioshu continued to elaborate. As you know, in the ninja world, it is quite challenging to infuse and transmit chakra in most objects, with a few exceptional instances being the so-called chakra-conducting materials. Among the most renowned of these is the chakra metal, commonly used in the crafting of advanced ninja tools. Since we discussed the properties of chakra metal in other classes, even the commoner-born little ninjas began to ponder thoughtfully. It seems that everyone is beginning to uncover the mystery within. Xioshu, ignoring the bewildered Obito, smiled and explained that the handle wires, infused with a substantial amount of chakra-conducting materials, could be regarded as tangible chakra threads capable of shaping forms. The handle I invented is equipped with mechanical devices and rudimentary sealing techniques, allowing for simple manipulation of the puppet beasts through joysticks and buttons. This implies that in the initial stage, we will harness the power of the handle wires and the handle itself to practice the stable output of chakra with these pocket puppet beasts. Progressing to the second stage, we will discard the handle wires and learn to shape chakra into threads. Only in the third stage will we completely eliminate the handle and learn to directly control the puppets with chakra threads. To demonstrate the practical effects, Xioshu summoned the little fire dragon, connecting it to the handle wire. Under his control, the little fire dragon began executing basic movements such as walking, jumping, biting, and scratching. Although the movements appeared considerably more rigid compared to direct manipulation with chakra threads, this very rigidity instilled a sense of capability in the young ninjas, who eagerly wished to try their hands at posing the puppet in myriad ways. After Xioshu's thorough explanation, all the young ninjas finally experienced a moment of clarity, their hearts swelling with emotion. They thought to themselves, "This teacher Mukamura truly wishes to impart his knowledge to us." They had always believed that mastering ninjutsu depended solely on innate talent and diligent practice. Never had they encountered a teacher who guided them so intimately, almost feeding them knowledge directly. It was evident that the most crucial teaching tools were the handle and the handle wire, while the puppet beasts themselves could be fashioned in simpler forms. Teacher Mukamura deliberately made them engaging and playful, aiming to make the practice more enjoyable. Such thoughtful consideration for their experience was bound to touch their hearts. "Teacher, I want to learn puppet techniques." At that moment, The young ninjas, having been profoundly moved, erupted into heartfelt exclamations. Is this truly a desire to learn puppet techniques? You are merely lusting after the puppet beasts themselves? How base! Xiaoshu mused inwardly, though he maintained a warm smile on his face. As the instructor of the puppet arts, I naturally welcome this enthusiasm. From this tender scene between teacher and students, it was hard to imagine that these children had just been resentful about being deceived into attending class. Xiaoshu then clapped his hands and said, "Since this is our first lesson, I shall refrain from delving into excessive details. Moreover, even if I wish to continue, you might not be able to absorb more information at this moment." The young ninjas seemed to grasp his intent, casting eager glances in his direction. Xiaoshu, responding to their anticipation, shook his head and smiled. "Thus, for the remainder of our time, let us take turns experiencing these pocket puppet beasts." However, before he could finish, the jubilant cheers of the young ninjas drowned out his words. Indeed, joyful moments tend to slip away all too swiftly. As the bell signaling the end of the elective course rang, a heavy sigh resonated among the students, particularly from those unfortunate souls who had yet to take their turn with the captivating puppets. However, under the somewhat exasperated urging of Xiaoshui, the young ninjas reluctantly made their way out. The moment they stepped out of the warehouse, an overwhelming sense of disconnection washed over them, as if they had traversed through time. In that brief elective class, their perspectives had been profoundly challenged. They could scarcely believe that the very individuals who had been lured into the classroom were now utterly enchanted by the enchanting art of puppetry. More precisely, it was the amusing pocket puppets that had captured their hearts. The fortunate children who had the opportunity to interact with the puppets were particularly enamored, even declaring their lofty aspirations of becoming masters of pocket puppetry. Once the children departed, Xiaoshui finally allowed himself to relax, stifling a yawn. Given the pressing time constraints, he had to work tirelessly throughout the night to prepare the pocket puppets and controllers for demonstration. Yet, witnessing the excited smiles on the children's faces as they left, he felt his efforts had not been in vain. After tidying up, Xiaoshui intended to return to his office for a much-needed slumber. Just then, a ninja clad in dark attire materialized at the doorway, abruptly interrupting his plans for a nap with a single phrase. "Kimura Xiaoshui, the Hokage requests your presence." Chapter 8. The third Hokage. Not long ago, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had instructed, "Once the training session concludes, have Kimura Xiaoshui come to me." "Yes, Hokage-sama." After watching the Umbu depart, the third Hokage resumed his gaze upon a crystal ball resting on his desk, within which the eager faces of the young ninjas were animatedly engaged with the pocket puppets. Sarutobi Hiruzen had not anticipated that a mere whim to observe the training session through the telescope technique would lead to such delightful discoveries. Witnessing the rare, innocent smiles adorning the children's faces brought a subtle lift to his own lips. However, his smile quickly faded as his peripheral vision caught sight of a frontline report on his desk, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. Alas, as the inheritor of the first and second Hokage's legacies, how he longed to fulfill their visions and ensure the children experienced a joyful childhood. As a responsible leader, he understood all too well that hastening the children into battle was but a fleeting remedy, leading to the gradual demise of Konohagakure. Regrettably, he lacked the formidable prowess of the first Hokage and the ingenuity of the second. Faced with the dire circumstances wherein various ninja villages encircled them like wolves, he found himself powerless, with little leverage to prioritize the well-being of the children. Thus, if he could ensure training efficiency, he was more than willing to embrace the notion of the children training through what was akin to play. At the very least, this approach drew them slightly closer to the future envisioned by the first Hokage. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze gravitated toward the striking young man in the crystal ball, who was skillfully instructing students on how to manipulate the puppets, Kimura Xiaoshui. The third Hokage couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. As the principal of the Ninja Academy, he had known for years about Xiaoshui, a remarkably intelligent student whose academic prowess far surpassed that of his peers. Unfortunately, the world of ninjas ultimately favored innate talent, and Xiaoshui, possessing only modest abilities, did not receive the attention he deserved. It was only when he learned that Xiaoshui had self-taught himself the secret art of puppetry from Sunagakure that he realized he had underestimated the boy's brilliance. Perhaps it is only a genius like him who could conceive such an intriguing method of training chakra threads. Particularly, The innovative idea of dividing the training of chakra threads into 3 stages using teaching aids to reduce the complexity of learning left even the esteemed doctor of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, utterly impressed. He began to ponder whether he could replicate this approach to simplify the learning of certain ninjutsu techniques. However, his joy was short-lived, as Sarutobi Hiruzen soon recognized a potentially fatal flaw in this teaching method. If this issue could not be resolved, the method would remain nothing more than a fleeting fantasy, unlikely to gain traction within the Ninja Academy. Thus, the pressing question remained: had Shoshue noticed this flaw, and had he devised a solution? Before long, a knock echoed from the door of the Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama, Kimura Shoshue has arrived. Let him in." Yes. Shortly thereafter, Shoshue entered the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having already put away the crystal ball, scrutinized Shoshue for a moment before jesting. "It's been years since we last met. I must say, Shoshue, you've grown quite tall and have become quite the handsome young man. Do you have a girlfriend now? Would you like me to introduce you to someone? Now that you're teaching at the Ninja Academy, your life and work are stable. It's the perfect time to settle down." Taken aback by this unexpected lightheartedness and what he had imagined would be a serious encounter, Shoshue found himself at a loss for words. Yet, considering the declining birth rate among Konoha ninjas, the notion of Sarutobi acting as a matchmaker was not so surprising. He understood that the third Hokage's intentions were more about engaging in casual conversation to bridge the gap between them. Thus, he decided to play along. Responding with a relaxed smile, "Hokage-sama, please don't tease me. Right now, all my energy is focused on perfecting my puppetry class. I hardly have time for a girlfriend." More importantly, with the third great ninja war looming, thoughts of romance were far from his mind. If the third Hokage could assure him a position away from the front lines, he would gladly accept an introduction to a significantly older woman with a penchant for gambling and a phobia of blood without hesitation. Upon hearing Shoshue mention the puppetry class, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoothly transitioned into the main topic, saying, "Indeed, young people should prioritize their careers. I heard your first puppetry class went quite well today, and that you even invented a brand new teaching aid." Hearing this, Shoshue could not help but think to himself how cunning this old man was, as he never spoke a single truthful word. Possessing exceptional control over his chakra, he is particularly attuned to the fluctuations of chakra in his surroundings. Thus, during class, when he sensed a concealed chakra disturbance above, he realized it was the third Hokage employing the telescope technique to observe his lesson. However, he harbored no significant displeasure regarding this. After all, the more curious and attentive Sarutobi Hiruzen was about his classes, the more advantageous it would be for the execution of his future plans. Therefore, without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to speak further, Shoshue skillfully produced a controller and a small dragon puppet, smiling as he said, "This is the teaching tool I designed. I wonder if I could trouble you, esteemed Hokage, to evaluate it and suggest any improvements?" Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a smile as he accepted the items, the swiftness of his hands betraying his eagerness. A man remains youthful at heart until death. Truth be told, he had long coveted the pocket puppet after witnessing the children play with it through the crystal ball. Now, with an opportunity to engage with it firsthand, he could not let it pass. Swiftly, he connected the controller to the back of the small dragon and, manipulating it with finesse, let the dragon wreak havoc across the desk like a mischievous creature. The fluidity of his movements was so masterful that Shoshue could not help but glance sideways, remarking, "Chongwei, did you not claim you were unskilled in martial arts?" At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled that, according to his earlier statements, he should have only just heard of this pocket puppet and should not be so adept at handling it. Fortunately, Shoshue immediately clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Truly, you are the Hokage. To control it so skillfully right from the start is remarkable." Sarutobi Hiruzen, taken aback by Shoshue's seemingly sincere expression, found himself uncertain whether Shoshue was feigning ignorance. Nonetheless, he was pleased to go along with the flattery, casually dismissing the topic before turning his attention to scrutinizing the puppet and controller. "You have put in great effort, Shoshue. The design of this teaching tool is truly ingenious. It must have taken you considerable time," he remarked. Although he had not formally studied puppet techniques, Sarutobi Hiruzen, well-versed in sealing techniques and various mechanical ninja tools, easily grasped most of the underlying design principles of the pocket puppet, unable to suppress his admiration for Shoshue's inventive spirit. More importantly, He sensed Xiaoshui's fervor through the design of this teaching tool. It was inconceivable that someone genuinely wishing to educate their students would present such an exquisitely crafted tool from the outset. You flatter me, Hokage-sama, Xiaoshui replied earnestly. The materials used are quite simple, so it did not consume much of my time. His statement bore truth, as, with the aid of his remarkable brainstorming technique, the entire process of designing and completing the teaching tool had taken merely a day. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, stating, Xiaoshui, you are far too modest. The greatest skill lies in achieving objectives with the simplest means. After adequately praising Xiaoshui, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the groundwork had been sufficiently laid. So he decided to broach the most critical topic. However, Xiaoshui, the materials for this teaching tool must have been rather costly, am I correct? Chapter 9. The solution indeed. The expense of the materials required for the teaching tool presented the most significant challenge facing Xiaoshui's educational method. As Xiaoshu articulated during the lesson, in order to deftly maneuver the puppet beasts using a diminutive handle, a plethora of precious chakra-conducting materials must be utilized in the entire set of teaching aids. Despite Xiaoshu's exhaustive efforts to minimize reliance on sealing technique runes and chakra-conducting materials through an array of mechanical structures to curb costs, the least conspicuous handle line demands utmost quality, necessitating the use of chakra-conducting materials to faithfully emulate the properties of chakra threads. This inevitably implies that crafting such a set of teaching aids will incur considerable material expenses. Xiaoshu's subsequent revelation regrettably corroborated the third Hokage's concerns. The overall material costs amount to approximately 200,000 ryo. Although this price is significantly less than what Sarutobi Hiruzen had initially envisioned, it remains far beyond the financial capacity of the Ninja Academy. Xiaoshu, have you forgotten that the annual budget for training is merely 300,000 ryo? Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented, rubbing his aching temples with a wry smile. While your method of teaching puppet beasts is commendable, we simply do not possess the funds to procure the materials. It was then that Xiaoshu offered a slight smile. Lord Hokage, you have misunderstood. The material cost for the entire set truly amounts to 200,000 ryo, but the bulk of that expense pertains to the handle line, which I specifically prepared to allow everyone to experience the joy of pocket puppet beasts right from the first lesson. In reality, the handle lines we use for student practice are extremely inexpensive, to the point where they could be acquired at no cost. The third Hokage nearly erupted in disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment. How could this be possible? Chakra-conducting materials are notoriously rare and expensive. If there truly exists a chakra-conducting material that costs nothing, it would revolutionize the landscape of the ninja world. It is indeed possible, Xiaoshu replied calmly, and this material is ubiquitous, almost within arm's reach. As he spoke, he pointed delicately to his own head. The third Hokage fell into deep contemplation. Was Xiaoshu suggesting that he lacked intelligence? No, that could not be it. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brightened with realization. Is it hair? Xiaoshu, you intend to use hair as the material for the handle lines. Brilliant. How did I not think of this approach? In fact, throughout the history of the ninja world, employing hair as a chakra-conducting material is not an uncommon practice. For instance, during the Chunin exams in the original narrative, Yamanaka Ino had once utilized chakra-infused hair to ensnare Haruno Sakura, thus securing an opportunity to execute the mind transfer jutsu. Not to mention, the third Hokage's notorious disciple, Jiraiya, mastered a technique that manipulated hair with chakra to attack foes, famously known as the white-haired boy. The reason hair has not been widely adopted as a chakra-conducting material is partly due to its inherent fragility, requiring substantial chakra infusion to render it viable for combat. On the other hand, although hair possesses decent chakra conduction properties while still attached to the body, its efficiency diminishes drastically once severed. Hence, utilizing hair as a chakra-conducting medium serves merely as a temporary measure and is seldom employed in actual combat. It is understandable that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not initially consider this. However, upon Shusui's reminder, he realized that if hair were to be applied in training, its shortcomings would seemingly vanish. With a cheerful demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected, although the strength and chakra conduction capacity of hair are rather mediocre, they are still adequate for serving as teaching aids to simulate chakra threads. In fact, this approach might even enhance everyone's control when channeling chakra. The issue of diminishing performance after detachment is easily resolved. as the children are still young and have an abundance of hair. At this moment, Shusui wished he could record Hiruzen's words to share with the students. Look, this is what the Hokage has said. As the saying goes, debts should be repaid in kind. If any of you end up bald, don't blame him. Direct your grievances towards the Hokage. Unbeknownst to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was admiring Shusui, he was harboring such rebellious thoughts. A genius. Hiruzen marveled at how Shusui had transformed something overlooked into a valuable tool for training children's chakra control. Konohagakure has always boasted powerful ninjas. But what it lacked were innovative individuals like Shusui, who could bring about change. Initially, Hiruzen had modest expectations for Shusui, merely hoping he could produce a few competent puppet masters for the village. However, it now appeared that with a little more trust and support, Shusui might bring even greater surprises to both himself and Konohagakure. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, expressing with generosity, "Youthful minds are indeed flexible. Shusui, if you have any ideas or face difficulties in this course, feel free to voice them." Shusui, taken aback with excitement, inquired, "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed," Hiruzen affirmed. "Really?" "Absolutely." Then, regarding the funding, everything aside from money is negotiable. Seeing Shusui's speechless expression, the third Hokage could only explain with a hint of helplessness. The village is genuinely out of funds, but in all other matters, as long as they are reasonable, the village will fully support you. Hokage-sama, let me explain further, Shusui said with a wry smile. Although I wish to discuss funding, it's not about asking for money. Rather, I intend to propose ways for the ninja school to generate revenue. Generate revenue? The third Hokage was somewhat perplexed. As the teacher of this puppet technique course, how do you plan to help the school earn money? Are you considering charging tuition? However, given that Shusui had frequently surprised him, Hiruzen decided to hear him out. Please, continue. Shusui took a deep breath, adopting a serious demeanor, and slowly stated, Hokage-sama, as you are aware, although the expenses for the chakra threads have been eliminated, the issue of tight funding for this course remains unresolved. After all, the creation of puppet beasts and the materials for students to practice require a considerable amount of funds, which the school's budget alone cannot sufficiently cover. Thus, I intend to emulate the practices of many puppet masters from Sunagakure and establish a workshop in Konoha. This workshop would collaborate with the school, allowing students interested in puppet or ninja tool creation to hone their skills through the crafting of various related products. I refer to this initiative as a means of diligent work and frugality. Furthermore, we could accept orders for machine repairs, improvements, or even inventions from various industries, serving as projects for the students. In this manner, the school could profit from these endeavors, with a portion of the earnings allocated to fund the puppet arts course, creating a virtuous cycle. Shoshuei began to passionately advocate for his workshop plan to the third Hokage. This proposal was not a fleeting whim, but a carefully considered strategy that he had been contemplating for quite some time. After all, being a puppet master is undeniably an expensive profession, and relying solely on a teacher's meager salary would not suffice to sustain this financial behemoth. Thus, when Shoshuei applied for the teaching position, he had already prepared to establish the workshop. The collaboration with the school aimed to mitigate any potential covetousness towards the workshop that could lead to unnecessary troubles, while simultaneously providing students with the opportunity to refine their puppet-making techniques. Originally, Shoshuei had intended to present this plan to the third Hokage only after achieving tangible results in the course. However, given that the third Hokage seemed to hold high expectations for him, Shoshuei was more than willing to implement the plan sooner. Nevertheless, experience prevails. The third Hokage did not hastily accept Shoshuei's grand vision without consideration. Instead, he requested a detailed proposal from Shoshuei. After all, the Hokage had only recognized Shoshuei's talent in invention, and his acumen in business remained to be demonstrated. The third Hokage could not simply take Shoshuei's word for it. Thorough assessments were necessary before making a decision. Shoshuei understood this completely. In fact, if the third Hokage had immediately agreed, he would have been concerned that such impulsive acceptance might lead to future changes that could disrupt the implementation of the plan. The two continued to exchange opinions on the pocket puppet beasts and the workshop, both feeling enriched by the discussion. It was not until darkness fully enveloped the sky that their initial conversation concluded, brought to a close in a cordial atmosphere. Chapter 10. Aftershocks. The following morning marked the second day of school at the Ninja Academy. However, the spirits of the young ninjas appeared to be even higher than on the first day. This delightful phenomenon was undoubtedly sparked by the newly introduced puppet arts training course. It is unlikely that anyone could have anticipated that the puppet arts, which had a rather poor reputation in Konoha, would swiftly become the new favorite among the young ninjas after just one class. The reason for this unexpected turn can be attributed to the innovative and engaging demonstrations of puppet techniques presented by Shoshui, which enabled the young ninjas to dissociate the craft from its previously demonized image. Consequently, both the charming puppet Black Cat and the novel segmented chakra line training method became hot topics of conversation. Naturally, the most captivating element was the pocket puppet beast, a delightful and intriguing teaching tool. Fortunate enough to have experienced the pocket puppet beast during class, the little ninjas have undeniably become the center of attention. They tirelessly recount their gaming experiences, reveling in the envious glances from their peers. Even Asuma, who had previously been critical, transformed into the most ardent supporter of the course after trying the pocket puppet beasts, exclaiming that he would perish without them. Amidst the discussions, the content of the inaugural puppet technique class spread like wildfire, captivating many with awe and admiration, while others remained skeptical, accusing Shoshu of seeking attention and pandering to the students. Nonetheless, there is no doubt that Shoshu's puppet technique class has ushered in a refreshing breeze into the monotonous lives of the ninja school, invigorating the atmosphere. Let me tell you, those pocket puppet beasts are truly remarkable. Despite our lack of formal training in puppet techniques, merely grasping the controller and channeling chakra allows us to effortlessly command these puppet beasts in battle. In classroom A of the 4th year, Uchiha Obito stood at the podium, animatedly sharing his gaming exploits with classmates who had missed the puppet technique class. The puppet beast I controlled was named Little Fire Dragon, while my opponent, Shinjian, seemed to wield something called the Odd Seed. Our battle was nothing short of legendary. Shinjian's Odd Seed unleashed its vines with remarkable precision, reminiscent of the legendary wood release, making it quite a formidable foe. Yet, this did not daunt me, Obito. With a deft combination of up, down, left, right, Alibaba, I skillfully evaded all vine attacks, landing a fierce blow on the Odd Seed's forehead. As Obito vividly recounted his epic clash with Shinjian, he reveled in the rare opportunity to be the focus of attention, having often been an outcast among his clan and the other village children. However, his triumph was short-lived, as a student who had also attended the puppet technique class could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Wait a minute, Obito, I distinctly remember you losing quite badly." Defeated in mere moments by Shinjian, Obito's eyes widened in disbelief as he retorted, "How can you tarnish my name with such unfounded claims?" Unyielding, the other student responded, "What reputation? I witnessed your little fire dragon ensnared by the Odd Seed's vines, being thrashed about." Obito's face flushed crimson, veins pulsing on his forehead as he protested. "In practice, there are no winners or losers. It was merely practice," he continued with a flurry of convoluted excuses, claiming he hadn't given his all and that he was a bit rusty, which elicited peals of laughter from the class, filling the room with a jovial atmosphere. Only Obito remained irked, gritting his teeth in frustration, before declaring, "Just you wait. I shall become a master of the pocket puppet beasts." In response to Obito, the surrounding young ninjas laughed even louder. Shusui was completely unaware of the uproar his puppet technique class had caused, as he was not even present at the Ninja Academy at that moment. Early in the morning, he had ventured out, traversing the streets and alleys of Konoha. Shusui was not there for sightseeing. He was diligently preparing for his workshop. Although the third Hokage had not immediately approved his workshop proposal the day before, Shusui decided to commence preparations ahead of time to save precious hours. After all, the selection of a location, renovation, procurement, and transportation of various equipment and materials, along with the recruitment and training of personnel, all required considerable time to accomplish. After a substantial part of the day's efforts, Shusui had successfully settled on the location and renovation of the store, and he had nearly completed the ordering of equipment and materials through a familiar tool supplier. To resolve the remaining issues regarding the workshop's location and staffing, Shusui set off towards a place he knew very well. The Hidden Leaf Village extended beyond the wooden walls of its core area, encompassing numerous settlements scattered throughout the forests and fields. He was now heading to a small settlement near the forest, specifically to an orphanage situated on a hill not far from it. As Shusui walked along the path leading to the hill, he gazed wistfully at the familiar scenery. Born as a war orphan, he had spent most of his early life here until graduating from the Ninja Academy. Thus, Every sight he encountered stirred a cascade of memories within him, akin to a small stone cast into a pond, creating ripples of recollection. While most of these memories were of the monotonous training he had endured, they now took on a certain charm when reflected upon. Before long, Shusui reached the summit of the hill. At the end of the path stood a sizable wooden structure, though it appeared quite dilapidated due to years of neglect. In front of the building was an open area where several children, around 3 or 4 years old, were chasing one another, their innocent laughter ringing out intermittently. Strangely, a group of older children sat in the shade, watching them play. Although their eyes sparkled with envy, each time they attempted to rise, they would instinctively pat their bellies, suppressing the urge to join in the fun. As an experienced orphan, Shusui understood their plight all too well. Before he was accepted into the ninja academy and received additional support, he too had often entered a conservation mode due to hunger, striving to minimize physical exertion. In truth, their situation was relatively fortunate. At least their eyes still shone with life. Unlike some of the unfortunate children Shusui had encountered on missions, whose gazes had turned vacant and numb, unable to muster the energy to escape their harsh reality even through imagination. Chapter 11. The Orphanage Renovation Plan. Its brother Shusui, a little girl with twin ponytails, engaged in a game of tag, was the first to spot Shusui. With a joyful shout, she dashed towards him. As soon as the children caught sight of Shoshu's arrival, their eyes sparkled with delight, and they all scurried towards him, surrounding him in an eager throng. This scene, reminiscent of a zombie apocalypse, seemed to be a familiar sight for Shoshu, who patiently greeted them. Although he had spent little time in Konoha over the past few years, he occasionally returned for missions or to procure supplies, and each time he came back, he would visit the orphanage. The children's warm reception was largely due to Shoshu's habit of bringing tasty treats on his visits. After exchanging pleasantries, Shoshu instructed the children to clear a space, then produced several storage scrolls, which he unfurled with a flourish. With a series of loud pops, clouds of white smoke dissipated, revealing a small mountain of supplies on the ground. Though the offerings consisted merely of rice, cooking oil, cloth, and a few baskets of fruits and vegetables he had purchased at the market, as well as several large bags of snacks, to the eyes of these impoverished children, it resembled a lavish banquet, causing their mouths to water. Yet, even the youngest among them merely watched in anticipation, refraining from reaching out, their restraint evoking a pang of sympathy. Unable to bear the sight, Shoshu handed a large bag of snacks to an older child, instructing him to share it among the others and to transport the remaining items to the warehouse and kitchen once they had finished. After the children joyfully departed to claim their treats, Shoshu seized the opportunity to approach the front of the orphanage and greet a middle-aged nun who had been observing with a smile for quite some time. "Aunt Kelly, it has been a while," he said warmly. Aunt Kelly had been a caretaker at the orphanage for many years. Though her physique was robust, capable of delivering a punch to any child, Shoshu, having grown up here, understood that she was simply predisposed to gain weight easily, rather than indulging in excess. "You've grown taller again, Shoshu," Aunt Kelly remarked, gazing up at him, now a head taller than her, unable to suppress her amazement. "It's hard to believe that the tiny child you once were has transformed into such a tall young man, and you've assisted the orphanage so much." "This is what I ought to do," Shoshu replied sincerely, reflecting that without this orphanage, he would not be who he was today. His small acts of gratitude were hardly noteworthy. "No, you have already done enough," Aunt Kelly sighed. "To be honest, if it weren't for your timely donations each month, the orphanage would have struggled to survive during these past months." At her words, Shoshu's brow furrowed slightly, and he could not help but inquire, "Is the orphanage truly in such dire financial straits? The last time I visited, the situation was not this grave. Unfortunately, the village's subsidies have not been disbursed for several months. I've heard that the front lines are engaged in conflict, leading to financial difficulties in the village. And our children are not locals of Konoha," Aunt Kelly explained, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. "You may not have noticed, but several of the older children are no longer here. They were aware of the dire circumstances at the orphanage. In a bid to provide their younger siblings with an additional meal, they covertly departed from the orphanage to forge their own paths. Now, their fate remains uncertain," casting a heavy pall over Shoshue's heart. Although the Third Shinobi World War has yet to commence, the looming specter of conflict has already begun to encroach upon the lives of the most vulnerable in Konoha. Had he returned a few months later, the orphanage might have ceased to exist altogether. While Shoshue harbors few fond memories of this place, It is the only semblance of home he has found within the vast ninja world. Fortunately, Xiao Shui has devised a perfect solution to alleviate the orphanage's plight. Aunt Kelly, is Grandfather Camp in? I have matters to discuss with him, Xiao Shui inquired. The orphanage's director, Camp, is a slender, benevolent elder reminiscent of Colonel Sanders. His primary responsibility involves soliciting donations for the orphanage and assisting the children in finding employment, though his effectiveness in these endeavors is rather limited. In simple terms, he is a kind-hearted man, albeit somewhat inept. Upon meeting Camp, Xiao Shui wasted no time with pleasantries and directly stated, "Grandfather, I am planning to establish a workshop and require several apprentices, so I hope to recruit from the orphanage." "Are you jesting with me, Xiao Shui?" Camp exclaimed, rising excitedly as he grappled with the orphanage's operational difficulties. The prospect of reducing the number of children would certainly alleviate some of the orphanage's burdens. Moreover, working as apprentices in a workshop represents the best opportunity available to the children. Not to mention, the workshop's owner, Xiao Shui, is someone they can trust, eliminating concerns about their treatment. It is no wonder that Camp was so animated upon hearing Xiao Shui's proposal. Without waiting for a response, Camp cheerfully asked, "So, Xiao Shui, how many do you intend to take?" "Initially, around 50, Xiao Shui replied casually. 50? Wait, 50? Camp's eyes widened in realization as he processed the implications. The total number of children at the orphanage does not even reach 50. Was he truly planning to take the entire orphanage? Camp's suspicions were not unfounded. In fact, Xiao Shui had already resolved to incorporate the orphanage into his workshop plan. Both the workshop and store require a substantial workforce to operate efficiently, although hiring could address staffing needs. Xiao Shui's ultimate goal in establishing the workshop is to develop a comprehensive puppet technique system centered around himself in Konoha. This ambition necessitates a cadre of assistants who can comprehend and execute his vision, especially as the scale expands. Moreover, due to the need for confidentiality regarding technical matters, such assistants must be nurtured from a young age. Thus, Xiao Shui has set his sights on the orphanage, intending to transform it into his exclusive talent training base. Since the workshop is only just beginning, the most challenging tasks of product creation will be undertaken by diligent students. Therefore, if the tasks merely involve assisting, the children from the orphanage are more than capable of fulfilling those duties. Moreover, Xiao Shu had already inquired and discovered that the land surrounding the orphanage, including its premises, belonged to the village. Thus, as long as he could obtain the approval of the third generation, establishing a workshop right here would indeed be a splendid choice. Subsequently, Xiao Shu effortlessly persuaded the director to agree to a collaboration between the orphanage and the workshop. After all, he hailed from this very place. And coupled with years of selfless donations, Camp had no reason to doubt that Xiao Shu would act against the interests of the orphanage. In fact, he even volunteered to retrieve those children who had sought alternative paths due to the orphanage's financial constraints, filling the vacancy of 50. Before the official construction of the workshop commenced, he also offered the vacant rooms of the orphanage to Xiao Shu, serving as a temporary workspace. In this manner, the issues of location and manpower for the workshop were resolved, leaving only the need for diligent students. Therefore, Xiao Shu's next objective became exceedingly clear: to entice, no, to inspire, students to willingly apply for work-study programs and join the family of Xiao Shu's puppet workshop. Chapter 12. Teaching Chakra threads the following afternoon. After 2 days of eager anticipation, the young ninjas finally arrived at the much-awaited training course. To their disappointment, the enticing performance of the little black cat did not reoccur. However, given the intriguing and delightful pocket puppet beasts, they obediently made their way to the warehouse designated as the puppetry classroom. Today's puppetry classroom appeared significantly more organized than before. A series of desks and chairs had been neatly arranged in front of the high platform, occupying half of the warehouse space. Each desk was equipped with a toolbox containing essential crafting tools such as saws, hammers, files, and pliers. On the opposite side of the warehouse lay an open area, presumably intended for practicing puppet manipulation. Before long, the bell signaling the start of the training session rang out abruptly. As Xiao Shu entered the classroom through the back door, the young ninjas hastily found their seats. After ascending to the platform, Xiao Shu scanned the room and, noticing that nearly 100 seats were filled with students, nodded in satisfaction. Welcome back to the puppetry classroom. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to the new students who are joining us on this journey to explore the mysteries of puppetry. As you learned in the previous lesson, the creation and maintenance of chakra threads are the focal points of our curriculum this semester. Therefore, in this session, I will first introduce you to what chakra threads are and explore why they constitute the core technology of puppetry. After delivering his opening remarks, Xioshu commenced the formal lecture. You should be aware that while ropes and threads may appear unremarkable, they have long been utilized as essential tools by ninjas. We can employ them to traverse walls, set traps, and even in combat. For instance, the Uchiha clan is renowned in the ninja world for their technique of manipulating shuriken using steel wire. Indeed, teacher. You flatter me too much, came the humble response from Obito in the audience, who grinned sheepishly while scratching the back of his head. The surrounding classmates, stifling the urge to roll their eyes, wore expressions of utter disbelief. What right does someone who consistently fails in the ninjutsu class have to flaunt their supposed prowess? Shushue, unfazed by this fool, continued with a cheerful demeanor. However, aside from steel wires, our esteemed ninja predecessors have actually developed another method. This involves condensing chakra into fine threads, which can substitute for steel wires in manipulating ninja tools. As he spoke, Xioshui gently raised his right hand, his fingers subtly moving. Suddenly, 5 shurikens flew out from the expansive sleeves of his robe. Yet, instead of continuing their trajectory, they hovered in midair, suspended by an inexplicable force, and began to form a rotating circle. The astonishing sight, reminiscent of a phenomenon that would leave Newton restless, elicited gasps of wonder from the young ninjas, particularly those attending class for the first time. Many had come merely for the spectacle, intrigued by the increasingly mysterious pocket puppet beasts, showing little interest in Xioshui's teachings. However, captivated by this enchanting display, their attention was finally piqued. Xioshui's clear voice reached the children's ears once more. As you can see, one notable characteristic of chakra threads is that when the output of chakra is reduced, it becomes nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Of course, diminishing chakra output also raises the difficulty of maintaining the chakra threads and controlling the puppets. Thus, for a puppet master to successfully execute the classic tactic of manipulating puppets from the shadows to eliminate foes, exceptional chakra control is absolutely essential. Can't see it? I refuse to believe it. Many young ninjas, skeptical, leaned forward with wide eyes, desperately attempting to discern any trace of the chakra threads surrounding the suspended shurikens. Yet, despite their efforts, they could not find even the faintest hint of the chakra threads. If ordinary eyes could not perceive them, what about special eyes? This thought led many to cast envious glances toward Hinata Hayashi, seated beside Uchiha Obito. Unlike Obito, who struggled academically, Hayashi was a prodigy who had awakened the Byakugan. This ocular ability, a hereditary limit of the Hyuga clan, granted him a panoramic view of 360 degrees, along with the power to see through and perceive chakra flows that eluded ordinary vision. Surely, with the Byakugan, Hayashi would be able to see the chakra threads crafted by Teacher Mu Village. The young ninja's speculation proved accurate. With his Byakugan activated, Hinata Hayashi indeed perceived the chakra threads emanating from the tips of Xioshui's fingers, controlling the shurikens. However, the astonishment he felt was no less than that of his classmates. Though Hayashi maintained an outwardly composed facade, inwardly he was fervently exclaiming, "So slender, my teacher." Although his vision had captured the traces of the chakra threads, he was profoundly shocked by the shockingly minuscule amount of chakra flowing within them. As Master Kimura has just articulated, the fewer the chakra outputs, the more challenging it becomes to maintain the chakra threads. Thus, one must ponder the sheer strength of Master Kimura's chakra control, who can stabilize the creation of chakra threads with such a meager amount of chakra. It is well known that the Hyuga clan excels in the manipulation of chakra. However, even within the clan, few possess such formidable chakra control. This compels Haman to entertain a plausible hypothesis. It must involve techniques or secret arts unique to puppeteers, likely with significant limitations, such as being applicable solely to chakra threads. Otherwise, could it be that this humble Master Kimura possesses chakra control that rivals the elite of the Hyuga clan? Yet even so, the mastery or even the inception of such techniques by Master Kimura is enough to earn Haman's profound respect. Initially, like many of his classmates, he merely sought to witness the pocket puppets and held little interest in the art of puppetry. However, he now dares not underestimate this puppetry course, sitting upright and attentively, hoping to unravel the mysteries of the chakra threads. Naturally, Xioshu remains unaware of the elaborate assumptions Haman has constructed in his mind. Were he to know, he would likely find it both amusing and bewildering. For the truth of the matter lies in his frugal nature, coupled with years of honing his formidable chakra control through the practice of brainstorming techniques, which enable him to maintain the chakra threads with such minimal chakra. In the classroom, Xioshu continues to elucidate the advantages of chakra threads. As has been established, the secrecy of chakra threads improves with a reduction in chakra output. Conversely, when the chakra output is increased, the chakra threads acquire new characteristics. Primarily, high-density chakra threads are exceedingly difficult to sever with ordinary weapons. Only weapons infused with chakra possess the potential to cut through them. However, the most significant advantage is that as long as sufficient chakra is infused, the chakra threads can alter their form at the user's whim, becoming longer or shorter, softer or harder, thicker or thinner, far surpassing the flexibility of ordinary wire. As he speaks, Xioshu intensifies the chakra output from his right hand. Gradually, 5 distinct chakra threads materialize in the space between his hand and the shuriken. Simultaneously, he employs the same technique once more, releasing 5 shuriken connected to the chakra threads from his left sleeve. The 10 chakra threads seem to possess a life of their own, continuously shifting in thickness and length, whimsically dancing through the air as Xioshu speaks. The shuriken, guided by the chakra threads, spiral and flutter through the air. They swiftly dart above the young ninjas, leaving trails of glimmering metallic light, while continuously separating and reassembling, forming a variety of captivating patterns alongside the chakra threads. This splendid display of chakra threads leaves the young ninjas, without exception, awestruck and with mouths agape, gazing upward in wonder. For a fleeting moment, the concept of pocket puppets was cast aside, leaving only a profound yearning for the art of chakra thread manipulation. At that precise moment, the chakra threads in midair vanished once more, and the shuriken gracefully returned to Shisuke's sleeve, akin to swallows returning to their nests. This, indeed, was the chakra thread manipulation technique that everyone was about to learn. As Shisuke's gentle voice resonated, the young ninjas awoke from their reverie, erupting into a fervent applause. They had never anticipated that the seemingly mundane chakra thread could possess such dazzling allure. They even began to question whether this remarkable skill could truly be acquired without any cost. Had Shisuke been privy to their thoughts, he would have undoubtedly uttered the classic phrase, "Every gift bestowed by fate is already marked with a price in the shadows." If the young ninjas wished to master his refined chakra thread manipulation technique, they would certainly need to pay the corresponding price. After all, Shisuke's yet-to-be-established puppet workshop was still in dire need of manpower. Chapter 13. The origin of puppet techniques. After Shisuke's meticulously arranged performance, the young ninjas developed a keen interest in learning the art of chakra thread manipulation. Naturally, Shisuke harbored hopes that they would all join the family of puppet techniques, thereby contributing to the development of his puppet mastery system. However, as a teacher bound by professional ethics, he felt compelled to temper their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Shifting the conversation, of course, the chakra threads are not without their drawbacks. Firstly, as previously mentioned, the output, shaping, and manipulation of chakra threads demand exceptional chakra control from the user, a skill that cannot be mastered overnight. Secondly, there is the issue of chakra consumption. Particularly for ninjas with average chakra control, achieving sufficient speed and destructive power in their manipulated tools necessitates a continuous output of substantial chakra. To attain cutting capabilities akin to that of steel wire, one must concentrate a significant amount of high-density chakra into the threads. Therefore, considering the cost-effectiveness, ninjas have traditionally preferred using steel wire to manipulate their tools rather than expending precious chakra on crafting chakra threads. This situation began to shift only after the second Kazekage shaman invented the puppet technique. At this juncture, Shisuke paused slightly to allow the young ninjas some time to absorb the information. He then continued, "You may not be aware that although the puppet technique was indeed invented by Kazekage's shaman, puppets themselves had existed long before that. Their origins lie in traditional mechanical arts. Mechanical arts represent a branch of the historical development of ninja tools, characterized by the ingenious use of mechanical power to control objects, thereby achieving effects beyond human reach. You should have learned some basic methods of setting up mechanical traps in school. Those are, in fact, the fundamentals of mechanical arts. The puppets, in the beginning, merely concealed hidden mechanisms within the figures, serving as means for assassinating enemies. In that era, puppets were primarily driven and controlled through steel wires and mechanical structures, resulting in movements that were either rigid or exceedingly cumbersome, rendering them impractical for combat. At this moment, Xiao suddenly noticed an increasing number of little ninjas fixating on his sleeve. It appeared that they had deciphered his routine, instinctively expecting a small puppet to emerge for demonstration. However, Xiao was not so easily predictable. With a gentle lift of his hand, a resounding coo echoed above the warehouse. The bewildered little ninjas instinctively looked up in search of the source of the sound. To their astonishment, perched upon the beam above the platform was a slightly rotund red avian creature. Yet, before the little ninjas could react, it launched itself forward, preparing to take flight. In the next instant, it plummeted like a crimson comet, crashing down and creating a substantial crater in the sturdy platform. What on earth was that? The little ninjas were momentarily at a loss for words, staring in disbelief as their teacher exerted considerable effort to extract the chubby bird from the pit using chakra threads. Much like pulling a stubborn carrot from the ground. Once the plump bird was set down, Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "This is the traditional puppet I reconstructed based on historical texts. Although there was a minor mishap, it serves to illustrate why I described them as overly cumbersome." At that moment, the little ninjas finally discerned the true appearance of the red plump bird. It resembled a chubby red owl. Yet none of the students mistakenly regarded it as a living creature. The earlier incident was certainly one reason, but more importantly, the owl's appearance was striking. Much like a human anatomy model used in biology class, it was split down the middle. One half was a vividly lifelike red owl, while the other half blatantly displayed the intricate mechanical structures of the puppet's interior. For demonstration purposes, Xiao opted not to use chakra threads this time, instead reverting to simplicity by shooting several steel wires from his sleeve to connect to the owl puppet, controlling it with them. Thus, under Xiao guidance, the owl began to flap its wings somewhat awkwardly, and then proceeded to walk back and forth on the platform with a series of rhythmic footsteps. The little ninjas were now able to observe firsthand the complexity of the mechanical mechanisms at work, transforming their teacher's control into the puppet's actions. At that moment, they truly grasped the essence of what their teacher had previously conveyed. This traditional puppet, filled with various mechanical devices, could hardly be anything but heavy. Having achieved his objective, Xiao retracted the steel wires and nodded, stating, "And the element that alters this situation is, of course, the chakra threads." With that, several clearly visible chakra threads shot forth from the tip of his right finger. The owl, which had momentarily ceased its movements, sprang back to life upon connection, exhibiting a newfound agility far surpassing its previous performance. As observed by all, the extraordinary manipulability of chakra threads allows them to effortlessly replace steel wires for puppeteering, yielding even superior results. More importantly, with sufficient skill, numerous mechanical structures within the puppets can also be substituted by chakra threads. Accompanying Xiaoshu's words, a rather intriguing scene unfolded before the young ninjas. Mechanical components from the owl's interior began to emerge one after another, cascading down onto the high platform, while the owl itself remained lively and animated atop it. Since Xiaoshu intentionally left the chakra threads visible this time, everyone could clearly see that each time a mechanical component flew out, a chakra thread would supplement its position, thereby fulfilling its function. As more mechanical components were replaced, the owl's movements became increasingly agile and graceful. Indeed, with its belly nearly emptied, how could it not be nimble? Xiaoshu continued to elaborate, as one can see. Depending on the puppeteer's level of chakra thread manipulation, most mechanical structures within the puppet, aside from its weaponry, can gradually be supplanted by chakra threads. This not only diminishes the likelihood of mechanical failure, but, more significantly, considerably lightens the puppet's weight. Consequently, the puppet transforms from a cumbersome trap solely meant for assassination into a true killing machine capable of galloping across the battlefield. Moreover, the built-in mechanisms and hidden weapons allow chakra threads to focus solely on manipulation without the need to concentrate excessive chakra for enhancing lethality. In fact, in terms of control, chakra threads can also utilize principles of pulleys and levers to reduce consumption. It is evident that chakra threads and puppets perfectly complement each other's shortcomings while accentuating their respective strengths, forming a match made in heaven. By the time Xiaoshu reached this point, there were few mechanical components left within the owl puppet. The once cumbersome owl had now become fleet-footed. even treating the lengthy high platform as a runway, accelerating ever faster. Ultimately, accompanied by another resounding hoot, the owl lunged forward at the edge of the platform. Chapter 14. Testing. Some overly immersed young ninjas closed their eyes in anxiety, unable to bear witnessing the impending outcome. Yet, the next moment, thunderous cheers and applause erupted throughout the classroom. Tentatively, they opened their eyes, only to be pleasantly surprised to find that the once hefty bird, nearly crashing through the platform, had transformed into a light and agile creature, joyfully soaring through the air, leaving behind vivid crimson trails. Once everyone had exhausted their excitement, the owl returned to the platform, flapping its wings a few times before landing gracefully on Shoshu's outstretched right arm. From the demonstration, it should be apparent that the focus of technology has shifted from intricate mechanical design in traditional mechanisms to the advanced art of chakra manipulation in puppetry. Elite puppeteers can even masterfully control a complex puppet with just a single chakra thread. Although many puppeteers have refined their chakra line manipulation techniques to their utmost limits, they often revert to seeking more powerful puppets through mechanisms and other methods. However, as beginners, it is imperative for everyone to focus on mastering chakra line manipulation. The practice of controlling chakra lines fundamentally enhances one's chakra control capabilities. Therefore, regardless of whether one intends to delve deeply into the art of puppetry, dedicating time to learn how to manipulate chakra lines will undoubtedly benefit your future training and combat endeavors. The young ninjas in attendance were filled with wonder. After the vivid and engaging explanation by teacher Kimura, they felt as though they had witnessed firsthand how chakra lines merged with mechanized puppetry, ultimately giving rise to the puppetry techniques we know today. Much of our fear stems from the unknown. Thus, understanding the origins of puppetry significantly diminished their aversion and apprehension, particularly for several students from ninja clans who had ancestral secrets to learn. There had been little time or inclination to study puppetry. However, it has now become evident that even without pursuing puppetry, honing chakra control through the mastery of chakra lines is indeed a commendable choice. Naturally, some students were simply delighted to have finally found an excuse to continue playing with pocket puppets openly. At that moment, Shoshue clapped his hands and announced, "All right, we will pause our discussion on the history of chakra lines here, as there is something far more significant to address in the remaining time. Are we finally going to engage with those pocket puppets for training?" The young ninjas displayed eager anticipation, as many had come to class primarily to experiment with the pocket puppets. "Indeed, this is one of today's lesson topics," Shoshue said with a subtle smile. "However, before we proceed, we must first conduct a small assessment. Chakra control level 3. He quickly corrected himself, adding, I apologize, it should be chakra control level 3 points. We still have much to work on." In the puppetry classroom, Shoshue was administering a chakra control assessment to the students. The purpose of this exercise was to gauge the ninja's abilities. It would enable him to understand everyone's specific skill levels for talent selection and future course adjustments. Additionally, it was related to the pocket puppets. Shoshue had previously informed the young ninjas that their hair would serve as the material for the handle lines. He emphasized several times that this was a plan approved by the third Hokage. The ninjas, with their abundant hair, had no objections. Many even admired the third Hokage's wise decision, for otherwise, most of them would likely lose the opportunity to play with the pocket puppets. Shoshue's intent in assessing their current chakra control levels was to determine the amount of hair needed, thereby customizing the optimal handle lines for each child's training effectiveness. The testing method was remarkably simple. Zayush Tree imitated the sand shadow to train the puppet master apprentices, crafting a bamboo snake puppet composed of 10 wooden segments. Of course, this appearance was merely a reflection of Zayush's whimsical humor. The true significance lay within the puppet snake, which contained fine threads woven from chakra-conductive materials. Akin to the control lines, Zayush deliberately divided these threads into 10 segments, gradually diminishing the quantity of chakra-conductive material, thereby reducing the amount of chakra that could pass through each segment incrementally. As the chakra diminished, the demands for chakra control naturally intensified. Thus, by observing how many segments of the white snake could move freely, one could easily gauge a student's level of chakra control. Additionally, Zayush would consider the student's performance from the previous semester to estimate their potential in puppet technique. However, this testing system was not flawless. For instance, Obito, who stood before Zayush, was a prime example of its shortcomings. "Impossible. It can't be." Teacher Mukamura, This snake must be faulty. How could my chakra control be only 3? Obito protested vehemently after completing the test. He clutched the tail of the Abass snake tightly, attempting to alter his results. Yet, despite exerting all his strength, the entire snake remained rigid, with only 3 segments of the tail able to move freely. Zayush had not anticipated that Obito, who would one day become a significant figure behind the scenes in the ninja world, would currently display such abysmal skill. However, this was quite normal, as chakra control required not only talent, but also a calm and meticulous disposition. Given Obito's current impulsive nature, it was only natural that he struggled with chakra control. The students queuing behind him began to express their impatience with hisses. There's no doubt. Obito, that is your true level. Don't waste everyone's time. I'm eager to try out the pocket puppets. It was known that once they completed their tests, they could line up to experience the pocket puppets, which explained their disdain for the obstruction caused by Obito. Seeing Obito's woeful expression, Zayush could only offer a resigned consolation. Obito, this test result only reflects your current level and does not define your future accomplishments, so do not take it too much to heart. In fact, rather than repeatedly testing here, it would be more beneficial for you to practice with the pocket puppets. I understand, Obito replied, compelled to cease his attempts and bow his head in acceptance. Zayush then raised his hand to emit chakra threads, plucking several tufts of hair from Obito's head. He skillfully manipulated the chakra threads to twist and bind the hair with a few strands of cotton, and within moments, a dedicated control line for Obito was completed. Indeed, the creation of the control line was remarkably simple. The young ninjas had witnessed this scene numerous times before, so it no longer seemed extraordinary to them. Only Obito, feeling that perhaps his hair had been somewhat excessively plucked, suddenly experienced a sense of urgency. If one cannot swiftly enhance their control over chakra, will there come a day when their hair is entirely plucked away? Nevertheless, Obito remains merely a child, and upon acquiring the handle line, his spirits swiftly lifted, yearning to command the pocket puppet beasts and engage in numerous rounds of battle with his classmates. However, he refrained from immediately rushing to queue at the open space, choosing instead to stand aside and await the outcome of his goddess, Rin Noera. Chapter 15. The moment has arrived. Go for it, Rin. Show everyone your prowess. Amidst Obito's somewhat boisterous encouragement, a resigned smile graced Rin's face as she stepped forward. After nodding in acknowledgement to Shisuke, she, like Obito before her, grasped the tail of the puppet snake and began channeling her chakra into it. As the chakra flowed in, the puppet snake seemed to gradually awaken, its body beginning to undulate from the tail. 1 segment, 2 segments, 3 segments. Like her fellow classmates, Rin initially encountered no difficulties. However, upon reaching the 4th segment, which had previously posed a challenge for Obito, she sensed a distinctly palpable resistance while channeling her chakra, akin to water struggling to pass through a nearly obstructed pipe. Consequently, Rin began to realize that controlling the puppet snake was becoming increasingly arduous. Yet, she did not surrender. Closing her eyes, she slowed her breathing, focusing all her attention on the puppet snake. Under her concentrated control, the puppet snake finally resumed its undulating motion. For segments, 5 segments, 6 segments. Thanks to her commendable chakra control, Rin managed to surmount these obstacles with great effort. However, upon reaching the 7th segment, the situation grew even more dire. Rin's brow furrowed slightly as she discovered that the amount of chakra coursing through the 7th segment had dwindled to a mere trickle. With her current level of chakra control, she was utterly incapable of mobilizing the puppet snake with such a meager supply. It appeared this was my limit. After several fruitless attempts, Rin sighed internally and prepared to concede. Yet, at that moment, a phrase uttered by the teacher during the introduction of chakra lines suddenly resurfaced in her mind. High-density chakra lines. A spark of inspiration ignited within Rin. Yes, if I can increase the density of the chakra through compression, perhaps I could inject more chakra into this puppet snake. However, this led to a new quandary. She currently lacked the knowledge to create chakra lines, let alone compress chakra. Wait a moment, Rin seemed to recall something. She had indeed witnessed a similar method of creation before. Just moments ago, Teacher Kimura had been intricately entwining everyone's hair with cotton threads using chakra lines to fabricate the handle line. Since the handle line was originally designed to simulate chakra lines, it was highly probable that their structures bore a striking resemblance. Coincidentally, Rin, coming from a modest background, often assisted her mother in twisting cotton into fine threads for making clothes or handkerchiefs since childhood. Although she lacked knowledge on how to create chakra threads, she was exceedingly familiar with the process of crafting ordinary threads. More importantly, Lin recalled each occasion when she twisted fibers. An expansive clump of soft cotton ultimately yielded only a small roll of tightly spun cotton thread. Was this not a prime example of a rudimentary compression technique? Thus, if the creation of chakra threads indeed mirrored that of regular threads, could it not imply that transforming the originally loose chakra into chakra threads would inherently enhance its density? Although this was merely a conjecture with little foundation, Lin, who had always harbored a keen interest in textile crafts, found herself irresistibly drawn to the allure of spinning chakra into threads and instinctively began to experiment. She first halted the output of chakra, redirecting her focus to condensing and organizing the chakra within her body. As the puppet serpent ceased its movements, the surrounding young ninjas presumed Lin had decided to abandon her endeavor and were preparing to speak. However, Shushu, sensing Lin's intent, timely rose and raised a finger to his lips, urging silence, thus preventing any disturbance to Lin. Oblivious to this minor interruption, Lin remained in deep concentration. After a brief moment, she finally opened her eyes and reached once more toward the puppet serpent, albeit with a markedly different approach this time. Gently, Lin's fingers made contact with the tail of the puppet serpent, and she subsequently lifted her hand. In that instant, 5 strands of chakra emerged from her fingertips, extending from the tail of the puppet serpent. Although she endeavored to restrain the dispersion of chakra, the strands released were still rather thick, far from what could be deemed as chakra threads. Yet, this was anticipated, as these chakra strands were merely half-finished products. Lin then began to manipulate them, akin to twisting a towel, stretching and rotating them with the most traditional spinning technique to intertwine the chakra into slender chakra threads. However, much like the yarn spun from cotton, these chakra threads remained quite fragile. Lin sensed that with the slightest negligence, they could snap and disperse into the air. Consequently, she adhered to the method employed in making cotton threads, intertwining the 5 chakra strands together and twisting them through a rotational motion. In this manner, a more tightly woven and stable chakra thread came into existence. Yet, this was not the end of her trials. The true test lay in her ability to manipulate the puppet serpent with her creation. Lin cautiously extended the chakra thread from the tail of the puppet serpent into its interior, following the fine line crafted from chakra-conducting materials as it delved deeper. The first 3 sections posed no challenge, and even the 4th, 5th, and 6th checkpoints were easily navigated by Lin. It was only upon reaching the previously formidable 7th section that she encountered a familiar sense of resistance. However, armed with the freshly crafted chakra thread, she ultimately managed to surpass it. Regrettably, Lin's chakra thread was merely a last-minute creation. When confronted with the significantly more demanding 8th section, the chakra thread soon buckled under the strain and ultimately snapped, failing to progress further. Nevertheless, her accomplishments were impressive enough to draw attention. 7 points. Lin, you are remarkable. Initially, the eager and boisterous Obito could hardly contain his excitement, seemingly reveling in the glory of the moment. Despite feeling somewhat disheartened by Rin's overwhelming success, his joy for her triumph prevailed. Having observed Rin since childhood, he was acutely aware of the relentless dedication she exhibited to match her peers from ninja clans, tirelessly honing her skills in secret. Meanwhile, the surrounding young ninjas could not help but express their astonishment. Who would have thought that the usually unassuming Rin would possess such remarkable talent? It is noteworthy that, thus far, only a handful of students had managed to attain a score above 5, nearly all hailing from ninja clans, such as the 5 points earned by Kakashi, and 6 points each by Asuma and Kurenai. Most had faltered at the 7th challenge, leaving only Rin and Hyuga Hayashi, who achieved an impressive 8 points due to his illustrious lineage, to succeed. As a teacher, Shusuke was overjoyed, his heart brimming with elation. It felt akin to finally drawing a rare SSR card in a mobile game after countless investments. After assessing numerous students, he had finally discovered a child with true potential. Although he had anticipated Rin's commendable performance, recalling that in the original story, despite her modest abilities, she had once utilized the medical ninjutsu of Healing Palm to treat Kakashi. This A-rank technique is notoriously challenging, typically mastered only by a select few elite medics. The difficulty lies in the precise adjustment of yang-release chakra according to the specific condition of the wound or afflicted area. An excess could disrupt the patient's circulatory system, even causing them to lose consciousness. Thus, mastering healing palm necessitates exceptional chakra control. Given that Rin, who would eventually learn this technique, demonstrated impressive chakra control even at this young age, Shusuk had initially deemed her achieving a score of 5 or 6 points quite commendable. Thus, when she scored 7 points, he was pleasantly surprised. However, what astonished him most was Rin's ability to create chakra threads, a method she appeared to have conjured spontaneously. Though rudimentary and primitive, this accomplishment was extraordinary for a mere 7-year-old girl. It is essential to note that Shusuk's motivation for teaching at the Ninja Academy was significantly influenced by his desire to cultivate an assistant capable of alleviating his workload in research and development, much like Kabuto did for Orochimaru. Rin, with her commendable chakra control and innovative development capabilities, undoubtedly stood out as an excellent candidate. Moreover, her background as a commoner further enhanced her appeal, as those from ninja clans, regardless of their chakra control or intellect, would find it nearly impossible to devote all their time to mastering puppet techniques, let alone become his assistant. Despite possessing 3 significant advantages, Rin may not rival many of her peers in terms of strength, yet to Shusuk, she remains an undeniable treasure. The sole regret Shusuk harbors is that, despite Rin's myriad virtues, she harbors a considerable flaw. As Obito's beloved, there exists a grave possibility that, under the machinations of Madara Uchiha, Rin may ultimately be sacrificed as a vessel for Obito's awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan. While Shusuk's presence has rendered the future unpredictable, as long as Obito continues to cherish Rin and Madara persists in designating Obito as the executor of his plans, this tragic fate remains a plausible outcome. Nonetheless, this event is projected to occur approximately 6 years hence. Shusuk cannot allow the potentiality of a distant future misfortune to deter him from recognizing the talent before him. Moreover, he has long held a profound admiration for the kind-hearted and resilient Rin from his previous life, lamenting her demise. However, should he be required to confront Madara on her behalf, Shusuk finds himself unable to comply. As a traveler from another world, despite his years within this realm, a certain disconnect persists. Thus, his guiding principle has always been to prioritize his own well-being, extending assistance to others only when within his means. Nevertheless, if it merely involves imparting knowledge and offering this unfortunate young girl a sliver of hope to alter her fate, Shusuk is more than willing. Resolving in his heart, he gently addressed Rin. Noera, would you be interested in becoming a true puppeteer? Chapter 16. The invitation to observe. Would you be interested in becoming a true puppeteer? It is evident that merely acquiring basic skills in puppetry during this class does not qualify one as a genuine puppeteer. Shusuk, without ambiguity, was inquiring whether Rin was willing to embark on the journey to become a puppeteer and undertake comprehensive training under his guidance. As the adage goes, the art must not be imparted lightly. Within the ninja world, the transmission of ninjutsu or secret techniques is treated with utmost seriousness, particularly in Konohagakure, where successive Hokage have endeavored to dismantle the traditional clan systems through a master-apprentice lineage. The importance of apprenticeship is emphasized even more. However, the sudden invitation from teacher Kimura seems to elicit little surprise from the small ninjas present, including Rin. This is largely due to the fact that teacher Kimura had reiterated this sentiment numerous times prior. As long as a student's chakra control exceeded 5 points, he would inquire if they were interested in becoming a true puppeteer. Ugh, what a cad! The students had already expressed their astonishment multiple times, rendering them somewhat numb to the remark. Moreover, according to teacher Kimura's earlier commentary, this was not intended to be a grave matter of seeking a successor. Rather, it resembled a craftsman recruiting an apprentice to assist in his work. Indeed, this was the case. To avoid complications, Shusuk refrained from employing terminology associated with taking on apprentices. He merely stated his intention to establish a workshop, inviting those intrigued by the art of puppet making to visit and practice there. As for the products of their endeavors, they would be considered delightful surprises. Although the third generation has yet to approve the work-study program in collaboration with the school and workshop, this does not deter Yashiki from recruiting a few talented students as apprentices, laying the foundational framework of the workshop. Once the work-study program is officially implemented, these students should have mastered the basic manufacturing techniques and can transition into foremen, aiding Yashiki in mentoring new apprentices. Despite Yashiki's vision being impeccably devised, his recruitment efforts appear to be faltering. Even if the students are not directly apprenticed, the time and energy required to learn puppet making at the workshop would significantly impact their future as ninjas, a pivotal decision for the young ninjas. Consequently, although Yashiki extended invitations to several students, none provided a definitive response. Naturally, this includes Noera Rin, who seems somewhat indecisive. Although Rin hails from a civilian background and lacks the family legacy of secret techniques that the ninja clans possess, leaving her little time to engage with the workshop, Yashiki has perused her records and is aware that she has been attending medical training courses since the previous academic year. Thus, he understands her internal conflict. The allure of becoming a life-saving medical ninja is evidently more compelling than the poorly regarded puppet master in Konoha. Therefore, persuading Rin to reconsider and embark on the path of a puppet master may prove to be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Rin's willingness to attend a second puppet-making class indicates a certain level of interest in the subject, providing Yashiki with an opportunity. Thus, undeterred by disappointment, he nodded and smiled, saying, "Nohara-san, you need not provide an answer immediately. Please take your time to reflect, ideally discussing it with your parents, and strive to make a decision you won't regret. My workshop is set to open next weekend, so it would be prudent for you to visit beforehand and then decide." Rin has aspired to become a life-saving medical ninja since childhood, and this dream remains unchanged. Truth be told, had the schedules of the puppet-making and medical classes not overlapped, she likely would not have attended the second class. Although she discovered a surprising talent for puppet-making and derived considerable enjoyment from the process of creating chakra threads, abandoning her aspiration to be a medical ninja is out of the question. However, she finds it difficult to outright decline the kind invitation from teacher Kimura. Thus, she resolves to accept the invitation with the mindset that it would be harmless to take a look. Nodding in agreement, "I will certainly visit, teacher Kimura." Little does she know that upon receiving her confirmation to visit the workshop, Yashiki struggled to suppress the urge to smile. No, he must not smile. Patience is required. Poor girl. It seems that Rin has forgotten how she was lured to this place for lessons by a little black cat. In order to encourage the students to willingly become apprentices in the workshop, Shoshui has naturally prepared an array of arrangements. Once Rin steps into the workshop for a visit, it will not be so easy for her to leave unscathed. After the unsuspecting Rin departs with the handle line crafted from her own hair and the soil, Shoshui resumes testing the remaining students. In his previous life, he was blessed with luck akin to that of an African chieftain. In this life, however, his fortune seems only marginally improved. Following the revelation of the SSR known as Noera Rin, no other student has managed to catch his eye. Yet, this is quite logical. Students confident in their chakra control have eagerly queued to complete the tests, hoping to engage with the pocket puppet beast sooner. Consequently, the number of students eligible to become the first batch of apprentices in the workshop appears insufficient. Fortunately, there remain many students who have yet to attend this course. Thus, Shoshui's next objective is to ensure that all students in the school undergo testing within the month-long selection period. Days swiftly passed. Today, the Hidden Leaf Village remains tranquil. However, Shoshui is not within the village. He finds himself in the depths of the nearby Hidden Leaf Forest, holding a map in one hand. He is accompanied by a black cat as they traverse the forest together. Surrounding them are towering trees, each too vast for a mere embrace. As if they have witnessed centuries of time, the dense canopy obscures the sun, allowing only scattered rays to filter through, dappling the underbrush below. The air is filled with the rich scent of damp earth and the unique fragrance of the forest flora. Occasionally, the melodious chirping of birds punctuates the silence, accentuating the profound stillness of the place. Even Shoshui, walking amidst this tranquility, slows his pace, wary of disturbing the serenity that envelopes the forest. Nevertheless, he has not forgotten the purpose of his visit today, to gather useful materials for the soon-to-be-open workshop. Chapter 17. Chakra Conduction Materials. The strength of a puppet primarily hinges on two factors. The first is the skill of the creator, encompassing the design of the puppet, the application of mechanisms, and even the intricate artistry of sealing techniques and runes. The second, of course, pertains to the materials employed in the puppet's construction, particularly for high-performance puppets, which necessitate the drawing of various runes. A considerable amount of chakra conduction materials is required. These materials, known for their ability to conduct chakra, have historically been utilized extensively in talismans, barriers, and advanced ninja tools, thus regarded by villages and countries alike as vital strategic resources and are exceedingly scarce in the marketplace. When Xiao Shui initially self-studied puppet arts, he faced considerable obstacles due to the lack of support from a village, which left him struggling with the scarcity of these chakra conduction materials. His prior inspiration to create handle lines from hair was largely due to past experiences. Even now, many of the materials for his puppets are salvaged from those of other puppeteers. However, he has transcended the phase of merely ensuring his own sustenance while neglecting the needs of his family, the practice of students, the products of the workshop, and even the upgrades of his own puppets require the use of chakra-conducting materials. Although it is anticipated that the village will allocate a certain quota once the courses and workshops are fully operational, the meager resources obtained from other departments are insufficient to fulfill the grand vision that Xiao Shui harbors. Consequently, he must become self-sufficient and seek out additional sources of chakra-conducting materials. Xiao Shui is well prepared in his quest for such materials. Long ago, predecessors who practiced mechanization or sealing techniques had already devised methods for locating chakra-conducting materials. Historical texts indicate that materials capable of transmitting chakra do not naturally occur within the ninja world, whether it be chakra metals or organic materials. They typically acquire the ability to conduct chakra only after being steeped in high concentrations of chakra for many years. The most renowned sources of high chakra concentration are the legendary nine-tailed beasts. Their propensity to slumber for decades allows them to emanate chakra sufficient for local flora and fauna, as well as ores, to develop the capacity to transmit chakra. Some species even undergo rapid evolution in response to their environment, emerging as beings capable of independently refining chakra. Among the 7 ninja swords of Kirigakure, the Samahata stands out as a prime example. Having long accompanied the Three Tails Isabu, it has developed the ability to actively absorb and transmit chakra. The methods employed by past ninjas to discover new materials were rather straightforward. They infused various unfamiliar materials with a modicum of chakra. By assessing the differences in chakra conduction properties, they could ascertain the quality of the materials. Utilizing his brainstorming techniques, combined with the formidable chakra control honed through similar training, Xiao Shui has even devised a more intricate detection method based on the foundations laid by his predecessors. He can permeate materials with chakra, thereby gaining a clear understanding of their fundamental physical properties, such as density, malleability, and toughness. More importantly, Xiao Shui can perceive a semi-ethereal, vein-like substance hidden deep within the materials. Through extensive experimentation, he has confirmed that these substances are the fundamental reason for the material's ability to conduct chakra. Intriguingly, their functions and appearances evoke thoughts of the meridian system within the human body. In fact, upon verification, Xiao Shui found that the two are strikingly similar, perhaps even stemming from the same origin. This revelation, combined with his understanding of the original work, struck Xiao Shui like a bolt of lightning, illuminating many concepts for him. Chakra is an external energy that emerged in the ninja world only a millennium ago, making it evident that prior to this, the human body could not have possessed a meridian system specifically designed for the transmission of chakra. The acquisition of the meridian system and chakra by humanity is not akin to the handshakes depicted in television animations, where the Sage of Six Paths engages with individuals one by one. Eliminating all improbable scenarios, what remains, no matter how incredulous it may seem, is the truth. In the past, all of humanity fell victim to the infinite Tsukuyomi, suspended upon the god tree and gradually transformed into white Zetsu. Although the 2 filial sons of the Sage of Six Paths ultimately triumphed over Kagaya and liberated everyone from the infinite Tsukuyomi, the process of transformation cannot simply be annulled midway without repercussions. Thus, remnants of the god tree's modifications linger within humanity, manifesting as the so-called meridian system. It is even conceivable that the innate talents and unique abilities of the current ninja clan stem from ancestors who underwent a significant degree of transformation. Conversely, the present-day commoners are the descendants of those who experienced only a minor level of alteration. Therefore, even in the absence of guidance from the Sage of Six Paths, humanity would eventually master the utilization of chakra independently. The sage likely foresaw this, which is why he took the initiative to establish the ninja religion, elucidating the true essence of chakra and endeavoring to guide humanity towards a path of mutual understanding through its use. Regrettably, his noble intentions ultimately went unreciprocated. While elucidating the secret of how humanity grasps chakra may not significantly impact Shusuk's current situation, it does enable him to perceive chakra-related matters from a more elevated perspective, greatly influencing his future research. The most substantial benefit of this hidden knowledge, however, lies in providing Shusuk with inspiration regarding where to seek materials for chakra conduction. One readily accessible location for this endeavor is the expansive Konoha Forest. The narrative begins with Shusuk's childhood. Like many ninjas, he engaged in various forms of training within this forest. Consequently, he recognizes that the vast expanse of Konoha Forest is a veritable paradise of biodiversity, teeming with countless species of flora and fauna. It is said that even seasoned hunters with decades of experience continually encounter previously unseen species upon entering this woodland. Yet, as a traveler from another world, Shusuk has discerned a peculiar aspect of this forest that often eludes the common eye. Numerous plants that, in his past life, should have thrived in disparate latitudes and ecological settings, converge here, exhibiting behaviors distinctly different from those he once knew. Initially, Shusuk dismissed this as a mere consequence of being in an alternate realm where botanical behaviors would naturally differ from those of his previous life. However, as he ventured through the ninja world, he repeatedly discovered these plants flourishing in their appropriate habitats, bearing striking similarities to those from his former existence. This realization heightened his awareness of the forest's uniqueness. Eventually, after synthesizing information from various texts, he posited a bold hypothesis. Chakra may have enabled plants to evolve characteristics that allow them to adapt to their environments. After conducting inspections, Shusuk found that, albeit subtly, some plants within this forest indeed exhibit rudimentary forms of the meridian system. Furthermore, historical records do not indicate that tailed beasts have resided here for an extended period in recent centuries. Considering the Tree of God's ability to transform the characteristics of living beings through chakra, the answer is already apparent. However, Shushu was still reluctant to reach a definitive conclusion at that time. He diligently followed the traces of such extraordinary plants, and only upon arriving at the legendary Valley of the End did he fully confirm his thoughts. Would release. It appears that during the cataclysmic battle in the Valley of the End, Hashirama Senju's would release not only altered the surrounding terrain, but also endowed the local flora with boundless potential. The reason this would release could envelop the entire Valley of the End is not difficult to surmise. According to the original account, while Hashirama indeed triumphed over Madara Uchiha with his sage art would release, the Thousand Hands Buddha, Madara's formidable Susanoo, was not without its own power. It successfully shattered all the 1,000 wooden hands behind the Buddha. From the disheveled appearance of Hashirama, it is likely that even the colossal Buddha itself might not have been spared. It is worth noting that wood release, unlike other elemental techniques, creates wood that can exist indefinitely. Consequently, the shattered wooden hand fragments scattered throughout the Valley of the End quite naturally. The wood release chakra contained within them also dissipated, transforming the entire valley into a veritable paradise for plant evolution. Given that the Tree of God can modify humans to create white zetsu, it is only fitting that the wood release, originating from the tree, can also transform plants. Those plants that should not have existed in this locale likely had their seeds arrive years ago, but remained dormant underground due to unsuitable environmental conditions. It was only when awakened by wood release and adapting to the environment with chakra that they could survive to this day. This is why the current Konoha Forest showcases a wondrous spectacle of plants from originally diverse ecological environments congregating together. Although most plants have merely evolved slight adaptations to their surroundings, the undeveloped chakra pathways within them render them unsuitable as chakra materials. However, a select few fortunate specimens have, through the extraordinary influence of wood-release chakra, defied fate and emerged as rare plants capable of serving as chakra conduits. And Shushu's objective is precisely these plants. Chapter 18. Harvest and Surprises. Although Shushu has determined that numerous rare plants with chakra-conducting properties undoubtedly exist in the Valley of the End, accurately locating them among the myriad of plant species is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, Shushu had long since harnessed the power of brainstorming techniques to devise a more efficient selection method. At this moment, he found himself in a clearing at the edge of the Valley of the End. Shushu first marked his position on the map, then directed the black cat, which had been scouting ahead, to leap onto a large rock. From this point, he would commence the material exploration of the Valley of the End. Shushu declared inwardly. He then placed his right hand over his chest in the formation of the seals of the tiger and began to extract more chakra. With his movements, the chakra thread connecting him to the black cat became increasingly visible due to the surge of chakra. After infusing sufficient chakra into the black cat puppet, Shoshu officially commenced the activation of his self-created ninjutsu, the radar perception technique. In the next moment, the originally lifelike black cat suddenly rolled its eyes and stood upright, tilting its head back and opening its mouth to an exaggerated size, ample enough to swallow a basketball. Following this, a series of mechanical components clattered out of its mouth, ultimately assembling into a pot-shaped antenna device. The black cat's head began to rotate at a steady pace of 360 degrees, as if simultaneously sending and receiving some signals. Although its appearance was rather peculiar, this was Shoshu's innovative invention aimed at more efficiently locating chakra-conducting materials. The inspiration for this invention stemmed from Shoshu's previous life, where humanity had already developed technology to utilize geological radar for the exploration of oil and mineral resources. The principle behind it involved the varying propagation and attenuation speeds of high-frequency electromagnetic waves when encountering different mediums. By emitting electromagnetic waves underground and capturing and analyzing the returning reflected waves, one could ascertain the conditions beneath the surface. Similarly, Shoshu's black cat radar employed analogous principles. However, instead of electromagnetic waves, the device emitted chakra waves, as chakra, akin to electromagnetic signals, could also propagate in waveforms. In the original narrative, the distinctive characteristic of chakra was indeed mentioned. During Pain's assault on Konoha, Shizune analyzed the black rods on the corpses and explicitly noted that the enemy controlled the 6 paths of pain through chakra waves. As an ambitious puppet master, Shoshu was naturally envious of Nagato's ability to manipulate puppets wirelessly. Alas, the pivotal black rods were crafted from the finest chakra-conducting materials using yin-yang release, which Shoshu had no means to acquire. Although he had attempted to substitute with other materials, he ultimately struggled to replicate this technology due to limitations in chakra quantity and sealing techniques. Even if he could manage to animate the puppets, the evident operational delays and significant chakra consumption rendered the technology unfit for practical application. Nonetheless, Shoshu made some progress. With the aid of the brainstorming technique, he independently developed a set of techniques utilizing chakra waves, relying on his formidable chakra control. Much like a radar, Shoshu could manipulate chakra vibrations to emit chakra waves of varying frequencies and intensities outward. Subsequently, he could receive and perceive the returning chakra waves, thereby gaining a general understanding of his surroundings. Although lacking concrete evidence, Shoshu strongly suspected that most perception ninjutsu in the ninja world employed this principle. However, akin to other perception techniques, Shoshu's radar perception technique could only detect the surrounding terrain and nearby entities exhibiting chakra fluctuations. The subtle changes in chakra produced after reflection through chakra-conducting materials remained indistinguishable to Shoshu's current abilities. Thus, he resorted to the power of technology, inventing this black cat radar. Its primary function is to serve as a substitute for Shoshu in wielding radar perception techniques, thereby mitigating the risk of ambush while he is engrossed in his craft. However, more significantly, it is equipped with a chakra signal amplifier that enables Shoshu to effortlessly discern the most subtle fluctuations in chakra reflections. The reason Shoshu harbors confidence in locating chakra-conducting materials within the vast and diverse expanse of the Valley of the End lies in this black cat radar. Although it is similarly constrained by material limitations, chakra volume, and sealing technique proficiency, and considering the precision required for perception, the detection range of this black cat radar is modest, approximately 50 meters in radius. Yet, compared to the cumbersome method employed by his predecessors of painstakingly examining each plant, the efficiency has increased 1,000-fold. Nonetheless, Shoshu is not inclined to rest on his laurels. The radar's curious design reveals that it is, in fact, a makeshift conversion of the original battle-ready black cat puppet, crafted due to limited materials. Should he discover more suitable materials, or achieve breakthroughs in chakra volume or sealing techniques, Shoshu will continually strive to create superior radars, enhancing the efficiency of material detection. After all, in the realm of puppet techniques, materials are fundamental, and this radar, which incessantly aids Shoshu in uncovering new materials, serves as the engine of his grand vision. At this moment, Xioshu has just perceived and analyzed the returning chakra waves, marking all potential discovery sites on his map. He then reverted the Black Cat radar to its original form, preparing to inspect each location individually. At the first site, Xioshu found nothing. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Clusters of plants possessing only rudimentary chakra networks may lead to misjudgments. The second and third sites yielded similar results, leaving Xioshu somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, upon reaching the fourth location, he finally made a discovery. Xioshu encountered a seemingly unremarkable nightshade. However, when he probed its interior with chakra threads, he discerned that it harbored one or two fully formed chakra networks. Based on his prior experiences in material exploration, this was typically sufficient for the plant to exhibit some extraordinary characteristics. Thus, within his classification standards for chakra-conducting materials, this nightshade could likely be classified as a C-grade plant. Yet, upon probing its physical properties with chakra, Xioshu found no remarkable traits. Consequently, he merely marked its location on the map and collected a few fruits and leaves, intending to conduct further tests upon his return. For the ensuing hours, Xioshu engaged in this monotonous detection work. After scrutinizing all marked locations, he shifted to another area for further exploration, perpetually repeating the process. Given that he was ultimately in the wilderness, Xioshu needed to conserve sufficient chakra for any unforeseen circumstances, estimating that he could conduct a maximum of 10 detection sessions per outing. Regrettably, Xiusu's innate luck in lotteries leaves much to be desired, particularly when it comes to this tenfold draw, which lacks a safety net. Consequently, many of the materials he uncovers rank no higher than E in his classification system, rendering them unsuitable for use as chakra-conducting flora. While he has discovered a few plants classified as D-grade, these two prove inadequate for chakra conduction, leaving him to ponder if their evolved traits might yield some utility. In truth, even a C-grade plant like the nightshade represents a commendable find for Xiusu. It was not until he examined the results of his ninth detection that a flicker of excitement finally graced his countenance. For this time, what he sensed lay not upon the surface but buried beneath the earth. Were it not for the rare plant with meridians existing at the roots, what lay buried could very well be the object of Xiusu's anticipation. It is crucial to remember that after the Senju Buddha statue was shattered by Uchiha Obito, its fragments scattered throughout the Valley of the End. The dispersal of wood-style chakra from these fragments has contributed to the flourishing vegetation in this region. However, the fragments themselves are treasures in their own right. As remnants of a statue forged from sage chakra, they undoubtedly possess remarkable physical properties and exceptional chakra conduction capabilities. Even if their potency has diminished significantly over time, they would still serve as excellent materials for Xiusu's puppet-making endeavors. Thus, Xiusu swiftly made his way to the suspected location of the wooden block and began to manipulate his black cat puppet to excavate. The object was not buried too deeply, and within a minute, it was unearthed. Although it appeared to be merely a fist-sized shard of ordinary wood, Xiusu regarded it as a priceless treasure, carefully wiping away the dirt that clung to its surface. After injecting chakra into the fragment and confirming it was indeed what he had hoped for, a smile of excitement finally illuminated his face. However, at that moment, a sudden calamity struck. A puppet resembling a menacing mantis lunged from the nearby thicket. A sharp glint flashed by in an instant. Xiusu barely had time to react before his head, still bearing a smile, was sent soaring into the air. In the next heartbeat, blood gushed from the severed neck, and by the time his head hit the ground, a vast expanse of earth had been stained crimson. Chapter 19. The Professional and the Rogue Indeed. Just as Teacher Chio had advised, the moment an enemy captures its prey is the optimal time for a surprise attack. After a considerable interval, a young man clad in black ninja attire, with purple markings adorning his face, slowly approached Shisu's head, murmuring incantations. Alas, a puppet master of your unrefined background could never grasp such wisdom, which is why you so easily forfeited your life. He then produced a bounty notice from his garment and squatted down to display it before Xiusu's lifeless visage. Mikamura Xiusu, you claim to have learned merely the rudiments of puppet techniques. Perhaps if you kept a low profile from the sand-hidden ninjas, the village would refrain from launching a full-scale effort to seek you out. Yet, you audaciously persist in teaching the art of puppetry within the confines of the village school. How could the village possibly endure your presence any longer? TSK, a bounty of 30 million Ryo. Such a reward is reserved only for the elite among the high-ranking ninjas. It appears the village harbors a deep-seated hatred for you. Nonetheless, it ultimately benefits me, Lord Nakamura. Let me calculate. A head is valued at 30 million Rio. Although I am unaware of the specific capabilities of that transforming black cat puppet, its mere appearance should fetch a considerable sum. Oh, and there is also that object he discovered at the end. Nakamura scrutinized the still-smiling head of Shusuke. To elicit such excitement in Shusuke before his demise, that piece of wood must be something remarkable. However, Nakamura did not immediately proceed to the location of Shusuke's corpse. Instead, he manipulated his mantis-shaped puppet, wielding its scythe-like forelimbs to dismember Shusuke's body beyond recognition. In an instant, the forest was once more awash with blood, the pungent scent of carnage gradually permeating the air. Nakamura's actions were not driven by vengeance or peculiar inclinations. As a puppeteer, he understood that many of his peers favored implanting intricate mechanisms within their bodies. Upon death, these corpses would transform into lethal traps, dragging their enemies into the abyss alongside them. Typically, such a fierce disposition is cultivated only by the shinobi of Sunagakure, who endure a harsh existence amidst wind and sand. Individuals like Shusuke, with their delicate skin and mere cunning to learn puppetry, likely lack such awareness. Nevertheless, Nakamura remained vigilant, recalling the teachings of Master Chio. Thus, he controlled his puppet to dismantle the corpse thoroughly, aiming to disable or trigger any potential traps. However, apart from the viscera spilling onto the ground, attracting numerous crows that perched ominously above, Nakamura detected no anomalies in the body. It seemed, as he surmised, that Shusuke had not set any death traps on himself. Consequently, Nakamura approached the now mangled corpse, pinching his nose as he searched for the aforementioned piece of wood and other useful items. Soon, he discovered the wooden fragment, still clutched tightly in Shusuke's right hand. Let me see what it is that you cherish so dearly. Nakamura squatted down with a smirk, effortlessly prying open Shusuke's palm to retrieve the wood. Yet, the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Habitually channeling chakra into the wood for inspection, he was astonished to find that the chakra was effortlessly absorbed into it. This indicated that the wood possessed remarkable chakra conductivity. Even as a native of Sunagakure, Nakamura seldom encountered materials that could rival this, let alone possess one. Why would such a rare material be found here? How could Shusuke have stumbled upon it? Wait, I recall that this area seems to have entered the Valley of the End. Could it be? In the blink of an eye, an array of questions surged within Nakamura's mind, seemingly drawing ever closer to the elusive truth. He found himself regretting his hasty decision to eliminate Hitoshi, wishing fervently for the latter's resurrection to elucidate all his inquiries. However, in the very moment he attempted to rise and depart, something unexpectedly seized his left leg, rendering him immobile. Taken aback, Nakamura instinctively lowered his gaze, only to be nearly petrified with horror. For it was none other than the blood-soaked right hand of the corpse that clutched his calf with an unyielding grip. What in the world? I merely pondered it. How could you take it so literally? Just as Nakamura was momentarily stunned by the bizarre predicament before him, a steel needle suddenly protruded from Hitoshi's wrist, piercing straight into his ensnared foot. This is bad, a poison needle. The sharp sting and the sensation of a foreign liquid coursing through him jolted Nakamura back to reality, prompting an instinctive and exemplary response. With a swift motion, accompanied by a glint of cold light, crimson blood erupted once more. Yet this time, the puppet he manipulated severed his own wounded calf. The half-lacerated limb continued to bleed profusely, while Nakamura and his puppet hastily retreated, striving to distance themselves from Hitoshi's corpse. In the midst of their withdrawal, Nakamura rummaged through his ninja gear, hastily consuming various antidotes to counteract the poison that may have already infiltrated his bloodstream. Shielded by his puppet, he cast his gaze back towards Hitoshi's body, his eyes brimming with fury, regret, and disbelief. The earlier nonchalance and mockery had vanished entirely. How infuriating! Who would have thought this unorthodox puppet master could concoct deadly traps, eluding my perception? Yet before Nakamura could fully express his frustration, another anomaly unfolded. Even more bizarre than before, the sight before him rendered him speechless, as he could only stare in stupefied astonishment. On the bloodstained grass, Hitoshi's dismembered corpse fragments began to converge, gradually reassembling into their original form. Accompanying this uncanny phenomenon, the body was mysteriously lifted as if controlled by invisible strings, resembling a marionette being hoisted upright. Suddenly, the head, which had rolled aside, soared through the air, landing squarely atop the vacant neck of the corpse. Hitoshi then adjusted his head with both hands, ensuring it was aligned correctly before he began to stagger towards Nakamura. Nakamura was on the verge of insanity. The scene before him was an affront to his very worldview, causing his sanity to plummet. He had merely passed through Konoha, fortuitously received the village's bounty notice, and unexpectedly discovered the opportunity to confront Hitoshi Kimura. But who could explain how the individual described in the bounty, an unlikely adept of puppet mastery, had transformed into this grotesque figure before him? Even now, he could not ascertain whether this entity truly was Hitoshi Kimura. Had he unwittingly fallen under an illusion from the very beginning? Nakamura swiftly employed a technique to dispel the illusion, eliminating this possibility. Could this be what is referred to as a human puppet? The bizarre appearance of Hideki Kimura before him evoked thoughts of the taboo arts rumored in the village. Was it conceivable that Hideki Kimura had transformed himself into a puppet, allowing him to endure being shattered into countless pieces, yet still revert to his original form as long as the core remained intact? However, Nakamura quickly dismissed this notion. This time, he lacked sufficient reasoning. It was merely an instinctive reluctance to accept that a practitioner of the unsophisticated arts he scorned could wield the legendary techniques of human puppetry. With these possibilities ruled out, only one truth remained. This entity was not Hideki Kimura at all. Chapter 20. The Puppeteer's Battle. Nakamura leaned against a large tree, his eyes wide and vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings. He had ascertained that the strange entity before him was either a corpse deliberately disguised as Hideki Kimura or an exquisitely crafted puppet, complete with meticulously replicated internal organs. While the former hypothesis seemed more plausible, the existence of the black cat puppet, indistinguishable even to him, instinctively led Nakamura to consider that the latter might indeed hold the truth. This brought to mind what Chio-sensei had once mentioned about puppets originally constructed by mechanists, designed to closely mimic human appearance to launch lethal attacks when the enemy's guard was down. However, Hideki Kimura's rendition was extraordinarily hardcore, replicating even the intricate internal structures of the human body. Yet regardless of whether it was a corpse or a lifelike puppet, it ultimately required a puppeteer to animate it. This also implied that Hideki Kimura, the manipulator, must be nearby. With the sequence of events beginning to make sense, Nakamura's anxiety subsided considerably. Fear stems from the unknown. Once the underlying principles are understood, even the most grotesque puppet before him would hold no terror. Although Nakamura had lost the advantage of surprise, sustained injuries, and no longer underestimated his adversary, he remained confident in his ability to achieve victory in a direct confrontation between puppeteers. His foremost task was to locate Hideki Kimura's position. As the corpse puppet staggered closer, Nakamura formulated a plan in his mind and began to direct his mantis puppet into an assault. Hideki Kimura, prepare to witness the true essence of puppetry. Nakamura first shouted to provoke a reaction, attempting to draw out Hideki's position through taunting. Yet, this was merely a pretext. In the world of puppeteers, dialogue ultimately relied on the puppets themselves to enact. The dance of the mantis commenced. Nakamura channeled a substantial amount of chakra, causing the threads connecting him to the mantis puppet to shimmer with a radiant blue glow. The mantis puppet's movements became increasingly agile and swift, launching a flurry of attacks with its scythe-like forelimbs, now aglow with azure light. In response, the corpse puppet bearing Hideki's visage began to maneuver and evade the onslaught of the mantis puppet. Though its speed is not remarkable, it adeptly evades fierce attacks with bizarre movements that defy human anatomy, often dodging in wondrous postures. Even when occasionally struck by a scythe, its wounds gradually mend, as if it possesses the gift of regeneration. For a moment, the confrontation between the two becomes a stalemate, with neither side gaining the upper hand. How infuriating! It seems that exposing a flaw is not as effortless as one would hope. Nakamura's brows furrowed tightly in frustration. His aggressive onslaught on the corpse puppet was intended to compel his opponent to divert chakra in order to maneuver the puppet away from harm's way. This, he believed, would allow him to trace the opponent's location through the revealed chakra threads. However, the unfolding events did not align with his expectations. Nakamura had assumed that once the corpse puppet was identified, it would be easily manageable. After all, in its quest to fully emulate the human form, the puppet's material strength was merely that of the human body, offering little space for weaponry. Perhaps the poison needles that sprang forth from its wrist constituted its entire arsenal. The recent battle seemed to validate this assumption. Apart from the occasional poison needle, the corpse puppet displayed no other means of combat. Yet, this seemingly feeble ambush puppet was somehow evenly matched against his combat-ready puppet, resulting in an impasse. More alarmingly, up to this point, the opponent's puppet had yet to reveal any chakra threads, indicating that Kimura Hideki had not even exerted his full strength. Nakamura was compelled to confront a harsh truth. Despite his formal training, he found himself outmatched by a self-taught adversary. Furthermore, what appeared to be a balanced standoff was, in fact, quite disadvantageous for him. He cast a sidelong glance at the severed edge of his calf. Although he had temporarily staunched the wound with chakra, he had already lost a considerable amount of blood. If he could not resolve the conflict swiftly, he feared he would succumb to exhaustion, becoming an easy target. It seemed he had no choice but to employ his final gambit. With a clenched jaw, Nakamura began to command the mantis puppet to move swiftly around his opponent while wielding its dual sides against the surrounding air. His strategy was straightforward. Although the corpse puppet showed no visible chakra threads, the absence did not imply their non-existence. The sides of his mantis puppet, infused with a modicum of chakra metal, possessed the capability to sever chakra threads. Thus, with relentless attempts, the concealed chakra threads would inevitably be cut. Simultaneously, Nakamura could ascertain the location of Hideki's concealment based on the position of the mantis puppet's size when the corpse puppet lost mobility. The reason Nakamura had refrained from employing this tactic initially stemmed from his concern that Kimura Hideki might choose to forsake the puppet and flee. For vengeance, for the 30 million ryo, and to uncover the secrets concealed within Kimura Hideki, Nakamura could not bear the thought of letting him escape so easily. However, at this moment, Nakamura had no room for hesitation. It would be ideal to capture the opponent, but if they managed to escape, one can at least safeguard their own life and return once adequately prepared to settle the score. Kimura Hidetaka, I am willing to acknowledge your prowess as a true puppeteer. Therefore, surrender your life and secrets. Under Nakamura's relentless command, the mantis puppet incessantly swung its scythe, attempting to sever the chakra threads concealed within the void. For a moment, the forest seemed to be ravaged by a tempest. Trees, flowers, and even unsuspecting small creatures were swept into the whirlwind of scythe blades, rendering the scene utterly chaotic. Yet, despite such fervent efforts, the anticipated spectacle of severing the chakra threads and witnessing the corpse puppet collapse remained elusive. Forward, to the left, to the right, behind, above. The blade of the mantis puppet had enveloped the corpse puppet from all directions, yet there were no signs of the chakra threads being severed. Nakamura's expression, once filled with anticipation and exuberance, gradually morphed into confusion and disbelief. Ultimately, only a frenzied and hysterical visage remained upon his face. Impossible, utterly impossible. This puppet is clearly being controlled. How could there be no chakra threads? I must have overlooked something. However, it matters not. If I scour the surrounding area thoroughly, I will surely compel Hidetaka to reveal himself. With no other options available, Nakamura was left with this most desperate course of action. Fleeing was not an option. His only path to survival lay in forcing Hidetaka to surface before his chakra was depleted. Yet, his all-or-nothing gamble was doomed to failure, for if one's efforts are misdirected, no amount of exertion can yield success. Poor Nakamura. He likely could not fathom that the Hidetaka he so fervently sought was not hidden within the forest, but rather concealed beneath his very feet. Chapter 21. Hidetaka's combat style. Now, let us shift our focus to Hidetaka's location. In the glow of a flashlight, one can discern Hidetaka sitting cross-legged in a subterranean chamber approximately 10 meters below ground, his fingers dancing through the air as if performing a melodic composition. Simultaneously, each fingertip emanated a chakra thread that extended upwards, manipulating the corpse puppets on the surface as they continued to engage with the adversary. Indeed, the peculiar corpse puppets on the ground were Hidetaka's creation. Possessing the technique of radar perception, he had long since detected someone tracking him. Thus, to safeguard himself, he had seized the opportunity to retreat underground while crafting lifelike decoys to replace him. It proved that his caution was not in vain. As the enemy mistook the remarkably realistic decoy for Hidetaka and attempted a surprise assault, the vast disparity in intelligence rendered the outcome painfully obvious. The reason the foe could not discern any trace of Hidetaka's chakra threads was simply because they were directly connected to the feet of the decoy beneath the ground. However, the remarkable Shushu has the uncanny ability to manipulate his foes at will, relying solely on a ninjutsu of merely C-rank difficulty. The Earth Release, Earth Dragon Concealment Technique. This technique allows the practitioner to transform soil into fine grains of sand via Earth Release chakra, enabling them to traverse underground with the grace of a dragon. Due to his need to dedicate most of his energy to puppet techniques, Shushu has not delved deeply into other ninjutsu. The Earth Dragon Concealment Technique is one of the few ninjutsu he has devoted considerable time and effort to mastering. Not only is Shushu's chakra affinity naturally aligned with Earth, but the primary reason for his investment in this technique is its exceptional utility for escape, a skill that the life-preserving Shushu would certainly not overlook. Furthermore, he has enhanced this technique by incorporating elements from the brainstorming technique, allowing him not only to convert soil into sand, but also to compress it into rock, thereby creating temporary sanctuaries akin to the underground caverns he inhabits, facilitating the execution of his puppet techniques or evading adversaries. In dire situations, Shushu can even sustain himself underground for extended periods, utilizing provisions such as food, water, and oxygen tanks that he has meticulously prepared in storage scrolls. Nevertheless, the Earth Dragon Concealment Technique is not without its flaws. Its most significant drawback is the difficulty in discerning the situation above ground while underground. Although the technique scroll includes a supplementary method to roughly gauge the location and number of enemies based on vibrations, this can only serve as a rudimentary compensatory measure. Such skills are primarily suited for escape or infiltration. They are insufficient for the precise manipulation of puppets on the surface via chakra threads. Otherwise, this tactical approach would not have been conceived by Shushu. It is also likely that Nakamura contemplated the possibility of Shushu hiding underground. In fact, this issue had preoccupied Shushu for quite some time. The challenge of controlling puppets without visual observation has long been a dilemma that puppet masters tirelessly strive to overcome. The puppet master themselves represents the most significant vulnerability within the puppet technique framework. If they could transcend the limitations of relying on sight, puppet masters could conceal themselves further away and more discreetly, rather than remaining in close proximity to the battlefield, perpetually anxious about being caught in the crossfire of area of effect ninjutsu. Although Shushu possesses a radar sensing technique that allows him to easily perceive his surroundings, the principle behind this technique relies on analyzing chakra reflection waves, which introduces a degree of latency. While it is effective for understanding terrain or locating individuals and objects, it falls short in the fast-paced context of ninja combat. Fortunately, the radar sensing technique has provided Shushu with a spark of inspiration. This inspiration only fully materialized after a recent enhancement in his chakra control, revealing a straightforward concept. In Shushu's previous life, the radar seemed to have been inspired by the echolocation capabilities of bats. This time, Shushu drew inspiration from a creature that, much like the spider, possesses the remarkable ability to ascertain its surroundings without relying on sight. The spider deftly detects subtle vibrations within its web, swiftly discerning whether prey has ensnared itself and accurately pinpointing its location. Shushu ingeniously applied this principle to devise a technique known as the chakra web. As the name suggests, Shushu, leveraging his formidable control over chakra, releases a multitude of delicate chakra threads radiating from the center of his puppet in all directions. These threads connect to the surrounding environment, weaving an intricate three-dimensional network. Although they lack any substantial strength and can snap at the slightest touch, they function similarly to spider silk. Once disturbed by a passerby, the vibrations travel rapidly through the puppet and ultimately reach Shushu. He then constructs a mental image of the puppet's surroundings based on the information received, using this as a foundation to manipulate the puppet in combat. While this may sound complex, the processes of touching, vibrating, transmitting, analyzing, and operating occur almost instantaneously, with minimal delay. However, given Shushu's current mental acuity and chakra control, he is unable to perfectly recreate the scene in his mind. Thus, when employing this technique, his puppet manipulation skills are reduced to approximately 30% of their usual capacity, necessitating further enhancement. An unexpected benefit arose from this technique. Although it was initially intended for remote puppet control, Shushu soon realized that this ninjutsu could also be applied to himself, heightening his awareness and ability to evade enemy attacks during close combat. Consequently, he aptly named this ninjutsu the spider sense technique. The time was nearing its end. Glancing at the pocket watch he had deliberately placed on the ground, Shioshu noted that nearly 10 minutes had elapsed, prompting him to murmur to himself. As Ine-Kaiten suspected, Shioshu was indeed biding his time. A wounded beast becomes ever more perilous. Although Shioshu was 99% confident of securing victory without injury, it was prudent to exercise caution in this realm of ninjas, endowed with various extraordinary abilities. Therefore, he remained comfortably concealed underground, awaiting the enemy's self-destruction. However, what Shioshu anticipated was not merely the adversary collapsing from excessive blood loss, but rather a more expedient outcome. Just moments ago, Nin-'s ability to make the correct judgment swiftly, opting to sever his own calf, was something Shioshu found quite commendable. Had the toxin spread solely through the bloodstream, such a decisive action would indeed have been timely in halting its proliferation. Yet, unbeknownst to Ine-Kaiten, Shioshu's method of poisoning extended beyond the poison needle. The chakra threads had already infiltrated his body following the needle's insertion. Although Ine-Kaiten had consumed numerous antidotes, effectively staving off the toxin's spread temporarily, he was still unable to fully detoxify. Because the poison employed by Shioshu is not merely a common substance found in abundance, but rather a collection of highly toxic plants he inadvertently gathered during his quest for materials across the shinobi world. Even Shioshu himself lacks a corresponding antidote. Thus, regardless of how effective the antidote concocted by Chiyo may be, he can only surrender when confronted with a myriad of unstudied toxins. It can be asserted that the moment the enemy succumbs to the poison, the outcome of the battle has already been predetermined. Indeed, not long afterward, Shioshu, utilizing his spider sense technique, perceived the undeniable truth of the enemy lying motionless on the ground, while simultaneously, the enemy's puppet stood still. The victor and vanquished had been decided. Although Shioshu remained entirely unaware of his opponent's name, their secret weapons, or even their appearance, he had undeniably triumphed over them. This exemplifies Shioshu's consistent approach to combat, unadorned, straightforward, and somewhat monotonous. Chapter 22. My unique corpse inspection technique. The scene returns to the ground, where Nakamura has lost his physical equilibrium due to a sudden wave of dizziness, causing him to collapse with a thud. This disorientation did not dissipate with the pain of his fall. Rather, it intensified, rendering him unable to maintain even his chakra lines. Nearby, the mantis puppet ceased its movements, standing silently in place. Dark red blood began to trickle from the corner of Nakamura's mouth. Sensing that his life force was ebbing away, his previously frantic eyes gradually cleared, realizing the nature of his predicament. It was the initial poison needle. Despite having severed his calf and consumed so many of Chiyo's specially formulated antidotes, he still found himself unable to escape fate. Kimura Shioshu, how many secrets do you harbor? However, all of this was now irrelevant to Nakamura. In his dying moments, his unfocused gaze fell upon a small wooden block on the ground nearby, presumably dropped from his grasp during the fall. Nakamura managed a self-deprecating smile, recalling how he had once mocked Kimura Shioshu for losing his life over such a piece of wood. Ironically, he, too, had become a fool, having let his guard down because of this very wooden block, leading to his own demise. The instant the enemy captures its prey is indeed the optimal moment to strike. It is I who truly failed to comprehend this maxim. At this point, Nakamura's foggy mind could no longer sustain his thoughts. His eyelids grew unbearably heavy, compelling him to ultimately close his eyes. The last image he beheld in this life was that of a corpse puppet resembling Kimura Shioshu, swaying as it approached him, extending chakra threads from its fingertips, slowly reaching out towards him. Following the victory in battle, one naturally arrives at the anticipated phase of corpse inspection. Yet, Shioshu remained seated within the subterranean chamber, harboring no intentions of emerging. To speak candidly, he possessed a unique technique for examining corpses. Under Shioshu's control, a small passage formed at the top of the cave, and various items began to descend along the channel, drawn forth by the chakra threads, landing before Shioshu. Within the confines of his possession lay a sand-hidden-style ninja tool pouch, a puppet master-s toolkit, a sum of coins amounting to approximately 50,000 ryo, a notebook, a bounty notice, and a collection of miscellaneous items. It was abundantly clear that these spoils were being meticulously extracted by Hitoshi through his chakra strings, an adept habit cultivated over the years. Utilizing chakra strings to probe the deceased was a practice Hitoshi had perfected. His formidable chakra control allowed him to identify every valuable item on the corpse with meticulous precision, leaving nothing unexamined. Moreover, Hitoshi harbored a concern that foes might unhinge themselves to transform their own corpses into death traps, a tactic he himself had often employed, albeit with the use of a puppet. Thus, through the scrutiny of chakra strings, he could effectively eliminate the possibility of concealed mechanisms or poison items on the body. Nonetheless, Hitoshi refrained from directly touching these items, opting instead for further examination via chakra strings. The tool pouch, toolkit, coins, and assorted belongings were of little consequence, serving merely as a minor supplement. The notebook, as Hitoshi had anticipated, yielded scant useful information, merely chronicling mundane expenses and travel observations. Apart from finally learning that the individual he had dispatched bore the name Nakamura, Hitoshi found little else of value. This was hardly surprising, for it was unlikely that a villain would carry a legendary tome on their person as they roamed about. Such scenarios were best reserved for the pages of fiction. Thus, Hitoshi felt no disappointment. After all, there remained a puppet on the ground awaiting retrieval, rendering his endeavors profitable regardless. His attention swiftly shifted to the bounty notice, prominently bearing the name of Hitoshi Kimura. The bounty stood at 30 million ryo, with a stipulation of life or death, indicating that the sand-hidden village truly harbored a profound animosity towards him. Although Hitoshi had anticipated this eventuality, he was taken aback by its swift arrival. It was worth noting that he had yet to complete his teaching internship. It was not difficult to envision that such assassination attempts would likely recur in the future. However, Hitoshi did not find himself overly concerned for the moment. If the sand-hidden village truly regarded him as a significant threat, they would not resort to issuing a bounty but would instead dispatch an elite squad to eliminate him. Due to Hitoshi's emphasis on concealment, the Sand-Hidden viewed his proficiency in puppet techniques as insufficient to warrant an all-out extermination effort. Certainly, as Hitoshi continued his teachings and established his workshop, the village's assessment of him would likely rise, potentially reaching an intolerable level. Hence, it was imperative for Hitoshi to amass sufficient strength before that time arrived to confront the increasingly daunting trials ahead. Employing the Earth Dragon hidden technique, he buried Nakamura in the depths of the earth, subsequently retrieving 2 puppets with a storage scroll. With that, Hitoshi concluded his inaugural exploration of the Valley of the End and returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Despite now bearing a bounty of 30 million ryo, Hitoshi's life thereafter exhibited no marked changes. He continued with his daily activities as usual. After all, he seldom ventured far from the village. Even the most skilled bounty hunters would think twice before openly attacking a leaf ninja within its confines, for even if they were to claim the bounty, they would likely find themselves without the means to enjoy it. The only risk that exists is that Shoshu must occasionally venture into the great forest of Konoha to seek out valuable chakra-conducting materials. Whether for the workshop or to enhance his puppets, these materials are indispensable to Shoshu, and he cannot afford to abandon them due to the perils involved. Moreover, with the triple safeguards of radar perception techniques, the puppet dummies, and the Earth Dragon concealment jutsu, Shoshu feels quite confident in his ability to protect himself. However, recently, he finds that he has little time to gather materials, as the progress of the workshop plan, aided by Director Camp, has been remarkably swift, entering the countdown to its official opening. Although the actual workshop has yet to be established, Camp has already opened up several rooms on the first floor of the orphanage as a temporary workshop, sufficient for basic production tasks. Furthermore, the materials and tools procured by Shoshu from the Ninja Tools Full Point Hall have begun to arrive, ready to be put into production at any moment. Now, the only remaining task is to arrange for the apprentices responsible for the core production processes. However, this is of little concern, as the weekend visitation day for students invited by Shoshu to tour the workshop has quietly arrived. On a Saturday morning, in the open space before the orphanage, numerous children are chasing and playing, their laughter ringing out joyfully. Amidst this cacophony of mirth, 2 other children, appearing somewhat out of place, stand by observing the scene with bewilderment. Rin, are you certain we haven't taken a wrong turn? In a flowing red dress, Yuhi Kurenai inquires hesitantly. Rin, maintaining her usual appearance, responds with a hint of uncertainty. I followed the address given by the teacher. It should be correct. Today marks the day when Teacher Kimura has invited students renowned for their chakra control to visit the workshop. Both Kurenai and Noira Rin are among those invited, hence their presence here. Yet, the sight before them leaves the two young girls perplexed. After all, they were supposed to be heading to a workshop, yet what stands before them undeniably resembles an orphanage. Chapter 23. Heir to the Will of Fire. I think we must have inadvertently taken a wrong turn. This is clearly just an ordinary orphanage. If this were truly a workshop, do you mean to say these children are apprentices? Kurenai gestures with her hands, speaking in a teasing tone. Indeed, a woman's intuition can be formidable. Although Kurenai is unaware that she has already guessed the truth and is preparing to pull Rin away in search of the real workshop, Rin, known for her keen observational skills, seems to hold a differing opinion. Kurenai, don't you find this orphanage a bit peculiar? What seems odd about it? Well, it's just that the children here appear to be more spirited than the ordinary kids I usually see. Rin, hailing from a humble background, understands well how impoverished children tend to look. Yet, the children before her, despite their orphan status, though several appear somewhat frail, have rosy cheeks and a shine in their eyes, clearly indicating they have been well fed of late. Not to mention, they exude a remarkable vigor, seemingly brimming with hope for the future. With a soft whisper, Lin remarked, "Look, Hong, over there beneath the tree, those children are all holding books or toys. What kind of orphanage could afford such extravagance?" Following Lin's gaze, Hong indeed observed a group of children under a large tree, engrossed in reading or playing with an array of toys. This peculiar sight piqued her curiosity, having been doted upon by her parents since childhood. Despite not having much interest in toys, her home boasted nearly every type of toy available on the market. Yet, many of the toys in the children's hands were unfamiliar to her. Such a scene unfolding in a remote orphanage seemed decidedly unusual. At that moment, a little girl, around 3 or 4 years old, approached her, a stream of mucus trailing from her nose. With an innocent expression, she handed Hong a colorful cube, saying, "Sister, please help me solve this Rubik's Cube." To her, any child older than herself was merely a tool to assist in her quest. Observing that the children predominantly held these intriguing cubes, Hong had gleaned the basic mechanics of the game. With a confident smile, she accepted the challenge, exclaiming, "No problem. Watch my performance." Thus began Hong's initial foray into the world of the Rubik's Cube. She twisted one side, then another, realizing it was not as daunting as she had anticipated. "Look, I've completed one side," she declared triumphantly. However, her joy was short-lived as she noticed that the colors on the completed side had inexplicably changed. What on earth? Who on this planet invented such a toy? How could a child ever figure this out? Within mere minutes, Hong's expression shifted from confidence to deep contemplation, ultimately morphing into frustration. She had not expected this seemingly simple cube to be so intricate. Each turn led to a cascade of changes that required comprehensive strategizing to solve. Yet, her competitive spirit ignited, and she became engrossed in the challenge, completely forgetting her original purpose. Meanwhile, Lin, having attempted to coax her friend to no avail, could only shake her head and chuckle softly as she waited. Regrettably, after an extended struggle, Hong was still unable to restore the cube to its original state, her cheeks puffing in exasperation. Just then, a clear, ringing sound echoed from the orphanage. Sister Kelly emerged at the entrance, shaking a brass bell while admonishing the children. "It's time for class. Hurry along now, and don't forget your books and toys. Remember to wash your hands before class." Under her persistent guidance, the children obediently gathered their belongings and scampered back into the orphanage. Witnessing this, both Hong and Lin felt a tinge of embarrassment, as the enthusiasm of these students for attending class far surpassed that of their own schoolmates. "Give me back my cube. I need to go to class." The little girl tugged at Hong's dress, extending her hands in a plea. It is uncertain whether it is merely a figment of her imagination, but Hong perceives a hint of disdain in the naive gaze of the young girl, as if she were silently remarking, "This older sister is truly foolish." Unable to even solve a Rubik's Cube, Hong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she sheepishly returned the cube to the girl, in a bid to salvage her dignity. She turned to Lin and remarked, "What a pity. If only I had another minute, I would have managed to solve it." Lin could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. Once the little girl triumphantly ran into the orphanage, holding the cube aloft, Kelly turned her attention to the two, her previously stern expression transforming into a warm smile. "What delightful little girls you are. You must be visiting the workshop, arriving so early." It was then that Hong recalled the purpose of their visit, her face lighting up with surprise as she exclaimed, "Nanny? So this truly is the teacher's workshop? It hardly looks like one. Kelly chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and gestured towards the vacant lot to the east of the orphanage. The workshop you seek is actually over there. However, it is not yet completed, which is why your teacher has temporarily set up the workshop here in the orphanage. What does not yet completed mean? It is more accurate to say that construction has not even begun, Hong thought to herself as she gazed at the barren land. Nevertheless, the two finally confirmed that they had indeed arrived at their intended destination. Can we visit the temporary workshop now? Hong inquired boldly. Of course. But you must first provide your names for verification, Sister Kelly replied, retrieving a list. Hong and Lin had no objections and readily stated their names. After confirming that both were on the guest list, Kelly tucked the list away and led them towards the entrance of the orphanage. As they walked, Kelly spoke. You must be curious why your teacher chose to establish the workshop here at the orphanage, right? In their hearts, Hong and Lin both thought otherwise. Hong had not come for the workshop. She merely wished to spend more time with the charming teacher, Kimura. However, after her recent humiliation, she was now consumed with thoughts of acquiring a Rubik's Cube to practice secretly, hoping to redeem herself before that little girl. Lin, on the other hand, had accepted her teacher's invitation, which was why she was here. She had even resolved that after today, she could no longer attend puppetry classes, fearing the allure of puppetry would lead her to abandon her dream of becoming a medical ninja. Unbeknownst to Kelly, who continued her explanation, you may not know this, but your teacher, Kimura, grew up here. The reason he established the workshop is to raise funds for the orphanage, allowing it to continue its operations. At this moment, the trio passed through an old, dilapidated wooden corridor. Inside a nearby room, many children sat at their desks, practicing reading and writing under the guidance of an elderly gentleman. Every time Kelly witnessed this scene, her eyes would become slightly misty. With a look of deep reflection, she expressed her gratitude, stating that thanks to Xiu, the children now have an abundance of books and writing materials at their disposal. In the past, I could scarcely have imagined such a scene, even in my dreams. Once the children have read more and are able to assist in the workshop, life at the orphanage will undoubtedly improve. As Kelly opened up, she could not contain her excitement, enthusiastically recounting to the two others the transformation Xiu had brought to the orphanage. Upon learning that the children would be helping in the workshop, neither of them found anything amiss. After all, compared to sending children into battle, working in the workshop was a coveted opportunity for many. Furthermore, they had faith that the gentle Mr. Kimura would never let the children suffer. He must surely have intended this as a means to support the orphanage. Thus, in the hearts of the two young girls, Mr. Kimura's image grew even more admirable. Having come from the orphanage himself, he endeavored to assist its children whenever possible. As a puppeteer, he selflessly cultivated more puppeteers for Konoha. Was not all that Mr. Kimura did the most perfect embodiment of the will of fire, which signifies the passing of the torch. Chapter 24. The Temporary Workshop Especially for Yuhara Rin. Sister Kelly's words plunged her into deep contemplation. As a child of humble origins from Konoha, Rin had witnessed the numerous tragedies that war inflicted upon the lower ninjas and ordinary people. Aware of her inability to quell the chaos of war, she aspired to become a medical ninja, hoping to alleviate the pain wrought by conflict through healing the wounded. However, Mr. Kimura's actions suddenly illuminated how narrow-minded her previous thoughts had been. According to Sister Kelly, these children were primarily war orphans, victims of the tragedies of warfare. By establishing a workshop to help them become self-sufficient, was Mr. Kimura not also mending the wounds caused by war? Rin began to comprehend that ninjutsu was ultimately merely a tool for ninjas, driven by one's intent. Medical ninjutsu, which was meant to save lives, could just as easily take them, and even the notorious puppetry techniques, when employed wisely, could be used to benefit humanity. Thus, the crux lay in the user's true intentions and the aims they wished to achieve through ninjutsu. Rin's core intentions remained unchanged. Yet, she began to waver on whether medical ninjutsu was the only path to fulfill them. After all, even the esteemed Lady Tsunade, hailed as the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, seemed unable to bring about significant positive change in Konoha. Could pursuing medicine truly save the people of Konoha? Beside her, Yuhi Kurenai did not share Rin's profound insights. Having been sheltered by her parents since childhood, she had yet to encounter the harsh realities of life. Thus, her sympathy for the children and admiration for her teacher remained superficial. At that moment, what occupied her thoughts was the love-hate relationship she had with the Rubik's Cube. Consequently, She quickly seized the opportunity to grasp Sister Kelly's hand, eager to inquire about the cube's whereabouts. Aunt Kelly, was the toy we were just playing with also invented by Teacher Kimura? The teacher is truly considerate, preparing not only books and stationery for everyone, but also an abundance of toys, which is quite enviable. This remark left Kelly somewhat speechless. Envious of orphans? Little girl, do your parents know about this? However, she was unaware of how many children she had raised, but she was certainly aware of the hidden motives in Hong's heart. Recognizing that the little girl was actually coveting the toys, Kelly, seizing this opportunity to entice them into joining the workshop, smiled and explained. Those toys are not merely for children's amusement. They are intended for testing to see how enjoyable and durable they are. These toys will be the main offerings of our workshop in the future. So, if you have a favorite toy, Hong, why not create one for yourself later? What? To her surprise, Teacher Kimura's workshop was not only set up in the orphanage, but was primarily focused on producing toys. Lin and Hong exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat taken aback, yet upon reflection, it seemed to align perfectly with Teacher Kimura's unconventional style. However, before they could inquire further, Kelly had already halted in her tracks and turned to them, saying, "The remaining questions will be answered by your Teacher Kimura." Unbeknownst to them, under Kelly's guidance, they had arrived at a makeshift workshop formed by combining several rooms. Although it was referred to as a workshop, the space resembled a classroom for woodworking apprentices. In the center of the room were several long tables and numerous chairs, serving both as desks and workbenches. Various handcrafted tools hung neatly on the walls, many of which they did not recognize the purpose of. Additionally, one end of the room housed materials and some larger machines, whose functions were equally unclear. The opposite end featured a podium and a blackboard, presumably for teaching apprentices. Their Teacher Kimura was seated at the podium, casually reading a notebook with one hand propped beneath it. Noticing the commotion, Shiyu-suk diverted his attention from his notes, and, seeing Noera Lin and Yuki Hong, smiled and said, "You two arrived quite early. The other students have yet to arrive, so feel free to look around for now. Once everyone is here, I will guide you in creating something interesting, allowing you to experience the joy of crafting with your own hands." Unlike Lin, who nodded in agreement, Hong had little interest in making things. Thus, she approached Shiyu-suk directly and boasted, "Teacher, do you think my new dress looks good?" With that, Hong lifted the hem of her dress and twirled twice, her smile radiant. "Very lovely. You look just like a little princess," Shiyu-suk complimented casually. But before Hong could bask in her delight, he pointed to a corner of the dress and added, "However, it seems to be stained here. Their SA handprint." Hong looked down and, indeed, noticed a rather prominent black handprint at the hem. This must have been left by that little girl earlier. In a fit of anger, Hong found herself gnashing her teeth, having just been belittled regarding her intelligence, and now she felt humiliated before Teacher Kimura. Was that little girl her nemesis? Xiu, noticing Hong's puffed-up cheeks filled with ire, was perplexed. Was it truly necessary to be so upset over a slightly soiled skirt? Observing her cheeks swell like balloons, he decided to soothe her emotions. He set down his notes, opened a box on the podium, and handed a small trinket to Hong, saying, "Once your skirt is clean, there's no need to sulk. Perhaps you might enjoy playing with this toy. It may lift your spirits." However, in her heart, Hong was indignantly scoffing. The toy presented by Teacher Kimura was none other than a Rubik's Cube. While she indeed wished to practice with it, the timing was utterly inconvenient. Even the usually kind Lin couldn't stifle a giggle at the sight. Upon hearing Lin's laughter, Hong too found it hard to contain herself, and soon, both girls were laughing heartily, leaving Xiu utterly bewildered. After a considerable time, they finally composed themselves and leaned closer to the podium, peering into the box where the Rubik's Cube had been placed. Inside, there were many unfamiliar objects. "Teacher, are these toys crafted in the workshop?" Hong inquired with curiosity. "It seems Aunt Kelly has informed you," Xiu replied, raising an eyebrow. "Indeed, these toys are the flagship products of my workshop. If you are interested, you can create your own later and take your creations home." "That's wonderful." Upon receiving a clear affirmative, Hong joyfully twirled around. Lin's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the toys in the box, contemplating which toy to learn to make. After all, despite their precociousness, they were still under 10 years old, and it was quite a challenge to resist the allure of toys. "Teacher, could you explain how to play with these toys?" Hong asked, blinking her eyes innocently. Xiu had initially intended to wait until everyone had gathered to provide an introduction to avoid repetition. However, he ultimately succumbed to the adorable pleading radiating from the two little girls, and reluctantly waved his hand, saying, "Very well. But you must assist me in introducing these toys to the other students afterward." "Absolutely." The two little girls nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at grain. Thus, Xioshu began to explain the various ways to play with the toys. "Firstly, the toy you are holding, Hong, is called a Rubik's Cube," he began. "Its gameplay is quite simple. First, scramble the colors by twisting it, and then attempt to restore it in the shortest time possible." The simplicity of the task struck a nerve with Hong, prompting her to cautiously inquire, "Teacher Kimura, how long does it typically take you to solve the Rubik's Cube?" Xioshu smiled gently but did not provide a direct answer. He merely extended a single index finger, deftly beckoning. And the Rubik's Cube in his hand began to levitate and spin rapidly in midair. In the blink of an eye, the cube landed back in his palm, leaving him somewhat flustered. Once he steadied himself and focused his gaze, he was astonished to discover that the cube had been reverted to a state where each face displayed a uniform color. The teacher was exceedingly swift. Had the cube even been spinning for a full second? After the initial astonishment wore off, he helplessly returned the cube to its box. "My apologies for the interruption. I take my leave." Having struggled for so long without success in restoring the cube, it seemed clear that he and the cube were simply not meant to be. Seeing this, Xioshu smiled and explained, "In truth, the Rubik's Cube is not as daunting as you perceive, Hong. With the proper algorithms, anyone can restore it in a short span of time." However, before Hong could revel in the notion of having a formula to follow, Xioshu added, "Yet, this toy primarily serves to enhance spatial reasoning skills, so it is advisable not to rely solely on the formulas." Upon hearing this, Hong slumped onto the podium like a deflated balloon, rolling from side to side in a playful manner and lamenting, "Forget about the Rubik's Cube, teacher. Please introduce us to other toys." Xioshu and Lin exchanged resigned smiles before continuing with their presentation of other toys. This is called a kamiki puzzle, also known as a wooden lock. There are various types, all utilizing the principle of mortise and tenon joints, which allows wooden pieces to fit snugly together without the need for nails or ropes. Since puppetry and many ninja tools also employ mortise and tenon construction, those interested in puppet making can begin by learning the relevant concepts through this wooden lock. Xioshu proceeded to showcase several differently shaped kamiki puzzles. The scene where he effortlessly extracted a piece, causing the entire puzzle to disassemble, left both girls in awe. However, when Xioshu encouraged them to attempt reassembling it, Hong was once again struck by the fear of her intelligence being overshadowed, especially as Lin swiftly restored the kamiki lock, rendering Hong somewhat embarrassed and feeling that these toys were far from enjoyable. Fortunately, the next toy was not a test of intellect. This toy is called a yo-yo, and it is our workshop's flagship product, destined to become immensely popular in Konoha. Despite the teacher's confident demeanor, both Lin and Hong regarded the unassuming yo-yo in his hand with skepticism. However, their doubts were soon dispelled by the teacher's dazzling demonstration. Under his deft manipulation, the yo-yo danced like a sprite between his hands and the slender string. The two little girls, having never encountered such an amusing toy, watched in wide-eyed wonder, their eyes gleaming. As Xioshu effortlessly showcased a variety of yo-yo tricks, he continued, "As you can see, the yo-yo is connected to your fingers by a cotton string, allowing you to practice controlling ninja tools with chakra lines." At this revelation, Lin and Hong finally snapped back to reality, feeling somewhat incredulous, as they began to grasp the teacher's clever approach. Much like the pocket puppet beast, the Rubik's Cube, the Kimura lock, and the yo-yo are not only entertaining, but also significantly beneficial for mastering the art of puppetry. The earnest enthusiasm behind facilitating the learning of puppetry truly moved and amused both individuals. However, the subsequent toys were considerably more conventional and bore little relation to the educational process. For instance, the tangram, the Huarong Road, the bamboo dragonfly, the kendama, and the pull string toy, especially the several Q-version wooden carvings inspired by the Leaf Village heroes that Xioshu presented last, captivated the two little girls completely. "Teacher, you are incredible. How could you invent so many fascinating new toys?" Hong said, clasping her hands in a prayer-like gesture, her face radiating admiration. Lin nodded fervently in agreement. Yet, Xioshu shook his head and remarked, "In truth, many of these toys cannot be credited to my invention. I merely stand on the shoulders of giants." Regrettably, the two girls believed this to be a display of modesty, interpreting it as an indication that the inspiration for the toys stemmed from puppetry. Unbeknownst to them, Xioshu was not deceiving them. His ability to invent such delightful toys was largely due to the cumulative knowledge of humanity over millennia in the realm of playthings. However, why toys? Selling toys probably doesn't yield much profit. Hong couldn't help but inquire. It was understandable that she would think this way. A child like her, who enjoyed such affection and had an abundance of toys, was indeed a rarity. In Konoha, children wealthy enough to purchase toys were often from ninja clans, and they scarcely had time to engage with toys, let alone spend money on them. Consequently, Konoha lacked proper toy stores, at best. A shelf in a general store might feature some toys, which hardly constituted a lucrative enterprise. Was there a mistake in selling toys in Konoha? In response to Hong's query, Xiao replied in a gentle tone, "The issue of profit is inconsequential. It suffices to sustain the workshop and the orphanage. The primary reason for choosing to manufacture toys is to enrich the leisure activities of the villagers of Konoha." Suddenly, Xiao gazed out the window, reminiscing, once. A martial arts master shared a profound insight on training. Study diligently, exercise well, eat properly, sleep soundly, and play joyfully. While education and work are undoubtedly important, allowing oneself to relax through entertainment is a long-term strategy for maintaining optimal physical and mental well-being. Presently, Konoha's ninjas are relatively adequate in various aspects, yet they falter in the realm of true recreation. Their forms of entertainment are largely limited to indulgence in food, drink, and gambling, which is quite unsatisfactory. Especially for you children, your avenues for amusement are even fewer than those of adults. If this continues, it will inevitably lead to ailments. Thus, I invented these toys in hopes of slightly altering this state of affairs. Upon hearing this, both little girls felt tears welling in their eyes, as the teacher's words struck a chord, poignantly addressing the struggles that they, as students of the Ninja Academy, faced, struggles often overlooked by adults. Had it not been for the pressure of graduation and the ensuing battlefield that left them with no outlet, these students of the Ninja Academy would not have matured so prematurely, seeking to alleviate their stress through romantic entanglements. They had believed that their teacher would selflessly impart the art of puppetry and establish a workshop to aid the children of the orphanage, which they considered to be the pinnacle of his capabilities. However, he exceeded their expectations, demonstrating a meticulous concern for the mental and physical well-being of these aspiring ninjas. What a remarkable spirit this is. At that moment, they perceived their teacher not merely as a bearer of the will of fire, but as the very embodiment of that essence walking among them. Yet, at this juncture, Hiragi felt somewhat uneasy under the fervent gazes of the two girls. He was acutely aware that he was not as great as he had just claimed to be. While alleviating the pressures faced by the ninjas and academy students was indeed one of the reasons for his foray into toy production, a more significant factor was that he intended to receive substantial monetary compensation in return. Regarding Kurenai's belief that the toy business was unprofitable, he could only shake his head and chuckle inwardly. The current lack of profitability in the toy industry stemmed from traditional toys failing to meet the needs of their target market. In contrast, Hiragi's innovative toys not only surpassed traditional ones in terms of playability, but also aimed to connect with training, thus mitigating parental aversion. Consequently, Hiragi was confident that these bespoke toys designed for children would undoubtedly create a sensation in Konoha. Another crucial reason for his confidence was the fact that the toy industry in Konoha was still in its nascent stages, allowing him to attain a monopolistic position without competition. It is worth noting that in Konoha, every trade is underpinned by the presence of ninja clans. Initially, these shops were established by the ninja clans to provide a livelihood for their non-ninja kin while simultaneously expanding their family revenues. However, after years of operation, these establishments formed entrenched barriers in their respective fields, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to penetrate. Hiragi returned to Konoha with the intent of rapidly accumulating various resources to grow stronger, having no desire to waste time on business rivalries with other ninja clans. Thus, although there were sectors like weapons and furniture that aligned more closely with the art of puppetry, he ultimately chose toys as the flagship product for his workshop's inception. Shortly thereafter, a number of students began to arrive at the workshop. As Hiragi had anticipated, the offspring of prominent clans such as the Hyuga and Sarutobi had largely stayed away. After all, they could not forsake their ancestral secret techniques to delve into the uncertain realm of puppetry. Consequently, Hiragi did not harbor high hopes, focusing primarily on commoners like Nara-Rin. The arrival of children from lesser clans, such as Yuhi Kurenai and Noira Kurenai, was a pleasant surprise for him. Although, apart from Kurenai, who seemed to be a fan, the other children approached the opportunity with an attitude of tentative experimentation, as their inherited jutsu were either commonplace or fraught with significant flaws. Thus, if these children can achieve notable accomplishments in the art of puppetry, their families would undoubtedly rejoice in such successes. At the very least, it would add another secret skill to their lineage. As for their opportunistic behavior, Shioshu harbored little dissatisfaction. Confronted with the current shortage of manpower in the workshop, he felt he had no right to be choosy. Regardless of whether they would profit immensely, Shioshu would not suffer any loss. Upon their arrival, the children, much like Lin and Hong, were quickly captivated by the intriguing and delightful toys, losing themselves in play and nearly forgetting that their purpose was to tour the workshop. However, driven by his ulterior motive to enlist them as child laborers, Shioshu remained focused on his objective. He clapped his hands and declared, "The time has come. Let us commence officially. Please select a toy that you fancy and take a seat. Later, you will use it as a template to craft your own toy. Before we proceed, as a reward for your willingness to visit, I shall impart an amusing crafting technique." At this juncture, a subtle smile crept across Shioshu's lips as he mused to himself. It is time to showcase true craftsmanship. Chapter 26. To master one's craft, an amusing crafting technique? The young ninjas, initially lost in the enchantment of the various toys, snapped back to attention upon hearing their teacher's words, curiosity filling their hearts. After all, Teacher Kimura had consistently amazed them with an array of novel and intriguing creations in class, never once disappointing them. Thus, they reluctantly suppressed their impulse to continue playing, and each took their favorite toy to find a seat. In unison, they urged Shioshu with eager eyes, "Teacher Kimura, please begin your demonstration." Although he felt a tinge of exasperation at their inclination to watch rather than genuinely learn, Shioshu swiftly transitioned into teaching mode, eloquently explaining, "As the saying goes, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. The quality of one's tools directly influences the difficulty of creation and the quality of the final product. I understand that each of you has academic responsibilities as students, leaving little time or energy to dedicate to learning the intricacies of puppet making. Therefore, I shall introduce you to an intriguing tool and its application. It will not only enable you to grasp the fundamentals of puppet making in a short period, but also significantly enhance the quality of your creations." Many of the young ninjas displayed expressions of skepticism upon hearing this. Could such a wondrous tool truly exist? Even if it did, it must be exorbitantly priced, otherwise it would have already become commonplace in the ninja world. However, the words came from none other than Teacher Kimura, who had already brought them numerous surprises. Thus, they refrained from jumping to conclusions, wary of experiencing another embarrassing moment akin to when they had been caught off guard in class. Shioshu seemed to have discerned their thoughts and, with a gentle smile, reassured them, "Rest assured, the tool I am about to introduce requires no expenditure whatsoever." Before the young ninjas could inquire further, Shioshu raised his right hand and said, "First, I invite you to observe and see if you can recognize the ninjutsu I am currently performing." Under everyone's gaze, a sphere of blue chakra enveloped Shioshu's right hand. Although the ninjutsu was already complete, the bewildered expressions of the young ninjas suggested that it would be challenging for them to identify the technique based solely on this display. Hence, Shioshu gracefully flicked his left hand, causing a piece of wood resting on the podium to levitate before him, and with his chakra-infused right hand, he gently swiped at it. Without any warning, the lower half of the wood fell to the ground. "Wow!" the young ninjas exclaimed in awe, their admiration unspoken yet palpable. Although this technique lacked the flamboyance of earth-shattering jutsu, the students present, well aware of the skill required to silently sever the floating piece of wood, understood that such a feat was no trivial matter. Moreover, the fact that the instructor had executed the action without any chopping motion, merely with a subtle swipe, left them to ponder the terrifying implications if such a technique were applied to a living being. This notion led some children to contemplate a similar ninjutsu. "Teacher, are you employing the chakra scalpel?" A student in the front row eagerly raised his hand to inquire, leaving Lin, who was also poised to ask, feeling somewhat disheartened. Shioshu nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, this is the chakra scalpel utilized by medical ninjas. However, what I am demonstrating is merely a facade of that technique." Noticing the perplexity among the students, Shioshu began to elucidate. The chakra scalpel demands exceptional chakra control to coalesce a finely honed blade suitable for precise incisions on the human body. Additionally, the user must possess extensive knowledge of medical practices and human anatomy to accurately locate ailments and skillfully gauge the depth of cuts. The confluence of these two elements constitutes the essence of the A-rank medical ninjutsu known as the chakra scalpel. Therefore, my technique, which lacks the requisite medical knowledge to support my chakra control, does not qualify as an authentic chakra scalpel. At this juncture, Shioshu paused slightly, allowing the students time to absorb the information. Observing their dawning comprehension, he continued, I suspect many of you have already surmised what I am referring to in terms of tools. The chakra scalpel, when employed in medical procedures, poses significant risks to a patient's life if mishandled, thus necessitating robust chakra control and extensive medical knowledge. However, when applied to craftsmanship, the requirements differ significantly. At least in foundational crafting, such precision is not as critical. Even in the event of an error, one can rectify the mistake, with the worst-case scenario being the waste of a material and starting anew. The advantages of utilizing the chakra scalpel in crafting are evident. Since it is forged from your own chakra, it allows for effortless manipulation, significantly expediting the learning curve associated with the use of tools. Soon, everyone shall experience the essence of my words. However, given the current chakra compression and control precision, this technique can no longer be referred to as a chakra scalpel. Since it is typically employed in woodworking, I have chosen to name it the chakra chisel. Upon the conclusion of Shioshue's declaration, an enveloping silence descended upon the room. Yet, this time, the young ninjas were not rendered speechless by shock as they had been in the past. Instead, they found themselves at a loss for words. The chakra chisel, a remarkable innovation that simplifies the chakra scalpel for crafting purposes. Were it conceived by another, it would surely garner enthusiastic approval. However, given that teacher Kimura had previously showcased exquisite puppets like the Black Cat and the Red Owl, along with uniquely creative teaching tools such as the pocket puppet beasts, and the recently introduced intriguing toys, the expectations had been set exceedingly high. Thus, upon encountering this rather unremarkable chakra chisel, a sense of disappointment inevitably washed over them. Many young ninjas felt a pang of shame, for they were not in the classroom, but rather visiting a workshop. To have a brand new ninjutsu as a reward was a privilege many would envy, especially for those who had graduated yet learned little ninjutsu. Mastering even a single new technique was invaluable. Furthermore, judging by recent events, this technique, besides its application in crafting, could also be utilized in combat. Thus, if they could indeed master it, it would undoubtedly benefit their future careers as ninjas. As they pondered this further, their sense of rationale solidified, and anticipation for the forthcoming teachings began to blossom. Yet, they underestimated Shioshue's determination to entice them into becoming apprentices. In his view, the chakra chisel alone would not compel them to toil diligently for the workshop. Therefore, Shioshue had prepared an entire suite of enticements, patiently waiting for the children to take the bait. Teacher, please teach us how to use this technique. The children implored eagerly. In response to their enthusiastic pleas, Shioshue raised his voice slightly. Hold on, everyone, for my introduction is not yet complete. Not yet complete? The young ninjas quieted down, somewhat perplexed. Shioshue smiled and elaborated. Do not forget, crafting is not accomplished with merely a chisel. Since we are transitioning the chakra scalpel into a crafting tool, we must gather the necessary implements. Thus, in addition to the chisel, the chakra scalpel can indeed transform into other tools. For instance, a hammer. As he spoke, Shioshue concentrated chakra in his right hand, forming a fist. Through compression, the chakra enveloping his hand took on a tangible solidity, appearing exceedingly robust. And how about a saw? He then opened his right hand again, revealing that the chakra along the edges of his palm had morphed into tiny triangular serrations, which began to move along the edges, accelerating in speed. Lo and behold, it's even a chainsaw. Certainly, the drill is indispensable. As he spoke, Zayush Tree raised his right index finger, and the chakra in his hand began to rotate around the finger, ultimately forming a spiraling chakra drill at its tip. He then proceeded to demonstrate the transformations of fundamental hand tools such as axes, planes, chisels, and shovels. Remarkably, he even utilized chakra threads to replace the functions of chalk lines and rulers, proving that one could accomplish all forms of craftsmanship solely through the prowess of chakra, without the need for any physical tools. However, Zayush Tree had no intention of concluding his demonstration just yet. Having showcased the various forms of chakra tools, he hinted that this was not the complete essence of the ninjutsu. If the audience were to master all these techniques, they would unlock even more fascinating possibilities. With that, he extended his right hand, revealing the previously shown piece of wood. His hand then began to exude an abundance of chakra, enveloping the wood entirely. Much like the chakra scalpel from earlier, there was no immediate indication of change. Yet, after several seconds, as the chakra dissipated, the piece of wood had vanished, replaced by a serene, benevolent statue of the thousand-handed Buddha, resting in the palm of Zayush Tree's hand. He then softly declared, "The chakra workshop. This is the ultimate form of this ninjutsu." As soon as Zayush Tree finished speaking, the workshop erupted in excitement. The young ninjas could hardly contain themselves, rushing forward to examine the statue closely. Since this was not a formal class, Zayush Tree did not deter them. Instead, he thoughtfully provided them with magnifying glasses. The students were further astonished as they realized that what appeared to be a simple observation from a distance revealed an astonishing level of detail upon closer inspection. Many intricate features, which would have gone unnoticed without the magnifying glasses, had been painstakingly crafted by teacher Kimura. To think such exquisite craftsmanship could be achieved in a mere few seconds was almost unfathomable. "How did you do it, teacher?" One student could not help but inquire. With a humble expression, Zayush Tree replied, "The statue was already within the block of wood. I merely removed the unnecessary parts." His profound statement elicited further admiration from the young ninjas. Simultaneously, some students felt a twinge of guilt, as they had suspected that teacher Kimura's invitation to the workshop was a subtle hint for them to consider joining. They had resolved to swallow the bait while discarding the hook, convincing themselves that they would not partake in any labor. Yet, upon witnessing the mesmerizing miniature thousand-handed Buddha statue, all their cautious thoughts evaporated. Just as the name Chakra Workshop suggests, teacher Kimura was himself a living embodiment of a workshop. How could he possibly covet their physical labor? His establishment of the workshop to impart such wondrous skills was yet another act of selflessness from the ever-generous teacher Kimura. Thus, it was not teacher Kimura who sought their presence in the workshop, but rather they implored him to continue the workshop's operation, yearning for the opportunity to learn this extraordinary ninjutsu. After all, even in the absence of that miraculous final form, the previously developed series of chakra tools was sufficient to compel them to join the workshop without hesitation. Mastering this ninjutsu would not only enable them to engage in manual craftsmanship, but also equip them to confront various combat scenarios. For those who struggled with a scarcity of ninjutsu and lacked adaptability, this technique was akin to a timely blessing. The mere acquisition of this ninjutsu would make dedicating all their free time to the workshop a worthwhile endeavor. Observing the burgeoning enthusiasm among his peers to join the workshop, Shisuke felt a significant alleviation of the sharp pain in his mind. Indeed, the creation of this proportionately accurate mini-statue of the thousand-handed Buddha was not as effortless as they might have imagined. He had expended a considerable amount of chakra and secretly employed the shadow clone technique, concealing the clones behind the podium to assist his primary self through a brainstorming method, which enabled him to produce the flawless statue so swiftly. The motivation behind this effort was not merely to paint an extravagant picture that would entice everyone to willingly join the workshop. However, judging by the fervent expressions on their faces, his toil had not been in vain. Seizing the moment, Shisuke intended to further cultivate their sense of belonging to the workshop by imparting this technique. He retrieved the statue, placed it upon the table, and clapped his hands, declaring, "All right, you've all had a good look. Please return to your seats promptly. Given the time constraints, today we shall commence with an explanation on how to craft the fundamental chakra carving knife. As for the other tools, I will continue to instruct you once everyone has fully mastered the application of the chakra carving knife." The young ninjas eagerly responded with enthusiasm, delighted at the prospect of mastering this intriguing and useful ninjutsu. However, they were oblivious to a critical issue, since the teacher had not established a fixed teaching schedule. If they wished to avoid missing the day of instruction for this technique, they would need to frequent the workshop at every available opportunity. Consequently, in the ensuing moments, Shisuke began to elucidate the process of creating the most basic blade edge using chakra. Unlike other instructors who relied on intuition or sudden insights, Shisuke's teaching method was astonishingly detailed and specific. He drew a large hand on the blackboard, meticulously marking the distribution of chakra points across the palm. Additionally, He clearly outlined how much chakra each point should release and how those chakras should form the blade edge, making it almost foolproof for the young ninjas. Of course, the notion of it being foolproof was somewhat exaggerated. Shusuk's approach of quantifying and visualizing everything indeed minimized the time students spent in exploration. However, it simultaneously demanded that students possess a considerable degree of chakra control. This was precisely why Shusuk's workshop, despite being short-staffed, only invited children with chakra control rated above 5 to attend. However, for children who barely grasp a score of 5 or 6, even with such detailed guidance, mastering this technique remains a formidable challenge. After all, the entire principle of the technique is derived from the chakra surgical knife, and no matter how much one simplifies it, the learning curve still demands at least a C grade. Despite the plethora of S-rank forbidden techniques and A-rank ninjutsu in the original work, which appear to be quite commonplace, even the third Hokage faced derision for his most proficient technique, the fire release, fire dragon flame bullet, being merely B-rank, suffering from negative public perception for an extended period. Yet, in the authentic realm of ninjas, C-rank ninjutsu, which is of Chunin difficulty, is indeed the mainstream, a true weapon capable of altering the outcome of a battle. Thus, for children who are not even genin, this technique is considerably beyond their current capabilities. Of course, this was within Shioshu's expectations, as he had already devised a solution. Consequently, Shioshu descended from the podium and began to teach the young ninjas how to perform the technique, not merely as a figurative expression but as an actual description. He genuinely took each small ninja by the hand, guiding them step by step through the instruction. Throughout this process, Shioshu simultaneously employed the spider senses technique from his palms. Countless delicate strands of chakra seamlessly enveloped the young ninja's hands, functioning like the most intricate of monitors, continuously providing various data. Thus, Shioshu was able to monitor the learning progress of the young ninjas in real time, offering incisive advice. Irika, the amount of chakra you release from your shoyo point is too minimal. It is essential for constructing the core of the blade's spine. Hence your blade has yet to take form. Noera, your issue is the opposite of Shinjin-S. Your blade has already formed. But due to the excessive chakra released from your Chucho point, it has become a blunt instrument. Yuhi, is there something unclear here? Wait, didn't I just teach you this? How have you forgotten already? For the next several hours, Shioshu continued this hands-on teaching approach. The young ninjas finally experienced what it felt like to have an advantage, as under the guidance of the ever-supportive Mr. Kimura, they astonishingly began to grasp this C-rank ninjutsu, which was typically suited for Chunin, at an impressive pace. Aside from Yuhi, who frequently forgot the hand techniques and required Shioshu's direct assistance, most students had progressed to the next phase, beginning to test their newly crafted chakra knives on wooden blocks. At this moment, they finally understood the saying that sharpening the knife does not delay the work of cutting firewood. The chakra knives they had fashioned with their own hands indeed felt like an extension of their bodies, and they soon wielded them with ease. Consequently, some particularly gifted students began to carve wood with notable skill, even challenging themselves to replicate the toys they had previously selected. Observing this, Shioshu nodded with quiet satisfaction. Although it was merely a tentative first step, the toy workshop had finally begun to find its rhythm. It seemed that before the tour concluded, many would be capable of creating at least passable toys. While the pace was somewhat anxious, Shioshu remained unconcerned. In any case, the production of such ordinary toys can entirely be managed by machinery and assembly lines, rendering human involvement unnecessary. The reason for engaging everyone in toy making is merely to enhance their motivation for practice. It is only when they learn to inscribe fundamental runic formulas using chakra that they can truly harness their potential. Chapter 28. Apprentice within the temporary workshop. The young ninjas are diligently carving wooden blocks with chakra-infused tools, fully engrossed in their training. Their industrious demeanor would evoke envy among the other instructors at the Ninja Academy. This fervor is, in fact, quite justified. It is crucial to understand that many prodigies, despite their exceptional talents, are driven to work hard not solely due to their elevated awareness, but because they derive immense joy from the breakthroughs in their training. This joyful cycle fosters a virtuous loop where the strong grow even stronger. At this moment, the young ninjas in the workshop, whether or not they possess innate genius, are experiencing the exhilaration of training like true prodigies, thanks to the official support from Shioshu. In this process, where progress is rapid and rewards follow effort, how could they possibly contemplate pausing? Even at noon, they have no intention of leaving, merely taking a brief respite to visit the orphanage's cafeteria to satisfy their hunger before returning to their studies. This atmosphere of relentless dedication was only interrupted when Akane suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Is someone injured?" Shioshu rushed over to investigate, only to find Akane completely unharmed. "It's not me. It's Ibiki." She pointed toward the table where Marino Ibiki sat. Upon turning, Shioshu observed a child with a mature appearance, his thumb marred by a deep wound that exposed bone, blood staining his hands and the wooden block he held. Yet, the child remained remarkably composed, not uttering a sound, as if his hand did not belong to him, compelling Shioshu to admire his fortitude. Having some basic medical knowledge, Rin eagerly approached to examine Ibiki's injury, then turned to Shioshu, stating, "Teacher, this wound is rather deep. It would be wise to take Ibiki to the hospital for treatment. No need to rush." "Let me assess it first," Shioshu replied, gesturing for calm as he approached Ibiki to inspect the injury. Utilizing the chakra threads of his spider sensing technique, Shioshu conducted a thorough examination and sighed in relief. "Do not worry, the bone and nerves are intact. I can manage this level of injury." He then advised Ibiki, "It may hurt a bit, so bear with it and try not to move." After offering this reassurance, Shioshu realized it might have been unnecessary and proceeded with the treatment. He maintained his grip on Ibiki's hand while projecting several fine, transparent chakra threads from his fingertips to staunch the bleeding and cleanse the wound. Once he confirmed that no foreign materials remained, he brought his right hand closer to the injury, emanating a soft, green luminescence. Under this gentle glow, the wound on Ibiki's finger began to heal slowly. However, the pace of healing did not seem to satisfy Shioshu, who simultaneously utilized chakra threads from his left hand to stitch the wound. The incredibly delicate chakra threads wove in and out around the injury, guiding flesh and blood to seamlessly mend together. Ultimately, Shioshu gradually released the chakra threads as the wound's recovery progressed. By the time he withdrew both hands, Ibiki's injury had remarkably healed completely, leaving no trace of a scar. Following Shioshu's indication, Ibiki tried to move his fingers and felt no pain whatsoever. This should suffice. Only then did Shioshu straighten his posture and address the surrounding young ninjas, stating, "As you all have witnessed, while the sharp chakra scalpel is indeed effective, improper use may lead to self-inflicted harm. Therefore, it is imperative that we adhere to the established guidelines and prioritize safety." However, upon finishing his statement, he realized that the group remained silent, gazing at him with peculiar expressions. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Shioshu inquired with curiosity. The young ninjas exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Yuhi Kurenai who stepped forward to voice their collective confusion. "Teacher, did you not claim to possess no medical knowledge?" Shioshu was momentarily taken aback, then realized they were referring to his earlier remarks during the introduction of the chakra scalpel, prompting an amused response. "Being able to cook does not make one a chef. I merely possess a few basic skills for treating external wounds. But that does not imply I have the medical expertise required for performing surgery with a chakra scalpel. Could that even be considered a mere skill? The speed at which you healed the wound rivals that of a professional medical ninja," the young ninjas silently critiqued. Yet, recalling the myriad of intriguing techniques their teacher had previously demonstrated, they concluded that the recent healing might indeed have been a mere skill in his eyes, and thus did not ponder further. Only Noira-rin appeared to be deep in thought. Prompted by Shioshu, the students quickly returned to their seats and resumed practicing with the chakra scalpel. Following the earlier incident, they became increasingly cautious, and no similar mishaps occurred again. As dinner time approached, many of the young ninjas successfully replicated simple toys or crafted small items of their desire using the chakra scalpel. For instance, the diligent Inazuka Kiba managed to create a yo-yo, which he treasured immensely. Meanwhile, the talented Noira-rin, inspired by Shioshu's miniature thousand-handed Buddha statue, carved a rather lifelike wooden cat. Even Yuhi Kurenai, who often allowed herself distractions, crafted a Rubik's Cube, resolving to master it at home to surprise that little rascal next weekend. Yet, the creation that left Shioshu most astonished, or perhaps speechless, was that of Morino Ibiki. He had astonishingly crafted a miniature torture chamber model, complete with an array of instruments of torment. Even more chilling was the fact that the wood bore the stains of his own blood from the injury he had just sustained, rendering the chamber eerily realistic. This led Shioshu to ponder whether the child's injury was intentional or merely an accident. When he inquired about the purpose of creating such a macabre artifact, Hideki bashfully replied, "My father's birthday is coming up in a few days, and I thought to give this as a gift." Does anyone in the world truly find joy in receiving such a thing? Shosue mused internally. Fortunately, he soon learned from Hideki that his father worked in the interrogation department of Konoha, which alleviated his concerns. But can one truly rest easy under such circumstances? Many children wish to have their dinner at the orphanage and then return to the workshop for further practice. However, they were not orphans. And to avoid attracting their parents' attention and tarnishing their reputation, Shosue had no choice but to urge them to return home promptly, lest they be barred from returning in the future. Amidst a chorus of lamentations, the children, feeling powerless, had no choice but to conclude their experience in the workshop, leaving with a sense of unfulfilled longing. However, once they exited the orphanage and began to share their experiences with the toys they had crafted, they were suddenly struck by a surreal sensation. Had they truly mastered a C-rank ninjutsu and produced such commendable toys in just a day? They could not help but glance back at the somewhat dilapidated building, their eyes now filled with admiration and aspiration, replacing their previous skepticism and disdain. It felt as though this was not merely an ordinary orphanage, but rather a sanctum that could propel their skills to new heights. Standing beneath the large tree at the orphanage's entrance, Shosue observed the scene of the children reluctantly departing and felt a slight sense of reassurance. He had invested considerable resources into this endeavor, and if it failed to foster a sense of belonging, it would be a significant loss. Nevertheless, most of them could only serve as apprentices to support the workshop's operations, and there were still far too few talented individuals capable of becoming his true assistants. With this thought in mind, Shoshue's gaze shifted to Nohara Rin, who had not joined the others in leaving. Smiling, he asked, "Nohara-san, do you wish to speak with me about something?" Rin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately summoned her courage to inquire. "Teacher, I have a question I would like to ask if you have a moment." Chapter 29, Assistant. In simple terms, Nohara-san, you are still deliberating whether to enroll in medical classes or puppet techniques, and wish to hear my opinion. Shosue regarded Nohara Rin with a somewhat perplexed expression. Was she truly serious in seeking guidance on this matter from her puppet techniques instructor? Rin was unequivocally earnest. In fact, after learning that the workshop was established for the children of the orphanage and witnessing her teacher's extraordinary crafting skills, her inclination had significantly shifted toward puppet techniques. However, relinquishing childhood dreams and a year of hard work is not a matter to be taken lightly. Thus, upon discovering that her teacher had dabbled in medical ninjutsu, Rin was struck by a sudden inspiration and resolved to inquire about his perspective. Although, as Shisuke had surmised, it seemed somewhat unjust to pose such a question to a professor of puppet techniques, what he remained oblivious to was the exceptional persona he had meticulously crafted. This persona was so compelling that Rin was convinced her teacher, with his noble character, would surely offer her the most sound advice with impartiality. To Rin's astonishment, however, Mr. Kimura's response was one she had never dared to contemplate. "Have you not considered, Narahara-san, that it is indeed possible to pursue both?" Shisuke shrugged, reasoning that the schedules for both training courses did not overlap, and thus, undertaking both should not pose a problem. Indeed, it is children who are confined to making choices. Adults, on the other hand, can embrace all options. From the outset, Shisuke had no intention of compelling Rin to abandon medical ninjutsu. Rather, he aimed to guide her in mastering both disciplines. Given Rin's considerable talent in puppet techniques, relegating her to the role of a mere apprentice would be a grave waste. Shisuke had envisioned her as one of his future assistants. However, should Rin remain fixated solely on following his path in puppet techniques, she would offer little in the way of fresh perspectives and insights. Therefore, the amalgamation of medical ninjutsu and puppet techniques was the path Shisuke had meticulously designed for her. In fact, he intended for all his assistants to delve into their respective fields while concurrently studying puppet techniques. Yet, Rin remained unaware of Shisuke's intricate foresight, her eyes widening in astonishment at his words. After a brief moment of daze, she finally gathered her thoughts and replied with a wry smile. "But, teacher, I am no genius. I lack the confidence to simultaneously tackle two such complex courses." "Narahara-san, you need not belittle yourself," Shisuke replied gently. "While you may not rival the likes of Kakashi Hatake, a prodigy who excels in all disciplines, I can assure you that in the realms of medical ninjutsu and puppet techniques, you possess exceptional talent. It would not be an exaggeration to label you a genius." At 13, Rin had already mastered the art of sage techniques and performed ocular transplants on the battlefield, eventually becoming the temporary Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. With such a remarkable resume, Rin truly qualified as a prodigy. Regrettably, Shusuke's praise did not elicit the anticipated response. Teacher, do you know Kakashi? If you say he is a super genius, then he must be truly impressive. Rin exclaimed, her hands clenched in excitement before her chest, her eyes sparkling with fervor. It appeared that Shusuke had inadvertently uttered a keyword, triggering Rin's admiration for Kakashi. As for the teacher's assertion of her being a genius, Rin instinctively perceived it as mere consolation. This was largely due to the fact that medical ninjutsu necessitated a substantial foundation of medical knowledge, and Rin, still in the accumulation phase, had yet to recognize her potential in this area. Aware of this, Shusuke resolved to approach the matter from a different angle. In truth, the matter regarding Kakashi was something I had heard from others. After briefly deflecting the topic and straightening the tilted building, Shoshuei continued, returning to the main point. Yawahara, you should have begun to notice that medical ninjutsu and puppet techniques share numerous commonalities. For instance, both require the practitioner to possess exceptional chakra control. The reason you performed admirably in this course, aside from your innate talent, is likely due to the practice you undertook in medical class last year. Seeing Rin nod thoughtfully, Shoshuei proceeded. Moreover, the ninjutsu I employed to treat Morinoko earlier is a prime example. Isn't that merely the healing palm technique? Rin asked, her face a picture of astonishment. In her understanding of medical ninjutsu, only the healing palm could so swiftly and perfectly mend a wound. Though the healing palm is classified as an A-rank medical ninjutsu, even within the entirety of Konoha, few medical ninjas possess this skill. However, considering the countless miracles performed by teacher Kimura, Rin felt this was merely a standard procedure. The reason she sought counsel from the teacher was due to her belief that he was proficient in the healing palm, naturally leading her to assume he had a deep understanding of medical ninjutsu. Alas, this was but a beautiful misunderstanding. Yawahara, I am not as omnipotent as you imagine, Shoshuei said with a resigned expression, raising his right hand to emit a soft green glow. While it may appear similar, this C-rank activation technique is my limit. This technique can only slightly heal superficial injuries, and it is worlds apart from the all-encompassing healing palm. But the speed at which Ibis wound healed, Rin instinctively questioned. The activation technique, which slightly enhances the cellular activity around the wound using yang release chakra, was well within her knowledge. In fact, the so-called healing palm is merely a powerful variant of this technique, differing solely in the quality of the yang release chakra and the practitioner's medical expertise. From the teacher's words, it seemed he belonged to a category that, despite possessing yang release chakra, had rather mediocre quality, thus limiting him to only mastering the activation technique. However, the plain activation technique could not achieve the results observed earlier. Fortunately, Shoshuei did not keep her in suspense and began to elucidate. The principle is quite simple. Although invisible to the naked eye, during the healing process, I was also employing chakra threads to stitch the wound, thereby accelerating the healing speed. Thus, even with just the activation technique, it can yield results similar to that of the healing palm when dealing with such simple wounds. Medical ninjas are inherently trained in this method, though it is typically reserved for more complex surgeries. It is only someone like me, who has merely scratched the surface of medical ninjutsu, that would resort to such techniques on uncomplicated wounds. Therefore, when I previously claimed to possess a few minor skills for treating external injuries, I was indeed speaking the truth. I apologize, teacher. I should not have doubted you, Rin said, lowering her head, a touch of shame evident. It's all right. Acknowledging one's mistakes is what truly matters, Shoshuei said graciously, waving his hand dismissively. After Lin lifted her head, Shoshu began to summarize. Just as a chakra scalpel can be modified into a chakra engraving tool, the chakra strings originally used in puppet techniques can transform into sutures that assist in healing. Ultimately, medical ninjutsu, puppet techniques, and even chakra itself are merely tools in our hands. They can be employed to create or to heal. At this point, Shoshu raised his right hand. An azure chakra began to manifest around him, continuously morphing into the shapes of blades and saws, resembling a factory forged from chakra. He then lifted his left hand, illuminating the surroundings with a luminous green glow, while his fingertips released slender, almost imperceptible chakra threads, akin to a surgical table crafted from chakra. Beneath the gradually dimming tree, The enchanting spectacle formed by the blue and green chakra captivated Lin. Xioshu continued in a gentle tone, stating that, from another perspective, the human body is merely a delicately structured puppet with self-awareness. Thus, medical ninjutsu and puppet techniques are not entirely unrelated disciplines. Rather, they are intricately connected, even embodying a duality. The knowledge acquired in medical ninjutsu may well be applicable to puppet techniques, and the skills mastered in puppet techniques could likewise be utilized in medical ninjutsu. Therefore, with sufficient talent, mastering both arts will not diminish learning efficiency. Instead, they can complement each other beautifully. In fact, the strongest puppeteer in the ninja world, Chiyo, excels in both medical ninjutsu and puppet techniques. And I do not believe this is mere coincidence. Consequently, Yawara, you need not worry about balancing these two forms of ninjutsu anymore. Moreover, should you encounter any difficulties, you can always seek my assistance. Bathed in the glow of blue and green luminescence, Xioshu displayed a warm and gentle smile, expressing that spreading the beauty of puppet techniques to more people is his greatest wish upon returning to Konohagakure. Lin felt a slight sting in her nose but quickly restrained herself. Her tear-filled eyes became resolute. Understanding that medical ninjutsu and puppet techniques are indeed two sides of the same coin, and feeling the sincerity of her teacher, Lin finally made her ultimate decision. Teacher, though I may not be a genius, I will strive diligently to meet your expectations and master both medical ninjutsu and puppet techniques, Lin declared with unwavering determination. Xioshu affectionately ruffled her hair, murmuring in a barely audible voice that he held no expectations to be disappointed. He simply hoped that Lin could, with the aid of puppet techniques, break free from the shackles of fate and one day realize her dreams. Thus, Xioshu's first research assistant was finally secured. Chapter 30. The Toy Story time moved to mid-September, the third week after the school year commenced. By this point, the fervor surrounding the puppet techniques class had gradually subsided. However, the emergence of novel toys and chakra carving tools struck the Ninja Academy like a deep-sea bomb, once again captivating the entire institution. As a result, the puppet technique class effortlessly reclaimed its status as the most popular topic within the academy. Incidentally, the second most discussed subject was whether teacher Kimura had a girlfriend. Nevertheless, compared to the new toys, the chakra carving tools garnered relatively little attention. In the ninja world, it is a matter of course to maintain secrecy regarding ninjutsu. Thus, although Shusuk did not explicitly instruct them, the workshop apprentices reached a consensus not to disclose specific information about the chakra carving tools to other students. Consequently, other students mistakenly believed that the chakra carving tools were merely a technique for handicrafts, failing to regard them with the seriousness they warranted. On the contrary, the new toys, fervently promoted by the workshop apprentices, quickly became a sensation throughout the academy. Toys. We are no longer toddlers. How could we possibly still be enamored with toys? Many young children initially scoffed at the notion. However, once they witnessed the innovative toys produced by the workshop, they unanimously succumbed in record time, exclaiming their delight. One cannot blame their wavering resolve. After all, the first batch of toys released by Shusuk had been tested by time and were deemed classics. For those who had only encountered rudimentary toys like kunai or shuriken, the impact was indeed staggering. Moreover, this selection of toys, meticulously curated by Shusuk, catered to nearly every child's preference. For instance, the yo-yo, prized for its high operability and suitability for showcasing skills, became a favorite among the Uchiha clan and other prominent ninja families. Meanwhile, for ordinary boys, the straightforward yet thrilling spinning top battles served as an excellent option. As for the girls who were neither inclined towards flashy tricks nor violent skirmishes, the charming wooden carvings would surely meet their expectations. Although the wooden sculptures were modeled after the heroes of Konoha's past, this did not deter the girls from using them to enact various imaginative scenarios. However, according to the screenwriter and director, Kurenai Yuhi, the severe lack of female wooden sculptures forced them to utilize some male figures for cross-dressing. Thus, as a special guest, Shusuk found himself witnessing the rather eye-catching scene of wooden sculptures of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha engaging in a romantic dialogue. Fearing that one day Madara might come to share heartfelt sentiments with him, Shusuk worked tirelessly overnight to craft a series of wooden sculptures of Minato Namikaze. Yet, the romantic antics of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in their make-believe play did not seem to dissipate entirely. This led Shusuk to ponder whether, inadvertently, He had awakened some extraordinary proclivity within these young girls. Even if none of the aforementioned toys were to their liking, there remained a variety of intellectual toys suitable for all ages, ensuring that everyone would be eager to partake. In particular, the Rubik's Cube, which Shusuk highly recommended, captivated the clever students, especially those from the Nara clan. Moreover, it must be noted that these children's intellect was indeed remarkable. In less than 2 days, they had already begun to formulate a universal solution for the 3-layered Rubik's Cube. Thus, children like Ziiri Hong, who are both inexperienced and playful, can finally relish the joy of solving a Rubik's Cube. However, for these cube aficionados, Shoshu holds a mixture of affection and exasperation. While their research has indeed popularized the cube, it has transformed this once intellectual toy into a mere contest of memorizing algorithms and hand speed, straying from Shoshu's original intent of using it to cultivate spatial reasoning skills. To prevent them from wreaking further havoc on other educational toys, Shoshu devised a captivating puzzle. What is the minimum number of moves required to restore a randomly scrambled 3x3 Rubik's Cube? At first glance, this question appears deceptively simple, especially with the lure of a pocket puppet beast as an incentive. Consequently, not only did the brightest minds immerse themselves in this conundrum, but numerous other students and even teachers joined in the contest. Shoshu could only express profound sympathy, recalling that in his previous life, scientists had spent decades grappling with this very question without reaching a definitive answer. It was not until technological advancements allowed scientists to harness computational power that they finally uncovered the elusive God's number of 20, a solution that would require a staggering 35 years of computation on a standard home computer. Nevertheless, Shoshu has faith in the intellect of the Nara clan children, believing they could decipher this puzzle before the commencement of the Naruto series. However, shortly thereafter, Shoshu encountered an even more perplexing dilemma. The allure of the new toys seemed to surpass his expectations. While this was undoubtedly a boon for the yet-to-be-launched workshop, it posed a significant challenge for the Ninja Academy. The students' enthusiasm for toys began to disrupt the normal teaching order. Although the children were precocious, they remained merely a group of under 10-year-olds, and one could not expect too much self-control from them. Previously, their reluctance to play stemmed from a lack of engaging options, often finding training more entertaining. Yet, with the arrival of these enticing toys, the little ninja's academic enthusiasm plummeted. In response to this situation, the Ninja Academy swiftly implemented a new regulation. Students were strictly prohibited from bringing toys onto campus, with confiscation as the penalty for violations. As the instigator of this predicament, Shoshu found himself summoned once again to the Hokage's office for a discussion. Pocket puppet beasts, puppetry workshops, work-study programs, and now these new-fangled toys. Shoshu, how can you be so relentless? Sighed the third Hokage with a look of resignation. Shoshu, standing humbly before the desk, feigned humility, though inwardly he scoffed. Third Hokage, perhaps you should set down the Rubik's Cube in your hands before making such remarks. It appears that anyone with a modicum of confidence in their intellect finds it exceedingly difficult to resist the allure of the Rubik's Cube. However, the third Hokage's talent in this regard is indeed commendable. Having just obtained a Rubik's Cube from Shusuk, he effortlessly managed to solve it in no time. Truly deserving of the title Ninja Doctor. Resisting the urge to indulge in another round, the third Hokage placed the cube into his drawer, disregarding Shusuk's peculiar gaze, and began to speak earnestly. Shusuk, I understand that your intention in inventing these toys is to enrich the children's recreational activities, allowing them to balance work and play. This intention is indeed noble, yet one must be mindful of moderation. Although Shusuk has not shared this rationale with many, it has gradually become well known through the spontaneous promotion by Rin and Kurenai, who have heard of this notion. The third Hokage has certainly caught wind of it and is largely in agreement. Occasionally, amidst his duties, he too practices the principle of balancing work and leisure. As he inspects the girls' bathhouse with a telescope, his appreciation for the martial arts master who proposed this theory is profound, which is why he refrains from harshly criticizing Shusuk regarding school matters, merely sighing and saying, everyone's minds have become quite unruly. It may not be so easy to rein them in. Shusuk, do you have any solutions? As the instigator of this situation, Shusuk naturally felt compelled to offer some suggestions. He first spoke in a comforting tone. Lord Hokage, I actually believe this issue is not as severe as you perceive. The children are merely engaging in retaliatory play after being suppressed for too long. After a while, once they tire of their antics, they will gradually settle down. This was genuinely Shusuke's belief, thinking that the third Hokage and others were overreacting. However, it was evident that this proposal did not satisfy the third Hokage. Thus, Shusuke quickly added, "Of course, if you wish to expedite this process, I do have some methods. Moreover, if employed correctly, it might even turn a misfortune into a blessing." Chapter 31. The third Hokage's invitation. Since everyone is so fond of toys, perhaps we can devise a way to redirect their enthusiasm for toys towards learning and training. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage thoughtfully stroked his chin and remarked, "Is it akin to your pocket puppet beasts?" Indeed, the third Hokage's insight is remarkable. Shusuke flattered him casually before continuing. However, tools that perfectly combine play and training, like the pocket puppet beasts, are not so easily found. Therefore, rather than utilizing the process of playing with toys, we should use the toys themselves as motivation for everyone's training. In simple terms, we could establish a reward system at school. For instance, students who excel during exams and battles or demonstrate noticeable improvement in class could be rewarded with toys. This way, everyone will naturally strive to learn to the best of their abilities. At this point, the third Hokage could not help but question, "But Shusuke, isn't your workshop about to start selling these toys? If they are readily available, will people truly be motivated to study for them?" Shusuke smiled faintly and remarked, "Thus, the rewards we offer are naturally toys that are not available on the market, right? It is akin to certain commercial strategies. By merely altering the color scheme, utilizing slightly superior materials, or adding intricate patterns, we can assert that these toys are rare collector's editions, unavailable elsewhere. While they may seem trivial to others, for students who genuinely cherish the original toys, they become coveted treasures that they yearn to possess at any cost." How outrageous! The third Hokage silently mourned for the students, aware that Shusuke's approach, albeit sounding somewhat ludicrous, might indeed prove effective. After all, it is reminiscent of the premium pricing associated with luxury goods. As someone hailing from a family engaged in the fruit business, he understood that certain fruits, merely aesthetically superior to ordinary ones, could command prices several times higher. Yet many flocked to acquire them. However, the premium on Shusuke's rare toys would be repaid by the students through diligent training. Shusuke continued, "Of course, considering that some children may not be as enthusiastic about toys, we could select alternative rewards. For instance, it could be a pack of snacks, a complimentary ramen voucher, or even ninjutsu, ninja tools, or materials, perhaps even personal guidance from you, Lord Hokage." He added that to facilitate management, they could introduce a points system. Based on varying degrees of commendable performance, students would be awarded corresponding points, which could then be accumulated and redeemed for rewards of different tiers. In fact, Shusuke had originally intended to implement this scheme in his class after the enrollment for the training course concluded at the end of the month. As he mentioned, low-cost toys that are greatly adored by children serve as the perfect bait to encourage their training. With such a formidable tool at his disposal, how could Shusuke refrain from making full use of it? However, to preempt any issues arising from the toys, Shusuke brought it up in advance, hoping to secure some benefits for the children. This time, the third Hokage did not respond immediately but instinctively lit his pipe, contemplating the pros and cons as he smoked. After a considerable pause, he exhaled a long plume of smoke and stated, "Since it doesn't require much expenditure, this method is indeed worth trying. However, to prevent you from conjuring any mischief, I will assign someone to assist you with this matter." "Wait, I'm merely offering a suggestion. I never stated that I wanted to be involved." Shusuke silently lamented. Despite being merely a training course instructor, he was quite busy with the workshop and the task of gathering materials. Nevertheless, as the issue stemmed from him and the solution was proposed by him, he felt compelled to accept the responsibility to avoid the blame falling on him should others fail in execution. Yet, when he inquired about who would be assigned to collaborate with him, the third Hokage remained reticent, simply stating, "You'll find out in due time." Cursed the riddle maker. Shusuke inwardly scoffed. "Lord Hokage, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." Once the matter was concluded, he prepared to take his leave. However, the third Hokage urged him to stay, saying, "Do not be in haste. I have a personal matter I wish to discuss with you, Shusuke." A personal matter? Could it be a renewed push for marriage? Observing the third Hokage's amiable demeanor, Shusuke was at a loss regarding his intentions, so he opted to remain observant, replying, "Please." "Lord Hokage, go ahead." The third Hokage continued, "Do you remember Asuma? He has been attending your puppet technique classes." Upon Shisuke's nod, the third Hokage let out a wry smile. "You must have noticed this child's temperament. It is peculiar, despite my educational methods remaining unchanged. He is utterly dissimilar to his brother. He is neither obedient nor diligent in his training, providing me with little peace of mind. Thus, I am inclined to invite you to take on the role of his tutor to encourage his training. If you can alter his obstinate disposition, that would be even better." The invitation for Shisuke to become Asuma's tutor was not a spur-of-the-moment decision by the third Hokage, but rather a well-considered resolution. First, as he previously mentioned, although Asuma possesses great talent, his dedication to training is lacking. Shisuke, on the other hand, excels in employing various innovative and engaging methods to kindle his students' enthusiasm for training. Secondly, following the weekend's events, the third Hokage had developed a heightened appreciation for Shisuke's teaching capabilities. While the matter of the chakra blade had not become widespread within the ninja academy, being the Hokage, he was privy to ample intelligence reports. Thus, he was well informed about the technique's principles, learning methods, various forms, and even the ultimate manifestation known as the chakra workshop. This knowledge filled him with admiration for Shisuke's indomitable spirit and astonishment at his boundless creativity and seemingly inexhaustible inspiration. Yet, what astounded the third Hokage the most was that Shisuke had enabled a group of academy students to master a C-rank ninjutsu in a mere day. The crux of this achievement lay in the step-by-step diagram Shisuke had drawn on the blackboard regarding the crafting of a blade using chakra. Since Shisuke had not erased the blackboard, the third Hokage had already seen the instructional diagram. In fact, according to the Umbu who had attempted to replicate it, he encountered at least 3 other groups with the same objective during a midnight infiltration. This left the third Hokage somewhat speechless, considering the audacity of the young man. However, upon following the diagram's instructions to create the chakra blade, he finally comprehended why Shisuke had not taken precautions. Every individual's chakra characteristics vary, and the locations and sizes of their chakra points are not identical. Thus, while it is indeed possible to create a chakra blade following the diagram, the effectiveness would only reach about 60 to 70% of its full potential. It might suffice for manual crafting, but it would be utterly impractical for combat. The secret to the fully realized blade was not difficult to surmise. It resided within the hands-on teaching process that Shisuke provided. In essence, Shisuke tailored a unique chakra blade for each individual, based on their chakra characteristics and the locations of their palms' chakra points. To achieve this, the third Hokage, Hiruzen, should possess a remarkably high level of perceptual ability. Whether this ability is innate or cultivated through ninjutsu or ninja tools remains unknown to him. However, he had no intention of delving deeply into the matter. The Book of Seals has never been lacking in ninjutsu with wondrous effects. What it lacks is individuals capable of mastering these techniques. Presently, Hiruzen is wholeheartedly devoted to nurturing such talents in Konoha through his own methods. Naturally, he would not engage in the folly of prioritizing trivial matters over significant ones. Yet, driven by a father's selfish desires, he secretly hoped to leverage Hiruzen's abilities to provide additional guidance for his somewhat foolish son, particularly regarding the chakra blade technique, which shapes chakra into a blade. Its potency would be remarkable if infused with wind-release chakra. Coincidentally, Asuma's innate chakra affinity aligns perfectly with the wind element. Hiruzen could surmise the third Hokage's thoughts with considerable accuracy. No wonder the third was so agreeable today. He had been waiting for this moment. Hiruzen, however, was not particularly enthusiastic about teaching Asuma. This young man epitomized the archetype of a freeloader in his class, treating lectures as mere performances while being excessively eager to engage in playful activities with puppet beasts. Such a lack of dedication from a member of the renowned ninja clan would hardly aid Hiruzen's plans, already burdened with a busy schedule. The added task of formulating a points-reward system made it seem like an extravagant use of his precious time to invest in Asuma. Nevertheless, becoming Asuma's tutor could yield hidden benefits. At the very least, the third Hokage would likely be more agreeable in the future, and Asuma, upon maturing, could emerge as a formidable force. After a moment's contemplation and weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Hiruzen ultimately provided his response. Honorable Hokage, I am grateful for your appreciation, but I must decline. Chapter 32. The Asuma Transformation Plan. Very well. Regarding the issue of compensation, Did you just say you refuse? Why? The third Hokage suddenly reacted, taken aback by Hiruzen's decision. Because I, Hikaru Kimura, take great pleasure in telling those I perceive as strong. After indulging in a moment of inner jest, Hiruzen explained sincerely, in truth, the knowledge I can impart to Asuma is not significantly different from what he could learn in class or in the workshop. Therefore, rather than having Asuma attend lessons alone, it would be more beneficial for him to learn and interact with his peers, as this would yield better results. As for his character, I dare to suggest that Asuma's rebellious nature may stem from the preferential treatment he received due to his identity as the son of the Hokage from a young age. Sometimes, the fruits of his labor are overshadowed by the remark, he truly is the son of the Hokage. Other times, his unremarkable performance is exalted by sycophants. Since he is unable to escape the shadow cast by his identity, regardless of his efforts or lack thereof, it complicates his development. Over time, the child naturally developed a rebellious disposition, unwilling to exert effort and intolerant of criticism. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage fell silent, feeling a stir of emotion within. In truth, he found himself even less akin to the first type of person that Shitoku had described. Despite Asuma's commendable performance, he rarely offered positive reinforcement. In fact, to prevent the child from becoming overly proud, he often cited the accomplishments of his eldest son, Shinosuke, to temper Asuma's spirit. Now, upon hearing Shitoku's words, he realized that this approach might have been misguided. The third Hokage instinctively wanted to refute this notion. However, recalling Asuma's despondent expressions during moments when he failed to receive praise, his retort merely transformed into a soft sigh. It seemed that, influenced by the exemplary achievements of his eldest son, he had unconsciously imposed excessively high standards upon Asuma. Then, Shitoku, do you have a viable solution? The third Hokage gazed at Shitoku with anticipation. First and foremost, we must reshape Asuma's understanding of reward and punishment, instilling in him the awareness that commendation comes from good deeds, while criticism follows poor performance, Shitoku replied. To achieve this, it would be best to change Asuma's environment, minimizing the influence of his identity as the Hokage's son. You speak as if this is simple, but where in Konoha could we find such a place? Should we send Asuma beyond the village? The third Hokage stroked his chin, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this suggestion. Casting his foolish son out to endure the harshness of society might not be such a bad idea after all. However, given that Shitoku bore no ill will towards Asuma, he hastily interjected, of course there is. Lord Hokage, have you forgotten? My workshop is currently seeking apprentices. The third Hokage was somewhat speechless. This lad was relentless in his pursuit of apprentices for the workshop, and now he had set his sights on Asuma. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, but Shitoku, the apprentices in your workshop are essentially students from the academy. What difference does that make? The distinction is significant. Shitoku smiled as he explained. Since the workshop has just been established, it presents a completely new environment. By fostering an atmosphere of equality from the outset, we can greatly diminish the impact of status. Moreover, ultimately, a ninja's worth is measured by their skills. At the Ninja Academy, Asuma, due to his exceptional talent, has not needed to exert much effort to consistently rank at the top. Consequently, his identity as the Hokage's son has played a substantial role. However, his aptitude in puppet jutsu is merely average. If he does not perform well in the workshop, the adults may be lenient. But the other children will not care whether he is the Hokage's son. Therefore, regardless of whether Asuma strives diligently to uphold the reputation of the Hokage's son through his achievements or breaks free from the constraints of his identity to learn to perceive the world anew, we stand to gain without any risk. After hearing Shitoku's plan, the third Hokage began to reconsider. Although he had not succeeded in making Shitoku a family tutor, facilitating a closer relationship through Asuma seemed promising. The prospect of having Asuma join the workshop appeared to be an excellent idea, at the very least ensuring that he would learn the art of the chakra engraving blade. After observing his situation in the workshop, a decision will be made regarding whether he should continue his studies there. The third Hokage, curious about the ultimate choice of Asuma, pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, saying, Then I shall entrust you, Shisuke, to take care of this. He intended to send Asuma to the workshop for learning the following weekend. However, before he could finish his sentence, Shisuke quickly interjected, Wait, Lord Hokage. In order for Asuma to persist in the workshop without easily giving up, we must ensure he perceives attending as his own idea. While the specific approach will depend on the circumstances, it would be prudent for you to occasionally oppose him. For instance, you could prohibit his attendance at the workshop or wager that he won't last long. This way, we can leverage his rebellious nature, making my subsequent efforts much more manageable. The third Hokage's lips curled slightly, and he found himself silently mourning for his foolish son. With such a cunning teacher, the boy's future days would likely be quite challenging. Upon seeing the third Hokage agree to the plan, Shusuke felt a sense of relief. It would indeed be difficult for him to invest significant energy in teaching Asuma as the Hokage hoped. However, if it merely involved integrating Asuma into the workshop while providing some psychological guidance, Shusuke was more than willing to assist. Whether Asuma could thus liberate himself from the constraints of being the Hokage's son would ultimately depend on his own fortune. As Thursday afternoon arrived, it was time for the puppet technique class. As usual, Shusuke explained the fundamental principles of puppet techniques while enhancing the students' understanding through engaging practical demonstrations. Once the instructional segment concluded, the little ninja's spirits began to soar. The reason was simple. It was time for the pocket puppet beasts. Although the recent emergence of novel toys had captivated their attention, they could not overshadow the esteemed status of pocket puppet beasts in most children's hearts. On one hand, the gameplay of pocket puppet beasts resembled that of video games, and their unique mechanics delivered a decisive blow to traditional toys. On the other hand, rarity imbued them with value. The fact that pocket puppet beasts could only be played for a short while during each puppet class made them all the more alluring. However, this situation was soon to change. Shusuke began to announce, "I believe you all know that registration for next week's training course will soon conclude, and the number of students will stabilize. Therefore, to facilitate your practice during extracurricular time, I will begin lending you the pocket puppet beasts." Before he could finish his statement, a deafening cheer erupted throughout the classroom, nearly shaking the ceiling. "It's here. We have finally awaited this day." The faces of the little ninjas radiated excitement and thrill as they chattered with their classmates, sharing in the celebration, their laughter and cheers echoing through the room. Shusuke made no effort to quell their jubilations. He merely smiled, observing the joyful scene before him. Compared to the fervent expressions of the children during the opening ceremony, their current jubilant demeanor appears significantly more pleasing. Although it may seem trivial, Shoshuei has begun to genuinely perceive the changes he has instigated, which are gradually transforming Konoha. After their initial excitement, the children quickly settled down, eager to hear more specific details. Shoshuei continued, "Of course, you are all aware that due to limited funding for the courses, the pocket puppet beasts are not inexpensive, and it is impractical for each of you to have one. Therefore, I will divide you into groups, with each group assigned a puppet beast for practice after class." Naturally, the young ninjas had no objections to this arrangement. Although it was somewhat disappointing not to possess a personal pocket puppet beast, the opportunity to have more time to experiment was a significant improvement. However, the subsequent announcement from the teacher left everyone somewhat perplexed. In addition, I have received the Hokage's approval. In the future, this classroom will also have some pocket puppet beasts available for all students during their free time. Anyone wishing to practice their chakra control can come here. Chapter 33. The disdained little fire dragon. Many young ninjas were bewildered by the teacher's decision. While the content of the lessons had been tailored to be as engaging as possible, many students were still not particularly interested in puppet techniques or lacked the talent for it. They were merely drawn to the pocket puppet beasts. Consequently, once the classroom and the pocket puppet beasts were made available to all students, many might choose to cease attending classes. Mr. Kimura's approach was, in essence, driving away students. In truth, the children were correct in their assumption. Shoshuei indeed intended to reduce attendance. After the bombardment of pocket puppet beasts and newfangled toys, the number of students attending puppet technique classes had approached the daunting figure of 200, causing the once spacious warehouse to feel somewhat congested. Initially, Shoshuei had endeavored to attract as many students as possible to his classes. However, he did not plan to accept everyone indiscriminately, seeking instead to maintain a selection of promising candidates. Particularly now, among the students, there were several who would not contribute positively to his plans, and Shoshuei naturally needed to refine his selection. Opening the puppet technique classroom to allow students who had not enrolled in the course to engage with pocket puppet beasts was precisely aimed at this goal. The reason he did not directly dissuade those freeloaders was that many of these children hailed from ninja clans and might very well become valuable clients for the workshop in the near future. To To prevent any deterioration of relationships and to cultivate a habit of engaging with puppet beasts, Xiaoshui was willing to incur expenses to open the puppet technique classroom. As the saying goes, one must be willing to sacrifice in order to gain. After announcing the news, the lesson transitioned into the segment focused on exercising chakra control through the pocket puppet beasts. The young ninjas momentarily set aside their astonishment at the opening of the puppet technique classroom and seized the opportunity to revel in the joy brought by the pocket puppet beasts. After several lessons, the children have become adept at weaving usable control strings for their puppets without any assistance from Xiaoshu. As their skills have improved, they have also begun to explore various innovative ways to engage with their pocket puppets. For instance, in a corner of the warehouse, under Xiaoshu's guidance, they constructed a miniature obstacle course. The students take turns maneuvering their puppets to see who can traverse the obstacles and solve puzzles in the shortest time, ultimately reaching the finish line. Due to the limitations of the control strings, they must follow closely behind their puppets, which gives Xiaoshu a nostalgic sense of watching four-wheeled brothers. Recently, some girls who have become enamored with role-playing games have brought their creativity into the realm of pocket puppets. Even Xiaoshu can only watch as they transform his lecture platform into a stage adorned with their handmade floral skirts and elaborate makeup, where their chosen puppets enact melodramatic scenes. "Oh, little Charizard, why must you be a Charizard?" lamented the Princess Squirtle, dressed in a flowing gown, as she recited her lines dramatically. Xiaoshu could only cover his face at this spectacle. If he lingered any longer, he would be unable to suppress his commentary. He then moved to the battle area, which occupied a significant portion of the warehouse space. Observing the children enthusiastically battling with their pocket puppets, he nodded in approval. Indeed, this is the quintessential way to engage with pocket puppets. What is this theatrical nonsense? Undoubtedly, battling with pocket puppets is the most popular pastime among the young ninjas. The simplicity of controlling the pocket puppets has enabled several talented children to grasp some tricks and play quite adeptly. Conversely, some students exhibit a lack of skill. "Haha, Beto. Stop struggling at the back. Your Charizard stands no chance against my Squirtle." At that moment, a commotion in the battle area caught Xiaoshu's attention. What is there to boast about in defeating a Charizard with a Squirtle? Was his immediate thought upon hearing the remark. However, he quickly recalled that the pocket puppets he created lacked any elemental weaknesses. Driven by curiosity, he approached to investigate. He then witnessed a Charizard being mercilessly suppressed by a Squirtle's water gun, leaving it in a state of disarray as it scurried about, desperately trying to evade the attack. Moreover, due to the limited length of the control string, Obito, the operator, could only follow behind his Charizard as it fled. The comical scene elicited laughter from the surrounding young ninjas. Xiaoshu, witnessing this, could only helplessly rub his forehead. "Obito, you are playing with pocket puppets, not racing cars. Why are you following it?" It seems that he would need to establish some guidelines regarding the boundaries of the battle area. He then glanced at the student controlling the Squirtle. Coincidentally, it was Asuma Saratobi. Although this boy does not apply himself academically, he exhibits remarkable enthusiasm when it comes to playing with puppets. The innate talent inherited from the third Hokage renders him nearly invincible in this game. In stark contrast, Obito, who hails from the same prestigious Uchiha clan, appears rather inadequate. However, at this moment, Shisuke's impression of Asuma is less than favorable. As a master of puppet techniques, he quickly discerns that the boy is not fighting to his fullest potential. Despite verbally urging Obito to cease his futile struggles, he deliberately holds back, relishing in the game at Obito's expense. Clearly, the child is using this as an outlet for his pent-up frustration. Were this a real battle, he might exhibit a degree of restraint, but since this is merely a puppet battle, he has allowed himself to be uninhibited. Yet, Asuma soon grows weary of this cat-and-mouse game and begins to conclude the match. Seizing an opportune moment, he deftly manipulates the controller, causing his Squirtle to unleash a powerful jet of water that accurately targets the advancing Charmander, sending it flying. Despite Obito's frantic button mashing and chakra infusion, he is unable to prevent the fallen Charmander from reverting to a puppet sphere. The game concludes, and the onlooking young ninjas begin to murmur among themselves. I knew this would be the outcome. How could Obito possibly triumph over Asuma? Indeed, this lad has always been inept, and to make matters worse, he insists on using the weakest Charmander. What a surprise that he lost. Strangely enough, the non-fire-breathing Charmander and the uncharacteristic Obito seem to complement each other quite well. Haha. Let us fervently hope that after the group assignments next week, We are not paired with that Charmander. Shisuke, overhearing their discussions, cannot help but find the situation both amusing and exasperating. Oh, Charmander, I never thought that you, who are usually the star of the show, would one day become the object of disdain. Is the ability to breathe fire truly that significant? In truth, Shisuke has already compensated for this shortcoming by enhancing Charmander's speed and agility, theoretically placing it on par with the other two starters. However, to fully unleash its potential, a higher level of skill is still required. Currently, as everyone is merely scratching the surface of their abilities, they have failed to recognize Charmander's latent prowess, leading to its tarnished reputation. Shisuke had initially hoped that his peers would discover this secret on their own, as a delightful surprise. Yet, upon witnessing Obito's disappointed expression while holding the puppet sphere, he is suddenly inspired to impart an early lesson. Approaching Obito, he gently pats him on the shoulder and, in a clear voice, addresses the surrounding students. I believe there may be some misconceptions regarding the use of Charmander, so I shall proceed with the demonstration. Watch closely, as I will only showcase this once. Chapter 34. Do you wish to dance? The true use of Charmander? Shisuke's statement instantly piques the curiosity of the children present. Most of them are adept at pocket puppet battles and feel they have mastered the techniques. Some students even begin to grumble about why the teacher has yet to introduce new puppets, as they are on the verge of becoming bored. Upon hearing the teacher's words, it became evident that they had yet to grasp even the basics of utilizing the Charmeleon, let alone fathom the intricacies of the game itself. If one cannot even initiate the process, what merit is there in discussing performance? Were this sentiment expressed by another, it would likely be met with scorn. However, the speaker is none other than the creator of pocket puppets, the sole puppeteer of the Hidden Leaf, leaving them without any grounds for rebuttal. They could only sit in silence, observing how one ought to engage with the Charmeleon. Among those most captivated by Shushue's remarks was Obito, who had recently endured a crushing defeat. Once dejected, upon hearing the teacher's melodious pronouncement, he was instantly revitalized, as if infused with new vigor. For Obito, the Charmeleon was not merely a tool for training. It held profound significance. As the least typical Uchiha, he had been ostracized by his kin and ridiculed by other village children. The reason he perpetually donned protective goggles was in hope of awakening his Sharingan, allowing him to prove that the Uchiha blood coursed through his veins. However, he had recently faced considerable adversity with a signature Uchiha technique, fire release, particularly the Great Fireball technique, which was renowned throughout the ninja world. Obito had found himself repeatedly thwarted in his attempts to master fire release within his clan, facing derision from his peers for his slow progress. Thus, he felt a kinship with the Charmeleon, which also struggled to breathe fire. Despite the ridicule he faced when others compared him to the Charmeleon, he stubbornly chose to engage in battles with it, as if, by helping the creature excel, he might one day earn the respect he so desperately sought. Yet, the string of recent failures had left him somewhat despondent, leading him to believe that perhaps both he and the Charmeleon were destined to remain outcasts, incapable of achieving greatness. Therefore, when the teacher placed a hand on his shoulder and revealed that the Charmeleon still had untapped potential, it was akin to a ray of sunlight breaking through the clouds, rekindling the flicker of hope within Obito's heart. "Teacher, please demonstrate using my Charmeleon," he exclaimed, presenting the puppet ball with both hands, his eyes alight with fervor as he gazed up at the teacher. "How did this Charmeleon become yours?" Shushue thought to tease, yet upon seeing the child's glowing expression, he refrained from voicing such a jest. Instead, he did not take the puppet ball, but with a sudden glint in his eye, he smiled and said, "To lend more credibility to the demonstration, I shall require an assistant to help me control this Charmeleon. Obito, do you have sufficient chakra remaining?" Though he did not comprehend why the teacher needed assistance, Obito eagerly nodded. "Yes, of course. I could continue for an entire day." Where did this wild Captain America come from? Shoshu, suppressing the urge to voice his grievances, began to elucidate to Obito and the surrounding bewildered young ninjas. "I am controlling the variables, eliminating the influence of the disparities in chakra levels and control between myself and everyone else. Thus, the chakra driving the puppet beast will still be emitted by Obito, while I will solely be responsible for manipulation via the joystick. In this manner, everyone will witness the differences in operation and the significant impact it will have on the battle of the little fire dragon. Is such meticulousness truly necessary for merely a demonstration? Is this how all puppet masters operate?" The young ninjas were momentarily at a loss for words. Yet their curiosity was piqued by how the teacher intended to execute this operation. After all, whether it involved chakra output or controlling the puppet beast, it all depended on the joystick. How could two individuals share a single joystick? It was as if Xiao could read their thoughts, as he suddenly bore a mischievous smile. The next moment, Obito abruptly set down the puppet sphere and began to exuberantly dance with vigor. The spectators were left with a plethora of question marks hovering above their heads. What on earth was this underachiever Obito up to? Having heard that the Uchiha clan had a penchant for dancing, one might wonder if Obito was simply overwhelmed with joy, expressing his ecstatic emotions through dance. However, judging by the astonishment etched on his face, it seemed otherwise. "Teacher, I cannot control myself." Obito finally reacted, urgently seeking his teacher's assistance. At that moment, visible chakra threads gradually emerged from Obito's limbs, their other ends naturally connecting to Xiaoshu's right hand. My apologies. To clearly demonstrate how I will manipulate the joystick, I needed to borrow your body for this illustration." Xiaoshu chuckled lightly, glossing over his prank before proceeding with further explanation. This technique is known as the manipulation of the human body. As you can see, it is a ninjutsu that utilizes chakra threads to control another's body as though it were a puppet. Originally developed by the puppet masters of Sunagakure to continue battling with a comrade's corpse after their puppet was destroyed. This technique may also be employed on living beings if the subject consents or is unable to resist due to a significant power disparity. The young ninjas suddenly grasped the concept, realizing that puppet techniques could indeed be used to manipulate the living. Yet, in their naivety, they failed to comprehend the grim realities behind the invention of such a technique, which necessitated puppet masters resorting to controlling the corpses of their comrades to continue the fight. What bloodshed and turmoil lay hidden behind this technique's origin? Moreover, could the most forbidden of puppet techniques have been inspired by this very ninjutsu? At that moment, Obito's breathless voice broke the silence. "Teacher, this technique is indeed fascinating, but could you please let me stop?" During the commentary by Xiaoshu, it was revealed that Obito was awkwardly dancing nearby. "Apologies, I seem to have forgotten once again." Xiaoshu finally paused, while Obito continued his clumsy rendition of the dance of the infamous Maguire, reminding himself internally to remain composed. He must not reveal his true nature before the registration concluded. To divert the conversation, he turned his attention to Asuma across from him. "By the way, for the sake of demonstration, I require an opponent. Asuma, would you be willing to assist? Although this is merely a demonstration, I assure you, I shall not be easily defeated." Naturally, Asuma readily accepted such an opportunity to shine. It was known that when the teacher announced a demonstration, the entire class became curious and gathered around. Among the audience was the ever-adorable Kurenai, who seemed even more charming today, and Asuma felt no hesitation. His claim of not being easily vanquished was not mere bravado, given the limitations of the controller. Even if the teacher were a true puppeteer, he could not outmatch Asuma significantly in skill. Furthermore, the teacher was not directly manipulating the puppets, but was instead controlling Obito to indirectly command the puppets, which would undoubtedly diminish their power. Additionally, the chakra sustaining the puppets was provided by Obito, who was rather incompetent. With so many advantages in his favor, Asuma believed he had a fair chance of victory, even against Teacher Kimura. Recently, Kurenai had been speaking of Teacher Kimura constantly. This was a perfect opportunity for Asuma to showcase his prowess. Although Kurenai seemed puzzled by Asuma's silly grin, upon his agreement to be the opponent, Xiaoshu announced, "Very well, let us commence the demonstration. Go, Squirtle. Do your best, Charmander." As Asuma and Obito simultaneously threw their puppet balls forward, the highly anticipated exhibition match finally began. The two puppets transformed seamlessly in the air before landing steadily on the ground. As soon as they touched down, Squirtle unleashed a powerful jet of water, launching an aggressive assault on Charmander. Under Asuma's control, the next water gun attack was already primed, ready to catch Charmander in its vulnerable state after evasion. This tactic resembled the fundamental strategies employed in combat with thrown ninja tools, utilizing relentless ranged attacks to compress the enemy's evasion space and compel mistakes, ultimately overwhelming the opponent. While many utilized Squirtle, a cannon-type puppet, employing similar tactics, only Asuma possessed an innate combat intuition, adeptly seizing upon fleeting weaknesses of his adversaries, swiftly securing victory. Thus, he was affectionately referred to as the finest Squirtle in the village. Chapter 35. The puppeteer's combat techniques, however, Asuma's decisive strategy did not unfold as smoothly this time. The jet of water surged toward Charmander, yet it remained motionless, causing the audience to wonder if it had malfunctioned and was unable to act. Just as the water column was about to strike, the little fire dragon suddenly lowered its head, effortlessly evading the water gun's assault. Asuma, on the opposite side, was momentarily bewildered. He had prepared himself, waiting to compress the little fire dragon's evasion space with another water gun shot. But the simple act of the dragon bowing its head had rendered his meticulously crafted strategy futile. However, on the other side, Obito was equally astonished. Instinctively, upon witnessing the water gun attack, he attempted to maneuver the little fire dragon to evade. Yet, under Shusuke's control, his fingers remained utterly still, causing him considerable frustration. It was only when the water column was about to hit the little fire dragon that a subtle force compelled his finger to press a button and gently nudge the joystick. Remarkably, this simple action allowed the little fire dragon to duck and avoid the water column strike. The realization that the little fire dragon could be manipulated in such a manner left Obito in awe, as if he had discovered a new world. Due to the little fire dragon's significantly superior agility compared to the other two, its control required even greater caution, particularly in mastering the nuances of evasion to avoid exposing any vulnerabilities. Just then, Shusuke's commentary chimed in, highlighting this as one of the vital practical techniques necessary for operating real puppets. The issue arose because puppet masters generally control their puppets from a distance, making it challenging to gauge the extent of evasive maneuvers accurately. Especially for novice puppet masters, their overprotectiveness of their puppets often led them to execute overly broad evasive actions. Such an approach could ultimately jeopardize not only the puppet but potentially their own lives as well. Shusuke's words resonated with an unsettling authenticity, prompting the younger ninjas to reflect on the origins of his puppet techniques with a sense of dread. Shusuke continued, stating that this problem lacks an effective solution, typically relying on training one's eyesight and accumulating experience to alleviate the issue. However, before that, a puppet master must cultivate an unwavering resolve to accept the possibility of their puppet sustaining damage. After all, puppets are mere constructs. As long as their core remains intact, they can continue to fight even if their limbs are severed. Yet, if one succumbs to the fear of their puppet being harmed and exposes a gap in their evasion to the enemy, the outcome of the battle may very well be sealed from that moment on. Throughout Shusuke's explanation, the battle on the field continued unabated, allowing him to practically demonstrate the theories he espoused. No matter where the Squirtle's water gun aimed, the little fire dragon, under the dual control of Shusuke and Obito, executed the smallest evasive maneuvers, leaving no opportunity for the water attack to exploit. Observing the little fire dragon gracefully navigating through the hail of water, it was hard for anyone to reconcile this serene demeanor with the earlier frantic scurrying. It was astonishing how a mere adjustment in control technique could yield such a dramatic transformation in the puppet's capabilities. Yet, Shusuke's demonstration had only just begun. As the little fire dragon deftly evaded the onslaught of water gun attacks, it gradually closed the distance to its opponent. This time, it seemed that Squirtle should be the one to retreat. However, Shisu did not afford Asuma such an opportunity. With Tobi's guidance, the little fire dragon surged forward, launching a relentless barrage of assaults against Squirtle. Claw strikes, kicks, bites, and tail whips. The little fire dragon employed nearly all its arsenal in a continuous offensive. Yet, the observing young ninjas remained unimpressed, for they had witnessed such scenes numerous times before. Lacking any long-range attacks, this was merely the fire dragon's customary fighting style. Although its speed was commendable, the force behind each strike was rather mediocre. If the opponent had been a peculiar seed, there might have been a chance to exploit a close-quarter advantage after breaking through the vine restraints. However, when faced with the robust defenses of Squirtle, the little fire dragon often found itself unable to penetrate its defenses, ultimately leading to defeat. The spectacle before them bore little distinction from past encounters, despite the teacher's assistance in controlling the little fire dragon, which rendered its movements notably more fluid and cohesive. Truly a formidable combination of strikes, the operational limits of the puppet beast remained unchanged. Thus, even with the teacher's utmost efforts, the fire dragon's inherent lack of power persisted, resulting in attacks that merely grazed Squirtle without yielding significant results. In fact, Asuma, who had initially been subdued by the teacher's skillful guidance, began to regain confidence after weathering the first wave of assaults. Mustering his courage, He started to direct Squirtle in a counterattack, surprisingly finding himself able to trade blows with the little fire dragon. Many of the young ninjas began to murmur to themselves, could this truly be the limit of the little fire dragon? Even with the teacher's enhancement, it could barely manage an even match against Asuma's Squirtle. Fortunately, the tide of battle shifted once again before long, as the scales of victory began to tilt in favor of the little fire dragon. The onlooking young ninjas were left baffled, despite both sides employing the same strategies. Why was the situation gradually changing? It was not until the tide became overwhelmingly one-sided that some students began to grasp the underlying mystery. They could clearly see that the dexterity of Squirtle's right arm, controlled by Asuma, was diminishing, eventually rendering it immobile. With one arm incapacitated, Squirtle naturally began to falter. It's damage to the limbs, exclaimed Hebe with sunglasses, explaining to the surrounding classmates. Everyone should remember that the teacher inscribed special runes within the puppet beast. Once it endures a certain threshold or number of impacts, it automatically reverts to the puppet ball. This represents the life force of the puppet beast, and it is this very essence that determines victory in our battles. Moreover, the teacher mentioned that each body part of the puppet beast possesses its own life force. When subjected to excessive damage, the chakra flow to that specific part diminishes, rendering it increasingly difficult to control. It is often quite challenging for us to consistently target specific areas during combat, which is why we seldom witness remarkable outcomes. In truth, the true application of the Charmander lies precisely in this approach. By focusing attacks on particular points, one can gradually diminish the opponent's strength, ultimately securing victory. This tactic can only be flawlessly executed by the agile and swift Charmander. The surrounding young ninjas, upon hearing this, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, accompanied by a tinge of embarrassment. It turned out that their esteemed instructor had already imparted this knowledge to them. They simply had not considered it. Moreover, the fact that teacher Kimura devised such a comprehensive strategy for Charmander from the outset is truly impressive. However, Shusuk, who was being praised by everyone, felt somewhat at a loss. Much of what he had intended to convey had already been largely revealed by Hebe. It was a testament to his educational prowess that he had ascended to the rank of Special Jonin and could potentially serve as the future Hokage's tutor. Unfortunately, Hebe was unable to join the workshop as an apprentice due to his chakra control being rated only 4 out of 10. One can only hope he manages to elevate his chakra control to 5 by the next assessment. After a brief distraction, Shusuk continued to command Charmander in its vigorous assault against Squirtle, while he elucidated. As Hebe has aptly stated, this indeed represents the genuine utility of Charmander. This correlates with the second practical skill necessary when manipulating true puppets, which is to learn how to consistently attack the same area to breach the enemy's defenses. Ordinary puppets, limited by their weight and mechanical capabilities, possess a rather restricted lethality. While they may suffice against standard ninjas, they fall short when confronted with formidable opponents like those from the Rock or Cloud villages. Thus, this strategy of concentrated assault serves as an effective method for puppet masters when facing such adversaries. At this juncture, Shusuk glanced at Asuma, who was still valiantly resisting, and shook his head with a wry smile. Having elucidated the true purpose of Charmander, it is time for this battle to conclude. However, just as he was about to command Charmander to finish the fight, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Asuma, realizing his impending defeat, gritted his teeth and, in a moment of determination, commanded Squirtle to retreat a few steps before retracting entirely into its shell. As Charmander approached, a powerful jet of water erupted from the shell's opening, forcing it back. The young ninjas, accustomed to battling with pocket puppet beasts, were taken aback by this turn of events. There it is, Squirtle's ultimate defensive move, shell defense, they exclaimed in astonishment. It was utterly unexpected that Asuma would resort to such a cunning maneuver. Some students, bewildered by the situation, hurriedly inquired why this was considered a forbidden technique. The renowned puppet beast expert, Hebe, adjusted his sunglasses and explained to the crowd, this technique is notoriously tricky. Once Squirtle retreats into its shell, it becomes exceedingly difficult to inflict damage upon it. Conversely, it can launch continuous ranged attacks through the openings in its shell, truly an embodiment of absolute defense. Certainly, the primary reason this tactic has been classified as forbidden is that once Squirtle employs its shell strategy, the match inevitably devolves into a test of endurance. Given our limited time to play, it is only prudent to designate this maneuver as off-limits. Otherwise, a single match might extend until class is over. Truly a fearsome tactic. The young ninjas could not help but gasp in astonishment. The user of this strategy must possess unparalleled patience and audacity, and more importantly, be prepared to endure the wrath of fellow students waiting in line, even at the cost of their own defeat. What? Asuma is the son of the Hokage? Well, that changes everything. Now, the pressure shifts to Teacher Kimura. If he cannot dismantle this shell strategy, it would imply that the game itself harbors flaws. Thus, everyone held their breath, eager to see how the teacher would respond. They then witnessed Charmeleon springing into action, with a series of agile dodges. Charmeleon evaded several water gun attacks and maneuvered close to Squirtle. Then, with a deft leap, it landed squarely atop Squirtle's shell. Oh no! The young ninjas could not suppress their alarm. Despite the apparent safety of that seemingly unreachable corner from water gun attacks, it was, in fact, a deadly trap. For Squirtle possessed another formidable move, Rapid Spin. Once unleashed, Charmeleon perched atop the shell would be violently hurled away, sustaining significant damage. As Asuma revealed a wicked grin of triumph and Squirtle's shell began to rotate, the spectators braced themselves for the worst. Yet, in the next moment, the anticipated scene of Charmeleon being flung away did not unfold. For, prior to that, Charmeleon had reached down and pulled the controller wire from Squirtle's back. Asuma, wait. How can you pull your opponent's controller wire? Chapter 36. The Cunning Dragon and Phoenix Chick Teacher Kimura. That is rather underhanded. Asuma protested, frustration etched upon his face. How can one employing the shell strategy dare to accuse me? The onlooking young ninjas silently critiqued, though they could not help but cast curious glances at Teacher Kimura. They, too, found the act of pulling an opponent's controller wire somewhat unsporting. However, Teacher Kimura displayed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, he feigned innocence as he replied, "Hold on, Asuma-kun. How is this unfair? I have never stipulated that one cannot pull the opponent's controller wire during a match. Right, Ebisu?" With his name invoked, Ebisu suddenly became the center of attention. Feeling the weight of his teacher's expectation, he proudly puffed out his chest, then retrieved a notebook to consult. After a brief perusal, he shook his head and affirmed, "Indeed, as the teacher stated, when he outlined the rules of combat, he merely emphasized the value of the controllers, cautioning us not to damage them, without ever addressing the matter of the controller wire. Behold, I possess no ill manners," Shoshue proclaimed, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation before continuing to elucidate to the still somewhat unconvinced young ninjas. In truth, this is the third practical technique I wish to impart. One must always remain vigilant in safeguarding one's chakra threads during battle. For regardless of how formidable your puppet may be, once the chakra threads are severed, it becomes no more than a heap of scrap metal and rotting wood. Conversely, should your adversary be a puppet master, attempting to sever the chakra threads of their puppets presents a shortcut to victory. Observing the contemplative expressions gradually emerging among his audience, Shoshue continued, "Since chakra threads represent a significant vulnerability in puppet techniques, it is imperative to factor them into your training. Otherwise, no amount of practice will yield fruitful results and may even foster erroneous habits. My decision not to establish a rule prohibiting attacks on the chakra threads is intentional, as I aim for you all to cultivate the habit of consistently protecting your chakra threads through combat." The young ninjas, upon hearing this, finally acquiesced. Even Asuma found himself at a loss for a counterargument, sulking silently to himself. "Teacher Mukamura, does this imply that we may directly assault our opponents?" Ebisuzawa promptly extrapolated. "In theory, yes, but there is currently no pressing need," Shoshue replied with a shrug. "The combat prowess of pocket puppets is exceedingly weak, posing no threat to you. Evading them would merely instill poor habits. Thus, such practice will commence only when you begin to manipulate true puppets. Of course, if both parties consent. A rare opportunity to experience this may arise." With no further inquiries forthcoming, Shoshue clapped his hands together, declaring, "All right, having introduced the use of the little fire dragon, you may now proceed with your free practice." The young ninjas, upon hearing this, scattered like birds, seizing the remaining moments of playtime with fervor. Meanwhile, standing beside Shoshue, Obito could not help but feel elated as he overheard his classmates animatedly discussing the newfound applications of the little fire dragon. After all, he had finally achieved his objective, demonstrating the prowess of the little fire dragon before everyone. Admittedly, much of the credit belonged to Teacher Mukamura. Reflecting on this, Obito tilted his head upward to express his admiration, exclaiming, "Teacher, you are truly remarkable. To manipulate the little fire dragon to such an extent." Compared to his classmates, Obito was undoubtedly seated in the front row, witnessing the entire battle unfold under Shioshue's deft control. He was best positioned to appreciate how the teacher's exquisite and intricate manipulation enabled the little fire dragon to perform various complex and agile maneuvers with a mere controller. This exquisite sensation, where the little fire dragon seemed to come to life through such masterful operation, left an indelible impression on Obito's mind. In truth, he had initially enrolled in this puppet technique course simply to attend class with Rin and to engage with the delightful pocket puppets. Although the teacher's lectures are indeed captivating, the increasingly intricate subject matter has left Dato feeling daunted, even contemplating abandoning the course altogether. However, his perspective has undergone a complete transformation. He is resolute in his determination not to forsake the art of puppetry until he has mastered the proper usage of the little fire dragon, skillfully commanding it to showcase its prowess before an audience. To this end, he humbly seeks guidance from his teacher. "Teacher, how can I become as formidable as you in a shorter time?" Zayushu lightly tapped Dato's forehead, saying, "There are no shortcuts to this craft. With diligent practice, you will inevitably reach my level, or perhaps even surpass it." As he spoke, Zishu reminisced about the scene in the original story where Dato controlled the six-tailed beasts with chains. Indeed, it seemed that this lad possessed a genuine talent for manipulating puppet beasts. Shaking his head to dispel the sudden thoughts that had emerged, Zishu reminded Dato, "For instance, you should quickly practice my earlier technique while it is still fresh in your mind." "Oh right," Dato exclaimed, suddenly realizing, and hastily retrieved the puppet ball to begin his practice. However, upon producing the puppet ball, his expression froze. After several seconds of being stuck in a daze, he returned to reality, his face downcast as he lamented, "Teacher, what should I do? I've completely forgotten. Are you a goldfish?" Zayushu sighed in exasperation, lamenting that he was not teaching Tai Chi's sword instead. He began to understand why Uchiha Madara had swiftly taken his own life after only a brief period of instructing Dato. "Teacher Kimura," Dato pleaded, rubbing his hands together with a beseeching expression, "could you please control me with that technique once more?" Before Zishu could respond, Asuma, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, pushed Dato aside, challenging Zishu with a defiant look. "Teacher Kimura, let us have another round. I was careless before, failing to dodge, which is why you were able to sever the control line. Who gave you the audacity to say such a thing?" Zayushu thought to himself. Yet Asuma's renewed challenge was hardly unexpected. In the previous demonstration, he had intentionally set several traps. Simply put, what appeared to be an exquisite maneuver in Dato's eyes was riddled with deliberate flaws. For a genius like Asuma, whose combat instincts were keen, these weaknesses served as irresistible bait. It is worth noting that prior to the structural damage occurring, he had been exchanging blows with Zishu quite evenly. The existence of these flaws would create the illusion that, with a bit of attention paid to the damage and the severed control line, he might still have a chance to defeat his teacher. Even if he failed, it would surely be more satisfying than the absurd outcome of their earlier encounter. This was precisely Zishu's intention. Let us not forget that he was tasked with mentoring Asuma on behalf of the third Hokage. If he could not spark a greater interest in puppetry within Asuma, how could he convince him to work in the workshop? After a moment of deliberate contemplation regarding Asuma's dual invitation, Shioshu nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. In light of your recent demonstration, I shall engage you in another match." Noticing the hopeful expression on Obito's face nearby, Shioshu added, "Of course, I will still control Obito during our battle. One sheep can be herded, and so can two." With one being a prodigy and the other lagging behind, they formed a perfect duo in the world of Hokage. Shioshu mused that if executed skillfully, they might unexpectedly forge a friendship that would spark new possibilities absent in the original narrative. At that moment, neither was aware that their teacher had already set them up as a pair. Upon hearing the teacher's suggestion, Asuma cast a disdainful glance at Obito but did not voice any objections. Meanwhile, Obito cheered and playfully hid behind Shioshu, making a face at Asuma, revealing their previous mutual disdain. Shioshu sensed that the bonds of friendship, affectionately termed brotherhood, were growing ever stronger. To minimize attention, Shioshu led them to a corner of the warehouse. He then resumed controlling Obito, initiating a battle with Asuma. To be precise, it marked the beginning of Asuma's arduous journey of suffering. Chapter 37. tailored instruction in an effort to impart the lesson of disparity between their abilities and to establish his authority as a teacher. Shioshu decided to adopt a more serious approach. Thus, the duel featuring pocket puppets swiftly culminated in a dismal defeat for Asuma. In under 10 seconds, Squirtle found itself ensnared by Charmander, its control lines effortlessly severed, leaving it limp on the ground. The rapid loss led Asuma to realize that he had previously underestimated the situation. His teacher had not fought with full strength during the exhibition match. However, Asuma did not allow this swift defeat to dishearten him. Despite the rapid loss, he had perceived certain flaws in his teacher's movements. Though he had not capitalized on these weaknesses in the moment, he was confident that he would not fall prey to the same strategy again if given another chance. To validate his thoughts, Asuma mustered the courage to say, "Teacher, let us have another match. I was not mentally prepared for the last one." Of course, Shioshu replied with a smile. Predictably, Asuma faced yet another thorough thrashing. Following this defeat, Asuma felt a wave of frustration. His strategy had been to replicate previous moves to entice his teacher into executing the flawed technique once more, so he could then counterattack with his devised plan. The scenario unfolded as he had envisioned until the final moment, when his teacher unexpectedly employed a creative maneuver that thwarted his counterattack and led to his defeat. Nevertheless, Asuma remained undeterred, for he had discovered yet another opportunity within his teacher's audacious tactics. "If we were to go again, I am certain I could turn the tables," he exclaimed. "Teacher, let us have another match. I am still a bit out of practice." Shioshu was unfazed by the request. As time progressed, Asuma found himself ensnared in a seemingly endless cycle, repeatedly executing the same maneuvers. In essence, the pattern was as follows: struck down in an instant, exposed vulnerabilities. Sought a rematch, brimming with confidence, only to be vanquished once more. However, Asuma was no fool. After enduring this routine multiple times, he began to sense that something was amiss. He gradually came to the realization that each flaw he identified was, in fact, deliberately orchestrated by his instructor. Yet, rather than feeling resentment towards his teacher's leniency, Asuma discovered that through their ongoing exchanges, his skills and combat awareness were advancing at an astonishing rate. This was not solely attributed to the combat intuition he inherited from his father, the third Hokage, but also to his teacher's meticulously timed guidance. Despite his instructor consistently overpowering him, there remained openings that served as pathways to understanding and resolving challenges. These vulnerabilities compelled Asuma to promptly refine his techniques and strategies, increasing his chances of success in subsequent encounters. Furthermore, these improvements always remained within the bounds of Asuma's innate capabilities. With each session, he could tangibly perceive his progress in deciphering his teacher's techniques, not from the insincere praise of others, but from a genuine recognition of his own growth. It had been a long time since Asuma had experienced the pure joy derived from learning, and he found himself utterly captivated, unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. In fact, as he requested another round, his tone had shifted to one of newfound respect. "Teacher Kimura, may we engage in another match?" Having anticipated this moment, Shiusuke smiled and nodded, responding, "I would be delighted to oblige." It was evident that the hook had been set. What Asuma was undergoing was a practical training regimen meticulously tailored by Shiusuke to align with his innate talents. Drawing from his memories of the original narrative, the introduction of the third Hokage, and the recent exhibition match, Shiusuke was confident that this child was indeed a combat prodigy. In simpler terms, he was not a super genius like Kakashi, who mastered everything swiftly, but his inherent combat intuition allowed him to discern his opponent's weaknesses, enabling him to triumph against stronger foes. In the original story, Asuma's adeptness with the twin blades of the flying swallow, maneuvering deftly between the blades of his adversaries, exemplified the pinnacle of his innate potential. However, this style was fraught with danger. Should an opponent exceed his immediate capacity to counter, this very approach could lead to his demise. Shiusuke cleverly exposed vulnerabilities during their battles, continually triggering Asuma's passive talent and compelling him to evolve in combat. While this may sound straightforward, achieving the right balance was far from simple. Insufficient challenges would yield no growth, while excessive pressure might overwhelm Asuma, potentially dissuading him entirely. Fortunately, Shiusuke possessed the most formidable teaching technique, the spider sense technique. With delicate strands of chakra enveloping the surroundings, allowing him to monitor Asuma's condition in real time. Then, Shioshu assessed Asma's level of stress based on his chakra fluctuations and heartbeat, thereby fine-tuning the challenges he presented. In this manner, Asma could continuously relish the bittersweet journey of suffering. However, akin to all journeys that must eventually reach a conclusion, the ringing of the bell signaled the end of Shioshu's confrontation with Asma. Despite merely engaging in a game of controlling puppet beasts, Asma found himself drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, even feeling a depletion of chakra. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over him. Was it truly over? He wondered how long it would be before he could experience such feelings again. Most regrettably, he had failed to secure a single victory. Indeed, Asma was acutely aware of the vast disparity in skill between himself and his teacher. Yet, after a series of intense battles, he recognized that if confined within the framework of pocket puppet beasts, he might not be entirely devoid of a chance at victory. This realization, although seemingly akin to his initial thoughts, was now grounded in calculated reasoning rather than naive bravado. Even in the final rounds, he had managed to exchange several moves with his teacher, suggesting that victory was merely a matter of probability. However, by this point, Asma had been so ensnared by his teacher's myriad traps that he developed a sort of PTSD, fearing that this too was another scheme devised by his instructor. Thus, he no longer feigned indifference and directly inquired, "Teacher Kimura, if we were to continue battling, would I have a chance to win against you?" Indeed, this was the case. As the operational limits of pocket puppet beasts were relatively modest, coupled with the evident weakness of the control line, the contest would inevitably devolve into a game of chance once both parties reached a certain level of skill. Shioshu's words were akin to a heavenly melody for Asma, confirming that his efforts had not been in vain. Yet, he felt a tinge of regret, sensing that he could see the conclusion of this intriguing game on the horizon. Meanwhile, Obito stood by, bewildered and envious, struggling to comprehend their conversation. However, in an effort to maintain his facade, he quickly tightened his expression and nodded vigorously, as if in agreement with his teacher's assertions. At that moment, neither of them anticipated that Shioshu's next statement would leave them both in shock. Although it is a game of chance, given your current levels, Asma and Obito, you would need to play several hundred rounds before you might have a chance to defeat me. Asma was left utterly speechless, but his astonishment stemmed not from the prospect of playing hundreds of rounds to achieve a single victory, but rather from the fact that his teacher had likened him to Obito, the perennial underperformer. Obito himself was so taken aback that his eyes seemed poised to pop out of his head. Fortunately, he wore goggles. At this juncture, Shioshu, stifling his laughter, feigned confusion and asked, "Have you both not realized that in the final few rounds, I had already withdrawn the chakra line controlling Obito? Thus, the opponent you were facing was actually Obito." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," Asma exclaimed, his face a portrait of incredulity. In the final few matches, it was hardly conceivable that the one to triumph over him was none other than the perpetually underachieving Obito. However, reflecting upon it, he began to recall that certain maneuvers executed by the little fire dragon in those concluding rounds indeed fell short of the expected standard. Yet, he had presumed these were merely deliberate oversights on the part of his mentor, hence he did not pay them much heed. Nevertheless, the individual he battled against undoubtedly possessed exceptional skill. Otherwise, he would not have emerged victorious against him. Just moments ago, Obito had been subject to his whims. How could he have so swiftly surpassed him in prowess? In truth, even Asuma harbored similar sentiments, questioning whether he was merely a pawn, now unexpectedly assuming the role of the protagonist. Thus, in a state of bewilderment, Obito tugged at Shusui's sleeve and inquired, "Teacher, when did I defeat Asuma?" With a touch of exasperation, Shusui lightly tapped Obito on the head before elucidating, "Obito, have you forgotten? My ability does not simply commandeer your body. Rather, it allows us to share control over it. Throughout my battle with Asuma, you experienced firsthand the intricacies of each movement and the handling of various combat scenarios. Consequently, you unconsciously absorbed my techniques, which gradually manifested in your dexterity. Once I recognized this, I ceased to fully restrain the movements of your fingers. Whenever you executed a correct maneuver, I would permit it to unfold unimpeded. Of course, I would still intervene to correct mistakes. Through this process, your accuracy naturally improved. Given that the pocket puppet beast essentially operates through a limited set of keys, your performance eventually became quite proficient, prompting me to withdraw the chakra threads entirely. Therefore, There is no doubt that in those final matches, it was indeed your own skill that secured the victories. Chapter 38. The Teaching Method of the Underachiever. I truly defeated Asuma. Despite Shusui's reassurances, Obito found it difficult to grasp the reality of the situation. Staring blankly at his own hands and murmuring to himself, "But why can I not recall this at all?" "The lack of recollection is precisely the point," Shusui remarked, ruffling Obito's spiky hair only to retract his hand at the discomfort it caused. With a hint of disdain, he continued, in simple terms, "There are fundamentally two modes of learning. One relies on cognitive memory, while the other is rooted in bodily memory. You, Obito, belong to the rare category within the Uchiha clan that excels in the latter." What Shusui referred to as bodily memory encompasses not merely the muscle memory formed through repetitive actions or the subconscious recollections of the human brain. It also includes a method of memory facilitated by chakra. The chakra life forms, such as the tailed beasts and the Otsutsuki clan, demonstrate that chakra is not solely energy, but also a vessel of information, possessing an operational system capable of sustaining thought. Thus, when the denizens of the ninja world underwent transformations by the divine tree, they effectively had a new operational system installed alongside their brains. Shusui even speculated that what is referred to as the soul in the ninja world might essentially represent an external manifestation of this operational system. Just as ordinary individuals cannot govern their own souls, the majority of people exhibit a rather limited understanding of this operational system. What is often termed ninjutsu is, in essence, merely a rudimentary application of chakra, akin to wielding a mobile phone to crack walnuts or using a book to ignite a fire, an egregious misapplication of resources. To truly master this system, one might need to emulate the Otsutsuki clan, shedding their mortal coil to become a genuine chakra entity, thereby facilitating effortless utilization. Those few who can adeptly navigate this system are regarded as geniuses endowed with a natural affinity for chakra. Take, for instance, Obito Uchiha, who was selected as a successor by Madara Uchiha and ultimately became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. His talent for chakra is undeniably exceptional. Thus, his status as the underachiever is not a matter of innate ability, but rather a consequence of his cognitive limitations. To phrase it more delicately, Obito possesses great potential, yet lacks the requisite intellect to fully harness it. In plain terms, Obito is somewhat dim-witted. Generally speaking, such overlooked talents require a discerning mentor to patiently guide them, allowing them to gradually uncover their gifts. In the original narrative, Obito, Naruto, and Jiraiya serve as quintessential examples. Unfortunately, the current Shusui is not a master, nor does he possess the patience to invest significant time in Obito's development. Consequently, he has adopted a rather straightforward and forceful teaching method. He circumvents Obito's still unawakened intellect, imbuing the correct answers directly into his muscle memory, unconscious recollections, and chakra memory through physical practice. Under the influence of these combined factors, Obito, akin to entering autopilot mode, instinctively performs actions when confronted with familiar scenarios. Thus, although Obito has yet to awaken his Sharingan, he can swiftly replicate the techniques demonstrated by Shusui. Is physical memory the key? Upon hearing Shusui's words, Obito began to ponder. In a certain sense, it seemed as though the teacher was chastising him for his lack of intelligence. Yet, Obito recognized that he indeed struggled with courses requiring mental engagement, while he excelled in those relying solely on physical prowess. Naturally, his careless disposition often led him to falter, earning him the reputation of being the acknowledged underachiever. As he contemplated this, a surge of excitement welled within him. He realized that, much like the little fire dragon, he was not a true underachiever, but merely had yet to discover the correct path to cultivation. However, his exhilaration was short-lived, as he soon encountered another dilemma. Even with the understanding that he was a kinesthetic learner, he had not yet identified a solution. Wait, hold on. A rare spark of insight illuminated Obito's mind as he rubbed his hands together and inquired of Shusui, "Teacher Mukamura, the method you just taught me for manipulating the puppet beasts, can it be applied to learning other subjects as well?" This posed an intriguing question. Shusui stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Theoretically, indeed, at least for courses such as taijutsu and throwing techniques, which rely solely on physicality, there should be no issue. As for ninjutsu and jinjutsu, while they present certain challenges, they are not entirely insurmountable." Upon hearing this, Obito was filled with elation and was about to request his teacher's assistance in training. However, He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, the teacher was not a close acquaintance, and even if there were methods available, it did not necessarily imply that he would dedicate ample time to instruct him. Just as he hesitated, Asuma interjected. Teacher, might I request your guidance for my training using the method you just demonstrated? In fact, why not become my tutor? The benefits would be substantial. What? Asuma had beaten him to it. Obito was taken aback by Asuma's audacity and nervously glanced at the teacher. Unbeknownst to them, this invitation had previously been declined by Shisuke. Now, he found himself compelled to refuse once more. Regrettably, aside from my responsibilities at the school, I have a workshop to manage and currently lack the time to serve as a tutor. Asuma pouted, displaying his disappointment, while Obito initially sighed in relief, only to feel a wave of despair as his hopes dwindled. However, at that moment, the teacher's voice resonated with an almost celestial quality. Ah, I nearly forgot. I indeed have certain tasks requiring the assistance of students. If you both are willing to help, I should be able to carve out some time to offer you further guidance. Although it was merely temporary assistance, neither Obito nor Asuma dared to hope for more. After exchanging astonished glances, they eagerly nodded in affirmation. The following morning, the door to Shisuke's office was suddenly flung open from the outside. The ever-intrusive Inuzuka Kiba burst in, unable to contain his excitement. I heard you're planning to unveil the pocket puppet beasts to all students. Is it true? Coincidentally, Shisuke was indeed occupied with the creation of puppet beasts. After finishing the intricate rune engravings on a core component with his chakra carving knife, he took a sip of strawberry milk and calmly responded, indeed. Kiba pulled up a chair and, with an incredulous expression, remarked, Shisuke, you truly have a penchant for making headlines. Why announce this now, right as the registration period approaches? Kiba's implication was clear to Shisuke. A late announcement would mean waiting until after the registration concluded to avoid influencing student enrollment. An early announcement would have needed to be made weeks prior. Chapter 39. Course Selection. It turned out that the ninja school had been bustling with excitement over course selections, akin to a festive celebration. The catalyst for this fervor was the newly established puppet technique course. Its innovative teaching methods, the intriguing pocket puppet beasts, and the young and dashing instructor, Kimura, captivated the children's attention, becoming a perennial topic of discussion. Yet, as the saying goes, one flower does not signify spring. 100 flowers blooming heralds a garden in full bloom. Much like the catfish effect, the introduction of the puppet technique course compelled other instructors to employ all manner of strategies to retain their students, thereby making the school more vibrant than ever before. The trainers, backed by their respective departments, often invite prominent ninjas as guest lecturers from their ranks. Figures such as Nara Shikahisa, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Aburame Shibi, without exception, stand out as the most remarkable among the younger ninjas, serving as role models for many aspiring young ninjas. Furthermore, the experiences they share during their lectures are drawn from real combat situations, rich in practical knowledge, thus capturing the attention of numerous pragmatic students. Additionally, some trainers have emulated Shisuke's pocket puppet beasts, enticing young ninjas to enroll through promotional gifts. For instance, signing up for the medical class offers a complimentary family health checkup package at Konoha Hospital, while the logistics class provides a discount voucher for a barbecue restaurant. Although these incentives cannot be compared to the pocket puppet beasts, they may serve as the tipping point for some indecisive students. Under the diverse recruitment strategies employed by the instructors, many young ninjas found themselves in the delightful dilemma of choosing which course to attend. It wasn't until yesterday that Shisuke suddenly announced the availability of puppet beasts for all students, bringing this farce to a close. Naturally, the entire student body erupted in cheers, praising teacher Kimura's integrity. With the distraction of the pocket puppet beasts removed, they could finally follow their true inclinations and select the training courses they genuinely desired. However, for the teachers who had been busily toiling away, this news, while undeniably positive, left them feeling somewhat exasperated. Could you not have announced this sooner, Teacher Kimura? They lamented. Ha ha ha, Shisuke, you should have seen the look of regret on the faces of the other trainers upon hearing this news. The thought of their bewildered expressions made Inuzuka Iku burst into hearty laughter. They had previously gathered to devise strategies to counter your puppet technique class and reclaim students. Yet, after all their efforts, you simply pushed the students away, rendering their plans a mere joke. At this moment, Shisuke resumed crafting components, and upon hearing this, could not help but remark, Iku-senpai, I heard that your tracking class also announced that the student with the best final score would receive a small ninja dog as a reward. Iku's smile instantly froze, and he then feigned a grimace, saying through gritted teeth, I was coerced by the department head, who insisted that if the class size remained small, I would have to teach again next year. Shisuke shot him a knowing glance, indicating that it was best to leave it at that. Iku quickly shifted the topic, asking, but on a different note, Shisuke, are you not worried that with this announcement, a large portion of your students might leave? After all, while the reputation of puppet techniques has improved at school, concerns still linger in the village. Shisuke, manipulating chakra threads to assemble a pile of freshly crafted parts, smiled and replied, ultimately, my initial intention in introducing the pocket puppet beasts was merely to spark the children's interest in learning puppet techniques. Now that the goal has been achieved, that is sufficient. Continuing to compel students who lack interest in puppetry to stay will only squander the time of both parties. Ultimately, the most crucial aspect is to tailor education to individual needs, guiding children along the paths best suited to them, which is, after all, the duty of our esteemed instructors. At this juncture, Shoshu had just completed the assembly of a puppet beast. It appeared to be an unusual seed, but what lay behind it was not a seed at all, but rather a flower bud yet to bloom. Listening to Shoshu's words and gazing at the seemingly evolved pocket puppet beast before him, Inuzuka Kiba felt a tinge of shame. He hadn't voluntarily come to teach at the school. Thus, he had merely been going through the motions, planning to coast through the academic year. He was starkly different from a devoted teacher like Shoshu, who genuinely cared for his students. However, being an adult, Kiba wouldn't let Shoshu's words ignite a fervor within him, prompting him to wholeheartedly dedicate himself to the educational vocation. Nonetheless, he silently resolved to at least earn his salary honestly and fulfill the basic responsibilities of a teacher during the year. As time flowed on, it soon reached the 4th week of the new term. In other words, the day for enrolling in training courses had finally arrived. On this day, discussions among the ninja school students regarding which training course to attend had completely dissipated. Thanks to the competitive fervor ignited by Shoshu, the children, after much contemplation, had become increasingly certain about the course they wished to choose. Thus, when the homeroom teachers distributed the enrollment forms, students promptly inscribed their desired courses. Kurinai Yuhi propped her chin on one hand, wearing a somewhat infatuated smile, and wrote down the puppetry course on the enrollment form. Asuma Sarutobi cast a sidelong glance at Kurinai, feeling a twinge of jealousy, but recalling the joy of his previous battle with teacher Kimura. He merely smirked and jotted down the puppetry course as well. Obito Uchiha, curious about what task teacher Kimura might assign him, while harboring hopes of shedding his reputation as the underperformer, inscribed the puppetry course on his form. Rin Noira reflected on the kind scene in the twilight when the teacher had alleviated her worries, her resolve growing stronger as she wrote down both the medical course and the puppetry course on her enrollment form. Noira, along with others like Kurama Shikaku, Ebisu, and Marino Abiki, as well as numerous minor ninjas who may not have even been named in the original narrative, all held aspirations of puppetry and the hope of altering their destinies, inscribing the puppetry course on their forms. Then, as always, during the scheduled training course, they returned to the classroom transformed from a dilapidated warehouse into a puppetry studio. With fewer students attending, the classroom had once again become spacious, causing some wavering in their determination. Just then, a tender meow suddenly echoed through the air. Everyone turned to locate the source, and they saw a small black cat nimbly weaving through them before finally leaping onto a platform, leisurely grooming itself. In the next moment, a familiar cooing sound resonated above their heads. As everyone looked up, a plump red owl was gracefully circling above the warehouse, cooing softly before finally landing on the beam above the high platform. The familiar sight elicited knowing smiles, reminiscent of the time they were lured to class by that little black cat, while the rotund owl had brought them both fright and delight. Reflecting on their initial curiosity, affection, and emotional resonance rekindled their resolve, and their gazes grew resolute once more. As the very essence of this course, teacher Kimura also appeared atop the platform, clad in his customary deep blue wide-sleeved kimono, his black hair tied back in a ponytail, youthful and handsome. Welcome back to this puppet mastery classroom. Today, we shall continue our journey into the mysteries of puppetry, he proclaimed. With the familiar opening words resonating, an inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over everyone, and they collectively whispered within their hearts, I have returned. Chapter 40. Namikaze Minato, the classroom was now filled with 108 students, a number quite fitting for the execution of righteous deeds. Once the little heroes settled into their seats, Shioshu prepared to commence the lesson. However, upon observing the eager faces of the young ninjas before him, Shioshu, in the interest of efficiency, decided to first reveal the information they yearned to know most. Do not fret, dear students. I shall keep my promise and lend you the pocket puppets. But just as the students were about to erupt in cheers, Shioshu quickly interrupted their incantations. Not today, but rather in the next class. The pocket puppets will be allocated to each group, and I require time to organize you accordingly. Come on, teacher. It won't take long to divide us. Some impatient young ninjas exclaimed, while most nodded in agreement, as if imploring, Teacher, we are afflicted with a dire illness that demands we receive the puppets. Please save us. Are you certain you wish to be assigned randomly? A playful smirk danced on Shioshu's lips as he spoke with a meaningful tone. You must understand that you will be working in these groups for numerous practical assessments. For instance, collaboratively crafting ninja tools, deciphering mechanisms, and engaging in field training. Furthermore, I will host a grand tournament at the end of the semester featuring the pocket puppets, with the champion receiving an exclusive pocket puppet. Are you truly willing to stake your achievements on the whims of chance? Instantly, the young ninjas transformed into a chorus of chatter, their little heads bobbing in excitement. What had they just heard? Practical assessments were one thing, but the pocket puppet tournament had struck a chord deep within them. Young ninjas who adored puppet battles dreamed of showcasing their skills before their peers and competing fiercely. Even those indifferent to puppets found themselves tantalized by the prospect of an exclusive pocket puppet reserved for the champion. This implies that their relationship with their teammates transcends mere sharing of puppets. They are poised to become comrades in arms. With this understanding, who would dare to let the teacher allocate groups randomly? However, some students, with a glint of mischief in their eyes, proposed a rather foolish idea. Teacher, why not allow us to form our own teams? How naive. It goes without saying that such a decision would only lead to the formation of a formidable fleet. Shioshu suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and patiently explained. The establishment of groups is not solely due to the insufficient number of puppets, but also to foster cooperation, competition, and mutual encouragement among members. Thus, each group's overall capability must be relatively balanced, and the members within the group should be complementary to one another. Otherwise, if the disparity in strength is too great, it would fail to serve its intended purpose of training. Therefore, I must take some time to devise the most scientific grouping strategy. I trust you can accept this. At last, most students grasped the teacher's sincere intentions and nodded in agreement. Of course, the most critical realization was that if the strongest students chose to band together, the coveted championship prize would undoubtedly elude them. It was evident that having the teacher assign groups was in the best interest of the majority. Seeing that this group of little rascals had finally been persuaded, Shioshu inwardly lamented the challenges of teaching before stating, If there are no further questions, let us commence the lesson. Yes, the little ninjas, filled with anticipation for a bright future, eagerly began their class. However, once the puppetry class concluded, the young ninjas emerged from the classroom, their heads swirling with confusion, resembling zombies in their dazed state. They regretted their miscalculation, lamenting with the few remaining brain cells they possessed. Although they were aware that once the enrollment period passed and the training course transitioned into a formal educational phase, the difficulty would significantly increase, they had not anticipated the puppetry class would reveal its daunting nature so swiftly. Not only had the difficulty escalated dramatically, but the content density had also surged unexpectedly. Consequently, the various demonstrations that had previously captivated their interest were significantly curtailed. Yet, this was still bearable. The most lamentable aspect was that the time initially allocated for playing with pocket puppets had been drastically reduced. According to the teacher, they would have opportunities for practice outside of class, rendering it unnecessary to occupy so much class time. Was this even a reasonable assertion? To top it off, the teacher unprecedentedly assigned homework, asking them to summarize the history of puppeteers and the role of chakra lines within it, requiring at least 4,000 words to be submitted by the next class. 4,000 words. Moreover, the most daunting aspect was the teacher's declaration. Any student who failed to submit their homework would forfeit their group's puppets. This meant that not only did they have to strive to complete their own assignments, but they also had to keep an eye on their peers to ensure they completed theirs as well, as they were still uncertain about who would ultimately become their teammates. The teacher's intricate Interlocking arrangements, reminiscent of a finely tuned mechanism, inevitably brought to mind the insidious and cunning legends surrounding puppeteers. It appears that rumors, despite their often unfounded nature, are not entirely baseless. Yet, what can they do? They must ultimately forgive him. With the enticing prospects of pocket puppets and competitive tournaments dangling before them, everyone can only tread the somewhat rugged path of puppetry under their teacher's guidance. As Xiao hummed a cheerful tune, he made his way to his office, feeling quite elated after exposing the younger generation to the harsh realities of the world. Furthermore, the resolution of the training course implied that the work-study program should receive the third Hokage's approval. This would allow the workshop's plans to advance further. Lost in thought, Xiao was nearing his office when he noticed someone standing at the door, seemingly waiting for him. "Are you Teacher Kimura?" A gentle male voice inquired, as the individual approached. Bathed in the sunlight streaming through the corridor windows, Xiao finally discerned the visitor's features. With a golden quiff that shimmered in the light, a strikingly handsome face, and a smile as warm as the spring sun, he instantly recognized the identity of the newcomer, Minato Namikaze. As a recently prominent young Hokage, Xiao had often heard his name. However, to Xiao, Minato held an even more significant identity. He was the father of Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist of the original story. The entire narrative commenced when Minato sealed the Nine Tails within his own son. Yet, despite their connection, Xiao had little interaction with him. Why had Minato come to seek him out? Though uncertain, Xiao decided to honor the father of the protagonist with a polite smile and inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Wonderful. I was worried I had come to the wrong place," Minato replied, scratching the back of his head with a youthful grin. Still a far cry from the fearsome yellow flash of the future. He continued, "Teacher Kimura, I am Minato Namikaze, sent by Lord Hokage to discuss the specifics of the point system you previously proposed. Additionally, I will also be handling the work-study program with you." "Has Lord Hokage finally approved the work-study program?" Xiao exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Upon receiving a nod of affirmation from Minato, Xiao clenched his fist hidden within his sleeve, elated. This was a significant step forward in his plans. As Minato remained present, Xiao suppressed his excitement and suggested, "In that case, let us discuss this further in my office." With that, he approached the office door, extending a chakra thread from his finger to unlock it. "Voila!" he exclaimed, noticing Minato's puzzled expression. "Apologies, I forgot to bring my keys." In truth, Xiao had never carried a key, as this method proved to be far more expedient. Even this lock has been modified by him. If one were to attempt to open it with a key, it would undoubtedly surprise the would-be locksmith. The two then entered the office, and after they had settled into their seats, Xiao inquired, "Would you care for a drink? Tea? Coffee? Strawberry milk?" Although there was an evident point of humor, Watergate refrained from commenting, politely declining Xiao's offer. Xiao then poured himself a glass of strawberry milk and, adopting a casual tone, remarked, "Bluffing Shangren, I have heard that you have been quite active on the front lines lately. Even I have heard numerous accounts of your deeds at school. Do you still remember your former teacher, Hikura? He has been boasting about you in front of the other instructors quite often." Watergate pondered for a moment, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar, and ultimately could not help but ask, "Excuse me, are you referring to the teacher who taught mathematics?" "Indeed, that's him," Xiao confirmed with a nod. Even Watergate found it a bit hard to contain himself, expressing a mix of amusement and disbelief. As long as he is happy, that's what matters. After sharing a light-hearted moment, Xiao finally posed the question he genuinely wished to ask. "By the way, Wolfing Shangren, you should have been on the front lines just a few days ago. Why have you returned so suddenly and taken on such a challenging task? If it involves confidential matters, then please disregard my inquiry." "Actually, there is nothing inappropriate to disclose," Watergate replied with a wave of his hand and a smile. "I simply intend to dedicate myself to mastering a particular ninjutsu, which is why I requested leave to return to Konoha. This task was conveniently assigned to me by the Hokage, allowing me to refresh my mind amidst my training." Inwardly, Xiao scoffed. What a coincidence. To him, it was clear that the third Hokage had intentionally assigned this task to Watergate. Was there an ulterior motive at play? Certainly, for only Xiao was aware of the grand blueprint he envisioned. To them, the work-study program and workshop were merely desperate measures to subsidize the puppet technique classes. Furthermore, given Watergate's integrity, as endorsed by the original narrative, he would not stoop to such underhanded tactics. Therefore, Shui perceived that the third Hokage had likely begun to recognize his capabilities, thus creating opportunities for the new generation of talents beneath him to become acquainted. Additionally, he surmised that there was an intent to cultivate and assess Watergate's administrative skills, as a Hokage must possess more than mere combat prowess. They must also manage numerous affairs, or they may find themselves with scarcely enough time to return home for dinner or pay their taxes. Of course, the third Hokage likely viewed Watergate merely as a candidate for the fifth Hokage for now. Watergate would need to evolve into the fully realized Yellow Flash before he could attain the qualifications for becoming the Eternal Hokage. Once the situation was clarified, Shui proceeded to the main topic, retrieving a stack of documents from his drawer and presenting them to Watergate. Upon receiving them, Watergate discovered that they were two project proposals. The documentation for the points program was manageable, consisting of only a few pages. However, the work-study program's materials were alarmingly thick, resembling a brick, which caused Watergate to worry that his holiday might be consumed entirely by this undertaking. Shui couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the sight. The points program had been a casual suggestion of his, and naturally, its content was not extensive. The work-study program is indeed the foundation of his endeavors, necessitating thorough preparation. Naturally, the proposal originally intended for the third Hokage contained little substantial information, merely outlining grand visions and requesting ample resources to negotiate with the third. It appears we shall first deliberate on the points system today. Minato, with a hint of exasperation, managed a wry smile, stating that regarding the work-study program, he would prefer to discuss it after reviewing the materials upon his return. Certainly, feel free to approach me whenever you have questions, Hashiryu replied, suppressing a smile and nodding earnestly. Thus, Minato picked up the documents concerning the points system and began to peruse them. Though he initially perceived the points system as rather inventive yet lacking in depth for discussion, he soon found himself captivated by the contents within. Unlike the usual rough drafts, Hashiryu had meticulously crafted a comprehensive set of regulations for the plan. The requirements for points corresponding to various reward tiers, methods for accumulating points, the maximum points awarded by teachers per lesson, and strategies to ensure that more students could earn points rather than a select few monopolizing them were all included. It was as if this plan had undergone extensive deliberation, anticipating numerous potential scenarios, and even offering several contingency plans for various issues. After reviewing the materials, Minato couldn't help but display a blend of resignation and admiration, remarking, "I feel somewhat superfluous, as this plan is already remarkably thorough, leaving me at a loss for suggestions. Moreover, your vision, Teacher Kimura, has truly broadened my horizons. For instance, the division into academies, categorizing all students into several groups, where individual points contribute to an academy score, transforms solitary competition into a team dynamic. Even if students are indifferent to the rewards, they may still strive for the honor of their academy." However, Hashiru's expression turned peculiar at the question of why not simply organize by class or grade, instead opting for these distinct academies. The reason behind this academy system, while partly aligned with Minato's rationale, was also rooted in a playful whim. This way, when students answer questions, one could exclaim, "Correct answer. 5 points for the Senju Hashirama Academy." Regrettably, even with the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato could not reach Hogwarts, prompting Hashiryu to begin earnestly fabricating an explanation. If we were to categorize by class or grade, students would be unable to compete as teams during lessons and would be left to fend for themselves, significantly diminishing the impact of team scores. As for the term academy, it subtly reflects my modest suggestion for reforming the school system. Minato, you are aware that all students partake in identical courses. The training class I oversee did not even exist during our time. It has only emerged in recent years, aimed at nurturing students with specific talents ahead of time. I believe that the school can indeed continue to reform in this direction. This entails categorizing students into different colleges based on their general types, where foundational courses overlap. Yet unique specialized courses are offered within each college. For instance, students with strong physical abilities could engage in additional physical training, while those endowed with a talent for ninjutsu could begin early training in nature transformation. Moreover, I contend that medical ninjutsu deserves recognition as a specialized course, granting more students the opportunity to learn it. Ultimately, when complemented by training programs such as mine, students' potential can be maximally harnessed during this golden period at the ninja school. As Shui articulated his thoughts, he found himself convinced of their validity. This approach essentially refines the ninja profession further, delineating it into distinct functional roles. In any field, this is an inevitable outcome once development reaches a certain stage. In the original narrative, the third Hokage preferred to categorize students into melee tanks, ranged attackers, and support roles, subsequently forming three-member teams. However, this was merely a rudimentary classification, lacking explicit guidance and direction. Take Sakura from the original work. Despite being a top student in school, she only realized her role as a support character after the team disbanded at the conclusion of the first part of the story. Rather than allowing children to navigate their roles post-graduation through trial and error, or needing to redefine their positions upon joining new teams, it would be more prudent to delineate roles for ordinary students early on and standardize their training. This way, they can swiftly integrate into teams post-graduation and develop combat effectiveness. While such an approach may resemble an assembly line, potentially dulling the individuality of the children, Xiaoshui deemed this sacrifice acceptable compared to the risk of early demise due to insufficient team cohesion. Naturally, others might perceive Xiaoshui's ideas as somewhat unconventional. Nonetheless, for Minato, who hails from a civilian background and has indeed experienced limitations in his growth within the school, Xiaoshui's thoughts resonated deeply, articulating notions that had yet to fully form in his mind. Thus, he eagerly exclaimed, "Teacher Kimura, your ideas are fascinating. I believe we should present them to Lord Hokage and implement them at the ninja school." "Calm down, Jounin Wave Wind," Xiaoshui advised as he poured a glass of strawberry milk for his companion, then continued thoughtfully. "After all, the ninja school is the engine of Konoha. Any significant reform could have far-reaching consequences, potentially exacerbating the village's situation. Therefore, I hope to preserve the name of the college for now, and see if we can gradually transform it into something more substantive. For instance, we could use the colleges as a lure, encouraging upperclassmen to mentor underclassmen, thereby fostering a fruitful educational exchange. Alternatively, we could devise voluntary extracurricular training programs tailored to the characteristics of different colleges, and if successful, integrate them into the school curriculum. In summary, I prefer a gradual approach, unwilling to hasten the process and inadvertently turn a beneficial initiative into a detrimental one. Once again, Teacher Kimura, your thoughtful insights shine through. It is I who acted impulsively. Watergate shook his head with a wry smile, then downed the cup of strawberry milk in one gulp. It was exceedingly sweet. Just as Teacher Kimura had remarked, although the ninja world currently enjoys a semblance of peace, the situation in Konoha remains precarious. Departments like the Ninja Academy, which play a pivotal role in nurturing talent, should not be altered lightly. Upon recognizing his own naivety, Watergate found himself increasingly admiring Xiaoshui. The combination of his boundless creativity and grounded execution had already won Watergate's respect. However, what he esteemed most was Xiaoshui's unwavering commitment to considering the well-being of the children. Such meticulous planning could not arise from a lack of empathy. Watergate himself found it somewhat perplexing why the Hokage insisted on personally undertaking what appeared to be a simple task. Now, he finally grasped the truth. The essence lies not in the task itself, but in the individual, Kimura Xiaoshui. It seemed he could learn a great deal from this puppeteer, who was of similar age, lessons that were often elusive on the battlefield. Chapter 42. 3 Gains. Xiaoshui was acutely aware that he was not inherently more intelligent than Watergate. Rather, he merely relied on the memories from his previous life as a reference. Thus, he waved his hand in a gesture of humility, stating, "I simply contemplated this for quite some time in advance, which is why my thoughts regarding the academy are somewhat comprehensive. There are indeed many details worth discussing further. If you, Lord Watergate, are interested, we can continue to refine them together in the future." Xiaoshui's humility only reinforced Watergate's convictions, prompting him to nod sincerely. "Then it is settled." As a genuine inheritor of the will of fire, he was more than willing to contribute to the growth of the children. However, at this juncture, Watergate suddenly realized a discrepancy. He had come to discuss the points system, yet the conversation had shifted to school reform. Shaking his head with a chuckle, Watergate returned to the subject at hand. "Since you, Teacher Kimura, possess such intriguing ideas, let us retain the name of the academy. I will clarify matters with the Hokage on your behalf. As for the specific name of the academy, well, that indeed poses a challenge." At this point, Watergate felt a bit perplexed. The proposal had offered several naming schemes. For instance, to honor the founders of the Ninja Academy, Divisions could be made into Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Uchiha Madara, crossed out, or simply use the previous Hokage, replacing Uzumaki Mido with Sarutobi Hiruzen. If the intention was to have everyone draw inspiration from the legendary three Sannin, one could categorize them into Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Additionally, there were methods named after the three holy lands, divisions based on the five elements, and even classifications named after the three major puppet families. Watergate believed that each categorization method bore its own rationale, making it difficult to arrive at a decision. Moreover, having just learned that the concept of the academy concealed Shoshue's reform aspirations, he felt compelled to approach the matter with utmost care, ultimately stating, "This issue indeed requires the Hokage's direct intervention." Shoshue promptly concurred, "I second that." After the two individuals passed their troubles onto the third Hokage, they could not help but share a knowing smile. Subsequently, they engaged in discussions and fine-tuning of some details regarding the point system. Although the plan seemed flawless at first glance, under Shoshue's guidance, he gradually came to realize the numerous challenges it entailed, particularly concerning the prizes. Most were rare collectible toys provided by Shoshue, along with special tutoring services offered by school teachers. Even when including Shoshue's suggestion to open up some common ninjutsu and ninja tools as prizes, and the allure of personal guidance from the Hokage himself, the list of rewards still appeared somewhat lacking. Ultimately, it was a case of a skilled artisan struggling without materials. The budget for the plan was limited, and no matter how capable Shoshue was, he could not conjure something from nothing. However, at this juncture, Minato showcased his strengths. With a network far broader than Shoshue's, he promptly volunteered to persuade some of his comrades to join the initiative, offering special guidance as rewards. He even contemplated organizing a fundraiser to rally support for the school. Seeing Minato's enthusiasm, Shoshue was more than happy to entrust the arrangements to him. By the time their discussion concluded, dusk was fast approaching. The two then made their way to the school entrance to bid farewell. Minato smiled and remarked, "Today has been immensely enlightening. Thank you, Teacher Kimura, for your guidance. I will expedite the follow-up on the point system and will thoroughly review the work-study materials without undue haste." After a moment of hesitation, Shoshue added, "However, if possible, I hope you can provide me with prompt responses regarding two matters related to this plan." "Go ahead," Minato replied. "First, concerning the land near the orphanage. I wish to apply for its use to establish a formal workshop, and I hope to gain the Hokage's approval. Secondly, it pertains to the sealing arts. Although the creation of puppets involves the use of sealing techniques and runes, I have merely imitated them without delving into in-depth study. To develop a broader range of products for the workshop in the future, I wish to learn the sealing arts from the ground up and seek foundational materials related to it." Minato, having done some preliminary research, pondered briefly before responding with a smile. "Both requests are quite reasonable and should not pose any issues. I will speak with the Hokage about them tomorrow." "I appreciate your assistance, Minato," Shoshue said with a nod of gratitude. Hearing this, Minato suddenly scratched his head and said, "Actually, we are of similar age. You can simply call me Minato from now on. The title Jounin feels a bit unfamiliar. Then you may refer to me by my name as well." Shoshue nodded in agreement. "Very well, until we meet again, Shoshue. Goodbye." As Shoshue watched Minato depart with a stack of documents in his arms, he felt a mix of joy and reflection. While it was undoubtedly wonderful to have made the acquaintance of Minato and to have taken steps toward resolving the workshop's land issues, what pleased Shoshue the most was the prospect of finally embarking on a serious study of sealing arts. It is worth noting that, much like materials for chakra conduction, sealing techniques are employed in critical domains such as barriers, talismans, and advanced ninja tools, and have always remained highly confidential across various villages and nations. Despite the original work portraying even Irika as possessing some sealing techniques, one cannot consider him an ordinary individual, given that both his parents are elite jonin. In stark contrast, Shosue, hailing from a truly common background, has had no avenues to study sealing techniques. Even after his promotion to special jonin, Shosue could at best request to borrow a few rudimentary sealing scrolls. However, these scrolls do not contain substantial principles. They merely instruct one to follow scripts to inscribe runes. Even with his exceptional intellect, Shosue finds it exceedingly challenging to decipher the meanings of sealing runes without substantial reference materials. His only recourse is to analyze the rune patterns found within the puppets he has acquired, deconstructing some elementary puppet techniques into several rudimentary black box modules. He understands that inputting chakra yields certain results, yet the underlying principles remain elusive. To date, the puppets and ninja tools Shui has invented are a product of this precarious method, barely achieving the functions he desires. It is evident that whether to develop more popular products for the workshop or to create stronger puppets, and even to delve deeper into the mysteries of chakra, Shui must master the art of sealing. Thus, upon the official commencement of his work-study program, he seized the perfect opportunity to request foundational knowledge of puppet techniques. Moreover, as Minato remarked, with such ample justification, the third Hokage would likely not deny his application. However, this realization also stirred a sense of nostalgia within Shui. At this juncture, Minato had yet to earn the illustrious title of the Yellow Flash. It is highly probable that his focused training in ninjutsu during this period would lead him to acquire the Flying Thunder God technique, a skill that, while classified as a space-time ninjutsu, necessitates advanced sealing rune techniques. Contemplating that Minato had already commenced his studies in S-rank sealing techniques, Shui felt that the foundational knowledge he was about to obtain was less enticing. The thought that Minato's knowledge of sealing techniques likely stemmed from his future wife, Kushina Uzumaki, only fueled Shusui's envy and admiration. The sole comfort he found was that his whimsical academy proposal had left a favorable impression on Minato. This signified that after being the recipient of others' generosity for so long, he finally had the chance to benefit from someone else. Although it is improbable that their exchange would delve into specific sealing techniques, Shui firmly believes that even a mutual exchange of foundational knowledge would yield significant benefits. Thus, he sincerely hopes that Minato might extend his holiday a tad longer. Days later, the weekend morning arrived. In a corner of the Konoha shopping district, a young boy, around 8 or 9 years old, stood before a stall, enthusiastically advertising, "Dear villagers and esteemed brothers and sisters, behold the latest and most exciting new toys from Konoha, unlike anything you have ever seen. During this promotional period, all toys are offered at a 20% discount. A 20% discount on all toys. You won't regret it. And you won't be deceived, so do not miss this opportunity as you pass by." Have you ever encountered such innovative toys? And at a 20% discount, no less? The melodious cries of a young vendor, accompanied by a youthful voice and intriguing advertising phrases, drew a considerable number of adults and children closer for a glimpse. Yet, upon such a glance, the children appeared as if petrified, rendered immobile. Meanwhile, the adults secretly lamented, fearing a significant dent in their finances, one that could not be salvaged. For the young boy spoke the truth. The array of toys displayed at his stall was unlike anything they had ever encountered before. Chapter 43. Market Survey. With the gathering of passers-by, the boy began to enthusiastically introduce and demonstrate each toy, as if recounting treasured tales. "This is a yo-yo. Watch my lightning-fast tricks. And this is a magic glove. The Eiffel Tower. What is the Eiffel Tower? To be honest, I don't really know." He then showcased a Rubik's Cube, demonstrating how it was manipulated. "The teacher says it can enhance a child's cognitive abilities. Can I show you how to solve it? Are you trying to challenge me, Itachi?" Despite some stumbles during the demonstration, the exquisite craftsmanship and novel gameplay of the toys captivated the onlooking children, leaving them yearning. "Mom, I want a Rubik's Cube. This is a lifelong wish. Dad, please buy me a yo-yo. Otherwise, I'll reveal your secret stash of books under the bed to Mom." Many financially constrained parents prepared to whisk their children away in a sprint, eager to escape this daunting realm. However, the children were equally prepared, clinging tightly to their parents' garments, either pleading desperately or resorting to threats and temptations, vowing not to relent until they secured their toys. Some more seasoned children even dismissed verbal pleas, opting instead to dramatically lie down on the pavement, leaving their parents to decide. Ultimately, many children left in disappointment, tears streaming down their faces, unable to fulfill their desires. Conversely, those fortunate enough to procure toys discovered that the reality was not as splendid as they had envisioned. "Dad, let me play with that yo-yo." "Not so fast. Let me test it first," the young parents would say. Yet, judging by the intense focus they exhibited while playing, it seemed the children would have to wait quite a while before genuinely enjoying their new possessions. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the young boy, clutching his money box, scampered to a nearby tree, where a handsome youth was leaning against it, engrossed in a book. "Teacher Shioshu, look at how much I've earned. Am I a natural entrepreneur?" The skies cleared, the rain ceased, and Itachi felt a renewed sense of capability. Shioshu, hidden behind the pages of his book, rolled his eyes before setting it aside. Noticing Itachi's nose nearly reaching the heavens, Shioshu internally scoffed. The success is due to the quality of the toys, even if a ninja dog were to run the stall. The outcome wouldn't differ much. However, to preserve the child's confidence, Shioshu donned an approving expression, saying, "Indeed, you've made quite a profit. Perhaps you do possess a flair for business. Keep it up." Before the delighted Daitu could respond, Shioshu added with a hint of melancholy, "But Daitu, did I not mention the importance of meticulously recording our guests' information and their preferences for toys? It seems you have yet to put pen to paper. Could it be, Daitu, that in addition to your entrepreneurial talent, you possess an extraordinary memory?" Alas, I had nearly forgotten about this matter. The instructor has ceased speaking. I must hasten to jot them down while they still linger in my mind. No sooner had he finished speaking than Daitu hurriedly clutched the money box and dashed back to the stall, rummaging about before finally gathering a pen and a notebook, and began to ponder deeply with the pen poised between his teeth. Observing this, Shioshu could only shake his head in resigned amusement. The reason for Shioshu's presence at the market today was to conduct a market survey. Although the toys he planned to introduce were all timeless classics that had withstood the test of time in his previous life, venturing into another world could bring about unforeseen challenges. For instance, due to the generally low level of education among the villagers, intellectually stimulating toys like Rubik's Cubes were not as popular as he had anticipated. Furthermore, individuals from varying social strata had diverse expectations regarding the price and quality of toys. Thus, to formulate a reasonable production plan for his workshop, Shioshu decided to gather information through this market stall. However, a significant part of his motivation was also to intimidate the inexperienced third Hokage with comprehensive market research data, persuading him to increase his investment in the workshop. Daido's presence was a result of Shioshu's earlier invitation, coming to assist him, as only children could fully lower their guard and candidly express their opinions about various toys. Naturally, since Daitu was there, another companion who had also accepted Shioshu's invitation was not far behind. Shioshu turned his gaze toward another corner of Konoha Street, where Asuma was also tending to a stall, feeling a touch of exasperation. In comparison to Asuma, Daitu had indeed transformed into a commercial prodigy. Asuma was seated on a bench behind his stall, appearing utterly bored. The stall's location was somewhat obscure, and Asuma showed no intention of attracting customers, resulting in a lackluster business. Fortunately, the stall was adorned with a dazzling array of toys, vibrant and colorful, occasionally drawing passers-by who inquired about prices. Yet, even in the face of such opportunities, Asuma managed to drive customers away with his sharp tongue. "Can't you read the labels yourself? If you think it's too expensive, then don't buy it. Do you know who I am?" From a distance, Shioshu could only bury his face in his hands. Did this lad not understand the principle that customers are akin to divine beings? This was no ninja academy. No one would indulge him here. At that moment, a passerby approached, prompting Shioshu to cheer Asuma on. He then witnessed a figure resembling a bulldog pointing at a wooden doll of Senju Hashirama and inquiring, "Hey there, how much for this doll?" Noticing the individual was well-dressed and that he had yet to sell many toys, Asuma quoted a hefty price, 2,002 each. "What? Is this doll made of gold?" A passerby exclaimed, taken aback by the price, unable to suppress his comments. Asuma, realizing that his asking price was indeed rather steep, refused to concede, donning a look of impatience as he retorted, "Just look at how exquisitely crafted this doll is. It was hand-carved by my master. If you think it's expensive, I think so too." The passerby, slightly irritated by Asuma's response, chose not to escalate the situation, considering the boy's youth. Recognizing the doll's undeniable craftsmanship, he eventually gritted his teeth and said, "All right, let me choose one." "Very well," Asuma replied, a sly grin spreading across his face as he reveled in his apparent business acumen. However, to the passerby, it felt as though he had been thoroughly taken advantage of by this little rascal. In a bid for retaliation, noticing an array of unfamiliar toys at the stall, he provocatively asked Asuma, "Are these toys any fun?" At a distance, Shioshu, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly felt a jolt of recognition, recalling why these exchanges seemed so familiar. To prevent an imagined catastrophe, he hurried over to intervene. The situation quickly escalated to Asuma shouting, "Do you want it? Do you want it?" Suddenly, a hand clapped on the top of his head, causing Asuma to cradle it with both hands, turning around with a fierce glare, only to have his defiance crumble into guilt. "Teacher Shioshu, what brings you here?" he stammered. Yet, Shosho did not respond to Asuma, instead offering a polite apology to the passerby. I apologize for the trouble my student has caused. This child has grown up on explosive tags and tends to be a bit impulsive. Please forgive his rudeness. After ushering the passerby away with a generous discount, Shosho turned his attention to Asuma, who was still making faces at the retreating figure, only to quickly feign innocence upon meeting his teacher's gaze. Asuma wasn't truly afraid of Shosho. He merely restrained himself for the sake of his pocket puppet beast and the promised special guidance. He had even resolved to endure any criticism that might come his way this time. Unfortunately, it seemed Shosho had no intention of chastising him. After sharing a smile with Asuma, he began to organize the toys at the stall, arranging them in a more pleasing manner. This display of meticulousness made Asuma feel increasingly anxious, prompting him to tentatively inquire, "Teacher, are you not angry?" "Why would I be angry?" Shosho replied with a gentle smile. "Asuma, it's your first time running a stall. Encountering minor issues is perfectly normal. There's no need to dwell on it." Though he had escaped criticism, Asuma felt a twinge of disappointment. He had expected Shosho, known for his individuality, to be different from other teachers, who typically offered only praise. It seemed that, in the eyes of his teacher, he was merely the son of the Hokage. However, Asuma's thoughts were swiftly shattered the next moment when Shosho casually added, "After all, not everyone possesses the talent of Obito, who excelled remarkably on his first attempt at running a stall. It is entirely normal for you not to match up to Obito." Asuma exclaimed, "Teacher Shosho, why are you suddenly disparaging me?" Chapter 44. The Art of Performance. How could one possibly be outdone by that perennial underachiever, Obito? Even in the realm of setting up a stall, Asuma would never concede to such an absurd notion. Just as he refused to acknowledge that Obito had once bested him with the puppet beasts in their previous encounters. In Asuma's eyes, Obito was merely fortunate to have been selected by their teacher as the control subject for the demonstration of the small fire dragon, barely qualifying to compete with him. Even in their recent matches, Asuma believed that had he not mistaken his opponent for their teacher and overlooked several apparent traps, he would never have been defeated by that eternal loser, Obito. However, the undeniable fact of his defeat left Asuma feeling as though he had swallowed a fly, making him particularly sensitive to anything related to Obito. Thus, when he heard teacher Shoshu claim that he could not surpass Obito, Asuma was immediately infuriated, his mind buzzing with indignation. Yet, he quickly inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury, beginning to doubt whether the teacher was merely jesting. How could that foolish Obito, who was lucky to not have his stall stolen, possibly merit such high praise from their teacher? Impossible, utterly impossible. Seeing the teacher still smiling serenely, Asuma could no longer remain composed. "Teacher, please stay here and do not move. I need to use the restroom." With that, he dashed away in haste. Before long, Asuma returned, wearing a face that suggested he had struggled. If he had indeed gone to the restroom, the process had likely not been smooth. Fortunately, he had actually ventured over to Obito's stall. The expression on his face stemmed from the realization that the teacher's words held truth. Obito's business was thriving. Especially witnessing how effortlessly Obito connected with both adults and children alike, Asuma found himself feeling a twinge of envy. However, the blows to Asuma's pride were far from over. Upon returning to his own stall, he discovered a considerable number of customers had gathered there as well. The teacher had seamlessly taken on the role of vendor, skillfully promoting various toys while observing the patrons' reactions. The sense that he was no longer needed left Asuma feeling empty and somewhat despondent. Fortunately, upon seeing him return, Shoshu simply gestured for him to come over and handed him the cash box, assigning him the task of collecting money and providing change. Asuma initially felt somewhat dazed, but the customer's encouragement gradually brought him back to focus, and he began to engage earnestly in his work. As the current batch of patrons began to disperse, Asuma gazed at the filling cash box, experiencing an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Yet, it was merely a stall after all. However, the teacher's words quickly pulled him back to reality. "So, how about it? I wasn't lying regarding Obito's situation, was I?" Asuma knew he could not deceive the teacher. Yet he remained unwilling to admit his defeat to Obito, only managing a dismissive pout. "Humph, it's really nothing extraordinary. Setting up a stall is child's play. I wasn't serious. Otherwise, I would surely have surpassed Obito. Setting up a stall is by no means trivial." Zayush smiled and shook his head, saying that unless one possesses the innate charm akin to Obito, which allows them to easily connect with anyone, the arts of promotion, salesmanship, and bargaining are lessons one will never fully master in a lifetime. Moreover, Asuma, you must have learned in class that ninjas often require disguises to gather intelligence during missions. Consequently, the ability to adopt various disguises is an essential skill for an exemplary ninja. A vendor, who is both inconspicuous and adept at gathering information, is indeed an excellent choice. Ah, so there is the art of disguise. Upon hearing this, Asuma began to ponder deeply. He finally realized that Obito's ability to surpass him stemmed merely from a personality better suited for the role of a vendor. However, if he concealed his true nature and masqueraded as a vendor like a ninja, the outcome would be entirely different. Having discovered the formula for victory, Asuma was suddenly invigorated. Shedding his previous indifference towards this task, "Teacher, allow me to take charge. Is it not merely acting? I excelled in spy class at school." Just then, a passerby approached. With a subtle nod from Zayu's tree, Asuma donned a smile and stepped forward to engage. "Hello, miss. These are the latest toys released by Konoha. Please, have a look and see if anything catches your fancy." Remarkably, Asuma appeared to hold true to his word, although his performance was somewhat exaggerated. The usual arrogance was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps his typical defiance was not his true nature, but rather a protective facade. When he was preoccupied with adopting another identity, maintaining his usual demeanor became a challenge. Seeing Asuma warmly introduce various toys to the customers, Zayu's tree nodded in quiet approval. Human nature often exhibits double standards. Although Asuma seemed to detest the identity of the Hokage's son, this disdain was limited to its negative aspects. The flattery and training resources gained from this identity were not something he resented. In fact, he regarded them as his due. Thus, he instinctively shunned the notion of a vendor, often neglecting to consider others' feelings and social interactions. Therefore, the key to transforming Asuma's character lay in liberating him from the constraints of being the Hokage's son. If Zayu's tree were a screenwriter in a past life, he might have resorted to dramatic tropes such as being lost in a foreign land, suffering amnesia, experiencing a fall from grace, or losing one's entire family to impart a harsh lesson in reality. Sadly, such methods would prove impractical in Asuma's case. Thus, Zayu's tree had to take a different approach, enabling Asuma to temporarily escape the role of the Hokage's son through the enactment of other identities. Fortunately, the very essence of a ninja necessitates the mastery of disguise. With Obito as a competitor, Asuma willingly embraced the role of a vendor. Though merely a facade, this identity would provide Asuma with a fresh perspective. Ultimately, whether Asuma could disentangle himself from the constraints of being the Hokage's son through this disguise and more swiftly evolve into the composed and reliable Asuma-sensei of the original narrative remained to be seen. In the realm of disguise, Asuma's performance has become increasingly refined, to the point where he can embody the ideal son of the Hokage in the hearts of many. Ultimately, the choice lies with Asuma himself. As a teacher, Shioju adheres to a principle: he can only guide his students to a crossroads, allowing them to glimpse the diverse landscapes that each path offers. The decision of which road to take must ultimately rest upon their own judgment. Asuma's act continues, and having successfully attended to several customers, his demeanor grows progressively more confident, and his personality more buoyant, rendering it difficult for Shioju to discern whether he is truly acting. However, old habits die hard. As the number of customers increases, Asuma begins to exhibit signs of arrogance once again. For instance, when a child marvels at the colorful Rubik's Cube and implores their parents to purchase it, Asuma instinctively cautions, "You won't be able to understand this cube. Perhaps you should play with dolls instead." This incites the child to wail in frustration. Alternatively, when someone expresses curiosity about the yo-yo, requesting Asuma to demonstrate, he, eager to showcase his skills, launches into an intricate display of advanced dual ball tricks, inadvertently deterring the customer. Asuma gradually finds himself disheartened and perplexed. He never anticipated that merely uttering words to please customers could prove so challenging. Has the sycophant who has always surrounded him been undertaking such formidable trials daily? Shioju, aware that Asuma has yet to fully embrace his role, devises a clever plan. He approaches Asuma, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and says, "Fear not. It can indeed be daunting to attend to customers at first. Practicing advertising slogans is a commendable starting point." With that, Shioju produces a pre-prepared note from his sleeve and hands it to Asuma. What he initially intended as a contingency weapon unexpectedly finds its purpose. Asuma receives the note with skepticism, and as he reads it, His expression morphs into one of increasing bewilderment. The note reads, "The largest toy factory in the Land of Fire, Ika Toy Factory, has gone bankrupt. The scoundrel owner, Naruto, squandered his wealth on indulgences, accruing a debt of 3.5 billion, and has absconded with his sister-in-law. We are left with no choice but to offer toys as wages. Items originally priced at 1,000 or 2,000 Rio are now available for merely 200 Rio." Chapter 45, Minato's Request Teacher. "Did you mistakenly give me the wrong note?" Asuma inquires, his face a canvas of confusion. Shioju peers at the note and raises an eyebrow, bemused. "I see no issue here," he replies. "But isn't this deceptive? Aren't these toys your creations? And who is this Naruto? Does he bear a grudge against you?" Asuma is on the verge of losing his composure. "Ah!" Shioju exclaims, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. "Asuma, you simply do not understand. This is what we call artistic embellishment. Akin to the images on instant noodle packaging, merely a gimmick to attract customers. As long as our toys are of high quality and reasonably priced, the customers will have no objections. Yet, this seems rather lacking in integrity," Asuma protests. Asuma murmured softly, seemingly unable to shed the burden of his idol persona. "Not at all inferior," Shusui reminded him. "Remember, you are no longer Sarutobi Asuma, but merely an ordinary vendor. If you fail to sell all the toys today, your entire family may go without dinner tonight. Will you still be entangled in doubts about the authenticity or appeal of your advertising?" Asuma found himself at a loss for words in response to his teacher's inquiry. Just as the teacher had pointed out, his lingering questions indicated that he had not fully embraced the identity of a merchant, although the teacher's advice seemed rather dubious. Asuma resolved to give it a try in order to avoid being outdone by Obito. Gritting his teeth, he approached the stall, took a deep breath, and shouted, "The largest toy factory in the Land of Fire, Ichiraka Toy Factory, has gone bankrupt. The despicable owner Naruto squandered money on gambling and debts amounting to 3.5 billion, fleeing with his sister-in-law." As Asuma's somewhat bashful voice echoed through the streets, the sensational advertising drew a crowd of curious onlookers. "What? Ichiraka Toy Factory has actually closed down? Is there even such a factory in the Land of Fire?" exclaimed one passerby. "Goodness! Even such a small child has to set up a stall here. This must be true. That wretched owner Naruto, running away with his sister-in-law, how envious I am." Another chimed in, "Hey, I've never seen these toys before. They're so cheap. I'll take a set of dolls. I want 2 of those yo-yos. And a Rubik's Cube. Me too, me too." Asuma, having just finished his advertisement, was elated to see a considerable number of customers gathering around him. And indeed, as Shusui had said, the astonishing advertisement had initially captivated their attention, but they soon shifted their focus to the intriguing array of toys. However, before he could bask in his success, the throng of eager customers overwhelmed him, leaving him flustered and bewildered. Observing this, Shusui shrugged in resignation and stepped in to assist. With his help, Asuma found respite. Moreover, with the teacher's guidance, Asuma gradually learned how to properly attend to customers, increasingly resembling a true vendor. Shusui couldn't help but smile faintly at this transformation. As the number of customers began to dwindle and Asuma managed to cope, Shusui quietly slipped away. He felt confident that Asuma's performance would not disappoint him this time. However, as Shusui returned to the shade of the tree to continue his reading, he suddenly tapped his forehead lightly. He had previously mentioned to Obito that with Asuma so fully immersed in his role as a vendor, he would surely forget to gather intelligence. Nevertheless, this was not a significant issue, for the market research could not rely solely on the 2 of them. In addition to Asuma and Obito, Shusui had invited several other students, including Noara Rin, Yuhi Kurinai, and Ebisu, to set up stalls throughout Konoha to collect information. Shusui was merely here to supervise the ones he felt most uncertain about, Asuma and Obito. Having managed to resolve Asuma's predicament, Shusui prepared to resume his reading. At that moment, a gentle male voice resonated from a short distance away. "Shoshu, has that boss Naruto truly eloped with his sister-in-law? I hadn't heard of such a thing." Shoshu looked up, his expression stiffening. "Oh no, the rumor monger has been caught red-handed by the subject himself." Shoshu could only awkwardly respond. It was merely a playful ruse for market research. "I hope it doesn't amuse you too much, Minato." "Not at all," Minato chuckled. "With how dedicated you are to your work study during the holidays, I should be learning from you." Minato then inquired, "By the way, the name Naruto coincidentally matches the protagonist in Jiraiya Sensei's novel. Are you perhaps a fan of the teacher's works?" "Yes, But that will have to wait until Jiraiya transitions, Shioshu internally scoffed. For at present, Jiraiya was merely a respectable, yet unsuccessful novelist. It would be quite some time before he reached enlightenment in the realm of adult literature. Nevertheless, in an effort to foster goodwill, Shioshu feigned surprise, saying, I had no idea Lord Jiraiya was also an author. I must certainly read his works when I have the chance. Then I shall gift you a copy during our next meeting. Oh, I couldn't possibly accept that. It's no trouble. I have several boxes at home, Minato replied. Shioshu was reluctant to delve into why Minato's household possessed several boxes of Jiraiya's novels, so he simply nodded, saying, Thank you in advance, Minato. Observing Minato's demeanor, it seemed he had not yet decided on the name Naruto for his own son. Shioshu mused silently, wondering if his little jest might unleash a butterfly effect, transforming Naruto's name into something like Myanmar or another ramen topping. I, Uzumaki Nori, always speak my mind. I, Uzumaki Chashu, shall surely inherit the title of Hokage. What is gay? Tamago. He decided he could think no more of such matters, as he felt a chuckle bubbling up. Thus, he swiftly changed the subject. By the way, Minato, what brings you here? Have you already finished reviewing the proposal? Minato's expression turned grave at this question, and he managed a wry smile, saying, Shioshu, you overestimate me. Aside from training these past few days, I have devoted all my remaining time to that proposal, and I've barely managed to get through half of it. Moreover, there are numerous sections that require further scrutiny. I cannot say when I will have truly completed it. Upon hearing this, Shioshu felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his head. He had noticed Minato's slight dark circles under his eyes, but he initially assumed they were due to Minato's recent return to Konoha, a reunion with his sweetheart leading to some sleepless nights. Little did he know that the one keeping Minato awake was most likely himself. Reflecting on how he had included numerous extraneous elements in the proposal to deceive the third Hokage, Shioshu felt a pang of remorse and said, Perhaps I was unclear in some areas. I will provide you with a more specific and detailed proposal in a few days. Huh? You mean there will be an even more detailed version? Watergate was unaware that Shioshu intended to eliminate redundant information in favor of more substantial content. Upon hearing Shioshu's words, he nearly choked in exasperation, hastily gesturing. I cannot waste your time, Shioshu. I shall conduct my own research. Observing his resolute demeanor, Shioshu acquiesced and inquired, So, Watergate, what brings you here? Finally relieved, Watergate smiled and elucidated. I heard that someone was selling a variety of intriguing toys here. I instinctively knew it must be related to you, so I came to investigate. As he spoke, Watergate produced a storage scroll and handed it to Shioshu, explaining, The 2 applications you submitted have been approved by the third Hokage. This scroll contains fundamental materials on sealing techniques. As you are already aware, sealing techniques are of utmost importance. Even students in the workshop must obtain the Hokage's permission before they can study them. I am well aware of that, Shioshu replied. Furthermore, the land surrounding the orphanage can be utilized for constructing a workshop. I have included detailed information in this scroll as well. Upon concluding his words, Watergate released the scroll into Shioshu's grasp. While Shioshu maintained a facade of calm, the tight grip he had on the scroll betrayed his inner excitement. At long last, he had acquired knowledge of sealing techniques. This newfound information would serve as a breakthrough for many of his previously stalled projects. However, before proceeding, he needed to master the material thoroughly. Although Watergate noticed Shioshu's exhilaration, he had no intention of mocking him. As a fellow commoner, he understood just how invaluable various ninjutsu knowledge was to ordinary ninjas. He held great admiration for Shioshu, who had become proficient enough through self-study to even attain the rank of Special Jonin. If not for Kushina and his mentor Jiraiya, Watergate could not guarantee he would surpass Shioshu's accomplishments. Thus, Watergate sincerely continued, Though I have only recently begun studying sealing techniques myself, please feel free to approach me with any questions you may have. Even if I cannot assist, I can help you find someone more skilled in sealing techniques. Shioshu, who had been pondering how to broach this very subject, could not help but beam at Watergate's offer. He eagerly invited, My home is quite spacious. You are welcome to visit for discussions. When you grow weary, you may rest without hesitation. Watergate, intrigued by Shioshu's insights on sealing techniques, quickly arranged to exchange thoughts once Shioshu had perused the scroll's contents. Then, Watergate added, Now that official matters are concluded, I have a personal request I would like to ask of you. Please, go ahead, Shioshu replied, with a hint of bashfulness. Watergate scratched the back of his head and said, I have a friend who, for various reasons, is often unable to go out. I wish to purchase some novel toys to amuse her, and I wonder if you might offer some recommendations? That depends, Xiao replied earnestly. On what? Naturally. It hinges on whether this friend of yours is, in fact, your girlfriend. Chapter 46. The invitation from Xiao upon hearing the term girlfriend. A faint blush crept across Minato's cheeks, and he hastily waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, I am just good friends with her. This innocent demeanor of the naive young lad made Xiao feel a pang of exasperation. Was it truly necessary to be so naive? Minato, does this demeanor do justice to the golden locks atop your head? After silently mocking Minato, Xiao began to ponder. According to the narrative relayed by Minato, after Kushina Uzumaki became the Jinchuriki, she had been unable to fully suppress the nine tails within her for a considerable period. Consequently, her daily activities were confined to a small area surrounding the Uzumaki Tower beneath the Hokage Rock. This location was fortified with a large barrier centered around the Uzumaki Tower, which effectively assisted in restraining the beast within her. Furthermore, the third Hokage typically resided nearby in the Hokage building, ready to respond should any situation arise. Kushina's confinement continued until several years later when she broke free from the barrier, resulting in the Nine Tails rampaging. It was only after Minato's encouragement that she awakened the adamantine sealing chains, finally managing to suppress the Nine Tails, that her situation began to improve. Prior to this, Kushina resembled a caged bird, only able to enjoy fleeting moments of freedom during Minato's visits back to Konoha. Reflecting on this, Xiao lost interest in teasing Minato. The struggles of this young couple were indeed heart-wrenching. Whether out of sympathy for this ill-fated pair from the original narrative or in pursuit of enhancing their rapport, Xiao resolved to lend Minato a helping hand. Although altering Kushina's constrained circumstances was beyond his reach, he could certainly alleviate her loneliness in some measure. Wait, why does that sound peculiar? Perhaps it is merely a figment of my imagination. Xiao shook his head and suggested they pay a visit to Obito's toy stall. Soon, they arrived at the stall. Obito, how's business? Xiao greeted. Ah, Xiao-sensei. Business is fairly good, replied Obito as he busied himself, though I'm not quite sure why. But the number of customers has suddenly dwindled. At his words, Xiao's expression stiffened, and Asuma's brainwashing advertisement echoed in his mind. The scoundrel Naruto, who indulges in gambling and debts of 3.5 billion, has fled with his little sister-in-law. The decline in customers was evidently due to their diversion elsewhere. Minato seemed to grasp this as well, sharing a knowing smile with Xiao before deciding against revealing the truth to Obito, lest Naruto's reputation suffer further damage. Once Obito concluded his dealings with the remaining customers and found himself with some leisure, Xiao patted Minato on the shoulder and said, Obito, I have brought a major client for you. This is Minato Namikaze, a jonin with ample funds. Please recommend some toys for his girlfriend. She's just a good friend. Minato quickly corrected, then greeted Obito. Hello, Obito-kun. I appreciate your assistance. The price is certainly not an issue. You can count on me. Upon encountering a truly affluent client, Obito's eyes underwent a peculiar transformation, resembling the visage of a copper coin as he deftly began to introduce an array of toys to Minato. Observing Obito cheerfully presenting toys to Kushina, whom he would ultimately cause harm to in the original narrative, Xiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. One could only hope that this storyline would not unfold in their world, and that such serene moments could endure. To achieve this, he recognized the necessity of acquiring greater strength. With this thought, Xiao's gaze shifted towards Minato, as if contemplating some scheme. At that moment, Obito had just demonstrated the art of yo-yo play to Minato. Enthralled by the novelty and high entertainment value of the yo-yo, Minato expressed admiration, believing that Kushina would surely delight in it. Thus, he requested, could I trouble you for 10 of these yo-yos? The rationale behind such a substantial order was twofold. Minato was aware that Kushina could not yet fully contain the Nine Tails, occasionally losing control of her strength and risking damage to the yo-yos. Additionally, Minato was uncertain how long he would be away after the holiday, so he sought to stockpile some items for Kushina in advance. However, Obito was oblivious to these considerations and curiously inquired, Minato, how many girlfriends do you have? Of course, just one, Minato instinctively replied. Upon realizing the implications of his words, he regretted his response, but it was too late. Oh dear, Xiao and Obito chuckled, their fingers playfully pointing at Minato. Who was it that claimed to have no girlfriends? Please spare me, Minato said, bemused. After unlocking an achievement for eliciting a humorous reaction, Shisuke ceased teasing Minato and began assisting Obito in selecting toys for him. Yet, Shisuke soon discovered that there was little to choose from, as the toys offered were timeless classics from a previous life, inherently enjoyable. Were it not for the market research aspect, Minato might have opted to empty the entire toy stall. Despite his restraint, Minato still purchased a considerable number of toys, necessitating the use of a storage scroll to seal them away for transport. His extravagant shopping style left the surrounding children in awe. Thank you, Shisuke. With so many toys, Kushina will surely be thrilled. Minato finally managed to stow the toys in the scroll and expressed his gratitude to Shisuke. Don't mention it. Shisuke waved his hand dismissively, then looked at the scroll in Minato's hand and advised, however, Minato, toys are ultimately mere diversions, rewards and adjustments following earnest study and work. Indulging in play alone will not yield true happiness. Minato understood Shisuke's sentiment and could only offer a wry smile as he explained, actually, my friend is engaged in training and studying. As for her work, her circumstances are unique, making it quite challenging to find suitable employment. That's a tricky situation, Shisuke remarked with a subtle smile. Even if she can only stay at home, there are still plenty of tasks she could undertake. For instance, I would like to propose that your friend serve as a sealing arts consultant for the workshop. Sealing arts consultant, you say? As Watergate spoke, he suddenly became aware of a serious issue. Shueishu, how do you know that my friend excels in sealing techniques? His gaze towards Shueishu grew more earnest. Because I have perused the script, Shueishu mused internally. Then disregarding Watergate's scrutinizing look, he explained in a teasing tone, every time you mention him, your eyes soften remarkably. When you referred to that individual who surpasses you in sealing techniques, you exhibited the same demeanor. Watergate blinked in confusion, somewhat skeptical, noticing he had not completely bewildered Watergate. Shueishu shrugged and chuckled. All right, to be honest, I have heard gossip before. The rising star of Konoha, Namikaze Minato, is often accompanied by a woman with striking red hair. There are not many women in Konoha with such hair color. Furthermore, let us not forget, I am merely 2 years your junior, and I have personally witnessed the formidable presence of Miss Blood Red Pepper, considering her surname. Enough, Shueishu. Do not continue. Watergate raised his hands in surrender, shaking his head with a wry smile. Chapter 47. Kushina's occupation. Watergate felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. As Shueishu had stated, Kushina's red hair was undeniably conspicuous. It was no surprise that a clever individual like Shueishu could easily piece everything together. Being from the Uzumaki clan, it was only logical for Kushina to be adept in sealing techniques. Moreover, with the clues regarding Kushina's inability to venture outside, Shueishu must have surmised that Kushina was indeed the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. At this juncture, Watergate could not resort to silencing anyone. He could only plead earnestly, Shueishu, Kushina is of utmost importance to Konoha, so please do not divulge this information to anyone. I am well aware of that. Shueishu nodded seriously in response to Watergate's solemnity. However, he could not help but begin to jest. But compared to me, I believe you should enhance your confidentiality measures. For instance, have Miss Blood Red Pepper use transformation techniques when she goes out, or even dye her hair a different color, so she doesn't stand out so much. Outwardly compliant. Watergate inwardly lamented. It was precisely because of that red hair that he and Kushina had come together. He would never dare propose that she dye it. Not to mention that her red hair was one of the few ties she had to the Uzumaki clan, and she would never agree to such a request. However, utilizing transformation techniques while going out was indeed a sound suggestion, one that Kushina might accept. Watergate resolved to cheer Kushina up with toys upon returning home and would take the opportunity to propose this idea. Little did he know, this decision would later earn him the title of the most flirtatious man in the ninja world, as Kushina would transform into different female appearances every time they ventured out together. Having resolved the matter of Shueishu knowing about Kushina's information, Watergate could finally concentrate on Shueishu's recent suggestion of having Kushina serve as a sealing technique consultant for the workshop. It must be said, this appeared to be an excellent idea. In the past, Minato had indeed endeavored to find a position for Kushina that involved sealing techniques, allowing her to utilize her strengths while also serving as a means of personal development. After all, learning cannot solely consist of absorbing knowledge. It is equally vital to assess one's learning outcomes through application and to ignite inspiration. Unfortunately, in Konohagakure, Positions related to sealing techniques were primarily concentrated within the barrier division. As a key subject of protection and prevention for this division, Kushina was understandably unable to secure permission to work there. Since she had yet to suppress the consciousness of the Nine Tails, any intelligence regarding the barriers she obtained would also be accessible to the beast, which was, of course, unacceptable for the village. However, serving as a sealing consultant for a toy workshop presented a different scenario. Even if the Nine Tails were aware of the production methods for toys, it would likely not pose any threat to the village. This opportunity would allow Kushina to hone her sealing techniques, striving to completely suppress and shield the consciousness of the Nine Tails in due time. Minato assured that this was all for Kushina's benefit and that he harbored no ulterior motives. To facilitate discussions with Kushina, Minato began to gather further information. Hishiru, what prompted you to invite Kushina to be a sealing consultant? Hishiru picked up a Rubik's Cube from a stall, tossing and catching it as he began to explain. Minato, you are aware that my intention to systematically study sealing techniques is to enable our workshop to integrate puppet jutsu and sealing techniques in the future, thus producing a greater array of superior products. Nevertheless, I remain a novice in sealing techniques, and time is of the essence. Therefore, if I could enlist Miss Kushina's assistance, it would significantly advance our workshop's plans. Minato nodded in acknowledgement of Hishiru's rationale and inquired, what specific responsibilities will this sealing consultant undertake? In straightforward terms, Hishiru replied, her role will be to assist me in optimizing the runic techniques within our products. Although the functionality of our workshop's products is generally not complex, mass production necessitates the use of less optimal chakra-conducting materials. Furthermore, the task of drawing runes will eventually be assigned to students participating in work-study programs. Thus, I hope Ms. Kushina can provide her professional insights to help me design runic techniques that can operate on lower-end materials while maintaining a manageable level of complexity in their drawing. Minato scratched his head at Hishiru's proposal. The key factors affecting the efficacy of runic techniques are primarily threefold: the materials used as carriers, the drawing technique, and the design of the technique itself. Hishiru had effectively dismissed two of these factors, attempting to salvage the situation through clever runic design, a daunting challenge indeed. However, upon reflection, it was precisely this difficulty that might enable Kushina to break through her limitations and progress further along the path of sealing techniques. Ultimately, the decision rested with Kushina, and Minato chose not to dwell on it, continuing to inquire about various job details. After confirming the availability of social insurance benefits, Minato felt sufficiently informed and was quite pleased with the compensation for this position. Just as he was about to take his leave, Shoshui handed him a scroll, saying, words alone may not suffice. Why not take this prototype I developed back for Kushina to see if she has any interest? Naturally, Minato accepted with enthusiasm, nodding as he replied, very well. I shall provide Shoshui with a definitive answer upon our next meeting, and as for this prototype, I shall return it to you then. That's quite all right. It is merely a prototype, so you need not return it, Shoshui smiled, adding, consider it a small gift for both of you. Thank you, Shoshui, Minato said, observing Shoshui's nonchalant demeanor, which seemed to treat it merely as a token of friendship, and thus he graciously accepted the scroll. After bidding farewell to Shoshui and Obito, Minato headed towards the Hokage building. Although Kushina had a choice, the final decision rested with the Hokage. Therefore, Minato resolved to first report to the third Hokage to avoid giving Kushina false hope. Fortunately, the third Hokage welcomed the idea. After all, Kushina would not need to leave the barrier, could enhance her sealing techniques, and expedite the progress of the work-study program. Only a fool would refuse such a proposal. With the approval secured, Minato finally returned to Kushina's residence. Kushina, I'm back. You're so late. Does it really take that long to buy a toy? Kushina, who had been waiting impatiently, stood with her hands on her hips, her expression one of frustration. I apologize, several things occurred along the way that delayed me. Minato explained with a look of remorse. Kushina's irritation slightly abated as she extended her hands, asking, where's the toy? Minato produced a scroll, saying, I bought too many, so I stored them all in here. Before he could finish, however, Kushina transformed into a red comet, swiftly snatching the scroll from Minato's hands. Such speed would make even the future Yellow Flash break a sweat. Realizing she was eager to open the scroll, Minato quickly grasped her hand, saying, wait, Kushina, I have something very important to discuss with you. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Obito at the toy stall. Xiaoshui was still engrossed in reading, though he had switched to a different book. After Minato departed, Xiaoshui eagerly sought a place to unseal the storage scroll, uncovering the sealing technique texts within. At this moment, he was engrossed in one of those texts. Perhaps owing to Minato's assistance, the version he received bore the annotations of Uzumaki Mido. Thus, after only a brief glance, Xiaoshui had already gained significant insights. Several problems that had long plagued him suddenly found resolution, particularly in the realm of pocket puppet beasts, where a long-standing conundrum finally had a solution. Just then, Obito's voice broke through. "Teacher, when will you guide me in my training?" Glancing up, Xiaoshui realized it was already noon, and Obito had come over, pushing his cart. Returning his gaze to the pages, Xiaoshui casually replied, "After lunch, perhaps." "What would you like to train in, Obito?" "Of course, it's about how to control the little fire dragon," exclaimed Dato with a face full of excitement. "My goal is to make everyone aware that even if the little fire dragon cannot breathe fire, it can still be formidable." What's wrong, sensei?" Xiaoshu scratched his head, ultimately deciding to share with Dato a piece of news that could be perceived as either good or bad, due to my recent breakthroughs in sealing techniques. In just a few days, the little fire dragon should be able to breathe fire. Chapter 48. I want you to assist me in my training. While Dato was left in a state of shock from his teacher's words, on the other side, Kushina was also momentarily stunned by the news brought by Minato. However, after that brief pause, a wave of indescribable happiness surged within her. "That's wonderful. Minato, thank you," she exclaimed, shaking Minato's arm with delight. "You have no idea how incredibly boring my days have been. I am definitely taking this position as a sealing consultant." Minato gently patted Kushina's hand to comfort her, and then corrected her, saying, "Kushina, the one you should truly thank is Xiaoshu, as it was he who suggested you for the position of sealing consultant." Upon hearing this, Kushina's expression became somewhat peculiar, but she quickly nodded vigorously. "I understand. I must thank him in person when the opportunity arises." The reason for her momentary hesitation stemmed from her previously rather unfavorable impression of Kimura Xiaoshu. After all, it was this very individual whose name was emblazoned on the plans that had kept Minato so preoccupied these past few days, leaving him with little time for her. Even during meals and breaks, Minato's lips were constantly uttering that man's name. Kushina, ever protective of her territory, could hardly tolerate it, viewing him as a seductive interloper who sought to usurp her man, and her heart was filled with complaints, nearly wishing to create a voodoo doll to stab. However, this petty feeling vanished the moment she received Xiaoshu's invitation. After all, not everyone could deduce her identity and circumstances from mere hints, nor would just anyone. Upon learning of her predicament, so boldly wade through murky waters to provide her with the job opportunity she so desperately desired. It was evident that Xiaoshu, much like Minato, was exceptionally gifted, a genuinely good person with the will of fire, which explains why the two resonated so well together. Naturally, Kushina felt a profound sense of gratitude toward Xiaoshu. As a newly minted worker, she believed that the best way to repay him was through diligent work. Thus, she eagerly inquired, "Minato, when can I start working?" "Kushina, you are quite impatient," Minato chuckled. "Before that, don't you want to hear more about the details of the job and see if you are suited for it?" "Haha, Minato, do not underestimate my sealing skills." Kushina puffed out her slightly modest chest with pride, declaring, "Designing rune techniques for toys? How could that possibly challenge me, Kushina?" Minato's smile faltered slightly, for he had heard Xiaoshu's prior descriptions and knew this job was far from the simple task Kushina envisioned. However, seeing Kushina so joyfully elated, Minato refrained from dousing her enthusiasm with cold water. Instead, he produced a scroll and said, "You need not listen, but Shusuk has gifted me with a newly developed prototype. Would you not wish to take a look, Kushina?" "Why are you only revealing it now?" Kushina exclaimed, seizing the scroll once more. Holding the two scrolls in her hands, she felt a wave of delight wash over her. One contained a toy, symbolizing amusement, while the other housed a prototype, signifying work. Kushina could already envision a life filled with vibrant experiences ahead. "Let us first explore the invention by Boss Shusuk," she decided. Placing the second scroll on the table, she unfurled it. With a loud pop, a cloud of white smoke erupted from the center of the magical array formed by the runes. As the smoke dissipated, two uniquely designed small puppets appeared on the scroll. One resembled a plump yellow mouse with a lightning-shaped tail, while the other resembled a brown fox adorned with a fluffy cream-colored collar around its neck. Wow, how adorable! Kushina exclaimed, lifting the brown fox high and inspecting it with glee. Minato, favoring the yellow mouse, stepped forward to examine it with equal delight. However, he soon noticed a small box on the table. Upon opening it, he discovered 2 handles along with 2 instruction manuals. Ah, this indeed is the so-called pocket puppet beast. And these are the latest 2 models. Yours is named EV, while this one is called Pikachu. Such peculiar names, he remarked. Pocket puppet beast? Kushina's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Is it the one that has recently become popular in the Ninja Academy? I've heard it's incredibly fun. Minato had a vague sense of where this was heading, but still attempted a futile resistance. Kushina, I think we should first analyze their internal structures and the rune techniques. Ah, Minato, you simply do not understand, Kushina retorted confidently. To truly grasp the principles behind them, we must first test their functionalities. Minato, exasperated, sighed and rubbed his forehead in resignation. Meanwhile, Kushina had already taken hold of the 2 handles, keeping one for herself and handing the other to Minato, her face brimming with eagerness. Come on, Minato, let us duel with the pocket puppet beasts. Wait a moment, Shusuke-sensei, how did Charmeleon suddenly acquire the ability to breathe fire? Obito questioned, incredulous. Given its name, what is surprising about a Charmeleon being able to breathe fire? Shusuke replied matter-of-factly, only to elaborate further, in fact. From the very inception of its design, it was intended to possess this fiery ability. After all, implementing such a feature is not particularly challenging. I know at least 10 methods to achieve it. The reason it was not fully realized is that the pocket puppet beasts are ultimately educational tools, and to prevent them from being easily damaged, their destructive capabilities must be limited. After limiting the power, the flames, unlike the water gun or the seed machine gun, can trigger the runic techniques within the puppet beast through impact, thereby diminishing the opponent's vitality and simulating the effects of actual combat. Hence, I temporarily removed the fire-breathing skill of the little fire dragon. However, I have just mastered a runic technique capable of sensing temperature fluctuations. By integrating it into the vitality circuit of the puppet beast, even if the flame's power is modest, the rise in temperature can activate the technique, inflicting damage. In this way, the little fire dragon can finally engage in a fiery duel with its opponent. Although Shoshu felt quite pleased with his newly conceived design, Dato appeared somewhat downcast, murmuring to himself, "It's actually fine if the little fire dragon can't breathe fire." Shoshu, noticing Dato's subtle thoughts, affectionately ruffled his hair and reassured him. I have mentioned many times in class that a puppet master's strength relies on their manipulation skills and the puppet itself. Just as you can grow stronger through training, so too must pocket puppet beasts continuously evolve. Only then can they accompany everyone in their growth for a longer time. The notion of growing together made Dato's body tremble involuntarily. Initially, he empathized with the little fire dragon for its inability to breathe fire due to his own setbacks in fire release training. Now that the little fire dragon had acquired the ability to breathe fire, he felt a sense of abandonment, leading to his reluctance. Nevertheless, the teacher's words sparked an inspiration within him. If puppet beasts can evolve, then the underachiever need not remain an underachiever forever. Of course, the former Dato would never have dared to entertain such thoughts. But now, standing beside him was not just anyone, but the remarkable teacher Shoshu. Dato recalled that the teacher had mentioned using the techniques he employed to manipulate himself could also be applied to ninjutsu training. Thus, a bold idea emerged in Dato's mind. Little fire dragon, wait for me. I will catch up to you once again. After silently resolving in his heart, Dato turned to Shoshu and asked, Teacher, regarding the upcoming training, could we possibly change the content? Shoshu raised an eyebrow and replied, Changing it is certainly possible, but what do you wish to modify it to? Dato? With a sly smile, Dato responded, Teacher, I want you to assist me in practicing the Great Fireball Technique. Chapter 49, Yellow-Skinned Mouse vs. Brown-Furred Fox. Shoshu couldn't help but scratch his head again. Although Dato quickly regained his spirits and was determined to strive harder, Shoshu felt a sense of relief. However, he had to pour a bit of cold water on Dato first. Dato, guiding you in the Great Fireball Technique is not a problem. However, Shoshu said somewhat apologetically, I have never actually learned fire release. Is that all right? Indeed, Shoshu had not studied fire release. Based on his recollection of the original work and the results of numerous discussions during brainstorming sessions, he ultimately chose to prioritize the learning of fire release very low, leaving him with no time to study it at all. The reason being, compared to the other 5 elemental releases, fire release was simply too monotonous. Whether it be a fireball or a fire dragon, or perhaps a vast sea of flames, the variations are negligible. Xiao primarily specializes in puppetry, with the art of elemental ninjutsu serving merely as an auxiliary skill. Perhaps due to its inherently violent nature, fire ninjutsu lacks functional techniques, rendering it unworthy of Xiao considerable time investment for mastery. Although he does not possess the ability to wield fire ninjutsu, Xiao, equipped with the technique of spider sense, believes he can still offer guidance on the grand fireball technique to Obito without much difficulty. However, this notion proves to be quite erroneous. Obito internally critiques the situation while casting a dubious glance at Xiao. To his astonishment, the seemingly omnipotent teacher Xiao has never studied fire ninjutsu. What surprises him even more is that the teacher, lacking proficiency in fire ninjutsu, dares to instruct him. Though out of respect for his instructor, Obito refrains from voicing his thoughts. Yet, Xiao is all too familiar with the expression on his face. It likely mirrors the look he had witnessed when someone was peddling online courses promising an annual income of millions. While Xiao currently lacks the desire to learn fire ninjutsu, he is eager not to miss the opportunity to study the Uchiha clan's fire techniques up close. Hence, he reassuringly pats Obito on the shoulder and says, "Do not worry. Let us first give it a try. If it does not work out, I shall guide you on other training." Touched by his teacher's consideration, Obito feels both ashamed and moved, ultimately nodding in agreement to Xiaoshui's plan. Before long, other students arrive, pushing carts towards Xiaoshui to gather. Among them, Asuma's cart, overflowing with a chest of money, captures everyone's attention. "Asuma, you are truly remarkable to have earned so much." "Indeed, Asuma, my opinion of you has shifted slightly." The students praise him. Even the usually indifferent Kurenai offers a rare nod of acknowledgement. However, to their surprise, Asuma humbly scratches the back of his head and replies, "Oh, it's all thanks to the support of our patrons." A myriad of question marks appear above the students' heads. Could it be that Asuma is being impersonated? How else could he utter such words? Meanwhile, Xiao, concealed behind a book, cannot help but smirk slightly. It seems Asuma has become too engrossed in his role, unable to detach himself. Nevertheless, this version of Asuma is far more likable than usual, prompting Xiao to refrain from intervening. He then places his book into his sleeve and claps his hands together, announcing, "Since everyone is here, let us go out for a meal. You all performed admirably today, so let us indulge in barbecue for lunch." The students raise their hands in jubilant cheer, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Let us go eat." In Kushina's residence, Minato, with a look of helplessness, inquires, "Kushina, it is getting late. Should we not eat now?" "Just a moment longer. Once I win, we shall eat," Kushina replies dismissively, her hands fervently gripping the controller. Meanwhile, two small figures, one yellow and one brown, dart around the room, engaged in a spirited chase, leaving traces of their playful skirmish scattered throughout. It is evident that Kushina and Minato are skillfully maneuvering Eevee and Pikachu in an intense battle. Notably, although they are still using controllers to direct the pocket puppets, there are no physical wires connecting the controllers to the creatures. Even though neither has studied puppetry, creating a chakra thread to link the controller and the puppets is a trivial task for them. Thus, the two pocket puppets are liberated from the constraints of the controllers, transforming the entire room into a vibrant battlefield for their exhilarating confrontation. "You've already said that, Kushina," Minato remarked with a bemused expression. It is no surprise that this game drives all Ninja Academy students wild. Even he finds himself somewhat captivated, let alone Kushina, who typically engages in few recreational activities. Moreover, Kushina possesses a tenacious spirit, seemingly unwilling to relent until she secures a victory. Unfortunately, compared to the battle-hardened Minato, her combat experience is woefully inadequate, making it impossible for her to triumph in a simultaneous contest. "It's all because my fox is too weak," Kushina lamented as she watched her Eevee cornered by Pikachu. The outcome already apparent. She began to concoct excuses. The controller malfunctioned, the barrier interfered, she wasn't taking it seriously. After exhausting these justifications, she ultimately attributed her misfortune to the performance of the device. "I believe the capabilities of both puppets should be comparable," Minato analyzed with straightforwardness. "Nonsense. The fox is clearly weaker. It cannot compete with your rat." At that moment, the battle reached its decisive round, and both ceased their chatter. Thunderbolt, Super Spiral Dance. Style 3. Pikachu transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, darting back and forth across the shelves, effectively blocking all escape routes for the trapped Eevee. Then, with a mighty leap, it began to roll forward at high speed, its tail glowing and forming a radiant halo. Spiral Flash, Steel Tail Zero Modification. The once unremarkable Steel Tail, bolstered by gravity and rotation, morphed into a fearsome finishing move, crashing down upon Eevee with tremendous force. As the outcome became increasingly apparent, Kushina could hardly bear to watch and closed her eyes. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, perhaps due to her unconscious button mashing. The cornered Eevee suddenly sprang into action, launching itself toward Pikachu in a seemingly reckless manner. Yet, because of its premature leap, Pikachu was unable to land a tail strike. And instead, Eevee collided forcefully with its face, sending it hurtling away like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. Pikachu was first propelled into the shelf, toppling a cascade of books and ornaments like a bowling ball. It then fell to the ground, gradually reverting to the form of a puppet ball, rolling slowly across the floor. Minato and Kushina stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances for what felt like an eternity. Especially for Kushina. Had she not opened her eyes midway to witness the scene of Pikachu being sent flying, she would have undoubtedly believed that Minato was merely toying with her, and in a rather clumsy manner at that. Who could have imagined that her frantic button mashing in a moment of despair would inadvertently unravel Minato's meticulously crafted ultimate technique? Regardless of the circumstances, victory is victory. Although she could not recall how she achieved it, Kushina joyfully accepted the outcome of the battle and began to laugh heartily with her hands on her hips. Haha, I finally won. It seems that Konoha's genius, Minato Namikaze, is not so formidable after all. Conversely, Minato felt as if he had swallowed a fly, distressed by the fact that his hard-earned ultimate technique, which bore such a melodious name, had been defeated by Kushina's random button presses. Even the ever-kind Minato felt a twinge of frustration in his heart. Kushina, shall we have another match? Minato could not help but propose. No, 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 Minato-kun, Kushina replied as she began to gather her puppet beasts and the scattered books, imparting a serious yet gentle reminder. Games are merely a pastime. One must not become overly engrossed. Let us hasten to have our meal. Minato shook his head and chuckled softly, contemplating Kushina's retreating figure. The last blow from Eevee had been executed with impeccable angle, force, and timing. Any slight miscalculation would have led to disaster. Such a move, which would likely take Kushina thousands of attempts to replicate. Could it truly have been achieved by mere random button pressing? However, if it were not luck nor the potential explosion that Kushina mentioned, then only one possibility remained. Yet Minato quickly shook his head, dismissing that possibility. Indeed, the legendary embodiment of hatred, the calamity known as the Nine Tails, could not possibly relinquish control of Kushina's body for the mere purpose of securing a victory in a game. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 50. Kushina's decision after their meal. Kushina promptly picked up her pocket puppet beast once more. Minato, who was cleaning the dishes, appeared nonchalant on the surface, but his actions gradually quickened. Kushina seemed to sense this and flashed Minato a sweet smile before disassembling the pocket puppet beast. Minato's expression froze at the sight, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. It appeared that Kushina would not engage in another battle with him until she had fully relished the afterglow of her victory. Resigned to this fate, Minato joined her after finishing the dishes, and together they began to explore the puppet beast. They had expected that such a cleverly designed puppet would be quite challenging to dismantle. To their surprise, the reality was quite the opposite. With the aid of the instruction manual, they swiftly broke it down into its individual components, as if Shusuk had purposefully designed it for ease of disassembly. Yet, they remained puzzled, for this puppet beast was remarkably durable, seemingly negating the need for repeated dismantling. Nonetheless, they did not dwell on it, as Kushina had already uncovered the key component of the puppet beast, revealing the core inscribed with the crucial runic circuit. At the core lies a black wooden cube, slightly larger than a die, appearing rather unremarkable. However, as Kushina picked up the cube for a closer inspection, her brow gradually furrowed. Minato recognized this as an instinctive gesture of Kushina when she encountered a conundrum. "What is the matter, Kushina?" he inquired after noticing her prolonged silence. It was only then that Kushina seemed to awaken from her reverie, her expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. "You'll see for yourself," she said, handing the cube to Minato. Minato, sensing the gravity of Kushina's reaction, accepted the cube with caution and scrutinized it closely. To his astonishment, the initial glance revealed a shocking truth. The wooden block was not inherently black. Rather, it was adorned with countless intricate and densely packed rune inscriptions, giving it the illusion of being a solid black cube from afar. These runes are astonishingly small, and there are far too many, Minato exclaimed. It is well known that for sealing techniques to function smoothly, the rune inscriptions must be executed flawlessly in a single stroke, allowing no room for error. Therefore, practitioners typically strive to minimize the number of runes through various algorithms and techniques to reduce the complexity and likelihood of mistakes. The densely packed runic circuit before him stood in stark contrast to the principles established by predecessors. Minato recalled Shusui's previous claim of being an outsider to sealing techniques. Initially, he had assumed Shusui was being modest, but it now appeared to be the truth. Indeed, rather than merely being an outsider, he had ventured down a path entirely distinct from that of the masters of sealing. After silently ridiculing Shusui, Minato proposed a hypothesis. Could this be a rune-drawing technique unique to puppeteers? Unfortunately, Kushina swiftly dismissed the notion. I've seen several types of puppets demonstrated by Granny Mido, and none exhibited such characteristics. Achieving this level of precision requires an extraordinarily refined control of chakra, which is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary puppeteer. Shusui is no ordinary puppeteer. He has mastered the art of puppetry through self-study and is the only puppeteer in Konohagakure, Minato remarked with a smile, though confusion lingered. But with such remarkable skill, why does Shusui claim his sealing techniques are lacking? Kushina appeared to be struggling to contain herself and urged Minato to examine the contents within the cube before commenting further. Though puzzled, Minato complied, widening his eyes as he painstakingly deciphered the minuscule runes, each smaller than an ant, and soon his expression mirrored Kushina's peculiar demeanor. Minato found himself at a loss for words. It was akin to encountering a masterful calligraphy piece only to discover that the content was a child's essay. For the cube was filled with the most rudimentary and simplistic rune inscriptions, many of which were clumsily executed and redundantly repeated. With just a cursory glance, Minato could conceive of far superior ways to articulate the same ideas. The inefficacy of the rune circuit starkly contrasts with the remarkable artistry of its design. Thus, the formally trained Minato and Kushina experience a profound sense of dissonance, reflected in their peculiar expressions. After an engaging discussion, they have surmised the origin of this puppet core with considerable accuracy, evoking a sense of reflection. It appears that Shusuke is indeed lacking in knowledge of sealing techniques. Minato muses, otherwise, he would not have devised such a lengthy and convoluted circuit. Ironically, his exceptional chakra control allows him to laboriously inscribe this intricate circuit onto the puppet core. It is astonishing to discover that such a wondrous pocket puppet beast operates through such a rudimentary and crude circuit. Kushina, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaims at last, I comprehend why Shusuke has recruited me as a consultant for sealing techniques. His proficiency in sealing is entirely reliant on his unparalleled artistic skills. The intricacies of the circuit he has designed would be a challenge even for adults, let alone children. Therefore, my mission is to simplify his excessively elaborate circuit to a level comprehensible to youngsters. Perhaps I could even enhance it further. I will use the performance of the puppet beast as a gauge to determine whether Shusuke's artistic prowess surpasses my own skills in rune composition. This untried endeavor invigorates Kushina, who eagerly rushes off to retrieve pen and scroll, beginning to sketch and annotate in alignment with the black squares on the scroll. Minato had intended to inquire about Kushina's ultimate decision, but upon witnessing her fervent dedication, he felt it unnecessary to press further. With her competitive spirit ignited, Kushina would not abandon this task. Yet, Minato suddenly remembered a crucial detail he had forgotten to share with her. Shusuke has already acquired the foundational materials on sealing techniques. Given Shusuke's intelligence, he would likely bridge the gap in his understanding of circuit composition over time. Minato could hardly fathom how Shusuke's sealing techniques would evolve after systematic study of his artistic skills. Does Kushina truly stand a chance? Nevertheless, observing Kushina's spirited demeanor, Minato resolved to remain silent. After all, even if Shusuke is exceptionally clever, amidst his myriad responsibilities, it would take him at least a year or two to thoroughly grasp that information. In the barbecue restaurant, having finished their meal, Shusuke ponders his study plan for sealing techniques. It seems imperative to master all the materials provided by Minato before the end of the semester. For even with Kushina's assistance, she would only aid him in the design of runes for the workshop, the designs for combat puppets, the runes for ninja tools, and the exploration of chakra principles must ultimately be resolved by Shisuke himself, leaving no room for complacency. Meanwhile, the other students around him have also finished their meals. Shisuke gazes at the empty plates on the table, feeling a pang of regret. He finally understands the meaning of a young boy draining his father's resources. Now that the teacher has finished eating, can we commence my special training? Obito inquires eagerly. Before Shoshue could respond, the sunglasses of the nearby Ebisu began to emit a glow. He took out a pen and notebook, pressing for answers. Special training? What special training? Why would the teacher assist Dato with special training? Indeed, Yuhong, sitting next to Shoshue, shook his arm and exclaimed, "Teacher, you are biased. Why only help Dato with special training?" Shoshue casually explained, "Do not worry. The special training for Dato is a reward he earned through gathering intelligence while managing his stall. So everyone will benefit. Of course, you can also choose other rewards." He elaborated on the details of the points system and added, "Although it has not been officially implemented yet, I have already recorded your contributions as points. Therefore, you can save your points and exchange them later for desired items. By the way, the current highest points belong to Rin." Shoshue offered Rin an approving smile and explained that although her sales were average, her intelligence gathering was the most comprehensive and beneficial to the work-study program, encouraging everyone to learn from her. Yes, everyone responded in elongated tones, while Rin's face flushed with joy at being acknowledged for her efforts. As everyone began to contemplate how to spend their points, Shoshue smiled slightly and went to the counter to settle the bill. After paying homage to the valiant wallet that had perished, Shoshue returned to the private room and cheerfully inquired, "Have you all decided how to spend your points?" Chapter 51, Dato's exclusive teaching tools. After hearing the introduction to the points system and reflecting on it thoughtfully, only Dato ultimately chose the special training. Even Asuma, who had reclaimed his identity as the son of the Hokage, temporarily set aside this option. After all, points do not expire. He resolved to wait until he had fully digested his previous gains before seeking the teacher's special training. These points were hard-earned from his stall, so he intended to make the most of them. Yahiko, having received Shoshue's guidance, began to explore the fusion of medical ninjutsu and puppet techniques. Thus, she expressed her desire to learn the stitching technique that Shoshue had previously demonstrated. Due to insufficient points, Shoshue provided her with a scroll detailing several simple applications of chakra strings as the first phase of her training. Yuhong half-jokingly requested to go on a date with the teacher. Unfortunately, Shoshue coldly refused the little girl's invitation, stating that he sold his skills, not his person. Consequently, Hong could only huff in frustration, deciding to save her points to eventually acquire a puppet beast of her own. Considering that this reward was second only to the Hokage's guidance, she anticipated that achieving her goal would require considerable time and effort. Yuan Jin, Ebisu, and Ibiki, all of modest backgrounds, cherished their hard-earned points. After careful deliberation, they too resolved to save their points, intending to select the most cost-effective rewards once the points system was officially announced. Subsequently, Shoshue announced the dissolution of the gathering, allowing everyone to return home to rest. However, the young ninjas unanimously expressed their desire to continue managing their stalls to earn more points. Shoshu was pleased with the outcome, so after reminding Dato to pay attention to safety, he took him away from the barbecue shop. Considering that Dato was practicing the Great Fireball technique, Shoshu led him to a secluded riverbank in the village. "This will do," he said. "Dato, please demonstrate for me so I can see where your specific issues lie." Dato approached the riverbank, skillfully forming hand seals, took a deep breath, and forcefully exhaled forward. A fireball, about the size of a fist, soared across the river. But even before reaching the opposite bank, it had already burned out in midair. Shoshu's forehead immediately bore several black lines as he looked at Dato with a perplexed expression and asked, "What kind of ninjutsu is this, Dato?" "This is not the Great Fireball technique. Rather, it resembles the Small Fireball technique." Scratching his head, Dato replied sheepishly, "I think if I claimed it was the Great Fireball technique, my ancestor Uchiha Madara might rise from his grave in anger." To his surprise, Shoshu nodded in realization. That explains why the fireball was so diminutive. It is indeed the Small Fireball technique. I believe you have mastered this technique thoroughly. So it seems the special training may conclude ahead of schedule. Please, no?" Dato cried out, swiftly executing a sliding maneuver to tightly embrace Xioshu's waist, pleading, "It is the great fireball technique. I realize my mistake, Teacher Xioshu. Please save me." Unbeknownst to him, Xioshu's voice suddenly resonated from behind. "If you acknowledge your mistake, then demonstrate a few more times. Why are you clinging to a wooden post?" Blinking in confusion, Dato realized he was hugging a practice log, while the real Xioshu had seated himself on a stone, engrossed in a book. Is it really necessary to use a substitution technique to deal with students? Dato internally grumbled. Yet he dared not act foolishly again and obediently returned to the riverbank to form hand seals. Great fireball technique. Xioshu glanced up again, and his lips twitched. For this attempt, Dato produced not even a fireball, merely a mass of unformed flames. Given their close proximity, Dato nearly singed himself, startling him into a panic. In a silent exchange of glances, Dato ultimately conceded defeat and resumed his place at the riverbank, forming hand seals once more. Great fireball technique. Great fireball technique. Great fireball technique. After several repetitions, Xioshu finally approached and instructed Dato to stop, beginning a serious critique. The fireball, the fire pillar, and the fire wall, one time. You even produced only smoke. I must say, the same ninjutsu can yield varying results each time it is performed. That could be considered a rare talent. Is that true, teacher? Dato asked, his face alight with surprise. Of course it is not. Xioshu playfully flicked Dato's forehead with his finger. This merely indicates that you have failed to control your chakra. Dato, cradling his forehead with a grimace, replied, I've been trying my best. But they simply won't listen to me. Moreover, when I practice alone, I perform much better. I just don't understand why I falter when someone is watching. Xioshu pondered, stroking his chin. He too had noticed that Dato often stumbled in front of others. It seems that this child has always yearned for the approval of others, leading him to exert himself excessively in public, thereby hindering his true potential and ultimately creating a vicious cycle. This phenomenon, where pressure distorts one's actions, is not uncommon among many professional athletes throughout Xioshu's life. However, this is not a grave concern. As long as Dato perceives his genuine growth and gains confidence, this issue will dissipate. Thus, Xioshu began to analyze with Dato. The technique of the great fireball consumes a considerable amount of chakra. The fact that you can utilize it repeatedly signifies that you have not amassed much chakra in your throat. Furthermore, your issues with shaping are numerous. At the crux of it, it boils down to insufficient control over chakra. Therefore, my recommendation is that rather than squandering vast amounts of chakra practicing the great fireball technique, it would be more prudent to first hone your chakra control. This way, learning the great fireball will yield far greater results in the future. As for the specific method, the simplest approach would be for you, Dato, to continue diligently practicing the manipulation of the pocket puppet beast, thereby gradually enhancing your chakra control. Dato inquired, Teacher, if I rely on this method, when will I be able to officially begin practicing the great fireball technique? Xioshu tilted his head and estimated, if all goes well, perhaps at the start of the next semester. After all, manipulating the puppet beast focuses on stabilizing chakra output, while the great fireball technique requires gathering a substantial amount of chakra within and then releasing it in one breath. Although both pertain to chakra control, they diverge in direction, and thus the effects will not manifest as swiftly. That seems like an eternity. Dato appeared quite eager to master the great fireball technique swiftly, as if driven by some ulterior motive. He began to widen his sparkling eyes and pleaded, Teacher, can't you devise a solution with your unparalleled puppet techniques? For instance, employing the previous human body technique. Unfortunately, Xioshu was not one to indulge in such whims. He responded with a hint of gravity. Theoretically, it is feasible, but I have yet to develop to that level, especially considering that you are training in the perilous fire release ninjutsu. A moment's carelessness could lead to life-threatening hazards. We need not take such significant risks. Upon hearing this, Dato recoiled slightly, wearing a troubled expression. In truth, his desire to learn the great fireball technique promptly stemmed from an upcoming traditional festival within his clan. As part of the entertainment and self-presentation, children would be invited to perform. This year, it just so happened that Dato's age group was up. However, Dato was not driven by the ambition to astound. He merely wished to ensure that his grandmother, who had difficulty walking far due to her legs, would enjoy the festival, as she always did when it was held annually. Dato hoped that at the very least, on this day, he would not become a source of ridicule and spoil his grandmother's delight. Yet, It seems that there are no shortcuts in training. Dato could only reconsider his options and ponder what performance would not bring shame to his grandmother. At that moment, the voice of teacher Shioshu resonated like a celestial melody. There is indeed a way, but only if you, Dato, are willing to endure hardship. I possess a rather expedited method. Why didn't you mention it sooner, teacher? Dato exclaimed, filled with excitement. Please, tell me the method. Dato, are you truly certain? Shioshu's expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiar intensity as he began to speak with a weighty undertone. Although this training method does not pose a life-threatening danger, it will certainly not be a walk in the park. Without sufficient resolve, you are likely to abandon it midway. Should that occur, I will not be refunding the points you expend. Dato gulped nervously at the teacher's words, yet as he contemplated the impending festival, he ultimately steeled himself, declaring, Teacher, I will not regret this. Please assist me in my training using this method. Seeing Dato's unwavering determination, Shioshu refrained from further persuasion. He instructed Dato to rest for a moment while he returned home to gather the necessary tools. Upon his return, he held a peculiar black helmet in his hands. Teacher, is this the tool you mentioned? It looks rather unsightly, Dato remarked, impatience evident as he approached for a closer inspection, only to be deterred by the helmet's appearance. It is certainly more aesthetically pleasing than the mask you will be wearing in the future, a fey, Shioshu thought to himself, but maintained a serious facade as he explained. This helmet is crafted in imitation of one worn by a foreign warrior named Darth Vader. It is only natural that we have differing tastes in aesthetics. According to legend, he was once a pure-hearted and valiant warrior. However, he succumbed to the darkness after failing to prevent the deaths of his mother and wife, transforming into a remorseless Black Knight. Though I present this helmet to you, Dato, I hope you will take heed of this cautionary tale. Even if you gain power in the future, do not tread the same path he did. At that moment, Dato was oblivious to the significance of Shioshu's words, merely nodding in a dazed manner. Chapter 52, From Despair to Revival. Excellent. Now Dato, please don this helmet. Trust me, once you wear it, controlling chakra will become as effortless as breathing. Shioshu was not so naive as to believe that mere tales could deter Dato from potential darkness. Thus, after planting the seeds of caution in Dato's mind, he returned to the matter at hand, offering the helmet to him. Teacher, won't you first explain how to use it? Dato hesitated at the critical moment. I believe it is more effective for you to experience it directly. That way, explaining it will be much easier. Shioshu replied with a warm and amiable smile. However, Dato felt an increasing sense of dread, for the teacher's smile bore an unsettling resemblance to that of one providing final solace. This instilled in him a foreboding sense of unease. Yet, as the teacher had gone to the trouble of retrieving the helmet, how could he possibly request a return? After a moment of inner turmoil, Dato begrudgingly extended his hand toward the helmet, grimacing as he said, Fine, I'll give it a try. It's either do or do not. There is no room for mere attempts. Shioshu gently shook his head, but ultimately handed the helmet to Obito. Embracing the notion that early demise could lead to rebirth, Obito accepted the helmet, gritted his teeth, and donned it. A sudden click echoed in the air. In the next moment, a peculiar sound emanated from the nape of his neck. A wave of dread washed over him, compelling him to hastily remove the helmet for inspection. To his dismay, his ominous premonition materialized. The helmet he had just put on was utterly impossible to remove. It was a trap. Initially, Obito presumed this was yet another of his teacher's cruel whims. Just as he was about to speak, a more pressing concern dawned upon him. The helmet was completely airtight, devoid of any ventilation. As Obito struggled to breathe, he anxiously fumbled around his neck, attempting to find a latch that might be concealed there. Simultaneously, muffled cries for help resonated from within the helmet. Teacher, help me. I can't breathe. However, Shioshu remained remarkably composed, sitting down on a stone before leisurely responding. Obito, you can do this. It merely requires a bit of technique. I designed a mechanism within the helmet's exhaust ports that necessitates a certain force of airflow to unlock. Before long, Obito's pleas for assistance faded, replaced by heavy, rapid breaths. After several moments, he began to pull forcefully at the helmet, his neck flushing with agitation. He quickly realized that his teacher's advice was futile. The frantic breathing had consumed the scant oxygen available, plunging him into a state of asphyxiation. At this juncture, Obito was no longer contemplating training. He merely wished to remove the contraption atop his head and hurl it into the river, navigating through his narrow field of vision. He discerned his teacher's position and staggered toward him. Yet, after only a few steps, a wave of dizziness, brought on by lack of oxygen, engulfed his mind, and he collapsed onto the ground. Within less than 2 minutes, it was evident that this child's mental fortitude required enhancement. Xioshu shook his head in mild exasperation. However, sensing that the moment was ripe, he began to calmly advise, "Abito, you are too hasty." I hadn't finished speaking. Those exhaust ports cannot be opened simply by the force of ordinary breathing. Remember, we are ninjas. We must learn to harness the power of chakra. Consider how you channel chakra to gather in your lungs and throat when performing the great fireball technique. Then release it in one breath. Feel the chakra within you. Let it flow with your breath. At that moment, Abito lay on the riverbank, seemingly on the brink of unconsciousness, uncertain if he had grasped Xioshu's words. Nevertheless, Xioshu chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting the outcome, seemingly unconcerned for Abito's safety. It was as if he intended to eradicate a significant future threat to Konoha right there. Yet, it was abundantly clear that Xioshu harbored no such intention. For even without Abito, as long as Uchiha Madara existed, figures like Zetsu and Abito would inevitably emerge. Eliminating Abito directly would merely result in the loss of one's prophetic advantage. The reason Xioshu can play such a grand game is that he has long since activated the spider sense technique, utilizing a substantial amount of chakra threads to monitor Abito's condition. Thus, he is aware that Abito is still alive and his chest is rhythmically rising and falling, seemingly engaged in various attempts. Unfortunately, the unsuccessful attempts bear little significance. After a few minutes, even with Abito's resilient ninja physique, prolonged oxygen deprivation would inevitably lead to irreversible bodily damage. Just as Xioshu prepared to rise and approach, a heavy gasp suddenly emanated from Abito's helmet. A satisfied smile spread across Xioshu's face. Initially, the breaths were sporadic, but soon they grew more steady and rhythmic. Simultaneously, Abito's body relaxed considerably, turning onto his back on the ground, drenched in sweat. The sound of his labored breathing echoed along the riverbank, reminiscent of a malfunctioning respirator. He had finally survived. Abito could only muster that thought before once again focusing entirely on his breathing. Each breath now required a significant surge of chakra to force air through the exhaust port. Any distraction could plunge him back into suffocation. Nevertheless, in that moment, Abito genuinely experienced the exquisite beauty of life. The air in Konoha was intoxicatingly sweet. Even through the dark lenses, the surroundings appeared vibrantly beautiful. Unfortunately, Abito's elation was short-lived, as Xioshu approached with a considerate reminder. "Well done, Abito. You have finally grasped the fundamentals of breathing. However, it seems you have forgotten to retract all your chakra while inhaling. Otherwise, your chakra will not sustain you for long." After all, once donned, this helmet cannot be removed for at least an hour. No sooner had he spoken than Xioshu noticed Abito's breathing becoming erratic once more. A moment later, beneath a great tree by the riverbank, Abito gasped and abruptly sat up. His chest heaved as he panted, his face a mask of terror, as if he had just awakened from a horrifying nightmare. Suddenly, he recalled something and began to frantically touch his face. Once he confirmed that he was not wearing a black helmet, he finally exhaled in relief. But at that moment, a somber voice echoed from behind him. "Are you looking for something?" Abito whipped around, his pupils reflecting the image of a figure clad in a black helmet. A fully armed dark warrior exuding an oppressive aura. The figure raised a hand, making a gesture as if to choke him. Instantly, Abito felt an invisible force constricting his neck, a familiar sensation of suffocation enveloping him. Under the influence of this power, Abito found himself suspended in the air, his feet thrashing helplessly. He gasped, his chest rising and falling, his face reflecting a state of shock as if he had just emerged from a terrifying nightmare. In the next moment, a realization struck him, and he began to fumble with his face. Once he confirmed that he was not wearing a black helmet, Abito finally sighed in relief. However, at that very instant, a mocking voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "Are you looking for something?" Startled, Abito whipped around, only to behold a figure clad in a black helmet. "Ah, Darth Vader has appeared," he shrieked, before scrambling away in a frantic dash in the opposite direction. Witnessing Abito's hasty retreat, Shusuk, who had just removed the helmet, couldn't help but scratch his head. "Have I gone a bit overboard? Look at how terrified the child is," he thought to himself, reflecting deeply. Nevertheless, the lesson was only halfway through. The priority now was to retrieve Abito. With that in mind, Shisuke began to chase after Obito's fleeing silhouette. However, finding it cumbersome to hold the helmet, he decided to don it once more. Chapter 53, Obito's Training Teacher. You are truly malicious. You deliberately wore that helmet to scare me. Soon after, by the riverbank, Obito lamented with a face full of grievance. Just moments ago, he had been pursued for several blocks by Shisuke, who had disguised himself as a black knight, his cries echoing throughout much of Konoha. Truth be told, even now, with the helmet removed, Obito remained somewhat apprehensive, even doubting whether his teacher had been possessed by the vengeful spirit of Darth Vader. Yet, Shisuke wore an innocent smile and replied, "It was not a pursuit, but rather a demonstration. I saw that you had awakened and wanted to personally show you the proper use of this helmet. I had no idea you would run away screaming the moment you woke up, and I was worried about your safety, which is why I forgot to take off the helmet and just chased after you. I truly apologize for scaring you." Though Shisuke's words were reasonable and his demeanor sincere, Obito remained somewhat skeptical. But what about the training? Wasn't it supposed to be without life-threatening risks? I felt as if I were suffocating. Suffocating, you say? Well, that essentially means there was no real danger to your life, Shisuke countered earnestly. Observing Obito's eyes widen in disbelief, he chuckled and clarified, "I was merely jesting. The truth is that a person can endure for quite a while after suffocating, especially for us ninjas, who can withstand it even longer. Moreover, I was watching over you. Aside from feeling a bit uncomfortable, you were never truly in peril. I even installed a safety mechanism in this helmet. If suffocation persists for too long, the exhaust vents will automatically open. It is utterly foolproof." Upon hearing this, Obito's expression softened slightly. If what his teacher said was indeed true, then this training might be quite safe after all. Shisuke continued, "Although suffocation is certainly unpleasant, considering it as a cost for a crash course, it is quite a bargain. The necessity of such actions arises from the fact that humanity can only awaken the latent powers hidden deep within when faced with the brink of life and death. Essentially, the human body is both indolent and cumbersome. It is akin to expecting one to sit at home and simply command their body to develop muscle, only to have it obediently transform a paunch into a set of chiseled abs. We must engage in rigorous exercise, enduring bodily aches, to compel our muscles to tear and thus threaten our body. I shall persist in this endeavor. The rest is your concern. Only then will the body, in its self-interest, respond by developing stronger and more robust muscles." After elucidating this concept in terms that even Obito could comprehend, Shisuke observed a contemplative expression on his face and posed a question. "Obito, based on this reasoning and your previous experiences, do you now grasp the principles behind the training of this helmet?" Obito suddenly shivered, then grimaced and nodded, for the principle was decidedly straightforward. It was evident that wearing the helmet made breathing arduous, thus compelling the body to regulate a substantial amount of chakra to force open the exhaust vents. Through repeated practice of this nature, one could effectively enhance their chakra control. Indeed, this method bears a striking resemblance to the application of the Great Fireball technique, which should also serve a similar training purpose. Shisuke nodded in agreement. It is generally accurate, but the similarity between this training method and the Great Fireball technique is not mere coincidence. Utilizing breath to manage chakra is, in fact, a fundamental technique shared by most ninjutsu that are released through the mouth, since chakra dissipates rapidly once it leaves the body. Gathering a significant amount in the lungs and throat before expelling it in one breath is a highly efficient choice. It could even be considered foundational to the elemental ninjutsu. Thus, Obito, if you master this technique completely, acquiring foundational ninjutsu like the water wave will simply require you to grasp the corresponding nature transformations for swift learning. Of course, more advanced ninjutsu will necessitate the addition of shaping or form transformation to master. At this juncture, Shisuke smiled and remarked, "By the way, I heard that your dream, Obito, is to become Hokage? Allow me to share a secret. The thousands of ninjutsu required to become Hokage are often a product of such combinations. If you master this technique, you will have taken a significant step toward your aspiration of becoming Hokage. Teacher, you are not deceiving me, are you?" Obito's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as Shisuke had once grappled with the decision of whether to attend Tsinghua or Peking University, Obito had long been troubled by the myriad of ninjutsu required to become Hokage, unaware that such a shortcut existed. Feigning anger, Shisuke retorted, "Obito, do you truly think I resemble such a person? Indeed, you are remarkably similar." Abito fervently nodded in agreement within his mind, though he could only divert the conversation outwardly. Teacher, I believe I was able to hold my breath for a while just now. Does that mean my proficiency in the great fireball technique has improved? Xiaoshui shook his head with a smile, saying, there should indeed be some improvement. But the results may not be as remarkable as you envision. The earlier display was merely a manifestation of your latent potential in a moment of crisis. It has yet to truly transform into your own strength. With that, he handed the helmet back to Daitu and added, to achieve this sooner, we must hasten our training. Previously, you only managed to endure for a few minutes. This time, let us aim for an hour. Wait, teacher, Daitu exclaimed, recoiling as if from a venomous serpent, waving his hands in protest. Can't we take a more gradual approach? An hour? How could I possibly endure that? Besides, I don't possess that much chakra. It appeared that Daitu had forgotten what Xiaoshui had mentioned before he lost consciousness. Xiaoshui patiently elaborated, you continuously release chakra outward. Of course, you cannot sustain it for long. That is why I previously advised you to learn how to reclaim your chakra. It's akin to breathing. Exhale while releasing chakra and inhale while drawing back the chakra that has dissipated into the air. It's quite simple, really. By the way, mastering this breathing technique has other benefits for your body, which you will discover in due time. How could things be as simple as you say, teacher? Daitu remarked, accustomed to Xiaoshui's grandiose promises, wearing an expression that suggested his limited education rendered him immune to deception. In response, Xiaoshui offered a peculiar smile. Rest assured, when faced with a critical moment, your latent power will guide you to understand the nuances. Teacher, why do you have more faith in my latent power than I do? Daitu shivered, sensing that his body was urging him to make a hasty retreat. He couldn't help but wear a grimace that was more painful than a cry. No wonder the teacher said the body is foolish. It actually believes I could escape, he thought, laughing heartily. In the ensuing time, under Xiaoshui's watchful eye, Daitu repeatedly utilized the helmet for training. Naturally, he could not master the technique of reclaiming chakra all at once as Xiaoshui had suggested, and thus, he was unable to sustain it for long. Fortunately, after experiencing the sensation of suffocation several times, Daito's body finally recognized that its master was not developing a peculiar habit, but was genuinely ensnared in a predicament. Empowered by his activated latent abilities, Daitu began to learn how to reclaim chakra. The key was to avoid recklessly expelling all his chakra in one breath. He had to maintain control over it, sustaining a tenuous connection. This way, he could successfully inhale the dispersed chakra back into his body. Through repeated attempts, by dusk, Daitu finally acquired the skill to reclaim most of his chakra before exhausting it. Now, he could even maintain a steady breath and converse simultaneously without full concentration. At this moment, Daitu truly began to believe his teacher's words. Indeed, it is through pressure that one discovers their true potential. Embracing the esteemed traditions of the Uchiha clan, Abito, adorned with his helmet, began to boastfully place his hands on his hips, inquiring with a sense of pride, teacher, am I not impressive for mastering the usage of this helmet in just a single day? Regrettably, the response he received was not one of approval from his teacher, but rather a bewildered expression reminiscent of an elderly person encountering a puzzling situation. Mastering? Abito, what are you talking about? Shisuke shook his head in exasperation, lamenting. When you can don this helmet and run 50 laps around the school playground, then you may consider it a mastery of the first phase of training. In terms of the great fireball technique, that would merely equate to producing a fireball with a diameter of 2 meters. Abito, in truth, believed that a 2-meter fireball was quite commendable. However, it was evident that the teacher desired him to possess a different perspective. Furthermore, Shisuke mentioned, I have established 5 levels of breathing difficulty for this helmet, and Abito, you are still at level 1. With a benevolent pat on Abito's shoulder, Shisuke advised, therefore, until you complete all your training, remember to dedicate several hours each day to wearing this helmet. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shisuke noticed Abito's previously steady breathing becoming erratic once more. Subsequently, with a thud, Abito fainted again. Chapter 54. Grouping and Selection. The clock struck Tuesday once more. The atmosphere in the ninja school was imbued with anticipation and excitement. The reason was simple. The little ninjas, who had been eagerly awaiting the distribution of pocket puppet beasts for several days, were finally going to receive them from teacher Shisuke. Although this elicited a tinge of envy from other classmates, the forthcoming opportunity for all students to engage with the puppet beasts in the puppet arts classroom filled them with quiet eagerness. Nevertheless, everyone was mindful of the teacher's warning that students who had not submitted their assignments would face a delay in receiving their pocket puppet beasts. Consequently, the majority of students not only completed their homework ahead of time, but also monitored one another's progress. Thus, those procrastinators who tended to delay their assignments until the last moment found themselves under the vigilant scrutiny of a dozen classmates, enjoying a rather special treatment in their rush to finish. To prevent anyone from forgetting their assignments or falling short of the required word count, the oldest and most trustworthy among them, Ebisu, was chosen as the representative to preemptively check and collect the assignments from each class. Of course, this was Ebisu's narrative. In reality, the others simply felt it prudent to entrust this cumbersome task to the meddlesome Ebisu. Regardless of the process, when the puppet arts class officially commenced and Shusuk entered the classroom, he was met with a neat arrangement of 108 assignments laid out on the podium. Additionally, his gaze was drawn to the eager and avaricious eyes of the little ninjas, resembling wolves ready to pounce. The enthusiasm of the children astonished Shusuk, evoking a bittersweet chuckle as he mused, if only this fervor were directed toward the puppet arts themselves. Alas, it became clear that their desire lay not with the art, but with the corporeal form of the puppet beasts. After perusing a few assignments and finding no issues, Shusuk, unable to resist the allure of the children's expectant gazes, resignedly performed a French military salute, stating, "Very well, the matter of grouping should ideally be discussed at the end. However, given the enthusiasm surrounding this moment, let us proceed with the grouping. Long live Teacher Shoshu." The air was instantly charged with excitement as the cheers from the young ninjas surged towards Shoshu. The jubilant uproar persisted for quite some time, compelling Shoshu to unleash a flurry of chakra threads that delicately brushed against their ears, softly proclaiming, "If the noise continues, we shall commence the lesson." Though his voice was gentle, his words resonated clearly through the invisible chakra threads, swiftly calming the fervent minds of the young ninjas, who hastily covered their mouths in silence. The classroom fell into an immediate hush, and Shoshu, observing this, nodded in satisfaction. This technique, inspired by the principle of the earth telephone, proved to be remarkably efficient and impressive each time. Shoshu then began to unveil the meticulously crafted grouping list. With a total of 108 students, he decided to form groups of 6, each assigned a pocket puppet beast, to ensure a balanced distribution of strength. He initially assigned the 16 most capable students to different groups as core members, subsequently arranging suitable teammates based on their characteristics. For instance, the enthusiastic Kurenai, who delighted in using puppet beasts for imaginative play, was paired with her companions to form a drama group. The inquisitive Rin, already delving into chakra thread applications, was assigned several girls with good chakra control, fostering a specialized group for chakra threads. The perceptive Ebisu joined forces with the intelligence-gathering quartet to form an intelligence group. Geku and students proficient in ninja tools formed a ninja tool group. As for Hideki, who had an affinity for both torture devices and various traps, Shoshu assembled several students keen on setting up puppet obstacle courses to create a trap group. Regarding Asuma, who was rumored to have recently become more amiable, Shoshu, wishing to prevent a regression in behavior, purposely paired him with several straightforward students who harbored a slight resentment towards the affluent, ensuring that he could not easily assume the role of the Hokage's son. Lastly, for the child Obito, out of a sense of compensatory empathy due to previous misfortunes, Shoshu gathered a few congenial individuals to form a good-natured group, sparing him from potential ostracism. Since the groups were largely formed based on personal interests, everyone, aside from Asuma, was quite content with their teammates. Nonetheless, the inability to be in the same group as their crushes left some precocious boys and girls, such as Obito and Asuma, feeling somewhat disheartened. Could it be that Asuma is the ultimate loser in this scenario? Shoshu assured himself of his impartiality, stating that he did not target Asuma due to the third Hokage's financial allocation issues. Following the grouping, the moment everyone had eagerly anticipated arrived, the distribution of pocket puppet beasts. In an effort to cater to everyone's desires, Shoshu allowed the groups to discuss and select their preferred puppet beasts. After a brief period, he received notes from each group regarding their discussions. However, the more he read, the more perplexed his expression became. 18 groups, yet an astonishing 14 have opted for the Charmander. How was I unaware of such widespread admiration for this creature? The young ninjas below exchanged bewildered glances, surprised to find that they all harbored the same intention. The true instigator, Obito, now whistled sheepishly, filled with regret. How foolish of me. Had I known, I would not have boasted about Charmander's impending ability to breathe fire. Following the teacher's demonstration, everyone was already aware of Charmander's prowess. And now with the knowledge of its forthcoming fiery skill, it was only natural they would select it as their puppet beast. If I ended up without a Charmander, would I not be shooting myself in the foot? To be honest, I felt a twinge of disappointment. Shu shook his head gently as he placed the note down. Once he noticed the audience's ears perk up in anticipation, he continued. It seems everyone has chosen Charmander as their puppet beast due to the announcement of its fire-breathing ability. This is quite understandable considering the numerous group tests and competitions that lie ahead. However, Shu sighed. What truly disheartens me is why everyone seems to believe that only Charmander can achieve an upgrade. The young ninja's eyes widened, as if they were beginning to grasp the teacher's implication. Shu gestured with his hands. You must understand, I have deliberately balanced the strength of each group. Thus, how could I allow Charmander to dominate the others? Noticing the spark of realization in many of the young ninja's eyes, Shu decided to unveil his secret, as he typically did, by producing 3 puppet balls from his sleeve. With a series of clicks and a resounding pop, 3 familiar pocket puppet beasts materialized before Shu. Charmander, Ember. As Shu spoke, Charmander opened its mouth and unleashed a small burst of flames forward. Goodness, Charmander can breathe fire. The young ninjas cheered, while inwardly they could not suppress their commentary. Obito, brimming with excitement, stood up to applaud, his hands turning red from the clapping. After giving him a disapproving glance, Shu continued, Squirtle, Bubble. Squirtle responded with a wide yawn, releasing a flurry of bubbles into the air. How beautiful! The iridescent bubbles danced above the students, eliciting gasps of admiration from the girls. However, the boys remained skeptical about the practical application of this technique. Finally, Shu proclaimed, Bulbasaur, Leaf Tornado. Whoosh! As his words settled, several leaf-shaped shurikens shot forth from the seed mechanism on Bulbasaur's back, embedding themselves into the ground not far away. Wow! The stealthy and sharp long-range attack captured the attention of enthusiasts like Genkan. Teacher, grant us another chance. I wish to choose again. Yes, let us deliberate once more. It won't take long. The young ninjas began to voice their requests for a second opportunity to select their puppet beasts. Upon witnessing that Squirtle and Bulbasaur have their own unique enhancements, the group naturally no longer fixates on the fire-breathing Charmander, but rather considers selecting their preferred puppet beast. The notion of re-evaluating their choices is not entirely out of reach. Xiaoshui clapped his hands to silence the crowd. Then, with a playful tone, remarked, Are you all certain you wish to engage in this discussion now? You must understand, the true essence of pocket puppet beasts lies within the puppet beast modification system, which I am about to unveil. Chapter 55. The Freedom of Pocket Puppet Beasts. The puppet beast modification system. The young ninjas inhaled sharply at his words. Merely hearing the name ignited their imaginations, easily leading them to surmise that this could potentially transform their understanding of pocket puppet beasts entirely. At this juncture, Xiaoshui began to elucidate. The puppet beast modification system, as the name suggests, allows you to modify the puppet beasts of your respective teams. Perhaps it's a bit abstract at this point, so let us proceed with a demonstration. Amidst the cheers of the young ninjas, a flurry of puppet components soared from Xiaoshui's voluminous sleeves, beginning to orbit around Charmander. In essence, this system permits one to enhance the puppet beast capabilities by substituting all components, save for the core itself. For instance, attributes such as attack power, defense, agility, and health points will vary according to the materials utilized in the components of the puppet beast. As Xiaoshui spoke, Charmander's wooden claws were suddenly detached, leaving the creature momentarily stunned, as it leapt and bounded in an attempt to grasp its claws floating above. The comical and frantic display elicited laughter from the young ninjas. Fortunately, at that moment, 2 metallic claws gracefully drifted from the array of suspended components, seamlessly attaching themselves to Charmander. This delighted the creature, which then pranced over to Squirtle and Bulbasaur, proudly flaunting its iron claws. Many young ninjas found Charmander's triumphant display amusing, while some noted the sound of slicing air as it wielded its new metallic claws, marveling at the significant increase in power. Some of the students had already discerned that by replacing its claws with iron ones, Charmander's offensive capabilities would be greatly augmented. Of course, This enhancement came at the cost of reduced speed. If one were to relentlessly pursue formidable metal materials, they might find their puppet beast moving as sluggishly as a tortoise. Squirtle, observing this, began to scold Xiaoshui animatedly, while Bulbasaur restrained him with its vine whip, seemingly advising, "Brother, enough, enough." The young ninjas could not help but chuckle, while also internalizing the crucial lesson imparted by their teacher. Xiaoshui, witnessing their reactions, nodded slightly, contemplating that his playful engagements with Hong had not been without merit. He continued, "In addition to materials, the mechanisms and runic designs on the components will also alter the performance of the puppet beasts, even bestowing upon them new abilities. For instance, the new skills they have just acquired were achieved through the replacement of various components." Upon hearing this, the little ninjas were practically unable to contain their excitement. They had not anticipated that the already delightful pocket puppets were merely the tip of the iceberg. The notion that they could customize their puppets to perfectly align with their personal styles ignited a flurry of inspiration in their minds, compelling them to experiment with their own creations immediately. However, the little ninjas were utterly unprepared for the revelation that this was not the entirety of the modification system. It is worth mentioning that if they managed to upgrade all the components of their puppets to reinforced versions, a delightful surprise awaited them. As Shoshu spoke, he began to raise his hands to demonstrate. Before the little ninjas could fully process their teacher's words, they were astonished to see the 3 puppets on stage suddenly disassemble. Subsequently, the scattered components began to revolve around their respective cores, resembling 3 colossal eggs poised to hatch. Simultaneously, the previously suspended parts divided into 3 groups and dove into the giant eggs, swiftly assembling around the cores. Before long, the assembly appeared to be complete. Although the little ninjas had to wait for the surrounding remnants of the old components to disperse before they could finally behold the transformed appearances of the 3 puppets. The little fire dragon not only exhibited a deeper hue, but also appeared more robust than before, with a prominent ridge emerging from the back of its head, resembling an unformed dragon horn. The Squirtle now sported a pair of wing-like ears atop its head, while its tail flowed like a wave, giving it a fluffy appearance. The fangs protruding from its mouth and the claws extending from its forelimbs certainly commanded respect. The most notable change in the Bulbasaur was the transformation of the seed on its back into a pink bud, accompanied by 4 broad, banana-like leaves at its base. It seemed that to support the budding flower, its legs had also grown sturdier and more powerful. Oh my, how have they changed so dramatically? The little fire dragon appeared somewhat fierce, yet undeniably handsome. The new tail of the Squirtle looked as though it would feel incredibly pleasant to touch. As for the Bulbasaur, it was on the verge of blooming. Was it still appropriate to call it by that name? The little ninjas eagerly leaned forward, eager to gain a clearer view of the transformed puppets on stage. Their enthusiasm even surprised Xiaoshu, for in his previous life, this initial stage of evolution was not particularly well received. After all, when compared to the cuteness of the initial form and the majesty of the final form, this transitional state seemed somewhat lackluster and was often overlooked. Yet, it was understandable. The little ninjas had not yet witnessed the final forms, which made this interim evolution appear quite impressive to them. Xiaoshu was pleased with their enthusiasm and began to enlighten them. Because all components, except for the core, have been upgraded, I have decided to bestow upon them new names to signify this distinction. Henceforth, they shall be known as Fire Dragon, Cane Turtle, and Bulbasaur Grass. Teacher, how can we acquire these new components? A student eagerly inquired. This is precisely what I wish to discuss next. With a flourish, Xiaoshui raised his sleeves, drawing in all the puppets and their components as if he were a vacuum. This spectacle ignited curiosity among the students regarding the vastness of space concealed within the teacher's sleeves. Xiaoshui then began to eloquently explain. There are numerous methods to obtain these components. The most fundamental approach is for you to create them yourselves. As I mentioned in our first class, while our puppet manipulation course will primarily focus on controlling puppets, it will also encompass the crafting and maintenance of simple puppets, ninja tools, and traps. With the enrollment period now concluded, we shall soon embark on these related studies. Crafting and repairing pocket puppet beast components will indeed be part of our curriculum. However, given the limited class time, it is unlikely that we will delve into the creation of advanced components anytime soon. Therefore, if you are eager to learn, I encourage you to visit the workshop during your spare time. This announcement elicited mixed reactions among the young ninjas. The most jubilant were those who had already become apprentices at the workshop, having practiced there multiple times, and thus positioned themselves ahead of their peers. Meanwhile, some students like Asuma, who had met the standards for chakra control but had not yet visited the workshop, found themselves torn. Initially indifferent to the crafting aspect, they were now greatly swayed by the allure of advanced components, leading their thoughts to tip in a new direction. Observing this, Xiaoshui couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Did these youngsters truly believe that his previous rejection would dissuade him? With the workshop now under construction, he was determined to recruit more apprentices. However, the students who looked particularly forlorn were those like Obito, whose chakra control had yet to meet the requisite standards. Ironically, many of them, with their impulsive natures, were the main players in pocket puppet beast battles. The prospect of their puppet beasts potentially falling short in performance compared to others left them anxious and restless. Resolute to join the workshop swiftly, they collectively vowed to hone their chakra control skills. Their method? To engage fervently with pocket puppet beasts. For that was indeed the very purpose of this teaching tool. Had Xiaoshui been privy to the thoughts of these prodigies, he would surely have felt fortunate for the arrangement of shared puppet beasts. Lastly, there were a few students who were resolute in their plans for future development and remained unaffected by the excitement. Xiaoshui did not press them and had prepared an alternative option for such individuals. He continued, moreover, components can also be acquired through a system of exchange. In simpler terms, the school will soon implement a point system. Students who perform well in class, examinations, or practical courses will earn points as rewards, which can be redeemed for various prizes. Components of varying levels will also be available for exchange. Although this system has yet to be formally and comprehensively implemented, it is certainly beneficial to conduct a preliminary test in this course. For the time being, these points can only be exchanged for prizes related to puppet techniques, and I will later provide you with a detailed exchange list for your reference. Although I have merely introduced the point system briefly, the scant information has already sparked the imaginations of the young ninjas. They had not anticipated that, should they excel in their performance, they would receive tangible rewards beyond the teacher's indifferent praise. Is this truly the same miserly ninja school of yore? The young ninjas harbored serious doubts, suspecting that this point system was likely the teacher's brainchild. After all, such inventive methods of encouraging learning seemed quintessentially characteristic of a teacher's initiative. The young ninjas could not help but feel a surge of gratitude, for apart from teacher Xiaoshu, it was unlikely that anyone else would care so deeply about their educational pursuits. With this thought in mind, they collectively resolved to pay close attention in class, determined not to burden their teacher any further. Just then, teacher Xiaoshu had completed his address and began to clap his hands, saying, "I believe you may need some time to digest all that I've shared, so please discuss the desired puppet beasts again before class concludes. For now, let us commence the lesson." "All right, teacher Xiaoshu." The young ninjas responded in unison, sitting up straight. Xiaoshu was taken aback by their earnestness, scratching his head before he realized, it seems everyone is truly eager for those points. Chapter 56. The visit from Minato. Having just introduced the puppet beast transformation system to the children, Xiaoshu seized the opportunity to embark on the first lesson concerning puppet creation. To lay a solid foundation, he refrained from showcasing any advanced techniques and instead began with the most fundamental knowledge. He meticulously explained the safety regulations for manual crafting, the correct usage of various tools, as well as the applications of common materials and corresponding processing methods, occasionally demonstrating these concepts himself. Although the content was basic and somewhat tedious, the close relation to the creation of pocket puppet beasts held the young ninjas' rapt attention. Subsequently, Xiaoshu allocated time for practical exercises, with the objective of crafting a wooden shuriken. The young ninjas had been practicing with various ninja tools since childhood and had learned basic trap-making techniques at school. Thus, such straightforward woodworking tasks posed no challenge for them. However, during the practice, the technical disparities between ordinary students and those who had apprenticed in workshops quickly became evident. While the ordinary students displayed considerable dexterity and did not appear as novices when wielding their carving knives and chisels, the apprentices had already begun to master the use of chakra-infused carving knives. These knives, forged from their own chakra, not only allowed for precise control, but could also morph the blade's shape as needed. Consequently, the apprentices wielded their tools with an almost supernatural finesse, akin to seasoned masters of the craft. Initially, the ordinary students, after successfully crafting their shuriken, basked in the pride of their woodworking talents. However, when they surveyed their surroundings, They discovered that the apprentice craftsman had long since completed the kanai and had already commenced the creation of various toys, leaving them with an unmistakable sense of disillusionment. Particularly as they observed the apprentices deftly wielding their blue chakra knives, slicing through wood as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. They could not help but feel an overwhelming envy, swallowing hard at the sight. Hey, this is utterly unfair. Why was no one informed that the chakra carving knife is so remarkably effective? They lamented. Just look at that sharpness. It must surely prove useful in battle. How infuriating it was that these crafty individuals, who had ventured to the workshop for training, had intentionally concealed this information. The ordinary students began to murmur among themselves, their words dripping with envy and jealousy towards the other apprentices. Many students seized the opportunity to inquire of Xiaoshui as he passed by whether the technique of the chakra carving knife would be taught in future classes. Xiaoshui smirked inwardly, but replied with a hint of regret. Regrettably, due to the insufficient chakra control of many students and the limited class time, the series of chakra tools, including the chakra carving knife, will likely only be taught in the workshop. However, unless one is deeply invested in mastering puppet-making techniques, ordinary tools suffice for most tasks. What? There's an entire series of techniques for chakra tools to learn? Those Xiaoshui's words were intended to dissuade them. The young ninjas fixated solely on the term chakra tools series, their envy intensifying. While the instructor's reasoning was sound, basic craftsmanship could indeed be accomplished with standard tools. The thought of their peers utilizing advanced chakra tools in class, while they were relegated to using primitive, outdated implements, gnawed at them like ants burrowing into their skin. Many students were already grappling with the decision of whether to pursue advanced puppet beast components by attending workshops. However, with the addition of the chakra carving knife as the final tipping point, their resolve was solidified. Soon after, the puppetry lesson drew to a close. As Xiaoshui had previously suggested, he instructed everyone to reconvene in groups to select their desired pocket puppet beast. After witnessing the limitless potential of the puppet beast transformation system, the students were finally able to select their puppet beasts according to their group's preferences, resulting in a fairly even distribution. 6 groups chose Charmander, 5 groups opted for Squirtle, and 5 groups selected Bulbasaur. A Beto-S group, comprised of affable individuals, joyfully acquired a Charmander as their puppet beast, much to his delight. In contrast, Asuma had initially intended to select Squirtle, but due to unanimous voting from his contrarian teammates, he was ultimately compelled to settle for Charmander, which left him quite exasperated. The group, led by Kurinai, chose Squirtle, promptly dressing it in a lovely prepared dress, rendering it both comical and endearing. The Ebisu group also selected Squirtle, but upon receiving it, adorned it with a pair of sunglasses, seamlessly blending into the aesthetic of the four-eyed intelligence team. Both parties silently despised each other's taste, unwilling to yield. Ultimately, Noera Rin, Jinkan, and Hideki all opted for Bulbasaur. As a versatile combatant, Bulbasaur, under their transformation, was expected to reveal a distinctly different combat style. As I previously promised, the pocket puppets have now been entrusted to you. It is now time for you to fulfill your promise. Remember to cherish and utilize them wisely. Furthermore, you must not neglect your other studies. Training must be shared, lest my earnest efforts go to waste. After distributing the invaluable puppets, Shusuk felt a pang of regret, unable to refrain from incessantly offering various reminders. Unfortunately, at that moment, the little ninjas were wholly absorbed in their puppets, leaving no room for attentiveness. Thus, witnessing this, Shusuk could only wave his hand in resignation and declare, "All right, that's enough for today. You band of thieves should hurry along." The next instant, the long-suppressed cheers erupted, filling the puppet arts classroom with an atmosphere of joy. Soon, the little ninjas surrounded their puppets, leaving the classroom in high spirits. Shusuk watched their excited and jubilant figures depart, his gaze softening slightly. However, he quickly collected himself, grasping a large stack of assignments, preparing to return to his office. Just as he was about to reach his office, he spotted a familiar figure standing at the door. "Minato, why is it that you always seek me out at this hour?" Shusuk remarked with a hint of annoyance as he approached the office door, using his chakra thread to open it and entering alongside Minato. "That is a question for you, Shusuk," Minato replied with a somewhat helpless expression. "Aside from when you are teaching, you hardly appear at school, so I have no choice but to find you right after your class." Shusuk considered this and acknowledged that he had indeed been preoccupied with training and workshop matters lately, making it difficult for others to locate him at school. Furthermore, with the absence of widespread telecommunication in the ninja world, reaching someone was indeed quite inconvenient. This, perhaps, could be an opportunity. After jotting down this thought for later, Shisuke poured a glass of strawberry milk for Minato and then inquired, "So, Minato, is it true that Miss Kushina has finally made a decision?" Chapter 57. A different path I have indeed come regarding that matter. Minato nodded, a wry smile crossing his face. "By the way, Shisuke, you have truly put me in a predicament. Ever since I opened the storage scroll you provided, Kushina and I have not had a single restful night." Shisuke scratched his head in confusion. Today, Minato's complexion appeared even more haggard than before, with dark circles under his eyes, resembling someone utterly drained. Yet, Shisuke distinctly recalled that the scroll he had given Minato contained merely 2 puppets, not some blue pills. Fortunately, Minato's subsequent words finally resolved his curiosity. "Both Kushina and I have underestimated the complexity of the core block of that puppet beast," Minato remarked with a wry smile. To our surprise, not only the exterior but also the interior is divided into several layers, each inscribed with dense runes. The operational principle of this pocket puppet beast is far more intricate than we initially imagined. Although the runes used are quite elementary, even after several days of modifications and optimizations by Kushina and myself, it remains challenging to reach a standard comprehensible to students. Shueishu, you may not be aware, but Kushina is exceptionally competitive. She had intended to showcase her accomplishments before agreeing to your invitation, which is why she is currently sulking at home. Upon hearing this, Shueishu downed the milk from the table in one gulp, set the cup down, and then, with a bemused expression, said, "I understand the reasoning. But why on earth did you modify the core runes without cause?" Minato's azure eyes widened in astonishment as he questioned, "Did you not say, Shueishu, that you needed Kushina's assistance to simplify the runes to a level manageable for students?" "I did indeed say that." Shueishu finally grasped the situation, a mixture of amusement and exasperation on his face. "However, my intention in providing you with the puppet beast was merely to showcase my current sealing technique's proficiency for better communication in the future. I did not imply that you should modify it immediately. After all, I had no intention of commercializing the puppet beast so swiftly. Moreover, even if it were to be commercialized, I did not expect the freshly initiated students in sealing techniques to be responsible for inscribing the core runes. I would be immensely grateful if they could assist me with the runes on other components instead." Minato, taken aback, found it rare to be at a loss for words. His mouth agape, reflecting on the moment Shueishu presented the scroll, he indeed only mentioned for them to observe and did not request any modifications. It was merely Kushina's own initiative to impress her future employer by showcasing her skills that led to the rune modifications. Yet, Minato harbored serious doubts that the blame would ultimately fall upon his lack of clear communication. The thought of having to explain this to Kushina later sent shivers down his spine. "Shueishu, would you be interested in joining me for dinner at Kushina's house tonight?" Minato quickly mustered a sincere smile, extending the invitation. However, Shueishu, already aware of Minato's intentions to have him deflect blame, promptly declined, saying, "Perhaps next time. I'm not fond of spicy food. You may enjoy this fiery red pepper by yourself, Minato." Minato, upon hearing this, felt a wave of despair wash over him. After finishing a cup of strawberry milk, his spirits gradually lifted, and he resumed the earlier discussion. With an intrigued tone, he remarked, "Although it was a misunderstanding, Kushina and I discovered that your design, Shueishu, is rather intriguing. Despite being composed of the simplest runes, the sheer accumulation of them can indeed create such a complex circuit of techniques. Pursuing this direction further may lead us to a path distinctly different from conventional sealing techniques. Regrettably, in order to complete such an extensive technique circuit in one breath, one must possess a level of chakra control as formidable as yours, Shioshue. Thus, this method cannot be widely adopted. However, that is open to interpretation." Shioshue suddenly interjected with a smile. Watergate, intrigued by Shioshue's perspective, leaned in to listen attentively. "First, let us clarify our thoughts," Shioshue began to elucidate. "According to your assertion, Watergate, the reason this method cannot be popularized is that if the technique circuit is too lengthy, one requires exceptional chakra control to execute it in a single attempt. Herein lies a critical premise. The runic technique circuit of the sealing art must be completed in one continuous motion to function effectively. Why is this the case?" Watergate instinctively replied, "According to the texts, Chakra is a product of both spiritual and physical energies. Thus, even within the same individual, variations in physical condition, mental state, or even fleeting thoughts can lead to corresponding changes in the nature of chakra. When inscribing the runes, these subtle, uncontrollable fluctuations can hinder the connection between the runes due to differences in chakra properties. Consequently, we must approach the inscription of runes with a clear mind, completing the task in one go without prolonged interruptions. This should be documented in the foundational texts on sealing arts I provided you, Xiaoshui. Indeed, I have seen that. Xiaoshui nodded, then added with a peculiar expression, however, had I encountered it several years earlier, perhaps I would not have been able to inscribe such a lengthy runic technique circuit. Upon hearing this, Watergate's expression suddenly stiffened, as if he had contemplated a certain possibility, and cautiously inquired, "Are you implying that you did not inscribe the runic technique on the core of that puppet beast all at once?" Although this thought seemed somewhat absurd, the sheer length of the runic technique left him with such doubts. Indeed, Xiaoshui shrugged. Even I lack the ability to inscribe so many runes in one go. Regardless, if I were to break off midway, I could simply reconnect, could I not? How is that even possible? Xiaoshui's statement seemed to challenge the foundational knowledge of sealing arts that Watergate had established over the years, prompting him to voice his skepticism. However, he quickly recalibrated his tone, saying, "I apologize. It is just that this notion is quite astonishing. For you to suggest that you can completely restore the properties of chakra when rejoining the runes is remarkable. This could only be achievable by someone with absolute mastery over their physical body, mind, and chakra, wouldn't it?" At this juncture, Watergate began to scrutinize Xiaoshui intently. If Xiaoshui could indeed accomplish this, he would have to question the possibility of him being the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. Fortunately, Xiaoshui did not utter a statement that would shatter Watergate's worldview. "Of course, I cannot reach the level you described, Watergate. However, if I were to summon 30 shadow clones to brainstorm together, perhaps it would not be entirely impossible." In his heart, Xiaoshu silently ridiculed, yet he continued to explain outwardly. "However, Watergate, you have overlooked a crucial point. The stringent requirements regarding chakra properties that you mentioned pertain solely to the intricately designed runic circuits. It is likely that the sealing technique ninjas of yore, in their quest to conserve materials and expedite the casting time, relentlessly pursued more sophisticated and concise runic circuits. However, just as more delicate instruments are prone to damage, the more complex a strategy becomes, the greater the chance that a minor mishap may lead to failure. Excessively intricate runic circuits render themselves exceedingly fragile. Even slight variations in chakra properties can result in a failure to connect. Conversely, by constructing circuits with the simplest and most fundamental runic formulas, even if there are minor fluctuations in chakra properties, the runes are less likely to generate ambiguity or errors, allowing for a seamless continuation of the connection. Upon hearing this, Watergate felt as though a great bell had been struck in his mind, shattering his worldview into fragments before beginning to slowly reconstruct it. For while Xiaoshu's assertions contained several issues, they somehow appeared theoretically sound. At the very least, according to Xiaoshu, the runic formulas of his puppet beast cores were assembled using this very method. Nevertheless, Watergate found it challenging to believe that such a groundbreaking sealing technique theory could emerge from someone who had only recently begun to study sealing techniques. No, Watergate reconsidered, realizing that perhaps it was precisely because Xiaoshu had not formally learned sealing techniques that he could break conventions and forge an entirely unprecedented path. Of course, this was also significantly aided by Xiaoshu's extraordinary chakra control. "Xiaoshu, I am truly impressed this time." Watergate leaned back against his chair, reflecting with a sense of admiration. "The ability to create such a novel school of sealing techniques on your own indicates that your talent in sealing arts may indeed surpass even Kushina's." To his surprise, Xiaoshu gently shook his head, saying, "In truth, this theory was not entirely conceived by me alone." "Oh, have you perhaps come across ancient texts on sealing techniques?" Watergate inquired with keen interest. If that were the case, it would certainly bring him some comfort. Unfortunately, Xiaoshu's response not only denied Watergate's assumption, but also left him even more perplexed. "Watergate, have you ever heard of what a computer is?" Chapter 58, Programming Flow Sealing Technique, a computer? Watergate hesitated slightly. "Isn't it a machine used for calculations and data storage? I once encountered one at a research facility during a mission." "Precisely," Xiaoshu smiled, "but beyond calculations, computers can accomplish many fascinating tasks. However, that's a tangent. If you're interested, I can elaborate on it later. What I wish to discuss now is the computer language specifically designed for human interaction with computers. Even someone as astute as Watergate found himself at a loss when it came to this so-called computer language. Thus, Shoshu could only quickly relay the relevant foundational knowledge to him, ranging from the principles of machine language to assembly language and all the way to high-level languages. At first, Mizuno felt utterly perplexed. However, as Shoshu elucidated the concepts with clarity and ease, he began to experience a dawning realization. It appears that computer languages indeed share considerable similarities with the runic techniques of sealing arts. Mizuno, unable to remain still, began to pace back and forth in the office, diligently analyzing. And he was astonished to discover that even the most intricate high-level languages ultimately translate into a series of instructions composed solely of zeros and ones for the computer to execute. So, Shoshu, is this the origin of your thought process? Shoshu nodded and replied. The earlier theories of sealing arts aimed to refine the runic techniques to be more exquisite and concise, striving to encapsulate all information within a single rune. However, the human capacity for chakra control has its limitations, causing the development of sealing arts to stagnate long ago. Since pursuing qualitative improvements seems unfeasible, perhaps we should explore the possibility of achieving victory through quantity. The most extreme approach would naturally involve directly emulating the mechanical language of computers, using the flow and cessation of chakra to represent 1 and 0, thereby crafting a chakra-infused version of a computer. While this method entirely eliminates the various issues arising from changes in properties, it reduces chakra to a mere energy source, making it cumbersome to control at will. It would be far simpler to utilize electricity as an energy source. Thus, I propose we take inspiration from assembly language, initially breaking down the runes into the smallest functional units possible, which we shall temporarily refer to as foundational runes. Subsequently, we can construct the desired runic techniques through extensive permutations of these foundational runes. Given the simplicity of individual foundational runes, even if the properties of chakra fluctuate, it would not impede the normal operation of the technique circuit, significantly alleviating the chakra control requirements for the artist. Similarly, the drawing of the technique circuit need not be executed in a single breath, and one need not worry about the length of the technique necessitating compression. Consequently, even an S-rank sealing technique could be rendered by an ordinary student, aided by the power of foundational runes. Perhaps one day, sealing arts will no longer be a rare secret skill mastered by only a select few, but rather a common proficiency acquired by all ninjas and even civilians. Shoshu spoke with a slightly persuasive tone. Imagine, Mizuno, if everyone mastered sealing arts, then puppets like the pocket puppet beast would undoubtedly become widely prevalent. Once scaled up, they would serve as humanity's finest allies, functioning as modes of transportation and excelling in fields such as agriculture and construction. Furthermore, individuals might effortlessly utilize storage scrolls to carry substantial supplies, or traverse freely across the ninja realm through space-time techniques. In this way, disputes arising from resource scarcity might be significantly diminished. The art of sealing has evolved into a commonplace skill. Minato found himself subconsciously murmuring, his gaze gradually radiating an increasingly brilliant light. To be candid, upon discovering that Shusui could masterfully innovate a novel school of sealing techniques without any formal instruction, Minato had entirely abandoned any notion of underestimating him. However, he never anticipated that mere minutes later, he would once again be profoundly astonished by Shusui's revelations. Just listen to what this fellow is proposing. He dares to envision the most profound and arcane of ninjutsu, the art of sealing, as something to be democratized. Moreover, not merely for ninjas, but for all denizens of the shinobi world. Merely imagining the splendid future that Shusui painted left Minato spellbound, yearning for the day to dawn. Yet, amidst these thoughts, a tinge of regret began to stir within him, for he too desired to collaborate with Shusui in the study of sealing techniques, striving towards the beautiful future he spoke of. Regrettably, in his quest to protect Konoha and Kushina, what he required most at present was strength, rendering him unable to devote all his energies to the art of sealing. Nonetheless, Minato soon recognized that, even so, he could support Shusui in other capacities. Like many children, Minato harbored dreams of one day ascending to the role of Hokage. Yet, What responsibilities that entailed remained somewhat nebulous in his mind. However, at this moment, his aspirations began to crystallize. He envisioned utilizing the power of the Hokage to alleviate Shusui's concerns, enabling him to fully immerse himself in the realization of that splendid vision. With his dreams now clarified, Minato's demeanor seemed to grow more composed, increasingly resembling the future fourth Hokage. As he regained his tranquility, he also began to perceive that Shusui's plans contained numerous unresolved issues. Thus, he analyzed, "Shusui, your ideas are indeed intriguing. However, to bring them to fruition, several formidable challenges must be addressed. For instance, the simplest of technique circuits necessitates a substantial amount of foundational runes to articulate, which in turn requires more materials. Unless everyone can replicate the intricately minute runes as you do, it demands a considerable degree of chakra control. Furthermore, to distill the runes to their most basic form and unearth the foundational runes we desire may not be as straightforward as you suggest." Having spoken, Minato turned his expectant gaze towards Shusui, seemingly awaiting another burst of imaginative brilliance that would leave him in awe. Yet, regrettably, he was destined for disappointment this time. Although Shusui had pondered the very issues Minato raised and had already conceived potential solutions, he felt that he had already revealed too many valuable insights in his quest to establish his foothold in Konoha. Thus, it seemed prudent to tread lightly for the time being, lest he attract undue attention. For instance, the issue of materials might find resolution in the Valley of the End. With the aid of Konoha, he could surely expedite the search for abundant chakra-conducting materials. Alas, Shusui currently found himself in a position of limited influence. Articulating such ideas would neither grant him dominion over the plan nor yield significant benefits. Thus, he ultimately decided to periodically venture forth to test his luck with the lottery, opting to await the workshop's establishment and flourishing before contemplating a collaboration with the village. Hence, Shioshu merely nodded and smiled, saying, "Mizumoto, you are indeed correct. These challenges are not easily surmountable. However, there is no necessity for us to set our aspirations so exceedingly high at the outset. By diligently addressing smaller issues one at a time, we shall undoubtedly reach the promising future we envision. Our immediate task is to segment and refine the existing runes, striving to uncover as many foundational runes as possible. As I am still a novice in this realm, I sincerely hope you and Kushina can lend your support." "Nonsense," Mizumoto readily assented, feeling a sense of relief within. Indeed, if one were to fully realize Shioshu's vision, it would likely require decades of dedication. Thus, there was no need to rush into resolving every issue at once. In the subsequent time, Shioshu and Mizumoto engaged in extensive discussion regarding the programming flow of the sealing technique until dusk descended. Under Shioshu's teasing gaze, Mizumoto suddenly remembered the spicy bomb awaiting him at home. With thoughts of early demise leading to rebirth, he reluctantly bid farewell to Shioshu and began to meander towards Kushina's residence. He could only hope that Shioshu's earlier concept would help Kushina forget the prior blunder. As Mizumoto arrived at Kushina's doorstep, he silently prayed to the Sage of Six Paths. Gritting his teeth, he abruptly pushed the door open and confidently articulated the lines he had long prepared. "Kushina, do you know what a computer is?" Chapter 59. The appearance of rare beasts. After Mizumoto departed, Shioshu chose not to leave the school, opting instead to grade assignments. He suspected that if he did not address this matter now, he would find it increasingly difficult to carve out time for it in the future. Naturally, the assignments, having been scrutinized by the students themselves, bore no glaring errors. However, this rendered the grading process exceedingly tedious. Perhaps he could enlist a few students to assist with the grading, compensating them with points. Shioshu began to entertain such notions, or alternatively, he could allow the students to grade each other's work, fostering mutual learning without expending points. How clever! After contemplating these children, Shioshu's thoughts returned to Mizumoto's visit. After investing considerable resources and painting an enticing vision, the rapport between Mizumoto and Kushina should be sufficiently strengthened. It seemed reasonable to delegate the task of locating foundational runes to the two of them. However, the greatest sacrifice entailed revealing his extraordinary control over chakra. Fortunately, allowing others to gradually uncover this secret was part of Shioshu's grand design. With the success of the puppet technique class and the workshop's development, he would inevitably attract a multitude of inquisitive gazes. Many individuals undoubtedly ponder the enigma behind how an unremarkable civilian ninja could swiftly ascend to become the sole puppeteer of Konoha. In order to conceal his most treasured technique, the art of brainstorming, Shoshu resolved to prepare a flawless response to address their curiosity. He intended to cultivate his chakra control, honed through the art of brainstorming, transforming himself into a hidden prodigy with specialized skills. Fortunately, such circumstances are not uncommon in the ninja world, due to the formidable challenges in acquiring ninjutsu. Even those with innate talent often struggle to discover the techniques that best suit them. Take, for instance, the character Sakura Haruno from the original work, who, despite being an academic genius, could only perform the transformation technique by the end of the first part. It was only after becoming Tsunade's apprentice that she uncovered her aptitude for medical ninjutsu. In fact, her situation was already quite fortunate. More often than not, these ninjas squander their prime training periods in search of their ideal techniques, fading into obscurity or even losing their lives. Only a select few manage to serendipitously acquire suitable ninjutsu, thereby leaping to great heights. Shoshu aspired to embody such a fortunate role. Should any adversary naively believe that Shoshu's trump card lay in this, they would undoubtedly be in for a grand surprise during battle. The following morning, Shoshu visited the orphanage to inspect the progress of the workshop's construction. The once tranquil land surrounding the orphanage had transformed into a bustling construction site. Under the directive of the third Hokage, the official construction team from Konoha had arrived several days prior, fervently engaged in building the workshop and various auxiliary structures. Shoshu was thoroughly impressed by the professionalism of the construction crew, rivaling that of the top-tier teams from his previous life. Although lacking large machinery, they compensated with an array of ninjutsu. Upon witnessing a giant from the Akimichi clan utilizing the expansion technique to assemble timber as if building with blocks, Shoshu realized that the completion of the workshop was imminent. After repeatedly advising the children at the entrance of the orphanage to keep their distance from the giant, Shoshu followed a foreman into a sizable concrete structure for inspection. "This building of yours has rather peculiar demands," the foreman exclaimed robustly. "No windows, just a reinforced main door. And the walls must be solid and well sealed. If I didn't know any better, I might think you were constructing a prison." The elderly foreman, now with a head of white hair, boisterously echoed through the empty concrete structure, causing Shoshu to feel somewhat dizzy from the noise. Although he was quite satisfied with the building, Shoshu decided it best to leave the place for the time being. As they reached the entrance, he cheerfully remarked, "I am quite pleased with this training room. Thank you for your efforts." "This is a training room?" the foreman muttered softly. Is this young man not worried about suffocating if the door is closed? A few beads of sweat formed on Shoshu's forehead as he felt the weight of the foreman's words. "Hello, I am right here. Do you think speaking softly makes me unable to hear you?" At this moment, Shoshu chose to pretend he had not overheard. Just then, a green figure caught his eye, swiftly navigating through the construction site while carrying several pieces of timber. Shoshu's eyes sparkled with interest. The foreman, noticing Shoshu's gaze, cheerfully remarked, "Boss, do you recognize that perennial genin Might Guy? We brought in some lower ninjas to assist due to the tight deadline, and unexpectedly, we stumbled upon this gem. It turns out that while he may not excel as a ninja, he is quite adept at construction, truly in the wrong profession." Upon hearing this, Shoshu's expression became somewhat peculiar. No, he is indeed capable as a ninja," he mused. "In a few years, he will unleash the 8 gates and transform the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen into mere trifles." However, Might Guy's presence prompted Shoshu to reflect deeply. The notion of becoming stronger entails not merely extending one's strengths, but also addressing one's weaknesses appropriately. In the past, Shoshu had prioritized cost-effectiveness, allocating his skill points primarily to survival and stealth. Consequently, encounters in direct combat were rare, diminishing the necessity to enhance his physical prowess. Although he planned to maintain his previous combat style, the formidable adversaries he might face in the future would not grant him the luxury of convenience. Thus, Shoshu had long since integrated physical training into his agenda for improvement, awaiting the opening of the workshop to gradually implement it. Naturally, the hidden master of physical arts, Might Guy, was part of this plan. Yet, since fate had brought them together unexpectedly, Shoshu did not mind advancing his plan slightly. After bidding farewell to the foreman, he approached Might Guy, who was engrossed in transporting bricks, and greeted him. "Senior Guy, it has been a long time. May I ask who you are?" Might Guy set down his timber, looking at Shoshu with a puzzled expression. Shoshu's countenance momentarily stiffened, and he replied with a touch of exasperation, It's me, Mukamura Shioshu. I sought your guidance on physical arts in the past. Indeed, years ago, Shioshu had sought Mike Guy's counsel on physical training. At that time, lacking the development of his brainstorming technique, he intended to pursue the path of physical arts to compensate for his innate deficiencies through sheer effort. Naturally, the only one he could turn to for guidance was Mike Guy, who had mastered the secrets of the 8 gates. Regrettably, Shioshu ultimately abandoned this path. After training under Mike Guy for a month, his body could no longer withstand the strain, leading to a month-long hospitalization. Upon his discharge, he found himself even weaker than before. It was then Shioshu realized the tales of hard work yielding success were misleading. Effort itself requires a certain level of talent. The exaggerated training regimen of the Might family is not sustainable without a naturally formidable physique. Could it be the young Shioshu? Upon hearing Shioshu's introduction, Might Guy finally recognized him with great difficulty. After all, it is challenging for anyone to associate the dashing, refined young ninja before him with the once lean student from the Ninja Academy. Years have passed, and I never imagined that Shioshu has grown so much. Mato Dai, unable to contain his emotions, found tears streaming down his face. Is this the enchantment of youth? Shioshu thought to himself, while smilingly replying, "You haven't changed a bit, Dai-senpai. You still exude such vitality." "Indeed, my youth is still ablaze," Mato Dai exclaimed, giving a thumbs up and flashing a radiant smile that revealed his pearly white teeth. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Mato Dai curiously inquired, "By the way, Shioshu, are you here to work at the construction site today?" Shushu's expression instantly froze as he glanced down at his deep blue attire, which clearly did not suggest a worker's appearance. Fortunately, Mato Dai quickly recognized the misunderstanding and kindly offered, "Don't worry, I have a spare bodysuit you can borrow." With that, Mato Dai, despite having no pockets, somehow produced a wrinkled bodysuit, handing it to Shioshu, which felt surprisingly warm to the touch. He then gave another thumbs up, accompanied by his signature grin. Suddenly, Shioshu recalled the reason he had abandoned physical training. It was not solely due to a lack of talent, but also because he found it challenging to cope with the exuberant enthusiasm of this eccentric uncle. This made Shioshu hesitate. Was he truly willing to rekindle this tumultuous relationship for the sake of honing his physical skills? Chapter 60. The battle for rare beasts. Shioshu began to realize a significant issue. Although he had been quite active in Konoha recently, his reputation had only reached the ears of students and a select few higher-ups. Thus, Mato Dai was entirely unaware of his current circumstances and mistakenly thought he was there to labor at the construction site. Just then, the old foreman, who had been observing from a distance, could no longer hold back and approached with a chuckle, scolding, "This young man is the owner of this workshop. Effectively our boss now. Dai, you fool, do you really think he is here to carry bricks?" Shioshu immediately cast a grateful glance at the foreman. After all, if he had said such words himself, it would have felt rather pretentious. Mato Dai's eyes widened in disbelief. "Nanny, Shioshu, you've actually become a big boss? Have you given up on being a ninja?" "Of course not," Shioshu replied with a smile. "I merely stumbled upon some puppetry techniques in the past, and now I'm teaching that subject at the Ninja Academy. This workshop was established in collaboration with the Academy to provide students with more opportunities for practice." "You are far too humble, Boss Mukamura," the old foreman insisted, shaking his head. "I've heard that you are the only puppeteer in Konoha and a special jonin at that. I also heard from Kampu, the head of the orphanage, that it was on the brink of closure. So, you built this workshop in such a desolate place to provide a way out for the children of the orphanage. What a tremendous contribution." Shioshu felt increasingly grateful toward the old foreman. Puppeteer? Special jonin? The rarely encountered vocabulary rendered Mike Guy's mind momentarily incapacitated. Just moments ago, he had assumed that Shioshu, like himself, was merely a laborer at the construction site. Now, upon the sudden revelation that Shioshu was not only the proprietor of the workshop, but also a puppeteer and a special jonin, Mike Guy found himself confronted with an unexpectedly unfamiliar visage, one that evoked a sense of inadequacy within him. However, when he heard the old foreman mention that Shioshu had established the workshop to benefit the children of the orphanage, a wave of familiarity washed over Mike Guy's heart. He was suddenly reminded of the time he had guided the frail young Shioshu in his training in the nearby forest, always arriving with a large bamboo basket on his back, simply to gather firewood and wild fruits to bring back to the orphanage. It seemed that no matter how much Shioshu had changed in appearance, strength, or status, he remained, at heart, the kind and diligent youth he once was. With this thought, The handsome young man before Might Guy seamlessly merged with the image of the small, kind-hearted boy he had once known, dispelling any lingering feelings of strangeness. The mere notion that this workshop was connected to the happiness of so many children filled Might Guy with an invigorating zeal, akin to a surge of adrenaline. Oh, who would have thought this workshop held such significance? I cannot afford to be idle any longer. Shiusu, let us reminisce when the opportunity arises. I must introduce you to Akai. With that, Might Guy lifted the wood once more, preparing to resume his labor without waiting for Shiusu's response. Yet, Shiusu had not even broached the main topic. He could not allow him to depart just yet. He hastily interjected, Elder Dai. Actually, wait, Akai, I see great potential in you. Would you like to formally join our construction team? Shiusu had not anticipated that his words would be overshadowed by the foreman's booming voice. Moreover, the content of the foreman's announcement left Shiusu utterly astonished. Return my gratitude. He had thought the old foreman was there to support him, not to poach his potential recruit. Shiusu quickly added, wait, I was also intending to invite you to work at the workshop, Elder Dai. In the next moment, Shiusu and the foreman locked eyes. And in that exchange, it felt as though countless sparks had ignited. Might Guy, observing this, could not help but scratch his head in confusion, bewildered by how he, a perennial underachiever, had suddenly become the object of such interest. The foreman, deciding to take the initiative, began to persuade Akai. It is evident that this boss's workshop is engaged in meticulous tasks, which may not suit you. It would be better for you to join my construction team. We have a structured organization, comprehensive benefits, and a salary that will surely satisfy you. Besides, as you enjoy practicing physical techniques, you can work while training, achieving both goals simultaneously. Upon hearing this, Might Guy seemed to waver, as he had always been engaged in time-consuming and low-paying D-rank missions, which greatly hindered his training. If one could cultivate their skills while simultaneously earning a living, it would indeed be the most ideal scenario. Moreover, Might Guy harbors a dream of becoming a revered martial artist, yearning for the day when he can gain recognition as a taijutsu ninja, compared to laboring in a workshop. Joining the construction team affiliated with Konoha's engineering class allows him to retain his identity as a ninja, which is undeniably more appealing. The choice seems rather self-evident. As the old foreman revealed a victorious grin, Shoshu merely smiled and said, You misunderstand. A talent like Senior Guy should not be squandered on menial work in the workshop. Under their slightly astonished gazes, Shoshu continued, In fact, I plan to hire Senior Guy to oversee security around the workshop as a task. So, Senior Guy, as long as you remain in this vicinity, you can train as you wish. This proposition certainly appeared enticing. Upon hearing this, Might Guy became hesitant, reflecting on the unexpected turn of events in his life, where he, who typically subsisted on pickled vegetables and steamed buns, found himself at a crossroads of opportunity. The old foreman, sensing the precariousness of the situation, recognized the rarity of a diligent employee like Might Guy, who worked 5 times harder for a single salary. To prevent losing such a valuable asset, he resolved to sweeten the deal. However, hesitation often leads to defeat. Before the foreman could deliberate on how to enhance the offer, Shoshu swiftly interjected, Actually, I have yet to conclude. In addition to security duties, I would also like Senior Guy to serve as a taijutsu instructor for the children at the orphanage, teaching them self-defense techniques. Thud. The lumber Might Guy was carrying fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet, he seemed oblivious to this, having already darted to Shoshu's side, eagerly grasping his hand and asking, Shoshu, you're not jesting with me, are you? Shoshu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, fully aware that Might Guy had long aspired to propagate his knowledge and skills. After all, he had willingly mentored a complete stranger at the Ninja Academy years ago. Thus, even if it meant imparting taijutsu to a group of less than gifted children, he would never let such an opportunity slip through his fingers. As the old foreman observed this scene, he realized his utter defeat and felt a twinge of melancholy. It was I who came first. Yet, witnessing the glimmer of hope in Might Guy's eyes, akin to finding a purpose in life, the foreman found solace and smiled in resignation. After nodding to Shoshu, he leisurely strolled away. Once Might Guy had clarified the details with Shoshu, he finally set his mind at ease, thoroughly satisfied with both roles. Just as he was about to express his agreement, a thought struck him, and he asked with a hint of seriousness, Shoshu, these positions offer such generous benefits. It should be quite simple to find someone more suitable than me. You're not considering me out of nostalgia, are you? If that were the case, he might have to decline, lest their friendship take an awkward turn. Xiaoshu's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. In truth, he had a vague sense back then that this gentleman seemed to possess little regard for his own strength. Perhaps it was due to his continuous engagement in menial D-class tasks, such as catching cats and farming, which offered no opportunity to gauge his abilities through combat. Furthermore, he often donned a multitude of inconspicuous weights, rendering his everyday performance rather unremarkable, so much so that no one recognized the true power of this rare creature. Over time, Maite Dai developed a significant underestimation of his own capabilities. It appeared that in order to persuade Maite Dai to accept these two tasks, a little more encouragement was necessary. Xiaoshu, scratching the back of his head, sheepishly admitted, "I must confess I have a personal motive. Recently, I have experienced some inspirations regarding physical techniques and seek someone to assist in testing and refining them. Naturally, you were the first person who came to mind, which is why I hoped you would stay here and allow me to consult you frequently. Inspiration for physical techniques. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Upon hearing this, Maite Dai immediately cast aside thoughts of work, appearing even more eager than Xiaoshu himself. Inspiration is elusive and can vanish just as quickly. If you want my help in training, just say so directly. There is no need for such roundabout approaches. Quickly, while your inspiration is still fresh, let us find a place to begin our training. With that, he had already seized Xiaoshu and was racing towards a nearby grove, oblivious to the triumphant smile that had crept across Xiaoshu's face. Chapter 61. The Thousand Transformations. As they traversed halfway, Maite Dai suddenly recalled that he should first request leave from the foreman. After securing his leave, he led Xiaoshu into the adjacent forest, intending to spar first. According to him, he wished to personally witness Xiaoshu's so-called inspiration for physical techniques, and then see how he could assist in its enhancement. "Xiaoshu, if I recall correctly, you are already a special jonin, are you not? I shall have to exert my full strength. Otherwise, it may not yield the desired testing results." Upon finding a suitable clearing, Maite Dai uttered a statement that nearly caused Xiaoshu to suffer a heart attack. "It seems my moment of youthful vigor has finally arrived." "Exert your full strength? Are you trying to kill me?" Noting that Maite Dai had begun to remove his weights, Xiaoshu's complexion turned a shade pale. It was important to remember that this gentleman was still unaware of his true capabilities, and Xiaoshu feared that he might unleash the 8 gates of opening in a fit of rage and end up being struck down in an instant. To avert such a calamity, Xiaoshu hastily interjected, "Senior Dai, although I am a special jonin, my strength is primarily in my puppet techniques. In terms of physical prowess, I would barely qualify as a mid-level jonin, so there is no need for you to take it so seriously." True enough, Maite Dai scratched his head. "I had initially intended to showcase the 8 gates of opening I have diligently trained for years, thinking that reaching the 6th gate might allow me to compete with you. Now it seems that opening up to the 4th gate should suffice. Is this even a rational statement? At this rate, I shall have to call the authorities." Cold sweat broke out on Xiaoshu's forehead, and he felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee. "Senior Dai, I believe for the sake of a more rigorous evaluation, it would be better to gradually increase your strength based on the realities of combat," Xiaoshu advised, his expression a mix of exasperation and amusement. Maite pondered for a moment, finding some merit in the reasoning presented. After all, it was merely a sparring session, and there was no immediate need to resort to the 8 gates of might. With this thought, the predatory aura that had enveloped him gradually subsided, returning to the familiar demeanor of a husky. "Well then, here I come, Xiaoshu." After everyone had engaged in some simple warm-up exercises, Maite suddenly propelled himself forward, launching a punch toward Xiaoshu. How swift! Although he had not opened the 8 gates, years of unconventional training had endowed Maite with considerable strength even in his normal state. Fortunately, Xiaoshu was equally adept, having already activated his spider sense technique. An abundance of chakra threads had intertwined around and even upon Maite. By observing the contraction of his muscles, Xiaoshu could easily discern the nature of the impending attack. Thus, as long as Maite's speed did not exceed Xiaoshu's capacity to react, he would be able to evade all of his strikes effortlessly. However, this was not a real battle. Xiaoshu still had to demonstrate his so-called martial arts inspiration to Maite. Which technique should he test first? In an instant, Xiaoshu made a decision, raising his left hand, and a dark shadow abruptly shot forth from his wide sleeve. Simultaneously, the sound of mechanisms clicking echoed in succession. In the blink of an eye, the shadow had transformed into a purple iron umbrella, perfectly positioned to intercept Might Guy's punch. Boom! A resounding clash reverberated. Yet the iron umbrella remained steadfast against the tremendous force of the blow. What on earth is this? Might Guy, clearly lacking in combat experience, found himself momentarily bewildered as his attack was unexpectedly blocked by the sudden appearance of the umbrella. Watch out, Senior Dai! It was only upon Shusharu's warning that Might Guy noticed the sharp top of the umbrella surrounded by a ring of small holes, from which a hissing wind emanated. At the same time, a peculiar foul odor began to invade his nostrils. Without a moment to spare, Might Guy swiftly kicked the umbrella, using the recoil to perform a backflip and rapidly distance himself from the spot. The next instant, with a thunderous roar, a fierce blaze erupted from the circle of small holes in the umbrella, sending flames scattering through the forest. Landing on the ground, Might Guy couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. Had he not evaded in time, it seemed his youth would have been utterly consumed. Wasn't that the case? If even a person could be incinerated, what chance would his youth have? Nevertheless, Might Guy bore no resentment toward Shusharu for being too severe. He understood that Shusharu had waited for him to evade before detonating the fireball. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at his own inexperience, as he had been momentarily stunned in place. After reflecting on his oversight, Might Guy's gaze shifted towards Shusharu. Having heard that Shusharu had become a special jonin, he had yet to grasp the reality of it. It was only after their near-fatal exchange that he truly realized Shusharu was no longer the student he once knew, but rather a battle-hardened ninja. Even when employing techniques he was least skilled in, one had to confront them with unwavering resolve. Might Guy finally sensed that something was amiss. Wait a moment, Shoshu, was that truly taijutsu? Might Guy could not contain the cry that resonated from the depths of his soul. Isn't taijutsu merely a systematic exchange of punches and kicks? Even if Shoshu resorted to using ninja tools like shuriken in battle, I would have no objections. But what on earth is this fire-breathing? I begin to wonder if Shoshu inadvertently employed his usual combat style. To his surprise, Shoshu looked perplexed and responded, "Isn't this considered taijutsu? Surely, using a hidden blade should still fall within the realm of taijutsu. What you wield is a hidden blade," Might Guy exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground in astonishment. "That massive iron umbrella, and you dare call it a hidden blade?" As if to answer his incredulity, Shoshu swiftly retracted the iron umbrella into his sleeve, leaving only the sharp blade exposed. "Now it does resemble a hidden blade," he remarked. Seeing that Might Guy still appeared somewhat bewildered, Shoshu offered a cheerful explanation. "Initially, it was indeed merely a hidden blade, which I chose as a defensive tool upon becoming a puppet master. Since I needed both hands to manipulate puppets, I opted for a weapon that required no grip for self-defense. However, as I delved deeper into my craft, I gradually incorporated numerous mechanisms, resulting in its current form. Because it can transform into various mechanical ninja tools, I have named it the 1,000 Mechanisms Hidden Blade." With that, Shoshu rolled up his sleeve to reveal the true nature of the 1,000 Mechanisms Hidden Blade. Unlike ordinary hidden blades concealed within a small wrist guard, Shoshu's entire left arm was adorned with intricate mechanical structures, leaving one to wonder just how many mechanisms he had concealed within. The ample sleeves of his attire were designed specifically to hide the true nature of this mechanized armament. Once he lowered his sleeves, Shoshu beamed and said, "Elder Dai, I trust one have clarified my explanation. Now, I wonder if the mechanized fluid technique I execute with this tool still qualifies as taijutsu?" Chapter 62. Mechanized Fluid Technique. Mechanized Fluid Technique, Might Guy muttered, his eyes growing increasingly bright, until he could no longer contain himself, and exclaimed, "Absolutely. This undoubtedly qualifies as taijutsu. In the world of ninjas, the definition of taijutsu is quite broad. After all, ninjas are not martial artists, and they do not make a concerted effort to differentiate between armed and unarmed combat. For instance, the sword techniques employed by the Cloud style, which do not utilize nature transformation, or Kairabi's unique blade techniques, all fall under the category of armed taijutsu. As a master of taijutsu, Might Guy naturally had experience with various close combat ninja tools. Yet even he had never encountered such an intriguing weapon. To think that Shoshu had crafted a multi-functional ninja tool capable of instantaneous transformation. This implies that the techniques associated with different ninja tools could all be executed through a single instrument. With an excited tone, Might Guy analyzed. "This represents an entirely new domain of taijutsu. Just contemplating the possibilities of this weapon sends waves of inspiration flooding through my mind. I can hardly wait to witness the further transformations of this thousand mechanisms sleeve sword. Xiao was not at all taken aback by Might Guy's reaction. How could one who continually exclaims the exuberance of youth possibly be a stubborn traditionalist? Thus, he raised his left arm and assumed his stance once more, declaring, "Let us continue our duel from earlier. I shall unveil all the other transformations in due course, so do stay tuned." "Just as I wish." Might Guy responded with an exuberant voice, then clenched his fists at his waist and bellowed, "The 8 gates of calm will open. The opening gate, the rest gate, the life gate." Immediately, his skin flushed a deep crimson, and a vibrant green chakra erupted from his being, whipping his hair into a chaotic dance. To keep pace with the rapid changes of the mechanisms, I shall harness the power of the 8 gates, Might Guy explained. My speed and reflexes have now transcended their previous limits. Xiao, you need not concern yourself with my safety. Unleash your full might upon me. Allow me to witness the true prowess of your mechanism flow technique. With that, Might Guy vanished from his position, causing the ground beneath him to erupt like a landmine, sending debris flying. In the next instant, he reappeared behind Xiao, his fist poised to strike with tremendous force. Yet, Xiao seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, swiftly rotating his body to the left, narrowly evading the punch. Simultaneously, the sleeve sword in his left hand extended, slicing backward in a sweeping motion. 1000 transformations sleeve sword. Whoosh! The blade cleaved through the air, leaving behind a shimmering silver trail. However, Xiao felt no resistance, for Might Guy had already darted back 3 meters, escaping the reach of the blade. In light of this, Xiao resolved to employ his next technique. He took a nimble step to the side, extending his left arm with the sleeve aimed at Might Guy, while his right hand gripped his left wrist for support. Then, with a thunderous bang, a massive spring mechanism erupted, propelling a long spear from his sleeve. Utilizing the sleeve sword as its tip, it hurtled directly toward Might Guy. 1000 transformations long spear. Caught off guard by Xiao sudden assault from such a distance, Might Guy, now liberated from his cerebral constraints by opening the opening gate, regained complete control of his body. Reacting with lightning speed, he leaped aside just in time. Boom! The spear struck the tree behind him, piercing through it with remarkable force, showcasing its devastating power. Yet, this also caused the spear to become lodged, making it difficult to retrieve. Seizing the opportunity, even as he was still in midair, Might Guy adjusted his posture, propelling himself off the tree toward Xiao with explosive speed. Xiao met him with a beaming smile, and without hesitation, he commanded the mechanism to detach the spearhead. In the next moment, the formerly straight and rigid spear transformed into a segmented form, sweeping toward Might Guy with the ferocity of 1,000 troops. 1000 transformations serpent whip. Might Guy narrowly evaded the strike of the long whip with a sliding kick, propelling himself towards the open goal where Xiao stood. Behold, leaf hurricane kick, transforming iron umbrella. A resounding clash echoed as Might Guy's kick collided with the iron umbrella that Xiao deployed at the last moment. The force of the impact unleashed a tempest, causing branches to sway violently and leaves to scatter across the ground. After a few backward steps, Might Guy regarded the iron umbrella that had thwarted his attack with a puzzled expression. He distinctly recalled that Xiao had not retracted the whip when he initiated his assault. How could he suddenly manifest the umbrella to defend against him? Fortunately, the enigma was swiftly unraveled. Elder Dai, your attack remains too direct, Xiao's voice, laced with a hint of amusement, chimed in. Almost immediately, the iron umbrella began to morph, transforming into the shape of an axe. Transforming iron battle axe. At that moment, Might Guy realized that the axe had emerged from the sleeve of Xiao's right arm. Now, with one hand wielding the massive axe and the other grasping the long whip, Xiao struck a pose reminiscent of a porcupine bristling with quills. Despite his superior physical prowess, Might Guy felt an inexplicable hesitation. Yet, rather than dismay, he radiated excitement, eager to engage. Dual wielding, how intriguing. It seems I can no longer hold back. 8 gates. Open the injury gate. With a thunderous explosion, a shockwave erupted from Might Guy, sending the surrounding debris and leaves spiraling into chaos. Encased in a tangible aura of chakra, his visage transformed into something fearsome. Come forth, Xiao, let me witness the myriad possibilities of your mechanism fluid techniques. After uttering these words, Might Guy charged towards Xiao with even greater speed. Just sparring, Is it necessary to open the injury gate? Xiaoshui lamented internally, regrettably realizing that it was too late to voice any objections. Thus, he steeled himself, bracing for Might Guy's imminent approach. Moments later, amidst a forest that seemed ravaged by a tornado, Xiaoshui and Might Guy sat on separate tree stumps, both drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Ha! I never imagined your transforming iron sleeve sword could possess as many as 18 variations. Might Guy exclaimed breathlessly, his excitement palpable. And you can utilize different forms simultaneously with each hand, resulting in an astonishing total of 324 variations. Xiaoshui, eager to assist the mathematically challenged Might Guy, added, then smiled and complimented him. Elder Dai, you are quite impressive as well. I never anticipated the 8 gates would wield such formidable power. You should now believe that my hiring of you stems not from selfish motives, but from genuine admiration for your prowess in martial arts. Therefore, beyond the 2 positions I previously mentioned, I would like to recruit you as my martial arts consultant to help me further refine this mechanism fluid technique and explore other inspirations in martial arts. Maidadai, upon hearing these words, found himself in a state of slight bewilderment. He had not anticipated that merely opening 4 gates would allow him to engage in such a fierce battle against the esteemed special jonin, Xiaoshui. Although Xiaoshui had not employed his most proficient puppet technique, he too had not exerted his full strength. Yet, how could a perennial lower ninja such as himself achieve this remarkable feat? After dismissing all impossible scenarios, what remained, no matter how astonishing, must be the truth. The illustrious detective Maidadai swiftly arrived at a conclusion. Indeed, Xiaoshui, much like in his youth, was still quite inept at taijutsu. Hence, even with the introduction of a brand new mechanism fluid technique, he still struggled against me, a seasoned lower ninja. It seems I must lend a hand to help Xiaoshui address this significant shortcoming. Chapter 63. The Emergence of the Pot Shadow in his whimsical musings. Maidadai ultimately failed to recognize his own true prowess, instead perceiving Xiaoshui's taijutsu as woefully lacking. However, this misjudgment inadvertently bolstered his resolve to assist Xiaoshui in developing this mechanism fluid technique, lest such a brilliant concept be squandered. Nevertheless, charging for his assistance felt contrary to his true intentions, prompting him to wave his hands dismissively, saying, Xiaoshui, I am already elated that you wish to seek my help. There is no need for formalities. Let us consider it a mutual exchange of insights. In truth, I have already gained immensely from this spar. Understanding Maidadai's character, and being somewhat financially constrained himself, Xiaoshui did not press the matter further, instead smiling and nodding, very well. But you must not refuse the remuneration for the other 2 jobs, Dai-senpai. Without hesitation, Maidadai responded with a thumbs up and a grin. Then I look forward to your continued guidance, Boss Xiaoshui. You may simply call me Xiaoshui, he replied, somewhat amused. During a brief respite, Xiaoshui and Maidadai engaged in an extensive discussion regarding the intricacies of their work. Since Maidadai would be responsible for the security of the workshop around the clock, he readily agreed to the request to relocate there. Although the staff dormitory had yet to be constructed, Xiaoshui indicated that there were still several rooms available at the orphanage where he and Akai could temporarily reside. In fact, Xiaoshui himself intended to move there as well, to facilitate work and practice with Maidadai. Even the journey to the Valley of the End would be slightly more accessible from this location. Once their discussion concluded, Maidadai rose as if nothing were amiss, decisively declaring his intention to return home and pack his belongings. This nonchalance left Xiaoshui, still sore from the earlier exertion, somewhat speechless, as he envied Maidadai's remarkable physical recovery. Perhaps he could achieve a similar effect through medical ninjutsu, Xiaoshui thought to himself, quietly noting this idea. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was intently gazing at a crystal ball on his desk, occasionally chuckling foolishly. However, unlike the usual scenes of enchanting women in a bathhouse, the crystal ball revealed a scene of a strange little boy setting up a stall to sell toys. If one were to witness this scene within the office, they might mistakenly assume that the esteemed Hokage had either fathered an illegitimate child or awakened some unspeakable penchant. Fortunately, the child in the frame is none other than Asuma, the beloved son of the 3rd Hokage, merely disguised through transformation techniques. Lately, whenever he finds a moment, Asuma has taken to adopting different appearances, pushing a small cart around Kanahagakure to sell toys. Although he publicly claims that this endeavor is for market research to earn more points, The third Hokage is acutely aware that the primary motivation behind Asuma's actions is, indeed, to temporarily escape the burdensome identity of the Hokage's son. Otherwise, even for the sake of market research, there would be no need for him to go to such lengths to disguise himself. It was only upon observing Asuma's actions that the third Hokage truly comprehended the heavy burden that Asuma's identity as the Hokage's son imposed upon him. While filled with regret, he also felt a sense of relief, thanks to the reminder from Shusui. The third Hokage murmured softly, realizing that without Shusui's intervention, even if Asuma had not strayed down a dark path, their father-son relationship would have inevitably grown distant. Moreover, Shusui's method of role-playing as a corrective measure has proven remarkably effective. Although Asuma has yet to work in the workshop and has only set up stalls for a few days, his relationship with Shusui has already improved. At least there are no longer scowls upon their meetings. In fact, when Asuma returned home yesterday, he even greeted him with a cheerful welcome. Though technically, Asuma had said welcome in a manner befitting a vendor, it was enough to bring solace to the third Hokage's heart. After observing Asuma energetically promoting his toys to customers for a few more moments, the third Hokage dispelled the viewing technique and prepared to return to his busy work. However, just then, a commotion was heard outside, as if the guards were attempting to prevent someone from entering. In the next moment, the office door was thrust open with force. A middle-aged man, whose sinister appearance suggested he was no friend, strode into the office, his voice dark and foreboding as he inquired, "Hizashi, why has this month's funding for the root not yet been allocated? Without adequate nourishment, my root cannot flourish and sustain the great tree of Konoha. Surely, you understand this." Hizashi? From his words, it was evident that this man was Danzo Shimura, the Hokage's advisor and leader of the root, known ominously throughout the ninja world. At this moment, despite having lost vision in his right eye, his limbs were intact, and he was at the pinnacle of both energy and experience, making his strength formidable. Compared to the Danzo of the future, who would possess both Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan, yet have long been removed from battle, the present Danzo's combat prowess may indeed surpass that of his future self. At the very least, one could expect that he would not be capable of performing the infamous feat of piercing Susanoo with a kunai. Upon seeing Danzo, the third Hokage's mood shifted from bright to cloudy. Waving his hand to dismiss the guards at the door, he replied with irritation, "Funding, funding, funding. Danzo, every time you come here, it's either to request personnel or to demand funds. But does your minuscule root truly require such an abundance of nourishment? You are well aware of the current dire financial situation in Konoha. Where's the wealth for you to squander?" The third Hokage grew increasingly agitated, and upon catching sight of a hefty market research report on the table, could not restrain himself from hurling it onto Danzo's desk. Chiding him with a face full of frustration, "Look at Kimura Hideki, who has only recently taken on the role of teacher. Yet he has the foresight to cultivate financial resources for the school. His market research report is meticulously detailed. Unlike you, Danzo, who simply extends your hand to me for funds, offering vague justifications, and I am left wondering where all this money is disappearing to. Kimura Hideki, is he not the self-taught puppet master?" Danzo discreetly scoffed, harboring skepticism within. As someone who relished the collection of diverse talents, he naturally took an interest in Konoha's sole puppet master and had even considered recruiting him. However, upon learning that this individual had become the school's puppet technique instructor, he promptly abandoned the notion. For someone to so freely impart the secret techniques that underpin their very existence, two possibilities arise. Either he is a somewhat talented individual lacking ambition, seeking a tranquil life in Konoha by teaching puppet techniques, or he is a fool consumed by the will of fire, selflessly bestowing his knowledge upon all students. Regardless of the scenario, Danzo was disinclined to invest much thought into a puppet technique of uncertain merit. However, Danzo's perspective underwent a profound transformation after merely skimming through the report. The detailed data captured his attention, documenting the preferences and price tolerances of customers across various age groups, genders, and social statuses regarding toys. Furthermore, the report succinctly outlined how to determine production quantities of different toys, classify their grades, and establish varying price points to maximize profit. Danzo, typically disinterested in commercial knowledge, found himself astonished by the revenue report for the toy stall. Could the figures presented be accurate? The more he examined it, the more incredulous he became. Unable to suppress his dry voice as he inquired, "How can such a modest toy stall generate such substantial profits?" Chapter 64. Times have changed. How could Kimura Hideki dare to sell toys, crafted from the cheapest wood, at such exorbitant prices? Danzo felt his worldview being profoundly challenged. Unable to refrain from questioning repeatedly. Even more absurd, there are truly individuals willing to spend such sums, and in such numbers. We ninjas risk our lives on missions, only to discover that our rewards are eclipsed by toy sales. Is there any justice in this world? The third Hokage had evidently shared similar sentiments upon his first glance at the report, letting out a deep sigh before explaining. Danzo, you should take a look at the analysis section at the back. Hideki has provided insights into the reasoning behind it. Aside from our ninjas, the employers who come to commission tasks are the primary consumers of toys. Although after Lord Hashirama pacified the warring states, 2 more ninja world wars erupted. These conflicts occurred solely between our ninja villages, confined to the territories of small nations. The 5 great nations have, in fact, enjoyed a period of recuperation for several decades, amassing considerable wealth. Thus, those who come to the village for commissions are financially well off, willing to spend their money on recreational activities. Moreover, the innovative toys invented by Hiragi are undeniably delightful, unique to this place, making them perfect as gifts for children back home. It is no wonder they are selling so well. Upon hearing this, Danzo gradually grasped the underlying truth, yet he could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. The tremendous success of these toys made him acutely aware of how increasingly alien the current ninja world had become. It was as if someone whispered softly in his ear, "Times have changed, my lord. It is essential to recognize that unlike the ninjas of the new era, who are increasingly akin to mercenaries, Danzo and the clan he leads, the Shimura, still uphold the traditions of the old ninja ways. While other clans have begun to engage in commerce and expand their financial resources, gradually stepping into the light, his clan remains, as ever, shrouded in darkness. Akin to roots buried deep in the earth. Wherever there is light, darkness inevitably follows. Those clandestine activities ultimately require someone to undertake them, thus providing them with the soil needed for their existence. However, the reason individuals can endure the darkness is that they have never witnessed the light. When Danzo realized that his people diligently trained, suppressing their humanity, risking their lives to complete missions, yet earned far less than the profits from selling toys, his convictions and pride began to waver. The third Hokage then leisurely added, "Moreover, the profits here are not as outrageous as you might imagine, Danzo. The toy stall sells only the new toys invented by Hiragi, which are not available elsewhere, hence their high price. Once others begin to imitate and replicate them, naturally, the prices will drop. Additionally, we are currently employing students to assist in toy production under the guise of work study, rendering labor costs virtually negligible, resulting in such high profits." Danzo could not help but scoff at this. Toys being replicated? Then let that Hiragi invent new toys. As for labor costs, the 5 great nations may be at peace. But refugees from the small nations are still abundant. They represent the most inexpensive labor force. At this moment, Danzo had adjusted his mindset. His roots were still in a developmental stage, requiring ample nourishment for growth. Having long been troubled by budgetary concerns, he could hardly afford to contemplate preserving tradition. To him, whether new or old ninjas, the only criterion for being a good ninja was the ability to earn substantial wealth. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. And thus he exclaimed, "Hizashi, hand over Hiragi to me. He cannot realize his full potential at the Ninja Academy. Only within the roots can he unleash all his commercial talents." "You must be out of your mind," the third Hokage retorted with a dramatic eye roll. To truly harness Shushin's commercial talent, does Sarutobi Hiruzen need to concern himself with such matters? The reason he refrains from taking matters into his own hands is that he values Shushin's intellect and teaching prowess even more than his business acumen. No matter how much wealth one accumulates, lacking the ability to protect oneself renders one merely a target in the eyes of others. It is akin to the Hidden Leaf Village, which, despite being situated in the bountiful land of fire, has become a target for other ninja villages due to declining strength, struggling to maintain its position. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is acutely aware of the importance of strength among the ninja villages. Thus, cultivating more puppet masters among the common ninja through a work-study program is the optimal strategy to enhance the capabilities of the Leaf Village. Moreover, he recently learned from Minato that this child, Shushin, possesses an exceptionally rare talent for sealing techniques. Even before formally studying sealing arts, he has pioneered an unprecedented programming style sealing technique. Such prodigious talent inevitably reminds him of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and his disciple, Orochimaru. How could he possibly allow such a treasure to fall into the hands of Danzo, who might squander it? Consequently, the third Hokage rapped his pipe on the table and warned in a serious tone, "Shushin is truly a child embodying the will of fire. He and Minato will undoubtedly become the pillars supporting the Leaf Village in the future. I will not permit anyone to harbor ulterior motives toward him." However, there was no room for negotiation. He declared, "Remember, I am the Hokage." Danzo, taken aback by Hiruzen's resolute stance, found his incantation interrupted and felt the weight of Hiruzen's declaration. Was Shushin truly as significant as Hiruzen claimed? A small seed of doubt was sown in Danzo's mind. Yet, as his roots were still in a developmental phase, he chose not to confront Hiruzen directly. After all, Shushin would remain in the Leaf Village, and he was not concerned about lacking opportunities to take advantage of him. "You will come to regret this, Hiruzen." With that, Danzo uttered a menacing remark before turning and slamming the door behind him. Hiruzen, still seated in his office, retrieved his pipe, lit it, and took a deep drag, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke that obscured his features. To be honest, he felt a twinge of regret. He should not have allowed his temper to dictate his actions, resulting in Danzo's focus on Shushin. However, it would not be long before the workshop officially opened, and he suspected that Danzo would soon catch wind of it, though this merely accelerated the inevitable. Fortunately, Hiruzen was not overly worried, as Danzo's roots were still under his control, and he had no fear of an uprising. Yet, given Danzo's character, it was likely he would attempt to intimidate or entice Shushin. It seemed imperative to expedite the funding for the new phase of the workshop to prevent Shushin from inadvertently falling into Danzo's grasp. Hiruzen shook his head with a wry smile. At that moment, he discovered a minor issue. The market research report belonging to Shoshu appeared to have been stealthily taken by Toanzo. Shoshu shivered suddenly, not due to an awakening of his precognitive abilities, sensing that Gwing had set his sights on him, but rather from an uncomfortable spectacle before his eyes. "Ah, Mr. Dai, it seems your bodysuit has developed a hole. Would you like me to mend it for you later? How could I impose, Miss Kelly? Regardless, I am merely a single, rugged man. No one pays attention to me on the street, so a little wear and tear is inconsequential. However, the hole is in the crotch area. Oh, then I must trouble you. By the way, you can just call me a Dai. I find Mr. Dai rather unpalatable." "Very well, a Dai. You may call me Kelly. I must attend to the children now. Once the repairs are complete, I shall bring the clothing back to you, a Dai." With that, Aunt Kelly, slightly bashful, gathered a pile of clothes and exited the room. A Dai, too, wore a reluctant expression. This left Shoshu, standing at the door, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his stomach. He had merely taken a brief stroll around the construction site, yet it seemed that Adai had already found a connection with Aunt Kelly since moving into the orphanage. Aunt Kelly had previously delayed her marriage due to her responsibilities in caring for the children. Now that the conditions at the orphanage had improved, it was only natural for her to seek companionship. Yet, why was Adai suddenly smitten? Wasn't the My family supposed to reproduce through mitosis? Indeed, Shoshu was aware that Adai had once been married, but his wife had passed away shortly after Akai's birth. It was understandable that a widower like Adai would desire companionship again. Yet, did they consider Shoshu, the perennial singleton's feelings? Burdened with numerous responsibilities, he hardly had time for a romantic relationship. The thought of potentially enduring their expired dog food daily made Shoshu's discomfort more pronounced. To dispel the distressing imagery from his mind, Shoshu resolved to introduce himself to the future Kai Huang. Chapter 65. Azure Young Beast. Upon arriving at the orphanage's entrance, Shoshu spotted Adai's son, Maite Kai, who had accompanied his father here. The lad, despite having just moved, had not forgotten to exercise, performing handstands at the entrance while a crowd of delighted children applauded him. Approaching, Shoshu produced a handful of candies to bribe the onlookers to disperse before turning to Akai with a smile. "You must be the son of Dai," resembling him quite closely. Akai tilted his head, standing upright. "Is that so? But Dad says I look more like Mom." Shoshu paused momentarily, then ruffled Akai's hair. "You shouldn't say that, otherwise your mother would be too pitiful." "Oh," Akai nodded, then tilted his head again, sensing something was amiss. Shoshu continued with a smile, "I apologize for the sudden move. If you find anything uncomfortable in your new surroundings, please do not hesitate to inform me or Aunt Kelly, especially Aunt Kelly. Do not be deceived by her strict demeanor towards the children. It is all for their benefit." As time passes, one begins to realize that she is, in fact, a genuinely good person. After saying this, Shosho silently thought to himself, Aunt Kelly, Senior Dai, this is as far as I can assist you. Maitai Kai nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Shosho patted his forehead and exclaimed, Ah, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Kimura Shosho, and I am a master of puppetry. If you graduate a bit later, Kai, you might even become my student. Oh, so you are teacher Shosho. I've heard about you from others. Kai's eyes sparkled. The most popular pocket puppet beasts at school were invented by you, weren't they? Upon receiving Shosho's affirmative response, Kai eagerly inquired about numerous details pertaining to them. Shosho was surprised that Kai, who had already graduated, was aware of the pocket puppet beasts and was so intrigued by them. It seemed that despite his obsession with physical techniques, Kai remained but a child, unable to completely resist the allure of toys. This elicited a sense of sympathy from Shosho towards the boy. He had learned that, unlike Kakashi, Maitai Kai did not graduate early due to exceptional academic performance. Rather, it was determined that even if he remained in school, he would not make significant progress, prompting his premature graduation. Unlike ninjutsu, which can be hastily mastered with innate talent, the foundational physical techniques require years of rigorous training to truly bear fruit. Even with remarkable talent, a mere 7-year-old like Maitai Kai could not transform from the bottom of the class into a genius in just 2 years. His early graduation was also related to Kakashi's father, Hideki Sakumo. Following the death of White Fang last year, the previously tranquil ninja villages began to stir once more. In order to quell these villages, Konoha had no choice but to reinforce their frontline forces. Consequently, to address the shortage of lower ninjas in the village, the school decided to graduate a group of students deemed lacking in potential earlier than usual. This was ostensibly for practical learning, but in reality, it meant assigning them to menial tasks such as farming and harvesting. However, for Kai, this inadvertently proved beneficial. Engaging in such labor, while burdened with weights, was indeed more advantageous than passively attending classes. Nevertheless, being separated from his peers at such a young age would likely leave the boy feeling quite lonely. Out of sympathy, Shosho kindly suggested, Kai, if you are interested in puppet beasts, I could allow you to try one out. To his surprise, Kai did not respond with enthusiasm, but instead, with a serious expression, replied, No, thank you, teacher Shosho. I actually already possess a pocket puppet beast. With that, Kai produced a small object the size of a bowl from seemingly nowhere, presenting it to Shosho. After a brief glance, Shosho fell into contemplation, for the object appeared to be nothing more than a round turtle shell. Fortunately, he soon grasped Maitai Kai's intention. Kai carefully placed it on the ground, then began to make peculiar sounds. Ka-ka-ka-boom. Under his artificial voiceover, the turtle's shell unexpectedly cooperated, extending its head, limbs, and tail. Simultaneously, a string was tied to the turtle, with its end connected to a wooden piece adorned with sketches of buttons, resembling a game controller. Subsequently, Yak began to mimic pressing the patterns on the wooden piece, while his mouth incessantly issued commands. Turn left, move forward, charge. Remarkably, the turtle seemed to comprehend human speech, executing various actions in accordance with Yak's directives, culminating in a charge towards Shoshu's left foot. However, according to Shoshu's estimation, this charge would take at least 30 seconds to reach its target. After the performance, Yak, with an eager expression, declared, My former classmates insisted that pocket puppets cannot be lent to others, so I crafted one myself. Teacher, do you think this qualifies as a pocket puppet? Can we play with it together? Upon hearing this, Shoshu nearly wept with joy. Indeed, it certainly does, he replied, gently patting Yak's head, for pocket puppets are meant to be free. He then glanced at the turtle, which had paused mid-charge to rest. First, we must enhance your turtle. Yak, bring it along with me. Thus, Shoshu led Yak to a temporary workshop. While Yak curiously examined the tools adorning the walls, Shoshu swiftly produced a collection of components, transforming the turtle in a matter of moments. When Yak redirected his gaze to the turtle, he was astonished to find it had undergone a complete metamorphosis. To augment its mobility, Shoshu fashioned a miniature scooter as its vehicle. Now, with a mere push, the turtle could glide across the table on its scooter. Next, to enhance its offensive capabilities, Shoshu repurposed a Squirtle's water-spraying apparatus into a rotating turret, affixing it to the turtle's shell. Even the weakest water cannon could effortlessly launch wooden blocks the size of a Rubik's Cube. Finally, Shoshu equipped the turtle, including its shell, with a breathable armor system that concealed the core of the puppet creature. With this enhancement, the living puppet creature was endowed with a health system, thus conforming to the rules of pocket puppet battles. Adorned in this armor, the turtle was now fully prepared to engage in combat. Xiaoshu returned the transformed turtle to Yak, smiling as he remarked, "By the way, it seems to lack a name. Yak, why not bestow upon it a charming title?" Yak, elated, seized the turtle and joyfully ran amok in the workshop. "I've thought of one." Once he had released his exuberance, he dashed back to Xiaoshu and exclaimed, "Water Blastoise, teacher. From now on, it shall be called Water Blastoise, all right?" However, to Yak's surprise, Xiaoshu shook his head repeatedly, stating, "That username already exists. Please register anew." Chapter 66. Ninja Beast and Armament. Given the turtle's red shell, the two ultimately conspired to bestow upon it a striking name, Blazing Flame Turtle Beast. To that end, Zayush Tree deliberately transformed the artillery into a flamethrower, albeit with its power restrained to the level of a pocket puppet beast. While it remained uncertain whether it could vanquish foes, one thing was undeniable: this turtle would eventually be roasted. Throughout the testing process, Zayush Tree increasingly felt that the turtle exhibited remarkable intelligence. It not only obeyed Akai's commands, but also ceased to retreat into its shell in fear after encountering the water gun and flames a few times, as if it understood there was no danger to itself. This subtly reminded Zayush Tree of the talking tortoise that Akai seemed to possess in the original work, which also happened to have a red shell. Driven by curiosity, Zayush Tree decided to employ the spider sensory technique for investigation. Under his control, numerous invisible chakra threads began to infiltrate the turtle's body. Simultaneously, he casually inquired, "Akai, how did you come across this turtle?" Akai, engrossed in manipulating the flamethrower with the genuine controller, began to recall, "A few days ago, I was swimming at the Nanga River for special training when I saw several children bullying it." "So you rescued it?" Zayush Tree asked. To his surprise, Akai shook his head. "I intended to, but by the time I jumped out of the river, they had already fled, shouting something about a kappa monster. I suspect a kind-hearted kappa must have chased them away." No, Zayush Tree thought to himself, mentally ridiculing the watermelon-headed, green-clad Mike guy. "The kappa monster they mentioned is clearly you, who just leaped out of the river." Akai continued, "Afterward, I noticed the turtle seemed injured, so I took it home to treat its wounds. Once it healed, it kept following me, and I decided to keep it. It seems you two are quite fated." Zayush Tree joked, though he began to ponder deeply. He was now increasingly convinced that this turtle was indeed the tortoise from the original narrative. The crucial evidence lay in the fact that his earlier investigation had uncovered the presence of a chakra network system within the turtle, characteristic of ninja beasts. Although it was merely a rudimentary form, it was sufficient to awaken the turtle's intelligence, potentially enabling it to master human language in the future. This made Zayush Tree somewhat envious of Akai's fortune, having stumbled upon a talking potential ninja beast by the roadside. It is worth noting that even among the Inuzuka clan, renowned for their prowess in nurturing ninja dogs, the number of talking ninja dogs was exceedingly rare. Unfortunately, since Akai lacked the ability to cultivate, this turtle would likely only serve as a stepping stone. However, with Zayush Tree's assistance this time, it should be able to manifest its true potential. Coincidentally, Zayush Tree had long wished to study ninja beasts, hoping to use their nascent chakra systems as a reference for a more profound exploration of the mysteries of the human meridian system. In light of the necessity for Akai's cooperation, and with no secrets to conceal, Xiaoshu promptly divulged everything to Akai, mentioning that he would consult someone in a few days to teach him how to nurture this ninja beast. As Akai departed the temporary workshop with the turtle, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. He never anticipated that within such a brief span, the small turtle he had just adopted would transform into a ninja beast, complete with an impressive armor. Indeed, according to his teacher, this was referred to as ninja beast armament, just as Obito and the others had said. Xiaoshu truly possessed an unparalleled breadth of knowledge. He wondered if his teacher was also well-versed in the art of physical combat. A glimmer of admiration sparkled in Akai's eyes. But then, a realization struck him. His father had just mentioned that the teacher had employed him at the workshop to learn physical techniques. Although his father had diligently practiced for many years, he was ultimately just a low-ranking ninja. Thus, it seemed that his teacher's physical prowess might not be as formidable as he had hoped. Disappointed, Akai shook his head. dismissing the thought of seeking Xioshu's guidance on physical techniques. Suddenly invigorated, he dashed out of the orphanage, turtle in hand. Given that his teacher had crafted such a dazzling ninja beast armament for him, he was eager to put it to the test in a real battle. As the school day approached its end, he planned to challenge his peers' pocket puppets with his explosive flame turtle beast. Attention! At ease! To the left, turn. To the right, turn. The orphanage's first set of calisthenics was underway, summoned by the workshop, ready to begin. Early the next morning, the children of the orphanage had already formed a line in the open space at the entrance, commencing their calisthenics. Although their formation was not perfectly synchronized, the sight of over 100 children exercising stirred a fervor in Might Dai, who muttered about the essence of youth. Once they completed their routine and began to form a long line to run laps around the orphanage, Dai finally calmed down and smiled at Xioshu, saying, "Xioshu, your lineup and calisthenics are indeed quite interesting. The calisthenics are fine, but what is the purpose of the lineup movements? Actually, there is not much to it. It is merely to teach everyone about discipline," Xioshu replied, stretching lazily. The workshop contains numerous hazardous machines, and while various safety measures are in place, it relies on the children strictly adhering to the guidelines. Previously, the children at the orphanage were well behaved, so there was little cause for concern. However, recently, Director Camp has brought in many new children, nearly doubling the number. Most of these newcomers are undisciplined and dislike being governed. Hence my use of these lineup movements to instill some order. Moving forward, this responsibility will fall to you, Dai, as the physical training instructor. Given the safety of everyone is at stake, I implore you to manage those unruly children diligently. Leave it to me. Might Dai responded enthusiastically, giving a thumbs up. Yet, within moments, he felt a twinge of insecurity. Xioshu, could you possibly demonstrate a few more times for me? I'm worried I might forget by tomorrow. With a warm smile, Xioshu produced a small notebook from his sleeve and handed it to Dai. As Might Dai flipped open the notebook, he discovered it contained a detailed account of the commands and movements for the Q and calisthenics, richly illustrated to ensure even he could easily comprehend it. Xioshu, you have prepared so thoroughly, Might Dai exclaimed, treasure in hand, as he began to delve into the pages with fervor. However, Xioshu, aware that once Might Dai became engrossed, he would be oblivious to everything else, quickly interjected, Senior Dai, you can peruse the notes later. I wish to discuss the mechanism fluid technique with you first. Upon hearing the mention of the mechanism fluid technique, Might Dai snapped to attention, excitement illuminating his face as he replied, Xioshu, you finally remembered to bring this up. In the past few days, I have been preoccupied with moving, and you seem to have vanished, leaving us with no opportunity to converse about it. Rest assured, we will have ample time to exchange ideas later. Xioshu smiled, stating, I hope, Senior Dai, that you can assist me in imparting the mechanism fluid technique to these children. Chapter 67. Teaching Arrangements Imparting the Mechanism Fluid Technique to the Children. Might Dai stumbled in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had thought the training regimen he devised for Akai was already quite extravagant. Yet Xioshu intended to teach the remarkably lethal mechanism fluid technique to the children. Might Dai promptly cautioned, Xioshu, I understand your intentions are noble, but the mechanism fluid technique is far too perilous for the children. To his surprise, Xioshu replied with a hint of exasperation, Senior Dai? I am well aware of that. I merely wish for the children to acquire some self-defense skills while also identifying those with natural talent for martial arts to potentially become candidates for the workshop's security team. However, most of the orphans possess limited aptitude and are quite young, which restricts their time for practicing martial arts. Thus, leveraging the power of mechanisms and hidden weapons presents the most cost-effective option. That is why I seek your expertise, Senior Dai, to simplify the mechanism fluid technique and create a version suitable for the children. With a sigh of relief, Might Dai felt a profound sense of responsibility, realizing the safety of the children rested upon him. Let us commence swiftly, he urged eagerly. Xioshu smiled slightly and produced a peculiar bracer from his sleeve. Presenting it to Might Dai as he introduced, this is the youth edition of the 1000 mechanism sleeve sword that I crafted last night. I would appreciate your feedback. Might Dai swiftly donned the bracer, examining it with immense curiosity while muttering excitedly, Youth edition. Youth edition. This name is clearly tailored for me. Not quite. Xioshu thought to himself, mentally rolling his eyes. He simply believed low-end version or beggar's edition sounded less appealing, hence the name choice. Continuing, Xioshu explained. Since it is intended solely for self-defense, I have incorporated only a few basic functionalities, such as the sleeve sword. As he spoke, Xioshu guided my Taidai's hands, demonstrating how to manipulate the mechanism to launch the concealed sleeve sword from the bracer. Seeing Might Guy enthusiastically preparing to delve into the intricacies of the hidden blade techniques, Shusuk quickly interjected, for safety reasons, the functionality of the hidden blade is restricted to security personnel and authorized children, and the priority for instruction does not need to be excessively high. What I would like you, Senior Guy, to focus on is the forthcoming weapon. Upon hearing this, Might Guy finally managed to temper his excitement and, under Shusuk's guidance, activated the second weapon. Is this a cane? Might Guy inquired. As he brandished the cane formed from the side of the arm guard, a grin spreading across his face as he remarked, I did not expect you to be knowledgeable about such an obscure weapon, Shusuk. With a shrug and a smile, Shusuk replied, Actually, I learned it from Master Mantion. No wonder. The owner there is indeed a weapon maestro, Might Guy acknowledged, adopting a stance to swing the cane a few more times, unable to suppress his admiration. This cane is an excellent choice. Not only does its basic usage resemble that of martial arts and short staffs, making it quite accessible, but it also possesses numerous advanced applications, which are perfectly suited for teaching gifted children. Truly, great minds think alike. Shusuk smiled, however. Since it is called the mechanized fluid technique, this cane actually encompasses a variety of uses. For instance, both ends of the cane can be outfitted with different mechanisms, such as blades, iron chains, poison needles, or pepper spray, allowing for customization based on the intended use and the user's preferences. As for how to seamlessly integrate these into the cane's techniques, that will depend on you, Senior Guy. Leave it to me, Might Guy exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, appearing almost unable to contain his eagerness to begin developing the mechanisms of the cane. Please, Senior Guy, be patient. I am nearly finished. As for ranged attack capabilities, I have already integrated them into the cane, which can also be utilized when it is not deployed. You will need to pay attention to the corresponding techniques. Next, Shusuk pointed to a row of concealed buttons on the arm guard. This contains the sound transmission circuit I recently learned. By pressing these buttons, the arm guard will emit corresponding sounds that are quite loud, audible throughout the orphanage vicinity, serving as an alarm system. Furthermore, I have left space for expansion, allowing for the addition of functionalities based on everyone's needs, such as other weapons, toolkits, first aid kits, grappling hooks, and so forth. You have truly thought of everything, Shusuk. Might Guy remarked with a sense of wonder. I never imagined this small arm guard could conceal so many functions, particularly that alarm system. I had been troubled about how to manage so many locations on my own. Now, I feel much more at ease and finally have the confidence to balance both responsibilities. However, after a moment of contemplation, he hesitated, but Shusuk, if I devote my time to developing this simplified version of the mechanized fluid technique, what will become of your original version? Shusuk smiled. It's all right. The children come first. Moreover, after yesterday's sparring, I have realized that my greatest deficiency in physical techniques is not in the moves themselves, but in the physical prowess required to wield more formidable ninja tools. Thus, I shall commence my endeavors in this regard. Xioshui, you are indeed correct in your thinking. Might Guy, with flames of enthusiasm igniting in his eyes, exclaimed that the foundation of physical prowess undoubtedly lies in possessing a robust physique. Would you require my assistance in formulating a training regimen? By dedicating merely 25 hours a day to your exercises, Xioshui, you too could swiftly attain a physique as formidable as mine. However, how much time do you truly possess in a single day? Xioshui silently lamented, recalling his experience of hospitalization after merely a month of training. His body involuntarily shuddered, prompting him to decline politely. Regrettably, I must juggle other responsibilities and training tasks, thus I cannot allocate excessive time to physical training. Therefore, I intend to harness the powers of mechanization and sealing techniques to discover the training method that suits me best. In truth, I had this inspiration before. It is only now, with my enhanced sealing technique, that it has become feasible. I see. Then we shall proceed as such. Might Guy responded with a hint of regret. Nevertheless, he fully understood that not everyone, unlike himself, dedicates their entire life to physical training. He quickly rejuvenated his spirit and declared, should you require any advice, do not hesitate to ask. Please feel free to reach out. My gratitude in advance, Dai Senpai, Xioshui replied with a smile. Just then, the children finally completed their laps, returning breathlessly to the orphanage entrance. "It is your turn to shine, Dai-senpai," Shio-shui remarked with a smile. Upon witnessing the gaze of over 100 children fixated upon him, Might Dai felt a sudden pang of trepidation. However, as the thought of finally fulfilling his long-held aspiration to impart his knowledge to so many children surged within him, the flames of ambition swiftly consumed his momentary fear. "Ah!" he exclaimed suddenly, then began to sprint at full speed, halting abruptly before the children. "I am Might Dai, the azure beast of Konoha, and I shall be your instructor in physical arts henceforth. Let us engage earnestly, sweat together in our youth, and revel in these unforgettable years of our lives." With that, Might Dai raised his thumb, flashing a wide smile, his rows of pristine teeth glistening in the sunlight. His flashy appearance, flamboyant demeanor, and an introduction that seemed incongruous with his age evoked skeptical glances from the children. Why does this teacher, Might Dai, seem so unreliable? They could not help but look towards the more dependable Shio-shui for assistance. Yet, at that moment, the children realized that their older brother Shio-shui had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 68. An unexpected visitor. Days passed, and it was now mid-October. Ever since Shio-shui distributed the pocket puppets to the children, the Ninja Academy had once again transformed into a festive hub of activity. Although everyone was delighted to have received the puppets as they wished, they still had to share them among their group of 5, resulting in a mere day's worth of playtime throughout the week. Thus, whenever it is their turn to wield the puppet beasts, the children compete fervently, striving to make every moment more meaningful. For instance, Hinata received Shusue's approval to gather a few groups, including Rin, during lunch break to perform a stage play in the puppet arts classroom. Although Shusue found it somewhat perplexing to employ pocket puppet beasts for melodramatic performances, Hinata's portrayal garnered unanimous acclaim from the girls, with several female teachers frequently attending as well. This prompted Shusue to exclaim in exasperation, lamenting the aesthetic sensibilities of the ninja realm, which still required refinement. Following the remarkable success of the stage play, Hinata, brimming with pride, began discussing business strategies with Shusue, declaring that once the points system was implemented school-wide, she would charge points as an entry fee. Shusue, feigning delight at her entrepreneurial spirit, turned to Minato and suggested that the trading of points among students must be strictly prohibited. Points are a reward for the children's diligent study and performance. How could they be traded so casually? Moreover, groups such as Jinkan, Hideki, and Hibi are currently occupied with setting up tracks and small traps throughout the school. It appears that their ambitions have expanded beyond the confines of the obstacle course in the puppet arts classroom. They are preparing to host a puppet beast obstacle race on a grand scale, encompassing the entire school. To entice participation, they pooled their points to commission Shusue to craft 3 premium components as prizes for the top 3 competitors. Naturally, Shusue welcomed this proper utilization of points and readily agreed to their request. Consequently, even the initially disinterested members of other groups found their enthusiasm rekindled, eagerly anticipating the day of the competition. Unquestionably, the most popular activity remains the battles of pocket puppet beasts. During lunch breaks and after school, it goes without saying. But even during class intervals, the children eagerly pull out their controllers and puppet beasts, racing against time to engage in thrilling matchups. As long as classroom order is not disrupted, Shusue remains quite lenient. In fact, to facilitate quicker matchmaking, he employed a recently learned sealing technique to imbue the controllers with an intriguing feature. When 2 controllers come within a certain proximity, they resonate, emitting a slight vibration as a signal. My controller vibrated. A pocket puppet beast user must be nearby. Upon locking eyes, that becomes the cue for battle. At such times, a throng of students invariably gathers around to watch, chattering and pointing. Even those who have never played with pocket puppet beasts find joy in spectating the battles. Each of them speaks with conviction, as if to say that should they step onto the field, even teacher Shusue would not stand a chance against them. As for those who have attended puppet arts classes but ultimately decided not to register for various reasons, they watch with palpable excitement, itching to snatch the controllers and take their place in the fray. In summary, the commonality between these 2 types of students lies in their daily entreaties for the 6 paths sage to manifest, yearning for teacher Shoshu to promptly open the puppet manipulation classroom, so they too may soon indulge in the delights of pocket puppets. However, the burgeoning popularity of these pocket puppets has inevitably sparked certain issues. Despite Xioshu's repeated admonitions, there have been no incidents of students causing disruptions in class with their puppets. Nevertheless, numerous students, eager to save time, have resorted to secretly crafting puppet components during lessons, particularly those apprentices from the workshop. Having acquired a rudimentary mastery of the chakra engraving tool, they can silently produce parts with just their hands, without the need for any tools. Yet, their clandestine actions, which they believe to be discreet, appeared glaringly obvious to teachers of at least Chunin level, akin to fireflies in the night. Whenever their schemes faltered, the teachers would approach Xioshu to voice their grievances, simultaneously seizing the opportunity to borrow puppets for their own amusement, much to Xioshu's vexation. Consequently, before the conclusion of Thursday's puppet manipulation class, Xioshu felt compelled to amend the rules he had established. Henceforth, no crafting of puppet components shall occur during other classes. Should such actions be discovered, in addition to point deductions, the group's puppets will be confiscated for a week. Upon hearing this, a chorus of lamentations filled the classroom. The students argued their case, pouted, and attempted various forms of persuasion. Alas, their teacher Xioshu remained unmoved, even stifling a yawn. Ultimately, they had no choice but to acquiesce. While point deductions were bearable, the little ninjas could scarcely imagine the retribution they would face from their teammates if their puppets were seized due to their own actions. Soon, the bell rang, and the children quickly forgot their discontent, rallying one another for epic battles on the playground with their pocket puppets, engaging in countless rounds of combat. Once all the students had departed, Xioshu's gaze turned to a shadowy corner of the classroom, where he quipped, "It is ill-advised to spy on others' lessons. It can easily lead to unnecessary disputes. If either of you is interested in puppet manipulation, feel free to approach me openly for a discussion." Xioshu's voice echoed in the spacious classroom for several seconds before two somber figures, clad in trench coats and sunglasses, emerged from the dim corner. The Oil Woman clan. Xioshu mused, raising an eyebrow. Is it true that this clan possesses such a low profile? Had he not been accustomed to venturing out and occasionally utilizing his radar perception technique, he might never have noticed their presence. As Xioshu scrutinized the two, the taller of the pair, a man in his 20s, suddenly introduced himself with an impassive expression, Oil Woman Shura. The shorter individual, appearing a few years younger than Xioshu, followed suit, Oil Woman Ryoma. Spider sensory technique, full coverage mode. Setting aside the matter of Oil Woman Ryoma for the moment, upon hearing the name Oil Woman Shura, Xioshu resolutely activated the most powerful mode of his spider sensory technique. In addition to dispersing chakra threads to form a web around him, Zayush tree also emulated the fine hairs found on a spider's body, allowing the chakra threads to branch out into numerous delicate filaments that enveloped him entirely. Spiders lack the senses of hearing and smell. Thus, they rely on their exquisitely sensitive hairs to perceive their surroundings. Similarly, in this state, Zayush's perception of his environment became remarkably acute. Any external entity wishing to make contact with him would first have to be detected by this filtering membrane. The reason for Zayush's elaborate preparations was not without cause. He had long engaged in mental deliberation, recalling and researching the individuals in Konoha who were best left undisturbed. Among them, the oily-haired Shurhei stood out as a particularly formidable figure. In the original narrative, Danzo had a capable subordinate named Yuninja Toraiking, whose prowess was commendable. His most notable achievement was during the Fourth Great Ninja War, where he nearly unleashed a forbidden technique known as the pot poison technique, which could have annihilated the entire ninja alliance. The phosphorescent insects that Toraiking relied upon were inherited from his father, Yuninja Shurhei. Zayush held a deep-seated apprehension towards Shurhei because the phosphorescent insects, unlike the parasitic insects commonly employed by the Yuninja clan, were minuscule, nano-sized creatures capable of launching direct assaults on an enemy's cells. For the vast majority of ninjas in the ninja world, this constituted an unparalleled ability, leaving them with no means of counteraction. Even with his spider sense technique activated in full coverage mode, Zayush could not guarantee that he could keep them at bay. Of course, regarding fellow villagers, it was unlikely that Yuninja Shurhei would resort to using such a lethal weapon as the phosphorescent insects unless absolutely necessary. Nevertheless, Zayush dared not place his safety in the hands of his opponent's mercy, as one could never know when a sudden fit of madness might strike. In addition to the spider sense technique, Zayush activated the radar perception technique to ensure no hidden ambushes lurked nearby. Moreover, The puppet scrolls he typically concealed within his sleeves had been infused with chakra, poised and ready for action. After preparing meticulously, he leaped down from the wooden platform, firmly planting his feet on the ground, ready to utilize the Earth Dragon concealment technique for a swift retreat. With everything in place, he smiled and addressed them. I am Yukimura Zayush. May I inquire what brings you both to me? Yaninja Shurhei continued in a tone devoid of emotion. Yukimura Zayush. We are here to invite you to join us. Your talents are exceedingly valuable and should be utilized in a more fitting environment, rather than squandered here playing house with students. Upon hearing this, Zayush felt a jolt of surprise. How did this individual know about his frequent play acting with Hong and the others? Nonetheless, he understood that for traditional ninjas, cultivated through rigorous training by their clans or organizations, attending school was merely an elaborate game of house. Thus, he refrained from contradicting them and instead inquired, May I ask which department or organization you belong to? We are from the Root, an independent secret unit that has emerged from the Umbu. The dragon beside Shurhei stepped forward, speaking in a tone that, while seemingly indifferent, betrayed a hint of pride, much like the roots buried deep within the earth of Konoha. We have quietly safeguarded the peace of our village under the leadership of Lord Shimura Danzo. This sentiment nearly provoked a laugh from Hiragi. Despite Danzo's portrayal in the original narrative as a disruptive force, seemingly devoid of noble deeds, it was evident that if he had made no contribution to Konoha, the roots could not have endured for so long, ultimately becoming unwieldy. Thus, Hiragi stifled his amusement and replied with sincere admiration. I had thought myself quite accomplished for my modest contributions at school. Little did I know there exists an unseen secret force in our village, bearing the burden for Konoha in silence. My friends, you are the true heroes. While expressing this, Hiragi yearned to place a hand upon the shoulder of his interlocutor, yet he hesitated. So, you are agreeing to become a member of our root? Shurhei inquired, his tone unchanged by Hiragi's flattery. Hiragi intended to engage in a bit of banter to avoid any premature confrontation, but suddenly sensing something. A subtle smile crept upon his lips as he shook his head. I must politely decline your generous offer. I am not one to abandon my endeavors midway. Whether at school or in the workshop, I have merely scratched the surface, and I cannot simply abandon the children. An essential reason loomed as well. During their conversation, numerous small insects had attempted to infiltrate his body. I harbor no doubts regarding your contributions to Konoha, yet under such circumstances, it is difficult for me to trust your sincerity. With that, Hiragi smiled and waved his hand lightly. A line of chakra shot forth from his fingertip, transforming into a blue streak of light that danced around him before gradually turning black. A closer inspection would reveal that the chakra line was now teeming with minuscule black insects, smaller than mosquitoes. Oil Woman Shurhei frowned upon seeing this and turned to the somewhat pallid Oil Woman, Ryoma, beside him. He did not blame Ryoma for attempting to send the parasitic insects to invade Hiragi's body. It had been part of the plan that if subtlety failed, Ryoma would deliver a lesson, showcasing the might of the root ninja. However, he was truly displeased that Ryoma had been so easily detected, disrupting his carefully laid plans. Ryoma, acutely aware of this, shuddered under Shurhei's gaze and promptly stepped forward. I shall rectify my misstep. With that, he raised his right hand, unleashing a swarm of parasitic insects from his sleeves, forming a dark mist that surged toward Hiragi. Shurhei merely observed silently, making no attempt to intervene. Although the execution had encountered a hiccup, the outcome was unlikely to waver. After all, a ninja must ultimately rely on strength to convey their message. Once Kimura Hiragi witnessed the overwhelming power of the root ninja, his words would carry far greater weight. Although Ryoma is indeed a formidable jonin and younger than his opponent, Shursui is entirely unconcerned about the outcome of this confrontation. This is due to the existence of a counterbalancing phenomenon among different types of ninjas. Coincidentally, the Oil Women clan, adept at controlling the destructive bugs, happens to be the nemesis of puppet masters. The diminutive size of the destructive bugs allows them to easily infiltrate the interior of puppets to wreak havoc or directly obstruct mechanisms, rendering the puppets temporarily inoperative. Furthermore, their diet of chakra enables them to effortlessly locate and consume the chakra threads of puppet masters, even tracing these threads to uncover the hidden positions of their foes. With years of selective breeding and cultivation, the destructive bugs have developed a remarkable resistance to toxins, making them largely unafraid of the poisons typically wielded by puppet masters. Even if the toxins prove effective, The oil women ninjas can utilize cocoons to facilitate rapid hatching and breeding of bugs with the requisite resistances. Thus, unless there is a vast disparity in power, the bug manipulators of the oil women clan will invariably maintain an absolute advantage when confronting puppet masters. At this moment, Ryoma was maneuvering the swarm of destructive bugs, shrouded in a black mist, as it approached Shursui. Hey, you're launching an attack without any warning? Your oil women clan certainly does not adhere to the conventions of the ninja world. And if we're going to fight, can we at least step outside? These tables and chairs are brand new. If they get damaged, will you take responsibility? Shursui quipped while deftly evading the approaching swarm, soon cornering himself at the edge of a raised platform. Noting that his opponent showed no intention of halting or relocating, Shursui reluctantly retrieved a prepared storage scroll and unfurled it. With a resounding poof, a cloud of white smoke erupted before Shursui, revealing a puppet resembling a mantis. This puppet stood nearly as tall as Shursui, possessing four forelimbs, each ending in uniquely styled scythes, their blades as thin as gossamer and emanating a chilling gleam. The craftsmanship of the puppet mantis was exquisite. However, its excessively slender body and numerous hollow designs gave it a somewhat fragile appearance. It was evident that this puppet was a modified version of the spoils Shursui had acquired during his previous venture in the forest. Naming it Flying Mantis, Shursui chose a familiar moniker, despite the fact that this mantis bore no wings and appeared entirely incapable of flight. Is it truly a mantis? It seemed that Mukamura Shursui had a decent aesthetic sense, though it appeared that the outcome of this battle had already been determined. Ryoma continued to direct the swarm of bugs toward Shursui, secretly contemplating the situation. It was clear that the puppet was specialized for close combat, with its weaponry consisting of sharp scythes, making it ill-suited to contend with the destructive bugs. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the flying mantis suddenly raised one of its scythes high and swung it down with great force. In the next instant, without any warning, the approaching swarm was abruptly cleaved in two, and before Ryoma could comprehend the situation, his body instinctively leapt to the side. In a fleeting moment, a barely perceptible blade of air flashed past the spot where he had just stood, ultimately striking the classroom wall and leaving behind a profound gash. Yumin Ryoma was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening behind his sunglasses like bells. Is this a vacuum wave? Ryoma soon regained his composure, his expression reflecting lingering trepidation. Had it not been for his brother Shurai's intervention, pulling him away with the cursed insect, he would have paid dearly, perhaps losing a hand. By the time he reacted, yes and no, Shurai remarked, his gaze fixed on the puppet mantis's scythe-like blades. While the principles are quite similar, this is not a ninjutsu like Lord Danzo's wind-style vacuum wave. It appears to be a mechanism that compresses air to simulate a similar effect. It seems there is a reason why Kimura Hideki chose this puppet to contend with your cursed insects. Shurai's change of perspective stemmed from a simple realization. Just as the puppet technique was restrained by the cursed insects, the ethereal cursed insects were equally vulnerable to wind techniques. For instance, a wide gust of wind could effortlessly blow the cursed insects away. Even a mere wind blade, like the one just unleashed, which had not decimated many insects, could create enough residual turbulence to disorient the surrounding cursed insects, temporarily stripping them of their ability to heed Ryoma's commands. Thus, Shurai turned to Ryoma, his tone icy. Ryoma, do not underestimate your opponent any further. Should you falter, you are well aware of the dire consequences that await you. Visions of various cruel punishments flooded Ryoma's mind, some deeply rooted, others within the Oil Woman clan. His body involuntarily trembled. I will rectify my earlier carelessness, Ryoma exclaimed, his voice stripped of its previous composure. He dared not harbor resentment towards Shurai, redirecting all his animosity towards Hideki. It's all this Kimura Hideki's fault for not surrendering and daring to retaliate with such tactics. Does he truly believe that by simulating the power of wind techniques, he can vanquish the cursed insects? How naive. It was precisely because the cursed insects were restrained by wind techniques that the Oil Woman clan had long since developed a comprehensive set of countermeasures against them. Cursed insect hail. Ryoma raised his hands, and countless cursed insects surged forth from his sleeves, their numbers surpassing those before. However, this time they did not coalesce into a cloud of darkness, but formed dense clusters of tiny insects, hurtling at high speed towards Hideki and his puppet. Hideki, observing this, could only shrug in resignation as he began to maneuver the flying mantis to counterattack. Airblade slash. Airblade Cyclone Slash. Airblade Twin Slash. The flying mantis swiftly wielded its four scythes, unleashing a series of air blades that howled forth, each capable of annihilating several clusters of insects. Yet, in comparison to the overwhelming number of insect clusters, the mantis's achievements amounted to little more than a drop in the ocean. Clearly, this was Ryoma's strategy, to diminish the potential damage of the wind blades by breaking the clusters apart. The tight structure and bullet-like formation of the insect clusters not only reduced air resistance, allowing them to fly faster, but also mitigated the harm caused by the residual winds of the air blades. Thus, his army of parasitic insects only needed to sacrifice a few members to effortlessly approach the puppet mantis. The battle unfolded precisely as Ryoma had anticipated. Those swarms of insects indeed moved swiftly like pellets, quickly breaching the puppet mantis's defenses. Zayush Tree could no longer remain safely at the rear to manipulate them. He had to continually navigate between the classroom desks and chairs to evade the incessant assaults from the insect swarms. Watching as the insects struck the furniture, creating deep craters, Zayush couldn't help but lament. "Hey, I mentioned these desks and chairs are brand new. Could you be a bit more careful?" The fact that he still had the presence of mind to worry about the furniture made Ryoma uneasy. Did he possess some hidden tactic? Ryoma, unwilling to underestimate the situation, clasped his hands together, directing more swarms to bombard Zayush and the puppet. Despite Zayush's exceptional skill, it proved futile. He was gradually cornered alongside the puppet, on the verge of being overwhelmed by the relentless tide of insects. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a fierce whirlwind erupted, sweeping away the invading parasitic insects and even the furniture. Then came Zayush's somewhat exasperated voice from behind the puppet mantis. "Sai, I've already said, please stop destroying the furniture." As soon as he finished speaking, the furniture, propelled by the gale, crashed against the walls before tumbling to the ground, now reduced to mere remnants. "Hey, you were having quite the fun destroying it yourself," Ryoma thought bitterly, but he had no time for sarcasm now. At that moment, the two members of the Oil Woman clan noticed that the puppet mantis had transformed dramatically. Its four forelimbs had fused together, forming a peculiar cross-shaped weapon at the tips, which bore an uncanny resemblance to something familiar. "It's a fan." Shurhei and Ryoma quickly recognized the source of that familiarity. Moreover, it was easy to imagine that the principles behind both were likely quite similar. They were taken aback by the unexpected transformation of Kimura Zayush's puppet. Yet, even with such an expansive wind-based attack, the Oil Woman clan had their means of countering it. Once more, Oil Woman Ryoma brought his hands together, reorganizing the blown-away parasitic insects to launch another assault on Zayush. However, this time he refrained from a frontal attack. Instead, he dispatched 3 flanking units to advance along the walls and ceiling, preparing to encircle Zayush himself. Now, even if you employ that fan-like technique, there's no way you can eliminate all the parasitic insects in one fell swoop. Oil Woman Ryoma could not resist declaring his victory. "Kimura Zayush, you have already lost." "That remains to be seen," Zayush replied with a smile, "for I never claimed this was a fan, did I? It's the flying mantis." In the next moment, the combined forelimbs of the flying mantis began to lift skyward, while the leaf-like blades at the tips reversed direction and commenced a rapid horizontal rotation. Thud, 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 thud. Ryoma's expression changed drastically as he seemed to realize Zayush's intent, frantically urging the swarms forward in an attempt to disrupt Zayush's actions. Alas, he was a moment too late. Blade of Air, mastery of the Airblade Storm. A tempestuous whirlwind erupted abruptly, centered around the puppet, sweeping away all the parasitic insects from every direction. This whirlwind did not cease. Rather, it intensified, gradually engulfing the entire classroom and casting all desks and chairs against the walls. The two members of the Oil Girl clan were no exception, forced to retreat to the edges to avoid being swept away. At that moment, not even the dragon horse could approach, let alone the parasitic insects. To their astonishment, both Shikuro and Dragon Horse witnessed the puppet mantis slowly ascending into the air, buoyed by the force of the wind. Standing in the windless zone directly beneath the airborne mantis, Shiuju couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the incredulous expressions of the two who had never seen a helicopter. It was surprising to see the ninjas of the Oil Girl clan display such emotive expressions. Indeed, this was the true form of Shiuju's puppet. After all, the name Flying Mantis was not arbitrarily chosen by Shiuju. However, it was apparent that while the mantis was airborne, Its resemblance to the insect had entirely vanished. Shiuju internally critiqued himself. This was merely a prototype puppet repurposed to experiment with mechanisms simulating wind techniques. Thus, expectations should not be overly high. Nevertheless, the barrier created by the formidable wind pressure seemed to leave the young dragon horse somewhat at a loss. Under normal circumstances, he would fearlessly confront Shiuju's tactic, as he could simply wait for Shiuju to exhaust himself. Yet, at this moment, he desperately needed to overcome Shiuju to demonstrate the prowess of a root ninja. Time ticked away, yet Dragon Horse could not devise a solution. The thought of the punishment for failure caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. "Step back, Dragon Horse," came Shikuro's voice. "Wait, let me try once more," Dragon Horse replied anxiously. "Rest assured, you shall not face punishment for this," Shikuro interrupted, then calmly explained. "This time, I placed too much trust in the data and underestimated our opponent. I shall rectify my own lapse." With that, Shikuro raised his right hand, preparing to launch an attack. Clearly, he believed there was a way to counter what Dragon Horse perceived as an insurmountable barrier. However, at that moment, a figure radiating golden luminescence appeared between them, speaking in a gentle yet resolute tone. "Please, everyone, cease your actions." Shikuro, who had been poised to strike, lowered his hand, realizing that this time he would likely return empty-handed. The figure before him was none other than the newly acknowledged strongest ninja of their generation, Namikaze Minato. Chapter 71. Resolution. Finally, he has arrived. Upon seeing Minato, Shiuju halted the actions of the flying mantis, allowing it to descend to the ground, while inwardly lamenting. The reason he had not continued to feign weakness was that during his reconnaissance using the radar perception technique, he had detected Minato's presence near the school. In comparison to enticing individuals at the roots, confronting them directly undoubtedly garners greater attention from Minato and the third Hokage, at least temporarily pacifying Danzo. Furthermore, Shisuke could cautiously probe the strengths of the Oil Woman clan's ninjas in a completely secure environment, while simultaneously testing the efficacy of his devised strategies. However, Shisuke had not initially intended to deploy his ultimate technique, the Wind Blade Tempest. He was taken aback when he found Minato unexpectedly cornered at the school entrance, confronted not by anyone else, but by the familiar face of Inuzuka Kiba, who also taught at the same institution. Shisuke could easily deduce that Kiba, with his extroverted demeanor, would seize the opportunity to engage Minato in conversation. This predicament left Shisuke, who was already engaged in battle, feeling somewhat flustered, ultimately compelling him to unleash the Wind Blade Tempest. This led Shisuke to a profound realization, placing his hopes on Minato, who tended to arrive late during critical moments, was indeed naive. Minato, sensing a hint of melancholy in Shisuke's gaze, found himself preoccupied with the unfolding events. Noticing that both parties had ceased their hostilities, the initially stern expression on his face softened, and he sighed, stating, "Private duels among Konoha ninjas are expressly forbidden. Shikaka-senpai, Shisuke, you both ought to be aware of this." Shisuke, knowing that even if classified as a private duel, it would have little consequence for the other party, shrugged and replied, "This is not a private duel, but rather a sparring session." However, this hot-headed young man insisted on engaging directly despite my suggestion to practice in the training grounds outside. "Just look at the classroom furniture. He has ruined it all, and it was all brand new and of high quality." Minato paused momentarily, for he had observed that the whirlwind created by Shisuke had caused even greater damage to the classroom. He recalled that Shisuke had mentioned previously that he crafted the classroom furniture himself to save money. Nevertheless, Minato chose not to dwell on it, and inquired about the perspectives of Shikaku and Kiba. Shikaku, unwilling to prolong the discussion with Minato, decided to follow Shisuke's lead. Casting a glance at Kiba, Kiba, initially feeling somewhat indignant, immediately bowed his head and said, "I apologize, it was my impulsiveness." "Not a problem," Shisuke replied, approaching Minato and waving his hand dismissively. "It is perfectly normal for the youth to be impetuous. I was the same in my younger days." The other three exchanged glances, their expressions marked with incredulity. "You are only 19. You are still very young." Although Minato was aware of the underlying nuances, he had no intention of exposing them. Instead, he smiled at Kiba and advised, "In that case, you must be cautious not to act so rashly in the future." For the Oil Woman clan, whose ninjas were known for their somber dispositions, Minato's beaming smile was overwhelmingly jarring, akin to the sun to a vampire. Consequently, Kiba instinctively took a few steps back, nodding with a face reflecting discomfort. With the situation amicably resolved, Minato cheerfully suggested to the trio, as a gesture of reconciliation, "Why don't we go out for a meal together? I recently discovered a ramen stall with exceptionally delicious noodles." "No need for that." Young Jihei coldly refused, then turned his gaze towards Hitoshi Kimura. "You are far more formidable than I had imagined. Indeed, you should seek a place where your talents can truly flourish. My previous invitation remains open. I hope you come to your senses soon. Otherwise, one day, you will undoubtedly regret it." With that, his form suddenly transformed into countless parasitic bugs, scattering with the wind. Hitoshi displayed a look of regret. He lamented that Namikaze was not yet Hokage. Or he could have countered with the iconic retort, "Remember, I am the Hokage." Ryoma, still unaccustomed to Jihei's dramatic exit, could only turn away in defeat. However, he had not taken but a few steps when he was called back. "Ryoma, please wait," Hitoshi said with a grin, rubbing his hands together. "Since you acknowledge your error, shouldn't we settle the repair costs for the classroom and furniture before you leave?" Moments later, Ryoma departed the puppet technique classroom with a dark expression and empty pockets. "Feel free to return for another sparring session when you need to replace the furniture." Hitoshi's voice echoed behind him, causing Ryoma's expression to darken further as he hastened his departure. Standing at the door, Hitoshi smiled broadly and began counting a stack of bills. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly deserving of being a special jonin, carrying so much money. Witnessing Hitoshi's extortion, Minato couldn't help but chuckle. "Hitoshi, surely the repair of the classroom and furniture shouldn't cost this much. In fact, it should cost not a single yen." With a sly smile, Hitoshi replied, "Given such a splendid opportunity, I simply had to let the children practice on the classroom and the furniture. As for this money, it will be used to purchase materials for crafting more pocket puppets." Minato silently mourned for Ryoma before replying earnestly, "Concerning what transpired earlier, I will report to Lord Hokage. It should not happen again. Actually, it's of no matter. I received compensation after all." Hitoshi shrugged, then smiled. "If I could profit like this every time, I would welcome them to spar more often." Minato could only shake his head with a wry smile. Shortly thereafter, Hitoshi and Minato arrived at a ramen stall near Konoha People's Park. "Master, 2 servings of tonkatsu ramen, please." "Certainly." Minato eagerly lifted the curtain, and as he sat down, he couldn't contain his excitement to order, then turned to Hitoshi. "Hitoshi, do hurry and order. The ramen here is truly delicious. I often eat 2 bowls." "Only 2 bowls? Pathetic. Do you even know what your daughter-in-law's record is?" Hitoshi silently scoffed before sitting beside Minato, observing the busy shopkeeper across from them. Though merely an unremarkable chef, this shopkeeper played an irreplaceable role in the protagonist's growth in the original story. Of course, the current hand-pulled noodle maker was just a slightly inexperienced young man, probably in his early 20s. The Ichiraku ramen shop had yet to open. For now, he was simply the owner of a ramen stall. Indeed, Shioshue vaguely recalls that during the events of the Lost Tower storyline, Ichiraku Ramen had just opened its doors. It appears that the artisan chef still needs to save for several years. "The tonkatsu ramen is ready. Eat up, Watergate. And I shall prepare your next bowl once you finish," the chef announced, placing a steaming bowl of ramen before Watergate. "Well then, allow me to indulge," Watergate exclaimed to Shioshue before eagerly diving into his meal. The look of satisfaction on his face led Shioshue to believe that with Watergate's good looks and this enthusiastic eating style, he would surely have a promising future as a food vlogger. The chef watched Watergate with a smile, taking great pride in each serving he prepared. However, he did not forget Shioshue and promptly turned to inquire, "And what would you like to order, dear guest?" Chapter 72. Danzo's scheme. "I would like a bowl of tonkatsu ramen as well," Shioshue casually replied, glancing at the menu on the wall. "Certainly. It will be ready shortly." While waiting, Shioshue noticed that Watergate had already devoured 1 bowl of ramen and decided to strike up a conversation. "By the way, Watergate, how is the progress on the points program? The students are constantly asking me when it will officially commence." Previously, Watergate had taken the initiative to seek sponsorship for the program, as he found the variety of redeemable prizes rather meager. Naturally, Shioshue was pleased to delegate the responsibility to Watergate. However, after several days of silence, he felt compelled to inquire about the matter. Watergate, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I sincerely apologize for the delay. The reason it has taken so long is that my friends, with whom I am familiar, often venture outside the village on missions. I must wait for their return to persuade them one by one, which takes time. Moreover, I hope to involve as many clans as possible in this initiative. So I am also attempting to persuade them, but progress has been slow. Subsequently, Watergate recounted his experiences visiting various ninja clans, expressing his frustrations. Xiao Shui began to understand his predicament. In essence, the majority of clan leaders were still traditionalists, resistant to embracing new concepts such as the points program. While it was not difficult to solicit small donations from them due to Watergate's standing, convincing them to allow their elite members to mentor students or to contribute even modest rewards proved to be a formidable challenge. However, Xiao Shui could not help but jest. Watergate, I had no idea you were such a perfectionist. Watergate responded with a wry smile. Indeed, I may have been overly optimistic. I envisioned this program as a means to foster communication and reduce barriers, yet it seems it is not so easily accomplished. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui could not suppress a smile. In truth, Watergate's efforts were not misguided. The notion of diminishing the concept of clans through a ninja school and master-apprentice relationships had been a policy upheld since the village's inception. Yet, as the saying goes, all are driven by self-interest. For those traditionalist clan leaders who refuse to act without tangible benefits, merely discussing the will of fire with them, as Watergate attempted, would yield little result. Only by presenting substantial advantages could one encourage their voluntary participation in the program. With this thought in mind, Shu's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration, and he began to impart his crucial insights to Minato. In a dimly lit office at the root base, the situation became clear to Danzo. Jihei, Longma, rise, he commanded, placing the reports of the two before him. The emergence of Kimura Shu and his prowess were unforeseen variables. I bear no grudge against you. Typically, Danzo was not so lenient, yet Jihei, as his most capable aide, was granted some leniency. Lord Danzo, please grant me another chance. Next time, I shall surely defeat that Kimura Shu, Longma implored, bowing his head, his tone tinged with frustration. Danzo shook his head. There is no need for that now. I will call upon you when the time is right. Longma wished to argue further, but a glance from Jihei made him shudder slightly, and he bowed his head in submission, saying, Yes, Lord Danzo. Soon, the two departed the office. Danzo picked up the reports once more, feeling a sense of discontent. Given the absence of notable achievements in the past, he had assumed Kimura Shu's abilities would be rather mundane. Yet, against the odds, he had proven capable of rendering Longma helpless, his strength far exceeding the information provided. It then dawned on Danzo why Nichiren had held this young man in such high regard, even likening him to Minato. More significantly, according to Jihei's accounts, Kimura Shu could simulate vacuum waves and other wind-based techniques using mechanisms. This revelation stirred a sense of kinship within Danzo, a master of wind techniques himself, intensifying his desire to recruit Shu. Regrettably, the best opportunity had slipped away due to Minato's interference. In the wake of startling their adversaries, it was likely Nichiren would keep a vigilant watch, denying Danzo any further advantage. As the root organization was still in its nascent stages, Danzo lacked the confidence to confront Nichiren head-on, necessitating a temporary retreat. After all, Kimura Shu was not going anywhere. There would eventually be an opportunity to bring him into the fold. However, without Shu's assistance, resolving the financial crisis of the root had become a pressing dilemma. Danzo exhaled a heavy sigh, directing his gaze toward a thick stack of budget requests on his desk, his brow furrowed in concern. It must be understood that extricating the root from the shadows was not as simple as merely relocating offices. From the construction of the base to the procurement of ninja tools, reliance on the shadow division was no longer an option. Particularly, to establish an intelligence network independent of the shadows within the ninja world, Danzo had invested a considerable amount of resources into various intelligence outposts. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the financial demands associated with this endeavor. Intelligence outposts typically required legitimate businesses as a facade, yet the operational capabilities of the ninjas trained at the root were lacking, leaving most of these ventures in a state of deficit. Although each outpost's losses were not substantial, Danzo's eagerness for rapid progress led him to expand too quickly, naturally straining the finances. This predicament underscored Danzo's urgent need for Shu's involvement. At that moment, Danzo's gaze inadvertently fell upon a small notebook adjacent to the funding application. It was, in fact, the market research report previously pilfered by him, authored by Shusuk. This revelation ignited a spark of inspiration within him. Even if he could not sway Kimura Shusuk to his side, it did not preclude the possibility of leveraging his commercial acumen. Summon the head of the development department along with his most skilled craftsmen to meet me. Danzo commanded with a swift clap of his hands. Furthermore, procure every innovative toy available on the market. Yes, Lord Danzo, replied his subordinate, who promptly exited the office. Danzo then resumed his perusal of the market research report. The commands he had just issued were prompted by a recollection of a statement made by Hisashi. It seemed inevitable that the new toys invented by Kimura Shusuke would eventually be imitated by other merchants, leading to a gradual decline in their prices. Thus, rather than allowing others to benefit from this innovation, it would be more advantageous for him to capitalize on it himself. A sly smile crept across Danzo's face, for he was confident that neither Hisashi nor Kimura Shusuke would harbor significant objections. After all, his actions were ostensibly for the benefit of Konoha. Chapter 73. Review and Strategy. That night, in the attic of the orphanage, Shusuke lay on an intricately carved bed, gazing vacantly at the slanted wooden ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. A few days prior, after Might Dai had moved into the orphanage, Shusuke had quickly followed suit. Due to the expansive space required for his research endeavors and the need to conduct brainstorming sessions discreetly, he had chosen to establish his workspace in this uppermost attic. His thoughts were consumed by the battle he had engaged in earlier with Oil Girl Ryoma. Although the confrontation had been interrupted by Minato, Shusuke had nonetheless gleaned a wealth of valuable intelligence. For instance, it was evident that the ninjas of the Oil Girl clan possessed certain countermeasures against the wind release techniques that were effective against them. Despite the apparent helplessness of Oil Girl Ryoma in the face of his ultimate technique, the Wind Blade Storm, Oil Girl Shahak had remained remarkably composed, seemingly poised to counterattack, indicating the existence of a solution. However, what truly instilled a sense of apprehension in Shusuke was the scene in which Oil Girl Shahak transformed into a parasitic insect and vanished. He had been unable to discern when the opponent had substituted a clone created by the parasitic insect for his true form. The more alarming truth was the capability of Oil Girl Shahak to utilize such insects. In the original narrative, the Oil Girl clan member only hosted a single type of parasitic insect, the phosphorescent worm. Even so, he had demonstrated the ability to extract a high cost from Obito, nearly decimating the Ninja Alliance. If Oil Girl Shahak could harbor both the phosphorescent worm and the parasitic insect simultaneously, or even more toxins, Shusuke shuddered to think of how formidable this adversary could be. Of course, one could entertain the notion that perhaps the opponent had yet to master the use of the phosphorescent worm, which was why he resorted to the conventional parasitic insect. Yet, the ever-cautious Shusuke dared not indulge in such optimistic thoughts when contending with a potential foe capable of wielding nanoscopic toxins. Alas, he lamented. He had previously mocked Minato for being a perfectionist. In truth, I find myself not much better off. Shu sighed deeply, embarking on a profound self-reflection. Being well-versed in the original storyline, he had crafted a plan for self-improvement that aimed at emulating the transcendent beings of the later narrative, those who were too proud to venture out without mastery of the Gundam, including the formidable Otsutsuki clan. Consequently, Shu invested considerable effort in mastering sealing techniques that delve into the very essence of chakra, and he recently began exploring ways to enhance his physical capabilities, striving to compensate for his innate deficiencies. Even though he had discovered some commendable materials in the Valley of the End, he intended to await a time of greater technical prowess to forge them into more formidable puppets. However, it now appeared that he might be somewhat overambitious. It is worth noting that the reason he was able to summon the mantis today was due to his earlier disassembly of the spoils, which fortuitously provided an opportunity to validate the principles of the chakra blade. Without it, while he could still have faced Ryoma, he would have inevitably exposed more intelligence, delaying the arrival of Minato. Moreover, Minato would not always be available at the precise moment. The character Obito from the original tale would undoubtedly resonate with this sentiment. If this continued, Shu might find himself capsized in some minor gutter before he even confronted those celestial beings. While the foundation of his training must not cease, he must also devise a means to elevate his strength. Shu sat upright, pondering thoughtfully, and concluded that the enhancement must enable him to contend with the phosphorescent insects of Oil Woman Shurha. He had previously brainstormed solutions to this very issue, yet none had proven satisfactory. However, after a period of arduous study, he believed he could achieve a different outcome. Resolutely, to avoid the complications of prolonged deliberation, Shu stood and commenced his preparations. He secured the door, drew the curtains, and activated the alarm system. Utilizing the radar sensing technique, he confirmed that no suspicious individuals lurked nearby, nor was anyone employing sensory ninjutsu to probe this location. Conducting a thorough search of the room with the spider sensing technique, he left no insect unexamined. Indeed, it was precisely because they were insects that he could not afford to overlook them. Satisfied that there were no anomalies, Shu retrieved 6 thinking hats from his storage scroll, first donning the blue hat representing overall coordination and command. The green hat, symbolizing innovative thought, seemed to be a staple in every endeavor. Perhaps it was time to heed the suggestions of the shadow clone and consider changing its color. Next came the white hat, emblematic of objective rationality, tasked with organizing information. Finally, to ensure the plan's flawless execution, he added the black hat, representing pessimism and skepticism. Well, it has been decided. Shu tossed the 3 hats into the air, swiftly forming hand seals, shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. As 3 plumes of white smoke erupted, a hand emerged from each, deftly grasping a hat and placing it atop their respective heads. The 4 then arranged themselves in a quadrilateral formation upon the floor. Shu raised his right hand in a sword-like gesture before his chest and softly uttered, brainstorming technique. The runes inscribed upon the 4 gentlemen's hats began to radiate a luminous glow, while the central gem emitted chakra threads that intertwined with one another. Simultaneously, the heads of the 3 shadow clones tilted back, their eyes rolling white as they engaged in a fervent discussion through their chakra. The white-hatted Shusuk took charge of organizing and providing all pertinent information. The green-hatted Shusuk was tasked with harnessing this data to unleash creativity and propose innovative ideas. The black-hatted Shusuk, however, played the role of the critic, scrutinizing every suggestion with an exacting gaze, rejecting any notion that did not meet his standards. Only those ideas that passed his rigorous evaluation would reach the mind of the blue-hatted Shusuk, the original. It seemed the challenge at hand was formidable, as Shusuk waited nearly a minute before the first proposal emerged. The green-hatted Little Green suggested that by elevating chakra control to the next level, the technique of spider sense should be capable of entirely intercepting nano-level phosphorescent insects. Little Black countered, stating that while this method had potential, it would consume too much time, akin to fetching water from afar when dealing with an immediate fire. Little Green amended the proposal, suggesting that by employing a brainstorming technique during battle, the original could temporarily boost chakra control by leveraging their collective strength. Little Black hesitated, acknowledging the validity of the point, but noting that shadow clones were inherently fragile and would dissipate substantial chakra upon being disrupted, rendering the risk of failure excessively high. Furthermore, this might also expose the existence of the brainstorming technique. Ultimately, the decision on whether to adopt this strategy would rest with the original. Upon receiving this information, Shusuk fell into a deep contemplation. Given the current state of the brainstorming technique, its direct application in combat indeed seemed too perilous, relegated at best to a last resort. However, devising a means to safeguard the shadow clones from harm and minimize the risk of exposure, thus rendering this tactic readily available, presented itself as a compelling topic. Shusuk silently noted this thought before receiving a new proposal. In the ensuing discourse, Little Green presented several feasible strategies. For instance, employing toxicity against toxicity by continuously releasing poisonous mist during combat, ensuring that the phosphorescent insects would perish before they could approach the body. Alternatively, altering the ambient temperature to expedite the insect's inactivation in the air. Shusuk classified these strategies as contingency plans, preparing to craft corresponding ninja tools as a precaution. However, the uncertainty surrounding these not entirely fail-proof proposals left Shusuk feeling uneasy, prompting him to continue awaiting a more secure solution. Little Green then remarked that for enhanced safety, complete external isolation was essential. A suit of nano-level protective gear would be an excellent choice. Yet, Little Black refuted this, asserting that with the current technology and materials at their disposal, it would be exceedingly difficult to manufacture protective clothing that was both lightweight and capable of withstanding Jonin-level combat intensity. Little Green, with a smile, countered, "Have you forgotten that in many games from our past life, characters often had another common means of protection in addition to armor?" After a 3-second silence, Little Black replied, "I understand." The original Shusuk naturally comprehended as well. The 3 exchanged knowing smiles before a pair of soft pops indicated the disappearance of 2 shadow clones. Meanwhile, The slightly bewildered Xiao Bai, who was engrossed in organizing materials, wondered aloud. Is it over already? Indeed, it had concluded. Xiao Shui waved his hand, preemptively dismissing any gestures of international camaraderie from the other party, and then rose to approach a bookshelf. Neatly arranged upon it were the sealing technique tomes and scrolls lent to him by Watergate. After a brief search, Xiao Shui extracted one of the scrolls and unfurled it. It bore the inscription, Introduction to Barrier Techniques, reflecting on the protective gear from the previous Life S game, which needed to be lightweight and combat-friendly while also sufficiently sturdy. He immediately thought of bikini armor. No, rather, various shields and barriers. Whether it be the sci-fi energy shields or the fantastical magical barriers, they all aptly met Xiao Shui's requirements. Within the ninja world, the closest resemblance to these items was undoubtedly the barrier techniques, a branch of sealing arts. The 4 Red Sun formation, initiated by 4 shadow-level ninjas, possessed a strength capable of withstanding the tailed beast bomb of the Tin Tails, indicating a formidable upper limit. Naturally, Xiao Shui did not expect to attain such prowess at present. However, he felt quite confident when it came to dealing with mere phosphorus pests. The crux of the matter lay in the high difficulty of releasing barrier techniques. Typically, one would either create a runic formula in advance to establish the barrier at a fixed location or cooperate with multiple ninjas, as seen in the 4 Red Sun formation or the 4 Purple Sun formation. Nevertheless, for Xiao Shui, a puppeteer, these challenges were not insurmountable. After all, the light shield technique executed by Chio, using her arm in the original work, likely employed the principles of barrier techniques. With a reference point in mind, the true challenge resided in how to craft a shield that was both portable and strong enough to envelop his entire being, while also sustaining him through a battle. This, therefore, became the focal point of Xiao Shui's subsequent studies. With a clear objective established, he was eager to burn the midnight oil, determined to master everything contained within the scroll at the earliest opportunity. Alas, his persistently throbbing head protested, forcing him to return the scroll to its place on the shelf. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow. After a fierce battle and a whirlwind of thoughts, Xiao Shui's mind felt as if it had been blended into a slurry. With remarkable willpower, he managed to put away his thinking cap before wobbling over to his bed and collapsing onto it with a thud. In less than a second, soft snores could be heard. Xiao Shui had already slipped into a sweet slumber. Thus, time continued its relentless march. The following morning, it was reported that the 3rd Hokage and Danzo had engaged in a heated argument within the Hokage office. The commotion was so loud that the guards outside were compelled to keep their distance, fearing they might overhear something inappropriate. Subsequently, the 3rd Hokage summoned Xiao Shui, offering him gentle reassurances and promptly dispersing the funds. At the same time, an Umbu member began to monitor him constantly. Although their focus was not on Xiao Shui, but rather on Danzo and his subordinates, he still felt somewhat constrained, deepening his resentment toward Danzo. Fortunately, these shadowy figures are of the most rudimentary sort, akin to the kind that the pharmacist Toby might casually eliminate, likely at the level of a chunin. Thus, if Shisuke so desired, he could easily shake them off and venture to the Valley of the End for rewards. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, Shisuke resolved to temper his actions and curtail his excursions for prizes. 2 days later, the day arrived for the apprentices to convene at the workshop for their lessons. Enticed by the prospect of crafting advanced puppet beast components with their own hands, all the eligible students finally gathered. Even Asuma, who had previously shown little interest in manual craftsmanship, reluctantly joined the workshop's community with a haughty demeanor. With precisely 36 students present, Shisuke humorously dubbed them the 36 Celestial Harbingers. As the number of apprentices neared sufficiency and the workshop neared completion, the countdown to the grand opening of Shisuke's toy store officially began. However, before this momentous occasion, another novel concept he had introduced stirred considerable excitement within Konoha. On a bright morning a few days later, a throng of students amassed at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Although the gates were open, none of them seemed inclined to enter. Instead, they eagerly crowded against the wall beside the entrance to scrutinize the notice affixed there. Announcement regarding the trial implementation of the Konoha Ninja School Point system. The first article stated, to deeply embody the spirit of the will of fire, enhance academic integrity, foster a positive learning environment, and fully stimulate students' enthusiasm for learning while improving teaching quality, the school has decided to reward individuals who excel in classes, examinations, and official activities with points, thus establishing this reward system. The second article prompted a flurry of inquiries. What exactly is this point system? Can someone explain it to me? Those who arrived a moment late could only glimpse the top lines of the announcement, growing increasingly anxious. Fortunately, the ever-enthusiastic teacher known as Mr. Universal, Ebisu, diligently elaborated on the points plan for the surrounding students. Do you all not know this? Our puppetry class has already been implementing a closed beta version for 2 weeks, and now it is finally time for a full school-wide public rollout. In simple terms, if you perform exceptionally in class, exams, or various activities, you can earn points as rewards. And points are indeed valuable. Once you accumulate enough, you may request to exchange them for desired rewards from your homeroom teacher. The rewards exchange list is posted right next to this announcement. What? You can't see it? Well, let me mention a few of the most representative rewards for your reference. Chapter 75. The points system. Seeing that he had captured the attention of the young ninjas, Ebisu, feeling quite pleased with himself, snapped open a delicate fan and continued. First and foremost, we must mention the highest tier reward, personal guidance from the Hokage himself. Yes, you heard correctly, and it is not 3 or 4,000 points, not even 1 or 2,000, but merely 998. Once you gather 998 points, the illustrious third Hokage, renowned as the strongest Hokage and a ninja scholar, will personally provide 2 hours of special instruction. The young ninjas gasped in astonishment, causing the surrounding atmosphere to grow increasingly fervent. This point system is indeed quite impressive. Even the esteemed Hokage, who is perpetually busy, is personally involved. Many children from ninja clans initially believed this point system to be mere child's play, designed to deceive common students, and regarded it with disdain. However, upon hearing this, they found themselves rising onto their toes, straining to gather more pertinent information. Yet, some, lacking appreciation, doused their enthusiasm with cold water. Everyone stopped dreaming. I barely managed to sneak a glance, and it turns out that acquiring points is far from easy. It seems a teacher can only distribute a maximum of 10 points in a single class. Competing with the entire class for those measly 10 points is no simple feat. It is likely that they will be monopolized by the few students with excellent grades. In this instance, the young ninjas exhibited a myriad of expressions. A handful of diligent students could hardly suppress their smiles, feeling an inner sense of triumph. Conversely, the majority of those with average or below average grades felt a twinge of disappointment, sensing that the rewards might elude them. Fortunately, Hideki quickly waved his fan and shook his head, saying, No, this student only knows one side of the coin. The announcement also states that, in addition to outstanding students, those who show improvement can also earn points as a reward. Thus, regardless of whether you are a top student or struggling, as long as you strive to learn, you will undoubtedly earn recognition and rewards from your teachers. Furthermore, the school will organize various point activities in the future, and as long as you actively participate, you can accumulate a considerable number of points. At this revelation, the young ninjas' faces brightened, and a surge of motivation surged within them. Students with average grades prepared themselves to study diligently, aiming to demonstrate their progress in class and exams. Meanwhile, the high-achieving students were intrigued by the various point activities, eager to showcase their talents and reap even more points. Thus, obtaining points is not a daunting task. In fact, I believe the true challenge lies in resisting the temptation to exchange those points for other rewards during the accumulation process. Following this thread of conversation, Hideki continued to elaborate. For instance, there are numerous enticing mentorship programs available as rewards. There are 400 points for Jonin guidance, 200 points for special Jonin guidance, and 100 points for Chunin guidance. For us students at the Ninja Academy, such rewards may indeed offer greater value. Moreover, the ninjas enrolled in these programs are no ordinary individuals. Just to name a few I recall, Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Shino, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Inazuka Kiba. As Hideki recited the names of these well-known ninjas, the audience could not help but swallow hard. Can we truly receive guidance from these prodigious ninjas? Hideki, you're not jesting, are you? Of course not, Hideki replied, slightly displeased as he snapped his fan shut. Although they will not teach specific ninjutsu, listening to the battle-hardened ninjas share their invaluable combat experiences or receiving personalized corrections on our flawed movements and habits is undoubtedly worth every penny. It is noteworthy that the esteemed Hokage has traversed all ninja clans to gather such a remarkable assembly. We must also express our gratitude to these clans for their selfless sponsorship, which not only brings the finest ninjas to guide us, but also offers their distinctive specialties as redeemable rewards. For instance, the Akimichi clan's secret military rations, the precious medicinal herbs and elixirs from the Nara clan, and the rare flowers and perfumes from the Yamanaka clan. Even merchants affiliated with the ninja clans, such as the tool shop, barbecue restaurant, and dumpling shop, have generously contributed to the school by providing various discount coupons as rewards. However, these coveted items are limited in quantity, so if you have your heart set on something, you must swiftly accumulate points. Many young ninjas were surprised to discover that their own clans were involved in this initiative. Observing their classmates praising the event, they felt a sense of pride, lifting their heads high. Conversely, those whose clan names were not mentioned experienced a peculiar sense of shame. Yet, Ebisu had not finished speaking. Let us not forget the esteemed teacher Shusuk, who proposed the point system. With admiration, Ebisu looked up and noted that Shusuk, who holds dual roles as a puppetry instructor and a toy workshop owner, has prepared an abundance of prizes for us to redeem. These include various limited edition toys, ingenious ninja tools, and an array of pocket puppet beast components. Remarkably, even the pocket puppet beasts themselves can be obtained by any student, regardless of whether they are enrolled in puppetry class, by accumulating 648 points, granting them a puppet beast uniquely theirs. Just as the clever, gentle, and handsome Shusuk stated before the previous class concluded. Do you desire my prizes? If so, I shall grant them all to you. Go redeem them. I have listed all the prizes on the redemption sheet. Upon hearing this, the young ninjas were nearly beside themselves with excitement. They scarcely glanced at the specifics of the announcement, scattering in a frenzy. Some rushed to the classroom to diligently study, while others took to the playground, fervently practicing, unwilling to waste a single moment. Thus, a small revolution sparked by the ninja school finally commenced. Teacher, how did I perform? Ebisu inquired eagerly in a dimly lit corner moments later. Shusuk's voice, tinged with amusement, replied, quite well, those 10 points were well spent. However, there's no need for excessive flattery. No matter how much you boast, I shall not grant you more points. I am sincere in my appreciation for your goodwill. But the focus must remain on acknowledging the contributions of those clans, encouraging everyone to express gratitude towards them. Shusuk remarked thoughtfully. It is essential to remember that the funding for this initiative is limited, and most are volunteering their efforts. The best way we can repay them is by speaking well of their contributions. Chapter 76. The power of the exchange list. At last, new students have arrived. And it is once again time for your performance in Ebisu. Since the implementation of the points system, the atmosphere at the Ninja Academy has become overwhelmingly fervent. Whether they are exemplary students, underperformers, or those who fall somewhere in between, all have dedicated themselves to their studies with the fervor of a donkey chasing a carrot. They aspire to demonstrate their prowess in class and earn points as rewards, although most children have yet to accumulate enough points to exchange for their desired items. The teachers at the Ninja Academy have already begun to reap significant benefits. For the majority, who are merely of Chunin rank, it is challenging to assert their authority when faced with students from prestigious ninja lineages. Those students, who are virtually guaranteed to become special jonin if they do not falter, regard these teachers with disdain. It is commonplace for them to disregard lessons, and merely refraining from causing disruptions in class is considered an act of courtesy. However, with the advent of the points system, this dynamic has undergone a dramatic transformation. Now, regardless of how mundane the lessons may be, the children sit attentively, fully engaged. Whenever a teacher poses a question, the classroom is instantly transformed into a veritable forest of eager little hands. Teachers, now endowed with the authority to distribute 10 points per class, have assumed a role akin to that of Santa Claus, garnering a newfound respect. Even the most unruly of students can now be seen sharing smiles with their instructors. Nonetheless, the teachers remain grounded, acutely aware that, akin to Cinderella's fleeting transformation, their allure will dissipate once the points are exhausted. This stark contrast serves as a wake-up call for these previously indifferent educators. In hopes of earning the genuine respect of their students, they have begun to engage in collaborative learning, sharing pedagogical experiences. For Xiaoshui, this development is a pleasant surprise, prompting him to ponder the introduction of a teacher-centric points reward system to encourage their efforts. As time progresses, the influence of the points system has subtly expanded beyond the confines of the academy to envelop the entire village. Thanks to the enthusiastic endorsement of a certain puppet technique instructor, the exchange list swiftly circulated throughout Konohagakure. With the endorsement of the Hokage, the credibility of this exchange list among the villagers is astonishingly robust. Much like Shoshue's previous experiences with eclectic shopping rankings, many villagers, disinclined to engage in critical thinking, have come to regard it as a shopping guide. The association of these items with the names of various jonin and even the Hokage instills a peculiar confidence in their quality among villagers who have yet to be inundated with advertisements. Furthermore, the little ninjas from diverse backgrounds have already disseminated their favorable impressions of these products throughout the village through casual, familial conversations. Although it may seem like a trivial affection, it is sufficient to become the final straw that breaks the camel's back, prompting the villagers to willingly choose to enter these shops. Ultimately, amidst the vast number of villagers, this behavior gradually evolved into an undeniable trend. The ninja clans, of course, were quick to perceive this change and felt immense relief for their decision. To make it clear that they sponsored the ninja school, they all erected identical flags at their storefronts, emblazoned with the words, "Official partner of the ninja school." The uniformity of the flags was due to the fact that they had been personally delivered by Minato before the announcement of the points system, leaving everyone marveling at his remarkable foresight. Meanwhile, those ninja clans who had previously declined Minato's invitation could not help but feel envious. The major clans, dominating certain industries, were relatively unaffected. However, the smaller clans with competitors watched their own shops languish in silence, regretting their decisions profoundly. It was at this moment that they realized an astonishing truth. Their thriving counterparts had not incurred significant costs, despite the seemingly lavish rewards listed, which appeared to entail substantial expenditure. It was unlikely that anyone, unless exceptionally impoverished, would redeem prizes that could simply be purchased with money. Even if redeemed, the value paled in comparison to the current profits. Thus, what was presented as a redemption list was, in fact, the most cost-effective advertisement imaginable. As for the so-called guidance from high-ranking ninjas, it sounded impressive, but upon reflection, the complex concepts were beyond the comprehension of the students at the ninja school. Therefore, providing a few basic yet useful insights would suffice, causing no harm. Consequently, the ninja clans had effectively incurred no costs while simultaneously promoting their products and winning the villagers' favor. Was this even just? Naturally, the previously stingy clan leaders suddenly transformed into exemplary models. They all expressed their unwavering commitment to the development of the ninja school and sought to join the points program. Of course, the paramount concern was to have their products included in the redemption list, ideally requiring a higher point value than their competitors. While their aspirations were grand, they soon encountered a significant issue. The individuals in charge of the project, Minato and Hitoshi, were nowhere to be found throughout the entire village. As the ninja clans scoured the streets in search of them, the wanted Minato and Hitoshi were leisurely fishing by a stream near the orphanage. "Hitoshi, the developments have indeed unfolded as you anticipated," Minato remarked, momentarily taken aback before chuckling. "Kushina's place has already been visited, and the shadow clone I left there has dissipated. However, shouldn't we return? It seems rather inconsiderate to make them go to such lengths to find us." Although Kushina had just asked me to return in a few days to make them anxious a little longer, Shusui was earnestly perusing a scroll of barrier techniques and smiled slightly, saying, "I believe Miss Kushina is absolutely right. We must remind these old stubborns. For only then will our future reforms in the school proceed more smoothly." Minato recalled their previous visit, where they had been notoriously stingy, and could only smile wryly and shake his head. He then mused, "I never imagined that such a modest points program could yield such significant results." Shusui laughed, replying, "The key lies not in the points program, but in the countless ordinary villagers residing in Konoha. Those clan leaders still cling to outdated notions, failing to realize that with Konoha's development, the number of ordinary villagers has increased, becoming a formidable force that cannot be ignored. As long as we consistently stand by their side and unify their strength, we shall remain invincible." Minato nodded in agreement, sensing that there seemed to be much wisdom in this. He was eager to continue the discussion with Shusui. However, at that moment, a sudden cacophony of water splashing interrupted them, and Minato glanced downstream with a peculiar expression. "Shusui, your training method is indeed unique. Is it truly without issues?" Following Minato's gaze, Shusui observed a peculiar machine positioned by the riverbank, resembling a large fishing rod. Just then, the machine's reel began to wind back, pulling a rope that had been submerged in the river to the surface. Regrettably, the end of the rope bore neither a large fish nor a hook, but rather a thoroughly soaked Obito. After expelling a mouthful of water, Obito cried out in a pitiful tone, "Teacher Shusui, spare me. If this continues, someone will surely meet a dire fate." Chapter 77. The second phase of training. Despite Obito's heart-wrenching cries, Shusui remained unmoved, even turning to Minato to complain. The youth of today are so coddled. They wail like banshees over such minor trials. Minato could only smile wryly at this. Though he wished to argue that this near-torturous training method could hardly be deemed a minor trial. He reflected that his own experiences under Jiraiya's tutelage had not been much better. He had often been forced to consume various insect dishes or unexpectedly pushed off cliffs, compelled to summon techniques to escape. Did all teachers share a singular mindset? While he longed to voice such grievances, the erudite Minato understood the underlying rationale. Chakra is a blend of physical and mental energy, and the most effective way to enhance one's mental energy, aside from the accumulation of experience, is to endure arduous training. Each time one overcomes the urge to surrender, it serves as a forging of one's spiritual strength. Since ancient times, the rigorous training methods that are often unbearable for ordinary individuals have been a hallmark of ninjas. It is precisely for this reason that they are referred to as Rinjuk, or those who excel in endurance. However, Obito's tender age gives the kind-hearted Minato cause for concern. Thus, while indulging in fishing and reading, he would occasionally cast a glance in Obito's direction, fearing that this child might inadvertently fall victim to Shusui's playful antics. If only he were to meet an untimely end. Then your son would not have to face the world as an orphan from birth, Shusui would surely quip if he were privy to Minato's thoughts. Nevertheless, Shusui himself found Obito's intermittent wails rather vexing, prompting him to bid farewell to Minato and make his way toward the boy. Previously, in order to ensure Obito's mastery of the great fireball technique, Shusui had imparted to him a method for chakra control that combined chakra with breath. After nearly a month of arduous training, Obito finally completed the first phase of his training. This meant that even while wearing the restrictive helmet, he was capable of running at least 50 laps around the schoolyard. When executing the great fireball technique with perfection, he could indeed unleash a fireball with a diameter of 2 meters. Unfortunately, such instances were exceedingly rare, which is why Shusui, seizing the opportunity, initiated the second phase of training with Obito today. The principle was remarkably similar to the previous phase, involving the sensation of suffocation to compel Obito to utilize chakra to aid his breathing. In the first phase, he merely needed to exert force to open the helmet's exhaust valve. Even in failure, ample time remained for subsequent attempts, rendering the difficulty quite manageable. In fact, the inconsistency of Obito's great fireball technique stemmed from his inability to succeed every single time. Thus, the objective of the second phase was naturally to enable Obito to employ this skill at any moment. To this end, Shusui devised a suspended lift machine, characterized by its unpredictable descent and ascent times. Obito would remain unaware of when he would be submerged in water or when he would be lifted into the air. Consequently, he would have no opportunity for repeated attempts. During the brief moments he surfaced, he must harness the power of chakra to inhale a considerable amount of air, enduring the uncertain duration beneath the water's surface. This precarious situation, where he could potentially drown at any moment, would effectively simulate the tension of real combat, thereby enhancing the training's efficacy. Shusui soon arrived at the machine, giving it a gentle kick, which promptly caused Obito to be pulled from the water. While the boy coughed and spluttered, Shusui sighed, "Obito, my dear student, if you have the breath to wail, it would be far more beneficial to channel that energy into inhaling more air. It would certainly ease your plight. Furthermore, your incessant shrieking frightens away the fish. How are Minato and I to fish under such conditions?" Clearly, Obito deemed the preservation of his life far more pressing than his teacher's fishing pursuits. As he began to cry out in a whimpering tone, "Teacher, spare me. I've reached my limit. If this continues, I will surely drown." Shusui rolled his eyes at the response. From the fervent pleas of this young man, it is evident that he remains far from his true limits. Indeed, during the practice of this technique, Obito's entire respiratory system has undergone significant training. Under the calculations of the spider sense technique, it is noted that his lungs have expanded by 20% in just a month. Furthermore, his actual lung capacity has doubled, nearing the level of an adult genin. This data reflects his normal state, With the aid of chakra, the figures could potentially triple. Even the illustrious Michael Phelps, renowned for his lung capacity, would appear insignificant before Obito. How could such a robust individual possibly succumb so easily to drowning? However, Shusui has always been reluctant to pressure his students. Thus he smiled and said, "It is perfectly acceptable to cease your training, but Obito, are you truly certain? During the testing phase of the point system, I could assist you with minimal points. But now that it has been officially implemented, I can no longer show favoritism, as it would be unfair to the other students. Therefore, if you choose to forfeit, it will cost you 200 points to request my guidance again." 200 points. Obito, who had been wriggling in the air like a caterpillar, suddenly tensed up, his eyes widening in disbelief. In the week since the point system's enactment, he had only accumulated 18 points, most of which were earned through setting up a stall. At this rate, earning 200 points would take him nearly 2 months. Additionally, the teacher had already guided him several times and even crafted specialized ninja tools for his training. When he calculated the points, it dawned on him just how advantageous he had been, realizing that many of his classmates would eagerly seek such specialized training. Obito found it exceedingly difficult to utter words of surrender. "Let it be. For the sake of not disappointing my teacher's kindness and to ensure my grandmother enjoys a joyous festival, I have made my decision," he finally resolved, gritting his teeth. "Teacher, I have decided." Unfortunately, before he could finish, the machine activated once more, plunging him headfirst into the river. Chapter 78. The method of nurturing ninja beasts. After confirming that Obito, who nearly drowned, had not relinquished his determination, Shusui returned to Minato's side to continue fishing and reading. However, it wasn't long before a boisterous voice echoed from the nearby forest, drawing closer. "Teacher Shusui, is all this firewood sufficient?" Turning around, Shusui saw Guy sprinting towards him, arms laden with a large bundle of dry branches. "It is more than enough. Thank you for your hard work, Guy," Shusui remarked, ruffling Guy's shiny, bald head. "Not at all a burden." Guy grinned, giving a thumbs up before pulling out a red turtle from his pocket. "Teacher, not only did you help me forge the ninja beast armor for my little explosion, but you also taught me how to nurture it. It is only right that I assist a bit." Due to the imposing name of the blazed turtle beast, Guy typically referred to it simply as Little Explosion. Zayushu also directed his attention towards the turtle in Akai's possession and remarked, "It seems that this turtle has grown considerably in just a few days." Akai, filled with joy, replied, "Is that truly the case? I thought it was merely an illusion since we see each other every day." He continued, "I have simply followed your guidance, teacher. By keeping it close and occasionally infusing it with chakra, I never anticipated such prompt results. This indicates a remarkable compatibility between your chakras, which explains the pronounced effects." Zayushu elucidated with a smile. It was revealed that several days prior, Zayushu had taken the time to impart the fundamental techniques of nurturing a ninja beast to Akai. Zayushu's understanding of these methods stemmed from an inadvertent lesson he gleaned while teaming up with Inuzuka Kiba. At that time, Kiba's first ninja dog had to retire due to injury, prompting him to train a second. Throughout their missions, Zayushu had consistently employed a minimal version of the spider sensing technique, and even without intent to learn, he had absorbed some rudimentary knowledge about nurturing ninja beasts. The initial step in the care of these creatures involves the periodic infusion of small amounts of chakra into the growing ninja beast. This practice yields numerous benefits. Firstly, it aids in unblocking the underdeveloped chakra pathways of the young beast, enhancing its future potential. Secondly, it accelerates the beast's growth, enabling it to become a formidable ally more swiftly. Most importantly, when a young ninja beast is consistently bathed in its owner's chakra, its own chakra attributes begin to align with those of its master. This harmony fosters a deeper connection, even to the point of achieving a profound understanding between them. Consequently, when they later collaborate to perform jutsu, the endeavor becomes considerably easier. It is evident that this method of transforming living beings through chakra infusion bears a striking resemblance to the principles by which tailed beasts manipulate their surroundings. A quintessential example, aside from the formidable Samahata, would be the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki from the original series. Having been immersed in the chakra of the nine tails from the womb, Naruto was born with distinct whisker marks on his face. Thus, in theory, Naruto can be regarded as a remarkable fusion of Minato, Kushina, and the Nine Tails. It is no surprise that the Nine Tails would repeatedly assist Naruto in overcoming his challenges. Even the worldly wise Zeshu could not help but exclaim, "What a chaotic circle you inhabit." Regrettably, Zishu had only acquired a superficial understanding of the ninja beast training methods, as the team disbanded shortly thereafter. The foundational techniques he imparted to Akai were supplemented by his own brainstorming efforts. However, Zishu remained untroubled by the advanced aspects of the training. Should he be unable to deduce them independently, he planned to seek further guidance from Kiba, the elder, as a means of obtaining knowledge. As long as it did not involve core secrets, Zishu believed that proposing a tailored approach for the Inuzuka clan in exchange for assistance would likely be met with approval. Though he claimed to be fishing, both Zishu and Minato found themselves unable to catch even a single fish by midday. Both individuals unanimously agreed that the blame lay with that rascal Obito, who was incessantly floundering in the water, scaring away all the fish. Consequently, lunch, originally intended to feature grilled fish, was transformed into a curry meal prepared in advance by Aunt Kelly. This prompted him to commend his own foresight. Shortly after the meal, Minato opted to return to Konoha. Despite his merciless demeanor on the battlefield, he remained soft-hearted towards the villagers of Konoha, whom he regarded as family. However, recognizing that each person has their own aspirations, Shusui, after a futile attempt to persuade him to stay, allowed him to depart. Yet, in order to safeguard the fruits of their revolution and prevent Minato from being misled by the cunning clan leader, Shusui had a sudden idea. This time, they held the initiative. They might as well convene a consultation meeting, directly inviting all clans interested in the points system to participate, thereby resolving the matter in one fell swoop. Furthermore, to facilitate communication, it was advisable for the younger generation of each clan to attend. Minato, initially troubled by the time constraints, promptly decided to adopt Shusui's suggestion upon hearing it. After agreeing to inform Shusui once the time was confirmed, Minato took his leave. Meanwhile, Shusui remained behind to guide Obito in his training. As evening fell, after a day of grueling training, Obito finally mastered the technique of using chakra to assist his breathing at will. Very good, Obito, Shusui remarked, addressing the slightly unsteady boy who had just been released from his training. In theory, as long as you repeatedly practice the key points of the two phases, you will soon be able to successfully execute the Great Fireball technique at any time. This special training session has now concluded. Upon hearing this, Obito felt a mix of emotions. He was elated to have quickly grasped the Great Fireball technique. Yet he felt a pang of loss at the conclusion of the special training. Although both phases of training had been excruciating, the results were undeniably remarkable. Contemplating when he might next have the opportunity to experience Shusui's unique training, Obito found himself reluctant to part ways with the grueling exercises. Just then, he heard his teacher continue. However, if you are interested, you may choose to enter the third phase of training to expedite this process. The third phase? Without a moment's hesitation, Obito eagerly nodded. I would absolutely love to. Yet, after speaking, he hesitated. But, teacher, I don't have enough points. Can I really still receive your guidance? Shusui smiled and replied, this time it is of no concern. The third phase of training involves you wearing your previous helmet for practical combat exercises, so I won't need to assist you much at all. I've even arranged for your opponent. With that, Shusui turned his gaze towards Guy, who had been waiting eagerly. Guy leaped forward, giving a thumbs up and flashing a bright smile. Indeed, I am the one teacher Shusui speaks of. Since graduating, I have lacked suitable opponents, so I can practice with you. Obito's forehead instantly bore several dark lines, as he had always struggled to cope with Guy's peculiar yet enthusiastic nature. However, he was unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to continue training under his teacher, so he gritted his teeth and said, all right, but if your abilities are too feeble, I shan't indulge you. Shoshui rolled his eyes slightly, thinking to himself where this confidence from Obito, the underachiever, came from. At the same time, Obito's agreement brought a sense of relief to Shoshui, making him feel that their plan had progressed a step further. The techniques he imparted to Obito were not solely applicable to ninjutsu, such as the Great Fireball technique. In just a month, the changes in the size and capacity of Obito's lungs indicated that this was also a remarkable body forging secret. Understanding how to compensate for his otherwise unremarkable physical constitution in order to keep pace with the extraordinary beings of the future had always been a significant goal in Shoshui's pursuit of strength. This body forging secret he discovered was known as the chakra breathing method. Chapter 79. The chakra breathing method, a ninja's physical prowess, is related to two aspects. First is innate physical talent. However, within the ninja world, The disparity among humans in this regard is not substantial. The decisive factor truly lies in the phenomenon of bodily activation brought about by chakra. Activation can enhance a person's strength, speed, and even recovery. Thus, a ninja student like Obito, whose body has yet to fully develop, can effortlessly traverse rooftops or easily defeat ordinary adults. Even the legendary Hokage, Hashirama Senju, renowned as the god of ninjas, owed his incredible recovery abilities to the power of chakra. The instances when he contemplated suicide with kunai to persuade Uchiha Madara and his battered state at the Valley of the End illustrate this well. Should chakra be deliberately restrained or depleted, Hashirama's physical attributes are not significantly superior to those of an ordinary ninja. It is evident that the level of activation is contingent upon the amount of chakra present in the body. Therefore, ninjas with exceptional physical capabilities must possess not only a substantial quantity of chakra, but also a well-developed meridian system. The meridian system functions as a high-speed conduit for chakra. The sturdier the main meridian and the more branches it has, the more freely chakra can flow to each cell, thereby enhancing the level of activation. The 8 gates technique is capable of defying fate and surpassing human limits by unlocking the 8 pivotal points within the meridians that restrict the flow of chakra, forcing it to circulate more rapidly and abundantly, temporarily elevating the body's activation level. Of course, the cost is that the practitioner must engage in unimaginably grueling training day in and day out for 10 years to withstand the damage caused by the immense flow of chakra within the meridians. Unfortunately, both Shoshue's chakra capacity and meridian system were unremarkable. Even if he wished to learn the 8 gates technique, he had not met the most basic physical requirements. Thus, Shoshue had no choice but to explore alternative paths, and what inspired him was the 7-day breathing method, which also enhances the level of activation. This is a secret technique pioneered by the character Zera from the original work, which purportedly enhances bodily vitality through the extensive inhalation of oxygen, granting powers akin to the 8 gates. However, this is not the world of Demon Slayer. Mere oxygen intake cannot achieve such effects. Thus, Shisuke logically deduces that Zera is either consciously or unconsciously attaching chakra to the oxygen, utilizing the respiratory system to transmit it to the body's myriad cells. In this manner, he can transcend the limitations of the meridian system, acquiring strength and speed that surpass human limits. Drawing inspiration from this principle, Shisuke has developed what he refers to as the chakra breathing technique. It is evident that utilizing the respiratory system for chakra transmission is less effective than employing the specialized high-speed channels of the meridian system. Even Zera in the original work could not progress beyond the 3rd level of activation. However, this method triumphs in its safety and simplicity, making it particularly suitable for Shisuke, who merely seeks to address his deficiencies. Moreover, possessing the art of brainstorming, he is confident that he can continue to refine this technique to elevate it to greater heights. Unlike Zera, who relies on raw talent and solitary endeavors, Shisuke, as an academic ninja, prefers collaborative efforts, aiming to enhance the technique through extensive data collection. He has now completed the first phase of development and intends to seek students to impart his knowledge once the workshop opens. The only concern that troubles him is that, despite the lower difficulty compared to the 8 gates, the training process of this breathing technique is quite arduous, making it likely that students will struggle to endure. Coincidentally, Obito had previously requested his guidance on mastering the Great Fireball technique. Shisuke, with a spark of inspiration, decided to take advantage of this opportunity and imparted the technique to him ahead of time. This would serve as a carrot dangled before Obito, motivating him to persevere through the painful training. Once he achieves proficiency, others will undoubtedly notice Obito's remarkable progress and approach Shisuke, seeking the opportunity to train under him. At that point, Shisuke will have a wealth of data to reference, enabling him to further refine the breathing technique. Meanwhile, Obito suddenly shivered, a chill running from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He instinctively sensed a profound malevolence, yet he could not discern its origin. Just then, a cloak was draped over his shoulders, and Shisuke's gentle voice resonated. "Go warm yourself by the fire. Be careful not to catch a cold." Obito felt a surge of gratitude, reflecting on how kind Shisuke-sensei was to him. Days later, the workshop's opening day arrived. Asuma found himself grappling with existential doubts. Since the implementation of the point system, he had observed many classmates diligently striving to earn points. Their aspirations often centered around redeeming the highest tier reward, personal guidance from the Hokage. It seemed that acquiring this reward would elevate them to the status of a favored disciple of the Hokage, much like Jiraiya, enabling them to ascend effortlessly to the position of Hokage. This notion filled Asuma with an inexplicable sense of shame, particularly as his Hokage father, despite his busy schedule, still managed to find time to provide him with guidance several times each month. To his astonishment, the treatment he had grown accustomed to was, in fact, a coveted reward sought after by many. This revelation prompted him to question his own abilities, wondering if he truly possessed the genius he had always believed himself to be, or if his current prowess stemmed merely from investing a few hundred extra currency units. The only sources of confidence he had left were his skills in street vending and the knowledge he had acquired in the toy workshop. Although he had only attended the workshop once, Asuma had already mastered the use of the chakra blade and quickly caught up with the main group. This brought him considerable solace and a sense of reassurance in his talent. Today, Asuma dedicated half an hour to crafting a finely detailed 5th-tier magic cube, intending to present it to Kurenai as a gift. However, before doing so, he resolved to showcase his creation to teacher Hiragi, hoping to reaffirm his abilities through the teacher's praise. After searching in vain for his mentor, Asuma inquired with Mr. Hibes, the ever-informative figure, and learned that the teacher was busy in his private workshop next door. Unable to contain his excitement, he decided to approach directly. Upon entering, he found his teacher standing before a machine in operation, seemingly engaged in some form of calibration. "Teacher, take a look at the magic cube I made," Asuma began. But as he spoke, his words caught in his throat. During his approach, he had witnessed a sizable piece of wood being casually tossed into the machine's feed. When he reached the machine, countless small wooden components poured out like a cascade from the conveyor belt, landing in a nearby wooden crate. To his astonishment, Asuma quickly recognized these as the very parts used to construct magic cubes, and their quality surpassed his own creation. Gazing at the small mountain of magic cube components, Asuma glanced down at the cube in his hand and was suddenly engulfed by a sense of ennui. Subsequently, he left the workshop in a daze, leaving teacher Hiragi perplexed. Asuma had heard whispers of factories employing various machines for mass production, but he had not anticipated that his teacher's toy workshop would also be furnished with such technology. This led him to ponder the significance of his recent efforts. Feeling disheartened, Asuma temporarily avoided returning to the makeshift workshop and stepped outside the orphanage. Not far away, he spotted 2 peculiar children engaged in a playful scuffle. One was clad in a green bodysuit, while the other sported an odd black helmet, both appearing rather unconventional. At that moment, the green-clad child rushed over, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Hey, I know you. You're the son of the Hokage. How about a vibrant duel with us?" He flashed a wide grin, revealing a dazzling set of white teeth. Asuma suddenly recalled that this was none other than Might Guy, known for his exceptional taijutsu skills, who appeared to have already graduated. What could possibly bring him to this place? However, feeling dejected, he lacked the inclination to delve deeper into the matter, merely shaking his head in refusal. "Akai, ignore this fellow. Let us hasten onward," remarked the youth clad in a black helmet. Though his voice was muffled and difficult to discern, Asuma sensed a hint of familiarity in the tone, prompting him to retort, "Who are you? Why are you lurking about with that peculiar helmet?" The boy in the helmet was, of course, Obito. He had never been particularly fond of Asuma's perpetual demeanor of "I am the son of the Hokage. Woe is me." Now, donning a Darth Vader-like helmet, he felt emboldened and replied in a deep voice, "I am your father." The culmination of self-doubt and the fruitless endeavors of recent days had already stifled Asuma's emotions. Obito's slight provocation proved to be the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, causing a neural pathway in Asuma's mind to short-circuit. He clenched his fist and swung at Obito. Chapter 1. Obito vs. Asuma. When Zishu emerged, drawn by the sounds of the fierce skirmish outside, Asuma and Obito had already been exchanging blows for quite some time. "Obito, give it your all. Asuma, you must strive harder." Zayushu observed Akai enthusiastically cheering for both contenders and approached to inquire, "What has ignited this conflict between the two lads?" "Ah, it's Teacher Zayushu," Akai exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Asuma has simply heeded the call of youth, opting to engage in a thrilling duel with Obito. Akai spoke no falsehood, for he genuinely believed it to be so. Yet, upon observing Asuma's gritted teeth, Zayushu felt a twinge of skepticism. Nevertheless, he remained silent, allowing a smile to grace his lips as he settled into a spectator's role. Asuma, noticing that Teacher Zayushu had arrived, began to feel a surge of anxiety. From Akai's cheers, he had discerned that his opponent was none other than Obito. No wonder he had felt such fury upon hearing his voice. This boy, who had consistently lingered at the bottom of the ranks, dared to oppose him solely because he had undergone specialized training and possessed a modicum of skill with puppet techniques. Asuma had long held a disdain for him. Upon realizing Obito's identity, Asuma was filled with exhilaration, as it presented the perfect opportunity to settle old scores and vent his frustrations upon this young man. The narrative seemed to unfold seamlessly until Asuma found himself utterly astonished by Obito's resilience. Despite ostensibly having the upper hand in physical prowess and having struck Obito multiple times, he appeared impervious to pain, even seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Thus, despite his advantageous position, Asuma struggled to subdue him. With the arrival of his teacher, Asuma's demeanor grew increasingly impatient, fearing he might be categorized alongside Obito. It seemed he would have to escalate his efforts. Suddenly, Asuma's movements took on a more ferocious intensity. If previously their exchanges resembled a casual sparring session among classmates, he has now transitioned into a mode of earnest combat. With the teacher observing closely, he felt no apprehension about potentially harming Obito. Flying knee strikes, spinning kicks, thrusting leg attacks. Asuma's serious demeanor proved formidable, although he held back somewhat. A series of seemingly intimidating strikes began to force Obito into retreat. Outside the ring, Guy was utterly engrossed, lacking even the time to cheer for either side. It appeared that with just a few more moves, Obito would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Naturally, Shisuke noticed this and, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, suddenly spoke, "Obito, why not remove your helmet?" Upon hearing this, Obito leaped back a few steps, exclaiming in surprise, "Teacher, can I really take off my helmet?" He had worn it during the intense training sessions with Guy for the past few days, having nearly forgotten that removing it was an option. Shisuke smiled at Asuma and remarked, "Seeing you both so earnest, why not go all out? Otherwise, even if Asuma wins, it would lack significance." Asuma eyed Obito's helmet with skepticism. Did the teacher imply that this peculiar helmet had side effects? And Obito had been wearing it while training with him for so long? Noticing Obito glance his way, Asuma scoffed, "If you're going to take it off, do it quickly. Don't come crying for excuses if you lose later." Obito retorted, "You're the one who should be careful not to weep if you lose." He then removed the helmet and tossed it to Guy, who had already instructed him on how to unlock it for practice at home. Following this, Obito shook his head vigorously, flinging away the sweat that had accumulated on his hair and face, and took a deep breath, his expression one of sheer relief. It was the first time Asuma had seen someone inhale with such apparent satisfaction, even more so than his father with a pipe, which piqued his curiosity about the helmet. "Are you ready? Let us resume the match." Shisuke smoothly took on the role of referee, adding a word of advice to Obito, "By the way, if you still have energy left, consider maintaining your previous breathing technique during combat to see if any surprises arise." Obito scratched his head, feeling perplexed. Wasn't he that technique meant for practicing the Great Fireball technique? Why should it be utilized specifically during battle? Nevertheless, he realized that aside from wearing the helmet or being upside down, he had hardly employed this strenuous breathing method, which made him curious about his teacher's intentions. Thus, Obito began to exhale deeply, contracting his abdomen vigorously, allowing the contraction to rise towards his chest, as if he intended to expel all the air settled at the bottom of his abdomen. Then, he inhaled forcefully, drawing in the surrounding air with a spirit that seemed capable of swallowing mountains and rivers, his previously concave chest and abdomen gradually returning to form. Subsequently, he continued to exhale, repeating this cycle several times. What a show? Asuma sneered, because he could hardly believe that merely altering his breathing technique could bring about such a significant change in Obito. Asuma, however, sensed a gentle current emanating from Obito, though he dismissed it, attributing it to a mere gust of wind. After all, could it be that Obito was exhaling from 10 meters away directly into his face? Before long, it seemed that Obito had mastered the art of maintaining this breathing technique without his helmet, although he felt no substantial difference at that moment. "Are you ready or not?" Asuma inquired impatiently. Obito, who had initially intended to ask his teacher what was happening, suppressed that thought. Fearing that speaking might disrupt his rhythmic breathing, he simply nodded and shot Asuma a challenging glance. After scrutinizing Obito's state, Shirsue's lips curled into a slight smile, and he declared, "All right then, let the battle resume." As soon as he finished speaking, Asuma concentrated his chakra beneath his feet and surged forward, aiming to catch Obito off guard. If his opponent had been the usual Obito, he would have likely succeeded. However, this time, for reasons unknown, Obito found his mind unusually clear and sharp. Thus, the moment Asuma bent down to launch his attack, Obito swiftly discerned his intention and quickly devised a countermeasure. "Huh!" Asuma shouted, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful punch propelled by his momentum. Yet, in the next instant, he realized his grave miscalculation. The bewildered expression that had adorned Obito's face was replaced by a sly smile as he evaded the blow with remarkable speed. The punch that had seemed certain to land missed entirely, causing Asuma to stumble forward, leaving his back exposed. However, Obito's situation was not without its own challenges. As he dodged, he discovered that his movements were swifter than usual, nearly causing him to twist his ankle in the process. Although he narrowly avoided disaster, this moment of panic disrupted his breathing rhythm. Despite not fully understanding the reason behind his sudden enhancement, he instinctively recognized that it was connected to this breathing technique. Thus, he sought to regain his rhythmic breathing while pursuing Asuma from behind. Yet, Obito appeared to have overestimated his ability to multitask. As he sprinted towards Asuma, he unconsciously began to form hand seals. Since he typically practiced this breathing method without his helmet while performing the Great Fireball technique, it had become a conditioned reflex. When he reached Asuma's rear, he found himself at the final hand seal, the Tiger Seal, characterized by palms pressed together, thumb raised, and the index and middle fingers positioned in a sword-like gesture. The Tiger Seal was Obito contemplating unleashing a formidable technique. Kai, observing from the sidelines, felt both anticipation and concern. Fortunately, at the last moment, Obito managed to regain his composure, no matter how infuriating Asuma was. He could not unleash the Great Fireball technique upon him. Yet, seeing Asuma regain his footing after his stumble left little room for thought. Thus, in a flurry of movement, Obito maintained the Tiger Seal and thrust towards Asuma's closest vulnerable point.